Do not run, you little rascal. Stop right there, you scoundrel. On the rocky shore, amidst the invectives hurled by two fishermen, the disheveled young man clutched a fish and dashed away in frantic flight. Despite wearing flip-flops, he sprinted with surprising agility across the rocks, only to lose his footing and tumble. Without a cry of despair, he collapsed onto the ground. Initially, the two fishermen laughed at his misfortune, but after a prolonged silence, they hurried over, only to find him lying on his back, blood streaming down the rocks. Ugh! Wuan, don't pretend to be dead. The two fishermen called out tentatively, one cautiously extending his finger towards him, only to discover he was not breathing. Alarmed, he fell to the ground with a gasp. He's dead. The other fisherman's expression shifted as he glanced around, realizing no one else was nearby. He kicked his companion, urging, Bin, hurry and pack up. As long as no one knows, it doesn't matter how he died. Serves him right for stealing fish. He brought this upon himself. Lin Bin adjusted his straw hat and scrambled to his feet in a panic. Just moments after they fled to the village, Wuan, who had appeared lifeless, slowly sat up, gingerly touching the wound on the back of his head, grimacing in pain as he looked at his bloodied hand. Fortunately, the bleeding had ceased. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. Not only did Wuan experience a headache, but he also felt an overwhelming frustration. Reborn. Back to the moment I nearly met my demise while stealing fish. Why couldn't he have been reborn a bit further along? It was now 2012. He was a mediocre university student, expelled for fighting in defense of his friends. Returning to his hometown, he faced scorn from family and villagers alike, leading him to sink into a life of vice, smoking, drinking, petty theft, and brawling, indulging in all the worst behaviors. And today, he had nearly met his end while trying to steal fish. He recalled that although he survived the fall, lying there for hours in the sun had caused him to suffer from heat stroke, nearly leading to his demise. He had been rescued, but not before his antics became the talk of the village, a notorious joke that brought shame upon his family. Now that he had been reborn, he was determined to prevent such disgraceful events from occurring again. But how had he come to be reborn? In his previous life, after that incident, he could no longer bear to stay in the village and left for distant lands, working menial jobs in factories, restaurants, as a security guard, and delivering takeout, enduring all manner of grueling labor, yet never staying in one place for long. By the time he reached his 30s, he hadn't even had a girlfriend. It was during a reunion with his childhood friend, Qing, that they drank heavily, reminiscing and consuming more than they should have, until everything went dark. Wuan sprang to his feet, still a bit dizzy, gazing down at the blood-stained stones, and mused that while he hadn't been reborn to the days of fighting with classmates, he had been given a second chance nonetheless. No matter the circumstances, there was still hope for redemption in this life. In his previous life, he stirred up trouble and fled without a backward glance, leaving his father to endure the whispers of others. During the election for village chief, his father lost due to his actions, and not long after, he fell gravely ill from the accumulated stress. On his deathbed, he summoned him to return, yearning for one last meeting. However, he had ventured too far and was caught in a tempest, ultimately missing that final farewell. As a result, his brother and sister-in-law were utterly disappointed in him. After arranging their father's funeral, they severed all ties with him. With nowhere to belong in the village, he returned to the city for work, but in a foreign land, he felt like a drifting weed, superfluous wherever he went. Heaven granted him a second chance at life, and he vowed never to let such events unfold again. Lost in thought, his stomach grumbled, reminding him of his hunger. As Wuan prepared to leave, he suddenly recalled that he had been fishing illegally and had nearly met with disaster. Where had the fish gone? I must search for it. This was a catch worth risking my life for. He crouched down around the rocks, scouring for his prize. While he searched, he heard someone calling out, and upon looking up, he spotted a short, lean figure running towards him, clad in oversized shorts and a floral t-shirt. Brother, brother. The newcomer shouted. It was Qing. In his past life, it was their drinking session that had led to his rebirth. Qing, a bit dazed, had dropped out of middle school and spent his days working odd jobs at the village dock. After Wuan returned to the village, it was only natural for the two of them to hang out together. Qing rushed over, letting out a strange cry. Your head and body are covered in blood. It was just a bit of fish stealing. Wuan replied nonchalantly. How could they hit you so hard? Wuan shrugged off the concern. It's nothing serious, just the way of life. Seeing blood is normal. Help me find the fish quickly. Qing tossed aside a stone and asked, Brother, are you really alright? In this little puddle, how could there possibly be fish? Perhaps some small crabs at most that won't even fill our teeth. Wuan lifted a rock, revealing a sea bass weighing about a pound, quietly resting in the puddle. Upon seeing the fish, Chin's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed it, slamming it against a rock to stun it, exclaiming, "So you are using your blood to bait it." Wu An's lips twitched. He thought to himself, "What a clever lad. Stop with the nonsense, this fish won't fetch much money, let's take it home and cook it." "I'm feeling a bit dizzy, help me get back home." Chin inquired. "Which home?" Wu paused, recalling that in his previous life, during his college days, a girl named Xiaofeng had approached him and initiated a romance. Later on, he was expelled from school and returned to the village, where Xiaofeng became indifferent to him, unilaterally ending their relationship. This was one of the reasons for his subsequent decline. Not long ago, he had encountered Xiaofeng meeting a man from the neighboring village at the dock late at night. In a fit of youthful impulsiveness, he had confronted them, resulting in a violent altercation. The man ended up in the hospital, and his family demanded compensation. With his mind clouded, he failed to inform his family about the incident and secretly borrowed from loan sharks to cover the costs. However, given his circumstances, he could only secure a loan of 10,000, which the family found unacceptable, escalating the conflict until it became the final straw that nearly led to his father beating him to death. Finally, the village chief, taking advantage of his position, announced through the loudspeaker the severance of his paternal bond, casting him out from his home. Therefore, he now resides in the dilapidated old house that had long been abandoned. Wu chuckled bitterly. The old house. Upon returning to the old abode, constructed of stone, he found it to be merely a bare structure. Once, it had a fenced courtyard where he fondly recalled running around as a child on the sandy soil, falling without pain, as memories of his carefree youth flooded back. Yet now, all that remained was emptiness. No, that's not entirely accurate. He still bore the burden of usual interest compounding endlessly. In his previous life, he had fled, leaving behind a mess that his father eventually settled. Wu shook his head, wishing to cast aside these distressing thoughts. Since he had been reborn, it was only fitting that he would be the one to repay the debts. Gazing back, he noticed the old house was not far from the seaside. If he stood atop the roof, he could still catch glimpses of the beach's splendid locale, indeed, facing the ocean, where spring blossoms flourished, a dream dwelling within his grasped how foolish he had been in his past life to take it for granted. He opened the door and stepped inside. The space was modest. Upon entry, he found the dining area devoid of table or chairs, totally bare. A fabric curtain hung nearby, and upon lifting it, he discovered a bed tucked in the corner. The bed lacked a quilt, merely a straw mat lay upon it. Yet, the place was remarkably clean, though not by his own doing, but rather tidied up by his brother and sister-in-law who had come secretly to help. They were good people, and truth be told, his father had been kind to him. It was his own reckless behavior that led to his father's disappointment and subsequent banishment. In his final moments, his father had still cared for him, alas. Well then, since he was here, he might as well set a modest goal. A prodigal son's return is priceless. He would strive to rejoin the family. At that moment, Chin emerged from beneath the mat, retrieving a few cigarette butts, exclaiming, "Brother, had I known your fishing escapade would end so poorly, I would have informed you that I had hidden several cigarette butts. This smoke is good, you should have it," he offered. Wu declined, pursing his lips. "Thanks, but no need." Chin insisted, "Given our circumstances, don't be so reserved. It's tough when the craving strikes," he lamented. "I find the butts to be even more invigorating," Chin replied. Hearing this, Wu felt a pang of regret. Not only had he fallen into disgrace, but he had also dragged along his dim-witted younger brother, becoming the village's most despised. Near seeing Wu still refusing the cigarette butts, Chin swallowed hard and tucked them back under the mat. They were the last remnants of their wealth, and must be conserved. Wu sighed. "Chin, you've suffered alongside me. Next, brother will find a way to earn money. Let me ponder how to secure my first pot of gold." As he spoke, he tore a piece of rag to dress his wound. After securing it, he fashioned a mirror from the motorcycle's rearview and examined his reflection. In his youth, he appeared handsome and refined. Fortunately, the injury was on his head, leaving his looks intact, lest it hinder the audience's immersion. His stomach growled once more. It was now afternoon, and without a clock or watch, he could not ascertain the exact time. Chin, hearing the noise, remarked, "Brother, you must be hungry. We don't even have enough fish to eat. You are in charge this morning. I'll take care of lunch. I'll be back shortly." With that, they turned and dashed out. Wu said nothing, feeling a sticky sensation all over his body, likely from the blood congealing on his skin, making him quite uncomfortable. He intended to take a shower. Stepping outside, he noticed a hand pump a few meters away. The pump was of an old-fashioned design. Wu grasped the handle of the pump, and a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by a few lines of floating text appearing before his eyes. Lack value 1110. Object: a manual water pump. Description: this is a manual water pump that requires water to be drawn in order to dispense water. With the infusion of lac, there is a certain probability of water being dispensed directly. The more lac applied, the greater the chance of water being produced. What on earth? Is this a golden finger or merely an illusion? Wuan sat down abruptly on the ground, closed his eyes, then opened them again. He reached out to grasp the handle of the hand-operated water pump. The characters reappeared. It was not an illusion. Hey. System. There was no chime, nor any response. It seemed he could only rely on his own exploration. The floating characters hovered before him. And he attempted to tap on the lac value. Introduction: the harder you work, the luckier you become. Bestow daily lac upon your tools of labor, then at midnight. Your lac will be adjusted based on performance. Your personal lac influences the upper limit of daily lac fluctuations. Wuan was enlightened. So that was it. Truly. The more effort one exerts, the greater the fortune one receives. As long as he worked diligently, his lac would continually increase. Conversely, neglecting his tasks would lead to a steady decline in his lac. Currently, his personal lac stood at 11, while his daily lac was at 10, which was quite commendable. Once again, he found himself reborn, endowed with a system. Why had he been bestowed with such fortune? Was it because he had been so inept in his previous life that heaven could no longer bear to watch? Lost in thought, he once more grasped the handle of the manual pump. Add points. Lac valued 11, 9, object, a hand-operated water pump, 1. Add points again. Lac valued 11, 8, object, a hand-operated water pump, 2. Introduction: this is a manual pump that requires water to be drawn in order to function. After bestowing lac, simply pressing it will yield water. 2. Turned gray. The hand-operated pump had reached its limit of lac, being an antiquated device, no matter how fortunate. It could only produce water, not any exquisite nectar. At that moment, a Qing rushed over, noticing him sitting on the ground. She tossed aside the plastic bag in her hand, hurriedly helping him up and asking, "Brother, what are you doing?" Wuan replied, "I'm just so hungry. I wanted to drink some water to stave off the hunger." Qing retorted, "Have you forgotten that this old pump doesn't work well? It might not even draw water with a water source, and now there is no water to draw. Wait for me to borrow some water from next door. The sun was blazing down, I'll help you inside." Wuan pointed at the pump, saying, "No need to borrow, I'll try to pump some water." Grasping the handle, he pressed down. With a creaking sound from the well, some murky water flowed from the spout, which soon became clear. Qing exclaimed in delight, "Brother! Water is flowing! Water is flowing!" Wuan smiled. It seemed his golden finger was quite promising. Qing, in awe, gave him a thumbs up. "Brother! You fixed this old pump. I didn't expect you had such skills. I heard the widow Zhang's pump is broken, you should go fix it too. And you might earn quite a bit." Wuan was taken aback. Indeed, it was a profitable venture, albeit one that was not entirely legitimate. Heading to the widow's house could easily lead him astray, resulting in wasted efforts and losses. He filled a ladle with water and drank it all in one go. The well water was sweet and particularly refreshing, revitalizing him from head to toe, making him feel remarkably alert. He handed the ladle to Qing, who also took a generous sip of the water. After a quick refreshing shower, Wuan opened the black plastic bag that Qing had brought, revealing pickled vegetables, dried kelp, and rice. Unable to consume them as they were, he set about preparing a meal. He rinsed the pickled vegetables several times, then sliced the sea bass and scored its flesh before lightly salting it. He instructed Qing to start a fire. Lacking a rice cooker, he rinsed the rice and placed it in a bowl, arranging the sea bass, dried kelp, and pickled vegetables onto separate plates, which were then placed in a large pot to steam. Once ready, the rice emitted a fragrant aroma. The sea bass was plated and drizzled with hot oil, achieving a perfect steamed dish. The kelp was briefly rinsed, cut into strips, and mixed with fragrant vinegar and soy sauce, resulting in a delightful cold kelp salad. The pickled vegetables were the simplest, ready to be eaten as they were. Wuan and Qing each held a bowl, savoring the meal in silence. After they finished, Qing, rubbing his belly, grinned and remarked, "Brother, I never knew you could cook so well. This steamed sea bass is incredibly fresh. And your cold kelp salad is even better than my mother's. The pickled vegetables are perfectly done. Wu-an smiled, who said that Ching was foolish. He had a way with compliments. In his previous life, working outside, he earned little, and to save money, he had learned to cook. Over time, he had indeed become proficient in the kitchen. He glanced at the clean dishes and said, "Let us clean up quickly, I'll take you out to earn some money." Ching nodded and got up to wash the bowls and chopsticks. However, he quickly returned, exclaiming, "Brother, the water pump I sent you working again. I forgot to leave water to guide it." Wu-an followed him outside, placing his hand on the pump and discovering it had run out of luck. He added a bit of water, pressed several times, and with a creak, water successfully flowed out. He filled another bucket, draining the pump of its luck entirely. Wu-an realized that the luck he had added was akin to durability, it diminished with use. Luck value 11.7. With limited luck each day. It could not be squandered but should be applied wisely. It was essential to earn money. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains. Rely on the water to eat from the water. Living in a small fishing village by the sea, he knew his first fortune would naturally come from foraging the shore. The sand shovel for climbing and the fishing rod could be considered tools, and perhaps even a fishing boat qualified as one. Yet now, he had nothing. He could only take Ching to the beach to explore. Opportunities would present themselves in time. He wasn't focused on making a fortune just yet. The immediate concern was food and drink. With nothing to eat at home but an abundance of water, he couldn't solely rely on drinking plain water. Fortunately, in the seaside fishing village, the ocean offered a bounty of resources. Conchs, clams, crabs, and an array of fish and shrimp were plentiful. Securing food and drink would be easy, achieving wealth wouldn't be difficult either. He glanced around the house. It couldn't be said to be completely bare. 2 straw hats still hung on the wall. He took down the hats, placing one on his head and giving the other to Ching. Just as he was about to step outside, he spotted through the window 2 sneaky figures lurking behind the nearby coconut trees. Squinting, he recognized them as Lin Bin and Lin Hu, villagers from their own community. The 2 individuals in question are cousins, several years older than him, lacking any legitimate employment, and harboring a fondness for fishing. Occasionally, they manage to sell their catch to repay debts. Among the youth in the village, he and Ching are at the bottom of the hierarchy, followed closely by these 2. That sea base was indeed stolen from them. It is likely that they returned to the scene of the incident only to discover that the body had vanished, prompting their visit to ascertain the situation. With a clever glint in his eyes, he led Ching through a small rear gate. Their intentions were innocent, merely to approach and greet the 2 men quietly. As they stealthily maneuvered around, they overheard Lin Bin and Lin Hu embroiled in a heated argument, oblivious to the presence of the 2 newcomers. Had they spotted anyone? Why was there no commotion at the Wu household? It was broad daylight, how could a body simply disappear? Huzi, should we call the police? One suggested. No way. Wu Atzi died from a fall while stealing fish. We can't clarify this matter and would undoubtedly be extorted for a hefty sum, Lin Hu replied. Frustration evident in his voice. Old Wu is a good man, but with his son gone, do you think he'll let us off the hook? Lin Hu's tone grew increasingly agitated, and as he instinctively turned his head, he was startled to see a figure resembling a mummy, wrapped in cloth. Standing opposite the coconut tree, its eyes fixed intently upon him. He yelped in terror, causing Lin Bin to jump in fright upon seeing Wu-an appear, exclaiming, "To good heavens! A ghost!" Wu-an elongated his words, lamenting, "I died such a tragic death." Lin Hu stepped back, scrutinizing Wu-an for a moment before unleashing an expletive. "What the hell, you little brat? So you didn't actually die?" Lin Bin, panting heavily, remarked, "You nearly scared me to death. What are you trying to pull? Sneaking up on us without a sound?" With that, both men let out sighs of relief. The fact that he was alive was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Lin Hu, with his temper flaring, berated Wu-an for deliberately frightening them. "Wu Atzi, can't you act like a decent human being for once? Always up to no good, and now you're playing ghost. If your father finds out, he'll surely blast you over the loudspeaker. Can't you do something to restore his honor?" The earlier incident, where old Wu threatened to sever ties with his son over a loudspeaker, had become a source of amusement for the villagers. Since then, anytime Wu engaged in activities around the village, the townsfolk would mockingly announce it through the loudspeaker. Clearing his throat, Lin Bin spoke earnestly, "To your brother who is right. You must refrain from your petty thefts, especially stealing fish. Consider your mother. Can she rest peacefully in the afterlife knowing you've brought shame upon yourself?" Wu scoffed lightly. While he acknowledged that his actions were wrong, he had risked his life and tarnished his reputation. These two, who had fled the scene without offering assistance, had no right to lecture him. They were peers. And invoking his parents' names only served to irk him further. Lin Hu glared. "What are you laughing at?" Wu maintained his smile. "I laugh because you speak the truth. Heeding your advice, I intend to turn over a new leaf and become a better person. So, could you possibly lend your support?" Lin Hu paused, taken aback by the sudden shift in Wu's demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Support? Support what?" Wu remarked, "As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. The fish you caught are quite delectable, and I wish to indulge further. Therefore, I kindly ask to borrow your 2 fishing rods." Lin Hu and Lin Bin felt a buzz in their heads. "Wait a moment. Those fish were not given by us. They were stolen. We chose not to pursue the matter, and yet you audaciously wish to take advantage of us." Wu, noticing their silence, escalated his tone. "What you just said was quite commendable. I trust it was not mere banter. My fate, whether good or ill, rests upon your whims. Surely, you would not desire to see me continue my descent into depravity, would you? This is what one might call moral coercion." Lin Hu and Lin Bin felt a chill sweep over their shoulders, as if an immense weight had descended upon them. Indeed, they had merely spoken in jest. To their astonishment, Wu escalated the situation, leaving them ensnared in a predicament from which there was no escape. With no other option, they reluctantly conceded. "You may borrow them, but they must be returned." Wu smiled amiably, nodding, Of course, of course. I'd Wu have turned over a new leaf. In the past, my words were as hollow as the wind, now each utterance carries weight. Rest assured." The two presented him with their least valuable fishing rods. Wu continued, "As the proverb states, if a good person sees things through to the end, one should deliver a Buddha all the way to the west. Additionally, I will need bait, a landing net, and a tackle box, otherwise, the fish I catch will be too large to bring ashore and I will have no place to store them." This moral coercion was beyond what Lin Hu and Lin Bin could withstand. They had no choice but to comply. Armed with a complete set of fishing gear, Wu and Aching merrily strolled toward the seaside, while Lin Bin and Lin Hu exchanged glances. Despite the arrangement being a loan, they felt as though they had been robbed. A sense of discomfort settled in. "Why do I feel that after Wu Erze sustained his head injury, he has become even more nefarious? There is no denying it, this tactic is too fierce for us to counter. Might he sell our fishing gear? That remains uncertain. Let us follow him and see." After a brief discussion, the two made their way toward the shore. Meanwhile, Aching, carrying the landing net and tackle box, curiously inquired, "Brother, where are we headed?" Wu countered, "Where else would we go but the beach?" Aching replied, "To the town to sell them, of course. We could fetch quite a sum. We could enjoy good food for several days." Wu shook his head. "Petty theft is one thing, but selling these fishing tools would incur criminal liability. It's pointless to discuss this with you. Aching, I intend to pursue a different path, one grounded in reality, leading us to great fortune." Aching scratched his head, seemingly perplexed, but soon experienced a moment of clarity. "I understand, brother. Indeed, living well is far superior to anything else. But can we catch any fish?" Wu smirked slightly, too apathetic to correct Aching's words, confidently asserting, "We can." Aching added, "Brother, when you previously took me fishing and we failed to catch anything for days, you swore you would never fish again, declaring that if you ever did." Wu grimaced, wishing to leave the past behind. "Let us not dwell on previous misfortunes." Finally, they arrived at the sandy beach. The tide is still rising, leaving only a sliver of the beach visible, rendering fishing impossible. Even the endeavor of gathering shells is thwarted. Fortunately, I encountered the two brothers, Lin Bin and Lin Hu. Had I not acquired their fishing gear, my excursion to the shore with Aching would have been fruitless. Wu An surveyed the landscape. To the east lay the pier, while to the west was a rocky shore, the very place where a tragic accident had occurred. Strewn with substantial boulders, ideal for fishing, most villagers preferred that area for their angling pursuits. Upon reaching the rocky shore, the waves crashed fiercely against the stones, sending sprays of water into the air. At this hour, the sun blazed with intensity, glancing at the sky. Wu An estimated it to be around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The beach was nearly deserted, which was quite agreeable. He casually found a large rock to stand upon, diligently preparing his fishing line and hook when Aching quietly exclaimed, "Brother, Lin Bin and Lin Hu have also arrived." Turning his head, Wu An noticed Lin Bin and Lin Hu about 20 meters away, having climbed onto a rock of their own. Lin Bin adeptly assembled his fishing gear and swiftly cast his line, skillfully demonstrating his technique for Wu An to see. After casting his line, Lin Hu called out, "Wu Zai, you have 1 hour. If you fail to catch anything, you must return our gear." Wu An chose to ignore him. He adjusted his fishing line and hook, baiting it with some rotten shrimp before casting his line, slightly turning the reel, and settled into the weight for a bite. However, after some time, there was no sign of activity. Aching mimicked his actions, and the two positioned their lines far apart to avoid tangling should they catch fish. As moments ticked by, Aching grew increasingly anxious, scratching his head and glancing towards Lin Bin and Lin Hu. The latter occasionally cast sidelong glances back at them, eventually. Lin Hu reeled in a fish, laughing as he proclaimed, "Not much luck here, it took so long for me to catch a palm-sized stonefish." "Wu Zai, Aching. Keep it up. You have only 40 minutes left." Aching turned to Wu An, asking, "Brother, what should we do? Perhaps we should make a run for it while they are busy with their catch. We could sell it in town, they surely wouldn't catch up to us." Wu An sighed inwardly. "Oh, the vast sea, it is truly nothing but water. I yearn to coexist with you as an ordinary person. But reality does not permit such simplicity. There is no choice but to resort to extraordinary measures. Yes, this fishing rod, please bestow upon me all the luck you possess." "Thank you. Luck valued 11, 4, ordinary sea rod, 3, description, this is an ordinary sea rod which, when enhanced with luck, guarantees the capture of sea creatures weighing under 10 pounds in areas teeming with fish. However, enhancing it with 3 points of luck seems to be the rod's limit. This rod is somewhat disappointing," Wu An mused, gazing expectantly at the sea. Nearby, Aching sighed heavily, saying, "Brother, Lin Bin has caught a fish too. And it's not small." The two were busily retrieving their catch. This was an opportune moment. Alas, their movements were so swift that escape now seemed impossible. He muttered incessantly. To many, fishing is perceived as a leisurely pastime, however, in reality, it can be exceedingly monotonous before a catch is made. The prolonged waiting can be particularly torturous for those lacking in patience. The sensation was akin to experiencing a stomach ache and rushing to the restroom, only to find it occupied. Each second felt interminable. Lin Bin, grasping a fish with a pair of fish pliers, exclaimed, "Alas, fortune has not favored us today." After 20 to 30 minutes, he finally reeled in a sea bass, weighing merely around 2 pounds. Though he spoke thus, it was more a display of bravado. "Brother, these two are practically glued together, I cannot endure this." Aching lamented, exasperated to the point of nearly casting his fishing rod aside, muttering that it was pointless to fish for such wretched creatures. Wu An interjected, calmly stating, "It matters not, I shall make my move." It was the year 2012. And such a quip had yet to emerge. Wu An himself was taken aback by his own words. Perhaps a testament to the notion that a man remains youthful at heart until death. Aching was momentarily taken aback, although he did not fully grasp the reference. He could sense the air of pretentiousness surrounding it. The two individuals on the adjacent rock were already in fits of laughter. "Goodness, how juvenile, you startle me." Wu Atsi teased, "Are you truly going to dive into the sea to catch fish?" The two continued their mockery. Aching shouted, "Laugh all you want, just wait." Observing Aching's flustered state, Lin Bin and Lin Hu burst into laughter. "Wait for what? There is still half an hour left. We are watching you." Once the time elapsed, the fishing rod would be returned. Wu An stood resolutely, rod in hand, his expression impassive as he gazed at the sea. From the shore, the ocean appeared as nothing but a vast expanse of water. Yet beneath the surface, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Large fish preyed upon smaller ones, smaller fish upon shrimp. And shrimp upon mayflies. The laws of the sea were vividly illustrated, with fish of all sizes swimming near the bait. One fish, for reasons unknown, suddenly perceived the bait as a tempting morsel and felt an irresistible urge to take a bite. Lacking intelligence and understanding of human treachery, it acted on instinct and lunged forward. Hiss. This shrimp is toxic. The fish that bit down instinctively darted downward, tugging the fishing line violently. The line tightened, and the tip of the rod bent. He had caught a fish. Wuan immediately lifted the rod, feeling a powerful resistance, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. Brother, you've hooked one. Qing shouted exuberantly, attracting the attention of Lin Bin and Lin Hu, who looked on with disdain, muttering about sheer luck. Certain it must be a small, insignificant fish. Wuan nodded, reeling in the line, engaged in a tug-of-war with the fish. The sensation of catching a fish was exhilarating. Particularly after such a prolonged wait, it was sheer ecstasy, indescribable in its delight. After a while, as the fish surfaced, Wuan beheld a sea bass, identical to the one Lin Bin had caught earlier, but larger. Brother, let me net the fish, Qing exclaimed, setting down his rod and turning to retrieve the net. Upon netting the fish, he reached directly to remove the hook. Wuan gasped in alarm, having no time to warn him. Fortunately, the fish did not struggle, or Qing might have sustained an injury. Qing lifted the fish high above his head, proclaiming, "My brother An has caught a magnificent sea bass weighing 7 to 8 pounds. Lin Hu retorted furiously, "Do you take us for fools? This one weighs at most 3 to 4 pounds. Qing exclaimed, "Is it larger than what you caught?" Lin Hu fell silent. Lin Bin curled his lips, focusing intently on his fishing. Qing, as if celebrating a victory, laughed heartily as he placed the fish into the fishing box. Wuan wasted no time, promptly rigging a rotten shrimp onto his hook and casting his line. With the luck bestowed upon him, he felt compelled to seize every fleeting moment. Qing cheerfully inquired, "Brother, can this fish fetch around 100 or 180 yuan?" Wuan replied ambiguously, roughly, "Yes." Yet, he had no real knowledge. Considering the size of the fish, it should be worth at least 10 to 20 yuan per pound, but in this small fishing village, where seafood was abundant, it might even be cheaper. Just as they were conversing, the tip of the rod dipped, signaling another catch. Wuan instinctively lifted the rod. All extraneous thoughts faded from his mind, leaving only the ocean rod and fishing line in his vision, as he devotedly reeled in the fish. He was completely absorbed, free from distractions, experiencing an exhilarating thrill. "Brother, look how quickly I've hooked another one. This is a consecutive catch. Come and see," Qing shouted excitedly, beckoning Lin Bin and Lin Hu to join him. The two individuals perched on the adjacent rock were left speechless. What a joke! Watching Wuan catch a fish was more painful than losing one themselves. Had this kid turned lucky? Feeling utterly defeated by Wu Er's display, they muttered in discontent. The two were grumbling while Wuan continued to tug at the fish. The rod bent into a dramatic arc, and he sensed that this fish was even larger than the last. The reel groaned under the strain, seeming to struggle with the load. Moments later, he managed to bring up a black sea bream. Wuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although catching the fish was exhilarating, reeling it in was undeniably laborious, and he was now soaked through. Fortunately, a gentle sea breeze provided some relief, otherwise, it would have been both hot and exhausting. Tossing the black bream into the box, he took a moment to observe that, despite being similar in size to a sea bass, the force it exerted underwater was significantly greater. Qing turned to the two on the rock, grinning as he asked, "Excuse me, is this black bream more valuable than a sea bass?" Lin Hu and Lin Bin ignored him, realizing that any response would only serve to humiliate them further. They fixated on their own rods, fervently wishing for a catch. Otherwise, they would soon reach their breaking point, utterly humiliated by the antics of Wu Erzai and Qing, two village rascals. Qing, suddenly enlightened, remarked, "Brother, it seems this black bream is quite valuable." Wuan burst into laughter. Who said Qing was foolish? Look at his cleverness. He noticed that his luck had diminished by 1 point and promptly cast his line again. After the previous two attempts, he had grown increasingly adept at casting. this time deliberately throwing it farther, about 20 to 30 meters, hoping to hook an even larger fish. But not too large. The system had warned that the rod could only handle fish weighing less than 10 pounds, leaving the outcome of a larger catch uncertain. He estimated that this flimsy rod might not withstand the strain of a fish exceeding 10 pounds. If it broke, that would turn joy into sorrow. Before long, perhaps 3 minutes passed, the fishing line suddenly tightened, emitting a buzzing sound as it sliced through the water, causing the tip of the rod to bend dramatically, forming an exaggerated arc reminiscent of a grand scimitar after Wuan raised his rod. The reel emitted a series of clicks, frantically releasing line. The two individuals perched on the adjacent rocky outcrop were consumed by envy, their eyes turning red with jealousy. Why were they still without a bite? How had Wu Atzi hooked yet another fish? Qing, witnessing Wu An's success, felt a surge of joy surpassing his own. He swiftly grasped the landing net, preparing for the imminent catch. Pull. Pull with all his might. Wu An vigorously reeled in the line, while the fish fought back fiercely, desperately attempting to plunge deeper into the sea. The struggle ensued, each side battling for dominance, yet as time progressed, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of Wu An. It was inevitable, although the fish possessed considerable strength in the ocean, it was ultimately just a fish. Moreover, the relentless tugging of the hook was excruciating. Initially, the pain prompted it to react instinctively with furious bursts of energy, but as the suffering prolonged, it did not become numb, rather, the fish yearned to weep from the agony. The more it struggled, the more intense the pain became. Gradually, its resistance waned. Enough. It was exhausted. Whatever would be, would be. Wu An sensed the diminishing strength of the fish's struggles and, seizing the moment, quickly reeled in the line. Soon, he had coaxed the fish to the surface. Brother, I believe this is a Black Sea bream. Hooray, this one is even larger than the last. It must weigh around 10 pounds. Qing exclaimed excitedly. The two individuals on the rocky outcrop, who had agreed to ignore the commotion, could not resist glancing over at Qing's exuberant shouts. Qing, stop shouting nonsense. Where is there a 10-pound black bream? I reckon the one caught weighs at most 4 or 5 pounds. They retorted disapprovingly. Qing laughed heartily, choosing not to engage with them. As he prepared to net the fish, which indeed was significantly larger than the previous one, explaining its greater strength. To be fair, fishing was undeniably pleasurable. In his previous life, while working in the city, he would pass by small rivers on his way back to the dormitory after work, where the banks were illuminated by spotlights illuminating the night fishermen. At that time, he had been puzzled, thinking these individuals were merely idling away, questioning why they would sacrifice rest after a long day's work for the sake of fishing at night. Now, however, he understood. Fishing was truly delightful and could even be lucrative. The 2 Black Sea bream and 1 sea bass he had caught could easily fetch 200 or 300 yuan at the market. In his past life, working as a waiter at a restaurant, he barely earned that much in a day. Ecstatic. Utterly ecstatic, Wu An continued to bait his hook and cast his line. Fishing was exhilarating, then he found it impossible to stop. Within less than a minute, the rod bent again, signaling yet another catch. Wu An raised his rod, the line taut and slicing through the water, feeling the powerful tug of the fish. A broad smile spread across his face, another large fish. Qing stood agape. Wait, brother. You said you would catch something, and I didn't realize you were not merely speaking in jest. I think those two next door are about to lose their minds. With their fishing rods, they aimed for the biggest and most numerous catches, watching enviously as Wu An reveled in his success. This was pure bliss, an unparalleled thrill. Wu An chuckled heartily. Stay humble, stay humble. Meanwhile, the two individuals next door were on the verge of madness. Another fish on the line. This lad is remarkably fortunate. Oh heavens, have you truly lost your sight, allowing such a scoundrel to catch fish in succession? Before long, a sea bass leaped from the depths, as if attempting to take flight. Qing scratched his head and inquired, brother, why is this fish thrashing about so wildly, as if under the influence of something intoxicating? Is it in agony? Wu An chuckled, perhaps. Beside them, Lin, who could no longer contain himself, and exclaimed, you two fools, that's just it washing its gills. Lin Bin coughed lightly, don't remind them. Lin Hu immediately fell silent. Wu-An had scarcely fished in his lifetime, and Qing knew even less. The sea bass was thrashing in an effort to dislodge the hook. Any moderately knowledgeable angler would swiftly adjust their tactics to prevent the fish from escaping. Qing remarked, "Brother, there must be something amiss." Wu-An smiled, "It matters not. Though we may lack fishing prowess, we can still catch fish in succession, unlike those two, who know everything yet achieve nothing but to watch helplessly." Qing grinned. He quickly extended the landing net and successfully scooped the fish up. The two onlookers sighed heavily, begrudgingly cursing this sea bass for being so foolish as to not escape. Qing placed the fish into the tackle box, joyfully exclaiming, "It's about the same size as the first sea bass." Wu-An cast his line once more. Almost immediately, he felt a tug. The rod tip dipped slightly but did not fully submerge. Wu-An swiftly reeled in the line, soon bringing a small fish to the surface. Without waiting for Qing to assist with the landing net, he forcefully lifted the rod, sending the fish flying onto the rocks. It was a stonefish, comparable in size to the one Lin Hu had caught earlier, quite small indeed. Qing, with a look of disdain, shouted, "How pathetic." Lin Hu muttered a curse under his breath. He sensed Qing was subtly mocking him, yet he had no grounds for rebuttal, having only caught one stonefish himself. Any attempt at conversation would surely invite Qing's derision. Qing reached out to grab the fish, but Wu-An quickly cautioned, "Be careful, this fish has spines." Qing nodded, recalling a childhood incident where he was tricked into catching a stonefish, resulting in painful stings that left his hand swollen and led him to cry out in distress while those around him laughed, calling him a fool. Since then, he had refrained from associating with those individuals. With great care, he grasped the stonefish and tossed it into the tackle box. Wu-An remarked, "Stonefish may not be valuable, but they are quite delicious. If we can catch a few more, we can prepare a feast tonight." Qing swallowed hard and eagerly nodded, "I'll heed your words." Little did he know, the next 3 fish he caught were all stonefish, filling him with joy. The sensation of catching fish in succession was exhilarating. Fortunately, Qing aided in netting the fish and removing the hooks, allowing Wu-An to simply attach bait without any delay. After reeling in another stonefish, luck seemed to wane once more, leaving only a trace of fortune. After approximately 4 minutes, he felt a tug again. It was a sea bass. "Brother, this sea bass is the largest yet, weighing at least 10 pounds. Impressive, my brother," Qing exclaimed with fervor. On the adjacent rock formation, 2 individuals maintained their fishing stances, seemingly motionless. After all, there was little reason to move without a catch. Wu-An had grown accustomed to Qing's flamboyance. Although the fish he had caught was not particularly large, weighing around 6 to 7 pounds, he was nonetheless satisfied that none of them had escaped. As he prepared to cast his line again with a bait of rotten shrimp, he infused his fishing rod with a touch of luck. Luck valued 11, 2, ordinary sea rod 3, just as he cast the line and had yet to exchange a few words with Qing. The tip of his rod suddenly dipped, he had hooked a fish. His intuition proved correct, luck dictated the success of the catch, and the higher the luck value, the quicker the fish would bite, and vice versa. "Brother, you are so quick. You've hooked another one?" Qing exclaimed, his envy palpable. Ultimately unable to suppress his yearning for fishing, he inquired, "Can I reel one in?" Wu-An shook his head. "You fish for yourself. If the fish were to escape, it would surely create a rift between them." In a previous life, he had witnessed brothers on Doin who, after having sworn brotherhood, turned against each other over a lost fish. The comment section was inundated with understanding, suggesting that even the most unbreakable bonds would fray under such circumstances. Qing, feeling dejected, lamented, "I'm just like those 2 next door, my rod has shown any sign of life." Lin Hu felt slighted and retorted angrily, "What are you talking about? We are not the same, I've just caught a rockfish." Lin Bin waved dismissively, wearing a look of disdain. "I've just caught a sea bass, what have you managed?" Qing was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. Wu-An shot a glance at the two, mocking his younger brother, and asked, "Have you consulted me about this?" He reached for Qing's fishing rod and bestowed the last 2 points of luck upon it. Gesturing casually, "Qing, change your position." Qing obediently adjusted his stance. After a brief wait, he opened his mouth to speak, "Brother." When suddenly the tip of his rod dipped. The fishing line tightened, then the reel released some line. "I've hooked a fish." "Oh yeah? Brother. You're truly amazing. This luck is unbeatable wherever you point at the fish bite," he shouted in excitement, quickly reeling in a rockfish. Although it was only the size of his palm, it was a significant catch nonetheless. He gleefully called out to Lin Hu, "Now we're even." Lin Hu responded with an obscene gesture. On Wuan's side, he too had reeled in a sea bass not particularly large. He effortlessly flung it onto the rock without needing a net. Without Aching's assistance, he fumbled a bit as he removed the fish hook, placing the fish into his tackle box before rebaiting with rotten shrimp. The dead fish and rotten shrimp he had procured from Lin Hu were nearly exhausted, but he estimated they would last until his luck value was depleted. As he finished rebaiting, Aching was also ready. Both cast their lines simultaneously. Unsurprisingly, Wuan was the first to catch a fish. While he initially thought he had hooked another rockfish, upon reeling it in, he discovered it was a small grouper, weighing about a pound. Aching, on the other hand, had caught a sea bass and, upon seeing the grouper, exclaimed, "Oh wow, it's a grouper. That fish is quite valuable. Brother, your luck is indeed greater." Wuan smiled. Having worked in the outside world in a previous life, his memories of the fish from his hometown were somewhat hazy. Yet he was distinctly aware of the value of the grouper. Why? In his previous life, working in a restaurant, the most expensive dish he encountered was the steamed grouper. Occasionally, when customers inquired, he would elaborate on its benefits, such as its ability to invigorate the spleen and boost energy, alongside its low-fat, high-protein, and nutritionally rich attributes. Its delicate and pure white flesh, akin to chicken, earned it the esteemed title of sea chicken and other culinary accolades. As he removed the fishing hook and placed the fish into the tackle box, he noticed a slight decrease in his luck value. It seemed that the higher the value of the caught sea fish, the more rapidly his luck diminished. Simultaneously, both he and his companion, the Aching, were hooked onto spoiled shrimp. Aching exclaimed, "I feel a bite coming, let us compete to see who catches a fish first." Wuan nodded in agreement with a smile. Meanwhile, the two fishermen beside them remained utterly still. Their rods showed no signs of activity. Yet those two were engrossed in their own contest of who would catch a fish first, which was quite vexing. "Should we change our position?" Aching suggested. "I've already switched," Wuan replied. "Those two must be benefiting from the novice halo." As they conversed, Wuan and Aching simultaneously hooked fish, both reeling in Black Sea bream. After a brief comparison, Aching remarked, "Brother, yours is slightly larger." The two joyfully chatted as they cast their lines again, catching fish almost instantly. Was there anything more exhilarating than this? They continued to reel in sea bass and black bream, and Wuan noticed both their rods were nearly depleted of luck. Aching tossed a fish into the tackle box, exclaiming, "Brother, our box is almost full." Wuan replied, "That is splendid. This box of fish could fetch at least 600 or 700 yuan. "Really?" Aching, who was attaching more spoiled shrimp as bait, looked up in astonishment. "Can we sell them for that much?" It was 2012, and if Wuan recalled correctly, working odd jobs at the dock barely earned him over 1,000 yuan a month. The jobs in the nearby county or city yielded just over 2,000. "Of course." Wuan chuckled. "This box is filled with fish. If you don't believe me, just ask Lin Hu and Lin Bin." Without waiting for an inquiry, Lin Hu and Lin Bin turned their backs. Aching chuckled, "Brother, what if we sell these fish and buy several fishing rods? We could emulate Lin Hu and Lin Bin fishing every day. If our luck holds, the villagers will surely regard us with newfound respect." Wuan was taken aback. "Do you truly think so?" Aching nodded vigorously, "Yes. My mother has always discouraged me from associating with you, claiming you would lead me astray. However, if we could make money from fishing, she would certainly allow me to spend time with you." Wuan replied, "Very well. Let us make something of ourselves. Earn substantial wealth, and live well. We shall earn the villagers' admiration and make our families proud." Aching nodded emphatically. With no time for sentimentality, they hooked another fish. Wuan caught a sea bass while Aching landed a black bream, with luck value still at a low. Wuan guessed that catching one more fish would deplete his luck entirely. Looking into the bucket, he discovered only one last spoiled shrimp remained. When he approached Lin Hu and Lin Bin for more, they ignored him completely. With no other options, Wuan handed the spoiled shrimp to Aching. In a final attempt driven by hope, Wuan gritted his teeth and attached a small stone jogong before casting it far into the ocean. It was precisely by casting far that he had previously caught the largest black bream. Aching inquired, "Will this catch any fish?" Wuan shook his head, uncertain of the outcome. Nevertheless, he had faith in the system and recalled that in his past life, fishermen had indeed caught colossal creatures in this very spot. If others could succeed, so could he. As moments ticked by, Aching had already hooked a fish while Wuan remained still. The line on his reel unwinding significantly as the small stone jogong ventured further into the depths. Lin Hu and Lin Bin were secretly observing, whispering to each other. Wu Eazai aims to catch a giant. This is utterly laughable, using a stone jogong to catch something massive, truly the audacity of the ignorant. What about us? We haven't had a nibble yet. No worries, once they run out of bait, they'll surely leave, and then we can fish over there. If they can catch fish one after another, we surely can too. Meanwhile, a sizable fish was meandering along the ocean floor, encountering a hapless small fish which it devoured without hesitation. Suddenly, a small stone jogong came into its line of sight, prompting the large fish to approach eagerly. It took a bite, but as soon as it swallowed, it sensed something amiss and darted toward the rocky seabed. On the surface, the fishing line jerked outward sharply, bending the rod as Wuan felt the tremendous pull. Instinctively, he lifted the rod, the force causing his upper body to lean forward. Aching noticed and quickly yanked him back, stabilizing his stance. Had he been pulled into the sea, the jagged rocks below would spell disaster. Lin Hu and Lin Bin stared in astonishment. What the hell? Did he really hook something big? What kind of luck is this? It defies explanation. They were both exasperated. It's a big fish. Wuan urgently shouted, hastily reeling in the line, the reel creaking under the strain as the rod bent perilously close to the rocky wall. In less than a minute, the rod snapped. Wuan was taken aback, but fortunately, the line remained intact. Aching, visibly anxious, held his breath, fearing that any disturbance might scare off the fish or break the line. After all this effort, if it escapes, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Disregarding his own rod, Aching tossed it aside and swiftly grabbed the landing net, stretching it towards the surface of the water in hopes of quickly securing the catch. Meanwhile, Lin Hu muttered from the nearby rocky outcrop, if the line breaks, if the hook comes loose, if the fish escapes. Oh heavens! Please keep your eyes open. He felt that if this large fish were to be pulled up, it would be an affront to nature. Lin Bin gritted his teeth. That was my rod. I'll have to demand compensation from Wuan. With one hand gripping the broken rod and the other desperately cranking the reel, Wuan leaned back, exerting all his strength against the fish. He could feel the large creature maneuvering among the rocks in the deeper waters. If the line were to rub against the sharp edges, it would surely snap. Fortunately, he fervently shook the reel, rapidly reeling in the line. And it proved quite effective. They remained in this stalemate for nearly 10 minutes. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, yet he felt no fatigue, instead. An invigorating energy coursed through his body. Fish possess an enchanting allure. The larger the fish, the more potent the enchantment. This explains why anglers often lose track of time and forget to return home, entranced by their pursuit of the catch. At this moment, Wuan was such an angler. His desire to catch this fish eclipsed any longing he might have for a woman. If one were to present him with a stunning beauty, alluring and inviting, he would merely respond, "Go away, I am fishing." Suddenly, a massive dark shadow surged from the depths of the ocean, crashing through the surface and sending a shower of water splashing, causing everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment. Wow, what a huge fish. Bro. It looks like a sea bass. Indeed, it was a sea bass, thrashing wildly upon the water's surface as if under the influence of some potent stimulant. It's washing its gills. Wuan was trembling with anxiety. Fortunately, despite the fish's vigorous thrashing, the hook remained securely lodged in its mouth. The two anglers nearby cast in disbelief. Damn it, it's still hooked. How is it that it's a clean catch? Abin. What kind of fishing line did you buy? It's incredibly resilient, not at all like your usual style. Lin Bin was exasperated, retorting, "Guan Lin Mu. This is my style." Wuan continued to reel in the line, The sea bass leaped and dove, but it was akin to a grasshopper in autumn, its energy waning. As the line tightened, it drew nearer to the rocks. Sensing the moment was right, Ching swiftly prepared the landing net. They succeeded in netting it. The expressions of the two anglers on the nearby boulder were akin to those mourning a great loss. "We've been fishing here for years and have never caught a fish this size. My dream fish. How could he possibly land it? The heavens must be blind." Watching Wu and reel in the fish was more painful than a personal defeat for them. The two lamented, consumed by envy and jealousy. "Wow, it's so heavy. A fish of this size must be worth a fortune. Bro, you are amazing." Wu and laughed heartily, regardless of its market value. The sheer exhilaration of landing the fish was immensely gratifying. Only when he placed the fish on the rocks did he truly feel the weariness set in. So exhausting. Yet, it was a gratifying fatigue. The fish measured over half a meter and weighed at least 10 to 20 pounds. Thankfully, it wasn't any larger, had it been. The line and reel would surely have faltered, rendering him unable to land it, a truly disheartening prospect. Regrettably, he lacked a mobile phone, otherwise he would have snapped a few photos for posterity. He called out to Lin Hu and Lin Bin to borrow theirs, but both family refused. Lin Bin even added, "If you break my fishing rod, you'll have to compensate." Ching chimed in, "Your rod is so flimsy that it nearly let the fish escape. We are lucky we didn't hold you accountable." Lin Bin was infuriated, insisting he would require compensation in the form of at least 3 sea bass. Wu An smirked inwardly and called out, "Ching, we've resolved to turn over a new leaf, so we can't resort to dishonesty." Lin Bin's point was valid, whoever broke the fishing rod should bear the responsibility. Lin Bin chuckled, "Now that sounds reasonable. Wu Zai. I never imagined you would truly change your ways. Being a good person is no easy feat, you must continue striving. Present me with 3 substantial offerings to demonstrate your sincere reformation, shall we?" "You are attempting to morally coerce me?" Wu An interjected, "Wait a moment." Lin Bin, growing anxious, exclaimed, "Are you having second thoughts?" Wu An replied, "Understand your urgency, but hold your horses, your fishing rod is broken, correct? Allow me to provide an explanation." With that, he lifted the sea bass and delivered 2 slaps, berating it as he did, "You broke their fishing rod and yet you dare not utter a sound. I ought to teach you a lesson. Apologize." Not just the people, even the fish appeared bewildered, its mouth opening and closing in a manner that, though not comprehensible, surely conveyed its indignation towards Wu An. Ching scratched his head, concerned, "Has brother An lost his mind?" Lin Bin, realizing the absurdity, shouted, "Wu Zai. Stop pretending to be mad." Wu An, with utmost seriousness, said, "Let us reason together. Was it not this sea bass that broke the fishing rod? After all, I caught it as its master. Is it not reasonable for me to vent my frustrations on it? Or perhaps you would prefer to deliver a few slaps yourself. If that does not suffice, how about you spend 1,000 to buy it and then personally deal with it? As the saying goes, a life for a life. The life of this fish would adequately compensate for your rod." Lin Bin trembled with anger. "You dare?" Wu An sighed, "I am genuinely sincere. If you refuse to accept it, there is little I can do. Your unwillingness to spend 1,000 indicates that you are not as enraged about the broken rod as you claim." With such a heavy blow, Lin Bin felt somewhat dizzy. His fishing rod was broken, yet he was expected to purchase a fish. Even more absurd was his attempt to unleash his frustration on a mere fish. Had he lost his senses? He shouted furiously, "I demand compensation." Wu An shrugged, "You must be out of your mind. Wrongs have their rightful owners. What compensation do you seek from me? I am, like you, a victim in this scenario." Lin Bin muttered curses under his breath, while Wu An dismissed him as inconsequential. Experience has shown that being a villain is far more comfortable than being a virtuous individual. If he were to reform, it would depend on the circumstances. In the face of Lin Bin and Lin Hu, he must appear even more unscrupulous to avoid being taken advantage of. At that moment, Ching hooked a fish. Quickly reeling in a stone 9 fish, his luck with the rod at an all-time high. Wu An immediately urged Ching to pack up. But Ching was reluctant to leave, his excitement over the fishing too intoxicating. He said, "Brother, I'm getting bites now. Let us fish a little longer. Perhaps I can catch a big one too." Wu shook his head. We haven't oxygenated the bait box, so many fish in there will suffocate. Delaying further could lead to more deaths among them. Dead fish are far cheaper than live ones. Do you understand the concept of loss outweighing gain? Ching admitted his lack of understanding but nodded obediently. I'll listen to you, brother. Lin Hu intercepted them, stating, since you are done fishing, you must return the rod to us. Wu casually complied, for anything besides the bait box was merely a burden to him. Even the bait box was cumbersome, weighing dozens of kilograms. Lin Hu eagerly seized the opportunity, and once the two had walked away, he hurried over to the spot where Wu had just stood, casting his line into the sea with great anticipation. This was indeed a prime fishing location. Coupled with the aura of a novice, Lin Hu was filled with confidence, thinking that if he did not catch a fish soon, it would be utterly unjust. Wu accompanied Ching towards the dock, where several establishments were ready to purchase their catch. Unable to resist, Ching glanced back and remarked, brother, Lin Hu has gone to the rocky outcrop where we were fishing earlier. Wu chuckled, let him be. If he weren't cheating, he wouldn't catch anything there at all. When Lin Hu ultimately fails to catch any fish, he will surely recall how Ching and I were reeling them in. And that will be even more distressing for him. Indeed, he brought this upon himself. Who can he blame? The two of them carried their fishing gear. But as they walked, water splashed everywhere, and at this rate, they might not even reach the dock before the fish in their cooler suffocated. Ching suggested, brother, let me carry it by myself. You just handle that large sea bass. The villagers often regarded Ching as somewhat simple-minded, yet in truth, he was quite honest. When wronged, he never sought revenge or complained, he merely endured the discomfort silently, which led the villagers to perceive him as easy to bully. Now, Ching simply wished to exert himself a bit more to ease his brother's burden. Wu did not refuse, nodding in agreement, all right, give it a try. He placed the cooler on the ground and released his grip. However, even with all his might, Ching could only lift the cooler slightly, managing a few steps before admitting, brother, it's a bit heavy. Wu, not surprised in the slightest, replied, carrying it together isn't practical. Go home and fetch the cat. Ching nodded and dashed home. Upon returning with the cat, he was stopped by Li Wan, who had just emerged from the house, and she inquired, what are you doing with the cat? Ching shouted, Mom, I'm going to get the fish. Li Wan, intrigued, asked, what fish? Where did you get the fish? Oh dear, you're drenched in sweat and sunburnt all over. Hurry inside for some ice cream to cool off, stop fussing around. Ching shook his head, no, I can't. My brother is waiting for me. Upon hearing this, Li Wan's expression darkened, you're just following that good-for-nothing one again. In the past, Ching would not have dared to argue, but today he boldly protested, my brother is not a good-for-nothing. He said he wants to turn over a new leaf. Today he took me fishing, and we caught a lot of fish. We couldn't carry them, so we came home to get the cat. With that, he dashed past Li Wan and out the door. Li Wan was astonished. Everyone in the village knew Wu An's reputation, especially after his father had recently severed ties with him. He can fish. More likely, he is stealing. She exclaimed. He is teaching you to lie now, isn't he? Is he sending you to steal someone else's catch? Tell the truth to your mother. Ching, growing impatient, retorted, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Li Wan relented, all right, I'll go with you. Having taken just 2 steps, Ching abruptly halted, handing the cat over to Li Juan before dashing back into the house. Moments later, he emerged clutching a foam box. Curiously, Li Juan inquired, what did you bring this time? Ching replied, ice pops. This way, they won't melt easily. Mother, hurry up. With that, he set off running ahead. Li Juan, fuming with frustration at her unfortunate son, muttered to herself that had she known, she would never have brought him into this world. While scolding him, she hastened to keep pace with him, a cat in tow. Under the shade of the trees, Wu An sat on a fishing box, whistling. The evening air in the small fishing village was pleasantly cool, especially as the sea breeze caressed his sweat-drenched skin. Villagers passing by chose to circumvent him. Having been away from the village for several years, many had become strangers, and no one greeted him. He found solace in this anonymity, and when someone else's gaze met his, he offered a smile. However, the recipient of his smile scurried away, nearly sprinting. Once the villagers had distanced themselves, they gathered in hushed conversation. That fishing box Wu Atsi sits on seems to belong to Lin Hu. How dare he steal Lin Hu's fishing box? His audacity grows bolder. Old Wu severed ties with him to instill fear, yet this rascal has completely liberated himself. Indeed. Just a moment ago, he smiled at me. Quite terrifying. What if he has taken a fancy to you? You ought to rush home and check if your wife is still there, ha ha ha. Ganlenma. Wu chuckled silently at the villagers' exaggerated reactions. Since returning from university, he had indeed been quite reckless, engaging in numerous unscrupulous activities, which led the villagers to regard him as though he were a ghost. Yet, compared to the chaos of his previous life, he now had ample time to gradually rectify the situation. Amidst the boredom, this was rather amusing. Just then, a figure halted before him. Looking up, he saw a girl of average stature, yet her attire was striking: black stockings, a short leather skirt, and a spaghetti strap top. Her face was unremarkable but heavily made up. It was Xiao Fang. Having lived 2 lives, he regarded her in silence, his emotions a tangle of complexity. Indeed, his previous life had been fraught with misery, much of which he had brought upon himself. However, Xiao Fang bore some responsibility as well. She was the one who initiated the relationship and later suggested their breakup, only to quickly engage in flirtations with other men. Had she ever considered his feelings? He had often regretted it. Had he not let go of Xiao Fang, not allowed his entanglement with her to lead to hospitalization, not burdened his father, and not disappointed his brother and sister-in-law, how different his life might have been. In dreams, he had realized a better existence, only to awaken with tears staining his pillow. Now, he had the opportunity to manifest all the regrets and dreams he had once harbored. Thus, he resolved to start by relinquishing his fixation on Xiao Fang. Xiao Fang, feeling the weight of his gaze, rolled her eyes in disdain and said, "What are you staring at? You can't look at me like that. If you keep staring, I warn you, we have no relationship now." "I remember that." Nodding, Huan replied, "You stopping in front of me surely isn't to say such things, is it? If you have something to say, just say it plainly. We wouldn't want the villagers to misinterpret our interaction." He vaguely recalled that before leaving his hometown in his previous life, Xiao Fang had approached him once, yet after such a long time, he found himself unable to recall the details of that encounter. Wu An's demeanor was remarkably serene, which left Xiao Fang feeling perplexed. She scrutinized him, seeking to discern whether he was merely putting on a brave face or speaking the truth. Moreover, he was concerned about being misunderstood by the villagers. Surely, it should be her who was worried. Xiao Fang felt inexplicably irritated and declared, "Very well. Accompany me to the county hospital tomorrow morning. You treated my friend so harshly. It is not enough to merely compensate her financially. You must sincerely apologize and bow 90 degrees, seeking her forgiveness." Her words, imbued with righteous fervor, left no room for doubt, exuding an unfathomable confidence that Huan would comply without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Huan recollected that in his previous life, Xiao Fang had made the same demand for him to apologize, and he had indeed gone to do so, only to be met with insults that deeply wounded him, ultimately leading him to depart to distant lands. In this life, would he still apologize? Absolutely not. In his previous existence, not only did Huan go to apologize, but the situation escalated to the point where his father was compelled to apologize as well. The individual he had struck came from a wealthy family, reputed to own several fishing boats, and was the only child. In the end, both he and his father faced humiliation, while Xiao Fang seized the opportunity to catch that man's eye, successfully marrying him and living a life envied by all. Did she consider him a stepping stone to her own happiness? How absurd. Huan inwardly cursed, while outwardly asserting, "I will not apologize." Not apologize? On what grounds do you refuse? Xiao Fang's voice rose sharply, piercingly, "Let me tell you, if you don't apologize, you will be utterly finished. In fact, urging you to apologize is my way of helping you, of salvaging your reputation. Apologizing might even persuade your father to allow you to return home." Huan scoffed. Responding without courtesy, then I should thank your ancestors for generations. Shunfeng, I must remind you, we currently have no relationship. What gives you the right to offer me assistance? You should simply go somewhere cool and stay there. In the past, Shunfeng had employed her persuasive tactics. Combining reason with emotion, presenting herself as someone genuinely concerned for his well-being, and with a touch of sweetness, she could easily manipulate Wu An. However, today, she was unexpectedly met with failure. Stung by Wu An's sardonic remarks, Shunfeng widened her eyes and, after a considerable pause, exclaimed with a flushed face. I thought we were still friends after our breakup. Furthermore, I believe you are not beyond redemption. If you listen to me and apologize sincerely, I could actually give you another chance. No, please do not grant me any chances. Wu An hastily rejected her proposition. Having spent countless hours on Douyin in his previous life, he had become immune to Shunfeng's charming rhetoric and continued with utmost seriousness. Hearing you say that only solidifies my resolve not to apologize. You broke up with me, and I struck that individual. We are done, and we owe each other nothing. Shunfeng was taken aback by Wu An's disdainful attitude, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger as she shouted, Wu An, are you out of your mind? You keep bothering me. And you left Chenlong in such a terrible state. What do you mean by saying all this now? Wu An nodded in agreement. I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly had issues in the past. Thus, I experienced a moment of profound realization and resolved to turn over a new leaf. Shunfeng inhaled deeply and declared, well, that is your assertion. However, an apology is still warranted. If you refuse to go, I shall inform your father and have him apologize on your behalf. After all, he holds a respectable position in our village. And I am certain you do not wish to bring disgrace upon him. You dare. Go ahead and try. Wu An's expression darkened as he raised his voice. You are the one who unilaterally proposed our breakup, I did not consent. You were at the dock, embracing another man, and I acted out of anger. Is that not reasonable? Ultimately, this is your fault. Yet, the deed is done, and as a man, I take responsibility and do not shift the blame onto you. You should be secretly relieved. You wish for me to apologize. Very well, I shall have a candid conversation with Chenlong about how you pursued me. How the gestures of affection were initiated. To combat malice with malice, one must be even more ruthless when confronting adversaries. Shunfeng screamed, you are speaking nonsense. I did not. Wu An, I have misjudged you, I never anticipated you to be such a person. You are truly beyond redemption. More wretched than the mark of a marsh. No wonder your father severed ties with you. That was the right decision. Even a hint of association with someone like you repulses me. With that, she turned and departed, quickening her pace until she broke into a run. Shunfeng pondered. Had Wu An truly changed, or was her charm simply lacking? Yet, Wu An had spoken so definitively. She dared not force him to apologize or seek Chenlong's favor in this matter. Alternative strategies must be devised. Wu An nearly took Chenlong's life for my sake. Surely, he harbors deep feelings for me, and they must be fervent. He is deliberately provoking me to prevent my union with Chenlong. Yes, it must be so. Wu An, on the day I wed Chenlong, I shall witness whether you will weep inconsolably. Wu An watched Shunfeng retreat until her figure vanished around the corner. At which point he withdrew his gaze, lost in contemplation. In a previous life, he had offered money and apologies, yet Chenlong's family relentlessly pursued him, contributing to his decision to leave. A solution must be devised to alter the course of events. The one who ties the knot must also be the one to untie it. It seems I cannot circumvent Shunfeng in this matter. There is no need for haste. I shall take my time. Wu An resumed his seat, crossing his legs and idly bouncing them. At the corner, Qing inquired, Mom, since Shunfeng has left. May we go out now? Li Wan nodded, releasing Qing. She had been watching Wu An and Shunfeng converse for quite some time and had led Qing to eavesdrop. The words Wu An spoke had greatly exceeded her expectations. Indeed, there was something different about him. Could he genuinely be seeking reform? Let us hope it is not merely a fleeting enthusiasm. Li Wan murmured quietly to herself, pulling the cart to follow. Qing dashed ahead to retrieve the popsicles. Relieved that they were well wrapped, it had not taken long, and they had not melted too severely. Wu An accepted one and promptly stuffed it into his mouth, taking large bites, chewing a few times before swallowing. Upon noticing Li Wan approaching, he quickly stood to greet her. "Aunt Li, you have come as well. With this modest catch of fish, Qing and I can easily take it to sell." Li Wan inquired, "Let me see." Qing popped a popsicle into his mouth and lifted the lid of the fishing box, revealing an overwhelming number of fish, one piled atop another, with those at the bottom likely unable to move, while the topmost fish still flopped about. "So many?" Li Wan exclaimed in astonishment, her expression laced with skepticism. "Did you really catch all these?" Qing replied confidently, "Of course. Besides me and Angu, no one in our village could catch so many fish." "Mother, what kind of eyesight do you have? So many fish couldn't possibly be stolen. Earlier today, my brother tried to steal one and ended up falling and injuring his head, bleeding quite a bit." "What?" Li Wan quickly turned to Wu and adjusted his hat, thinking that Qing had a knack for bringing up uncomfortable topics. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "It's just a minor injury, it's nothing serious. We should hurry to sell this, they look like they won't last much longer." Qing promptly took action, and the two of them loaded the fishing box onto the cart. Although Wu An initially offered to pull the cart, Qing insisted on doing so as well, but Li Wan intervened, saying, "Let me handle it. You two look too hot. Go ahead and enjoy your popsicles to cool down." Wu An and Qing busied themselves eating popsicles while pushing the cart from either side. Before long, they arrived at the dock. The area was bustling with activity, with numerous fishing boats moored and a row of storefronts serving as business fronts, including several stalls that purchased seafood. Li Wan led them to one stall, saying, "You two ask here first, I'll check out a few others." Qing, always quick to speak, chimed in, "Mother, there's no need to complicate things. When my brother and I previously stole seafood, we always went to Old Chen." Li Wan shook her head and shot Qing a disapproving glance, thinking to herself, "You foolish boy, how can you say such things?" She set down the cart and walked over to the neighboring stall. Wu An coughed a couple of times and quickly beckoned Old Chen to come out. This was his first opportunity to earn some money, and he was unsure how much they could sell it for. The prices of seafood were not fixed. They fluctuated with market demand and varied between peak and off-peak seasons. For instance, when blue crabs flooded the market, prices would drop considerably. Old Chen emerged from the shop, casually scooping a handful of water from a tank to wash his hands. "Oh, it's you two troublemakers. What a large fishing box you've got. Did you manage to score a big haul today? Surely, you didn't clean out another fisherman's catch." Although others were less fond of Wu An, Old Chen enjoyed their visits, as they brought stolen fish he could help sell at a lower price. Even if the original owner came looking, they wouldn't trace it back to him. Qing immediately protested, "It's not stolen. My brother and I caught this by the seaside. It's much more tiring than stealing. So you better give us a good price this time." Wu An nodded in agreement. Qing was indeed straightforward, saying whatever came to mind, which led others to consider him foolish. However, he saw nothing wrong with being honest. This sincerity was why he was willing to bring Qing along. Had he been with someone more cunning, he would have hesitated. Old Chen smiled, his gaze clearly suggesting he found them naive. Without further ado, he said, all right. Open the fishing box and let me see the goods." Qing complied, lifting the lid of the box. Old Chen lowered his head and widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is an astonishing amount. You all have quite the audacity." Qing chuckled, "What is the fuss? It's just fishing." Old Chen shot him a sideways glance, thinking to himself that the lad was putting on quite the act if he didn't know their true characters. He might have been deceived. He genuinely desired the entire catch, as it could yield him a considerable profit. With a glint in his eye, he said, "I cannot accept such a bounty." Qing grew anxious, "Not accept? Old Chen, we didn't steal this. My brother borrowed fishing rods from Lin Hu and Lin Bin, and we caught them one by one." Old Chen's eyes widened. "What? You stole from the Lin brothers? That makes it even less likely I can accept this. What if they come and turn my stall upside down?" Qing scratched his head. "Why are you being more foolish than I am? I already said it wasn't stolen." Old Chen laughed. "Who would believe that? This I sent you just 1 or 2 fish, the risk is too great. Unless, Chin quickly interjected, unless what? Old Chen replied. Unless you sell each fish for $10, then I might consider it. For the whole box, I'll give you 200. That is not a small sum. It'll keep you two living lavishly for several days. Chin was incredulous and exclaimed, Old Chen, how can you be so heartless? This big sea bass my brother caught weighs at least a dozen pounds, then you are offering us only 200. Old Chen retorted. That is practically a windfall for you. What more could you want? Besides, who else at this dock would dare buy your fish apart from me? So, what is it going to be, sell or leave? His tone was brusque, there was no need for pleasantries with a couple of rascals. If he could make a deal, splendid. If not, it was of no consequence. He was not exaggerating, he truly had to consider the risks if Lin Hu decided to cause a ruckus. He would need to find a way to smooth things over. Chin, filled with indignation, erupted into a tirade. As his voice rose, more bystanders gathered to witness the spectacle. Li Wan hurried back and tugged at Chin, admonishing him to keep quiet. Chin still could not contain his frustration. What nonsense! Old Chen is only offering 200 for an entire box of fish. Is he trying to treat us like fools? At the very least, he should give us 300. The others, who were also fish traders, chimed in, agreeing that Old Chen was being unscrupulous. They saw this as an opportunity to confront him, and as one spoke up, the rest followed suit. It was all in jest, but if Old Chen took offense, it would be no laughing matter. Old Chen shouted, Get lost, what is all this commotion? Do any of you dare to buy the fish from these two rascals? Chin himself just stated that the catch belongs to Lin Hu and Lin Bin. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur, with some curious onlookers seeking clarification. Those two were known troublemakers, selling stolen catch. It appeared they had pulled off a significant heist today. Old Chen deliberately lowballed the offer, saying, Don't even think about 200, I wouldn't dare accept even 100. If I take them, it'll spell trouble with this many fish. It could lead to a prison sentence. Wu Atsi, hurry and return the fish, or you'll get caught and it'll drag your father down with you. Wu sighed inwardly. He didn't blame these people for their misconceptions, it was his own reckless behavior that had led to this predicament. Yet he had his pride. If they wouldn't buy it, then he'd simply refuse to sell. At worst, I can return and cycle to town to sell them. It is a journey over a mountain, taking more than an hour, the distance is considerable, and it is indeed a hassle. But at least I won't have to endure this indignity. He said, lurching, cover the fishing box. We shall leave. Chin grumbled as she closed the lid. While Li Wan sighed and went to pull the cart. To be honest, not only the vendors like Old Chen were apprehensive, but even she had her doubts. However, Wu An appeared remarkably different, he remained calm and composed, merely stating his intention to leave without raising his voice. She discerned that this was not an expression of guilt but rather a disdain for engaging in argument. Just as they had taken a few steps, a collector named Old Se called out, Don't leave, don't leave. Others may not buy, but I dare to. Wu An was somewhat taken aback and inquired, How do you dare? Old Se chuckled, I just do. If you go to town, by the time you arrive, these fish will surely perish, and the price will plummet. It is better to sell to me, I assure you a fair price. Wu An pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Old Se's establishment was not far. Just 2 stores away from Old Chen's. As Wu An moved towards it, the crowd followed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Old Chen sneered, Old Se. Lin Hu and Lin Bin are your regular customers, aren't you afraid your stall will be overturned? Among the crowd, someone who recognized Lin Hu discreetly made a phone call. Onlookers chuckled, anticipating the spectacle to come. Old Se disregarded the murmurs and poured the fish from the fishing box into a large basin, sorting them by size into several portions and quoting prices accordingly. The most expensive were the grouper at 150 per pound, while the sea bass was the cheapest at merely 25 per pound. However, the largest sea bass weighed a staggering 16 pounds, priced at 35 per pound. To Wu An's surprise, the price for the small stone fish was 30 per pound, though its size limited its market value. The black bream was also fairly priced at 45 per pound. These were the purchase prices. If sold at the town's vegetable market, the prices would likely rise considerably. The fishermen from their village who ventured out to sea typically sold their catch to collectors or set up stores at the dock for retail. But retail prices seldom brought in much profit. Customers who came to the dock for seafood were primarily motivated by affordability. If prices were high, they would simply opt to buy from the market instead. Noticing someone on the phone with Lin Hu, vendor Old Chen encouraged, "Put it on speaker so everyone can hear." The caller, Ma Wang, hesitated. "Is that appropriate?" Old Chen laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? This is merely standing up against injustice. Besides, what is Wu Atzi? He is a complete wastrel, estranged from his father. Someone like him can be disregarded without fear." Others joined in the raucous encouragement. Ma Wang said nothing further and switched to speaker mode. Once connected, he asked Lin Hu, "Where is your fishing box?" "On the rocky outcrop." Lin Hu, observing the stillness of his fishing rod, wiped the sweat from his brow and retorted irritably, "Why do you care? If you have something to say, just say it. I am trying to fish here." Upon hearing Lin Hu's unwelcoming demeanor, Ma Wang surmised that perhaps his fish had been pilfered, thus dampening his spirits. He remarked, "I know who has taken your fish. It's Wu En. He is currently selling fish over at Old Xie's place. You should hurry. Old Xie has made an offer. The fish you caught could fetch at least 2,000 to 3,000. Lin Hu's countenance, already dark, deepened to a shade akin to charcoal. The frustration of an unproductive fishing day was exacerbated by the news of Wu En's lucrative haul, as if a fish had slipped away, leaving him with a pain akin to a knife carving into his flesh. He cursed vehemently, "Damn it. First, Old Xie calls to inquire. And now you come to bother me. What is the meaning of this? Is Wu En behind your call to provoke me? I swear, if I see you, I'll crush you." Ma Wang, taken aback by the tirade, grew anxious and retorted, "I was merely trying to help you. Why do you bite the hand that feeds you? Are you really going to disregard so much fish?" Lin Hu, in a fit of rage, shouted, "What do I care? That fish belongs to Wu Atzi. It has nothing to do with me. He caught so much, I merely lent him my tackle box. Why do you meddle in my affairs?" With an onslaught of expletives, Ma Wang hastily ended the call, seizing the opportunity to slip into the crowd, feeling utterly humiliated. He had anticipated witnessing Lin Hu unleash a beating upon Wu Atzi and had even planned to summon Shenfeng to witness the spectacle, only to find himself the subject of ridicule instead. He cursed inwardly, astonished that so many fish had indeed been caught by Wu En. This revelation ignited a flame of jealousy within him. Moreover, he could not allow Shenfeng to find out. He was resolute in denying any chance for reconciliation between Shenfeng and Wu Atzi, even if Shenfeng was a prize forever beyond his grasp. He would not let Wu En claim her. Lin Bin, perched upon a large rock, overheard Ma Wang's words and commented, "Old Xie has always been fair. Wu Atzi has truly struck it rich. He caught more fish in a single day than the two of us combined would in a week." Lin Hu, still fuming, cast again, with the same rod and in the same spot. "How is it that not a single fish has bitten? What in the world is going on?" Lin Bin replied thoughtfully, "That is a matter of skill. I'm not implying anything about you. It must be Wu En's doing." Lin Hu, scowling, shot back, "Just shut your mouth. Enough of this, I'm too irritated. I'm done fishing for today, I'm going home to rest." Lin Bin had no objections. After being outshone by Wu En, he felt sufficiently disheartened. Were it not for the ethics of a fisherman, he would have left long ago. Once Old Chen and the others regained their composure, they realized that Wu En had not stolen the fish. The vendors quickly approached, eager to negotiate. "Old Xie, I must say, your prices are a bit low," one asserted. "Wu Atzi, don't rush to weigh them, allow me to present my offer first." Wu En, "I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier, come, grant me a chance to amend my error." Old Chen, with a flattering smile, added, "My prices will certainly not be lower than Old Xie's. We've done business numerous times before. Previously, when others turned you away, I was the only one willing to take your goods. That is business for you. No hard feelings." Old Xie, infuriated, chastised the crowd for their lack of decorum. In truth, he had not hastily believed Wu En, he had called Lin Hu beforehand to inquire. He turned his gaze toward Wu En, as all eyes were now upon him. The initiative now lies in his hands. Wu An smiled and remarked, Old Chen, you are correct. We have had numerous dealings in the past, so from now on, including this time, I shall no longer sell my wares to you. Upon hearing the first part, Old Chen's face lit up with delight, but he was left dumbfounded by the latter. He exclaimed, Why? Wu An, wiping the smile from his face, responded earnestly. Because I intend to reform and start anew. I wish to sever ties with my former self. Since you once indulged in my misdeeds, it is only fitting that I draw a clear line between us. Old Chen was left speechless. Are you trying to play the virtuous one and pin me to the pillar of shame? Am I merely a backdrop for your redemption? He had a multitude of grievances he wished to voice, yet they remained lodged in his throat, unspoken. Why? Because Wu An's words were profoundly sincere. Authenticity is always a formidable weapon. After confronting Old Chen, Wu An turned to the other vendors and said, I apologize, everyone, as I mentioned. I am committed to turning over a new leaf. Since Lao Tse has already made an offer, our business here is essentially concluded. I trust you will not go back on your word and revert to being a scoundrel. The vendors, realizing the futility, acquiesced. Lao Tse sighed with relief and began weighing the goods. Li Wan observed Wu An's articulate demeanor and smiled with satisfaction. He had truly changed. Had it not been for his recent misfortune, he would have certainly pursued the highest bidder. She muttered softly, It seems that a little misadventure has its benefits. This child has genuinely transformed. A Qing, standing nearby, interjected, Mom, does this mean I can play with brother now? Li Wan hesitated for a moment. You're all grown up. Yet you still think about play. You should focus on how to earn money. Today, Ian did quite well. A Qing retorted confidently. Brother can take me along to play while making money. It won't hinder us at all. Li Wan chuckled. All right, you both are impressive. A Qing proudly declared. It's my brother who is remarkable. Li Wan nodded, feeling a sense of happiness. She couldn't control Wu An's actions, but A Qing was her son. And he clung to Wu An. The worries that had once plagued her mind, how to prevent A Qing from associating with Wu An, had dissipated. With Wu An on the right path, A Qing would surely follow suit. As the vendors recognized Wu An's resolute demeanor and found no entertainment in the scene, they gradually dispersed, each tending to their businesses without leisure. Soon, as the fish were weighed, Lao Tse pointed to 2 stone bass, 2 sea bass, and 2 black sea bream in the fishing box, asking, Are we certain about keeping this? Wu An nodded. Lao Tse said nothing further and began tallying the accounts, tapping away on the calculator. After a brief calculation, he announced the total to be 187 yuan. Would you like to verify the calculation? Wu An shook his head. Lao Tse then produced 22 red bills, stating, no change, so I'll give you the full amount. Feel free to come by anytime there is good stock. Old Chen, lingering at the entrance, spat on the ground upon hearing this and remarked, Next time. This is merely a stroke of luck. It's utterly unjust that such a scoundrel should profit. Wu An disregarded Old Chen's sarcastic remarks, accepted the money, and casually promised to return soon. The fish he left behind were intended for his father and sister-in-law, and since they were still alive, he needed to deliver them promptly. Wu An called out to A Qing, dividing the fish into 2 portions, and said, I'm in a hurry to deliver the fish. After dinner tonight, come to my old house. We will settle the accounts then. A Qing scratched his head in confusion. Settle accounts. Wu An explained, the money from selling the fish. A Qing shook his head, refusing. Brother, I'm just here for the fun. He picked up the share of fish and hurried off to catch up with Li Wan, who had already pulled her cart quite a distance, waving goodbye as he ran. Wu An smiled. Old Tse, smoking his cigarette, chuckled, Your little brother is quite sensible. Wu An nodded in agreement. A Qing tossed the fish onto the cart, claiming it for himself, saying, Mom, this is from my brother. He even offered to give me some money, but I didn't want it. The fishing rod and tackle were borrowed after I fell and hurt my head. I wouldn't have caught any fish without my brother's guidance. Mom, fishing is really fun. He rambled on, and Li Wan nodded with a smile, thinking to herself. Those who call my son foolish must be blind, he is quite clever. She chimed in, that is wonderful, really wonderful. A Qing continued, Mom, let us cook all this fish tonight. We can have stone pot soup, steamed sea bass, and braised black bream. Liwan nodded, amused. With only the two of them at home, they certainly wouldn't finish all the fish, but it didn't matter. Her son had worked hard to bring them home. And she was delighted to encourage him. Wuan carried the tackle box home. Inside was stone pot fish, sea bass, black bream, and some water, making it quite heavy. After walking for a while, he was already sweating, but thankfully it was evening, the distant sunset was blood red, and the sun's rays did not reach him. The sea breeze cooled him, and he didn't feel the heat as much. On his way home, he felt a twinge of nervousness. What would he say when he saw his father and brother-in-law? Approaching home, he felt a sense of trepidation. Despite living two lives, the thought of facing his family still made him uneasy. It was largely because he knew he was not well received, he might be met with indifference. In the past, he never considered these matters and certainly never thought of reconciling with his family. When trouble arose, he would either hide or run away. It wasn't until he faced numerous setbacks in a foreign land, feeling lost and unsupported, that he truly appreciated his family. After enduring the harsh realities of society, he finally learned how to live. Regret flooded him. Now, with the heavens granting him a second chance, he knew he had to change. Just as he approached his doorstep, he ran into Lin Hu and Lin Bin, who were also heading home with their fishing gear. Lin Hu's face was as dark as a thundercloud upon seeing him. Lin Bin, however, with a glint in his eye, cheerfully approached and greeted Wuan. "What are you up to?" Wuan replied, "I'm delivering fish home." He then called out to Lin Hu, letting him know he would return the tackle box after delivering the fish. Lin Hu nodded silently. Lin Bin laughed, though. "Look at you, the prodigal son returning. But I sent it a bit late to be so ingratiating. Your father has severed ties with you. Do you really think he'll want your fish?" Wuan spoke softly, "You need not worry about this round. I'm in a hurry and have no time for idle chatter. Please step aside." Lin Bin's smile slightly diminished as he replied with a sarcastic tone, "Plan. I had those fish sold for several thousand. I won't say you should share the spoils, but we did lend you the fishing gear. You ought to give us a little something in return." Amused by the man's shamelessness, Wuan quipped, "Are you trying to be unreasonable with me?" "Are you certain?" Lin Bin's mind cleared a bit as he said, "All right, lending you the fishing gear is our selfless contribution. But you have to return the fish you took from us. Those were sea bass, worth a good chunk of change. If we tell anyone, we would be in the right." Wuan frowned. Well, one should not bite the hand that feeds. His father was already in a foul mood, he should not add fuel to the fire. He opened the tackle box and took out the sea bass, saying, "This one is bigger than yours, so consider it compensation. We are square now." Lin Bin gleefully accepted the fish, exclaiming, all right. He proudly displayed the fish to Lin Hu, saying, "Look, a fish I got for free." Lin Hu reached out to take it, saying, "Give it to me." Lin Bin protested, "Why should I give it to you?" Lin Hu retorted, "Wuan stole my fish." Lin Bin countered, "If it weren't for me, Wuan wouldn't have returned the fish. I deserve half." Hearing the brothers argue, Wuan glanced back and couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing to see two brothers whose moral compass was barely above his own. In his previous life, Wuan was over 30 years old. Though he hadn't seen much of the world, he had experienced the harsh realities of society and the bombardment of short videos. He may not have mastered human nature, but he understood certain situations and people far better than the average person. In his past life, he occasionally returned to the village and heard of the rift between Lin Hu and Lin Bin over fishing catches. Their homes were close together, yet they would barely acknowledge one another. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. Let them quarrel. In his previous life, they had made a mockery of him. In this life, it was his turn to observe the spectacle. Before he reached home, darkness had already fallen. The village paths lacked streetlights, and Wuan walked slowly. Having not returned home in over a decade, he remembered where his home was, but the way was indeed difficult to navigate. Emerging from the alley, he hadn't reached the door when he heard his father's booming, slightly raspy voice from the yard. "You went to the old house again yesterday, didn't you? My words carry no weight in this house. Whoever that good-for-nothing is, don't call me Dad anymore." Immediately, a voice chimed in. It was his elder brother whooping, "Dad, please calm down. The old house has nothing in it, it hasn't been lived in for so many years. If it isn't cleaned, how can Eazy stay there? Following that, a woman's voice interjected, Dad, it was my idea to go. If you must blame someone, blame me. To be honest, we didn't do much. Just tidied up the house. Their father then inquired, did you two not give him any money? No, came the reply. Whooping followed up, saying that Eazy had not a single cent to his name. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and no one knew what their father had smashed, startling one outside the wall. Immediately after, their father began to curse. He let loose with the most vitriolic insults, primarily aimed at the eldest brother. After all, he was their father and in his own home, so he could curse as he pleased without fear of outsiders' judgment. Wu sighed deeply. Initially, he had been anxious about how to converse upon their meeting, but now that concern vanished. Given the state of affairs at home, there was no need for him to show his face. He had contemplated leaving directly, but after glancing at the fish in the fishing box, he hesitated, ultimately seizing a black sea bream and hurling it forcefully into the yard before dashing away. A yelp echoed from the courtyard. Wu stumbled, nearly losing his footing, and thought to himself, wow, was that accurate? Who did I hit? He muttered inwardly, quickening his pace. With a whoosh, he darted into the alley. The next moment, a massive black-faced man stood at a large iron gate, holding a black bream and bellowing, who is it? Come out quickly. Do you dare to throw fish at someone but lack the courage to show yourself? Wu panted heavily from the voice alone. He knew the fish had struck none other than his father, Wu Ingwe. What a stroke of luck. He dared not show his face now. A well-intentioned act gone awry. If his father were to discover this, he would surely think Wu meant to retaliate, and his image of a wayward son returning to the fold would be irreparably tarnished. I have surveillance installed at my front door. Don't wait for me to review the footage. If you come out now, I can overlook this incident, Wu Ingwe shouted. As the village's security captain and head of the village committee, how dare someone throw something at him in his own home? It was akin to the old age star consuming arsenic, inviting death. Old man, the neighbor next door, heard the commotion and stepped outside to see what was amiss. Upon seeing Wu Ingwe brandishing a fish and cursing, he inquired, Wu, what's going on? Wu Ingwe, exasperated, recounted how someone had thrown a fish at him. Wu Ping also emerged, trying to mediate. Dad, there might be a misunderstanding. Wu Ingwe retorted, what nonsense. Look at the lump on my head. This was clearly intended to kill me. All men laughed heartily. What a fortunate situation. Why didn't they throw it at me? A black bream like this is worth at least $100. Oh, and it's still alive. If we stew it tonight, it would make for a splendid dish. Wu Ingwe responded to 2 bottles. All men chuckled and replied, all right, just stop cursing at the door. Once you've calmed down, give me a shout, and I'll bring the wine. Only then did Wu Ingwe return to the yard. Wu Ping's sister-in-law stepped out, noticing that Wu Ping was standing still, lost in thought. With a glint in her eye, she asked, were you thinking that the black bream was thrown by Eazy? Wu Ping nodded, lowering his voice. Keep your voice down. We mustn't let Dad hear. I just feel that an ordinary person wouldn't do such a thing. If it were truly Eazy, Dad would surely misunderstand and think he was seeking revenge. His sister-in-law smiled softly, I think you're overthinking it. Even if Eazy managed to get a fish, would he think of us? Wu Ping sighed, true enough. In the narrow crevice of the alley, Wu remained motionless, listening intently. After a while, the irate voice of Wu Ingwe echoed, revealing that the old man had not returned to the yard but instead feigned a departure, lurking at the door to spy. Consequently, he was left waiting in vain. A smirk of satisfaction crept across Wu's face. Fortunately, he was well acquainted with his father's tricks. Had he recklessly emerged earlier, he would have surely been caught red-handed. After a brief pause, he stealthily emerged from the alley, casting a lingering gaze at the smoke curling from the chimney of his home, his lips curling into an uncontainable smile as he strode forward with purpose. Though only a stone's throw away from the old stone nine, his heart brimmed with contentment. Regardless of the circumstances, He had evaded the farcical predicament of his past life and had even brought fish home, embarking on a path of redemption akin to a wayward son returning to righteousness. I set forth. I walked with great strides, head held high, chest out, under the moonlit night. Accompanied by the ebb and flow of the tides and the caress of the sea breeze, I proceeded resolutely. Passing by Lin Hu's residence, I knocked on the door. Lin Hu emerged, cradling a bowl, greeting me and instinctively inquiring if I had eaten. Such was the customary politeness. However, upon uttering the words, Lin Hu regretted them. After all, Wuan was well known for his opportunistic nature. I haven't eaten yet, Wuan replied, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Lin Hu grew anxious. Wuan chuckled and said, no need for a meal, I'll return your fishing box. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to leave. Lin Hu, taken aback, called out, wait. Are you going fishing tomorrow? Perhaps we could go together. Today had been remarkably fortuitous for Wuan. And since he had even guided a Qing to catch fish, Lin Hu wished to share in that good fortune. Wuan shook his head. Lin Hu, surprised, continued to press, mentioning prime fishing spots and secret locations that yielded abundant catches, all in a bid to persuade Wuan to join him. As the saying goes, one does not bite the hand that feeds. Since it was Lin Hu who had shown him the spots, how could Wuan refuse to offer guidance? With a smile, Wuan declined. Lin Hu, your words only serve to reinforce my decision not to accompany you. I have no desire to take advantage of you. I must strive for self-sufficiency and earn my keep through my own efforts. With that, he turned to leave. Lin Hu, fuming, retorted, Wuan, you are being rather ungrateful. I called you out of respect. Just look around the village. Aside from that fool Qing, who else would bother with you? Without looking back, Wuan waved dismissively. Some individuals are best kept at a distance, and certain relationships are superfluous. In his previous life, he had been overly concerned with the opinions and judgments of others. Sometimes it is necessary to let go and free oneself to gain more in return. Wuan found solace in this realization, preferring to quietly prosper alongside a Qing. Lin Hu muttered curses under his breath. What is there to be proud of? I refuse to believe your luck will hold indefinitely. Just wait until I catch a whole box of fish tomorrow, I'll make you grin with envy. Wuan, oblivious to Lin Hu's veiled insults, continued on his way to the small shop, only to find it closed. Such is the unreliability of the village shop, where opening and closing hours are dictated by whim. Lacking any semblance of professionalism, unable to procure food or drink, he returned to the old house, heading straight for the kitchen to gulp down a glass of water. Fishing is exhausting, and his stomach had long begun to grumble with hunger. As he gazed at the cold stove and the unlit burner, Wuan sighed deeply, his heart heavy with reluctance to move. Yet, he steeled himself to prepare for the tasks ahead. He swiftly tossed the fishing gear into the basin, exclaiming, let us get to it. First, I need to settle the accounts with a Qing. Then, I shall make a quick trip to the shop for some instant noodles to sustain myself. He felt not only physically drained but emotionally exhausted as well. Having been reborn, he had accomplished quite a bit in just half a day. He needed a moment to gather himself. After washing his face and counting the money, he tucked it into his pocket and stepped outside, making his way to a Qing's home. Upon knocking on the door, a Qing opened it and, upon seeing him, exclaimed joyfully, brother, what brings you here? Come in. I'm just cutting watermelon. With that, she eagerly pulled Wuan inside. As they passed through the kitchen, Wuan paused to greet Li Wan. She was busy preparing a meal and was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected greeting. In the past, he often avoided her, but this marked the first time he had approached her willingly. She smiled and nodded, saying, it's hot in the kitchen. You should go to the living room to enjoy the watermelon. The living room lacked air conditioning, but a ceiling fan whirred overhead, providing a refreshing breeze. Wuan's eyes fell upon the cut watermelon, exuding a sweet aroma, and he couldn't help but swallow in anticipation, deciding to indulge in the fruit before addressing more pressing matters. The watermelon, clearly chilled by well water, was delightfully refreshing. After consuming several slices, Wuan retrieved the designated money, contemplating that since they had fished together, it would be fair to split the earnings evenly this time, with future distributions based on individual contributions. In his previous life, he had been a person whom many despised. Yet Aching remained one of the few who treated him with kindness, still calling him brother after all these years. To him, Aching was like a brother, though they shared different parents. Upon seeing the substantial amount of money, Aching exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing? I've already told you I don't want any money. I refuse to accept it. Oh, by the way, my mother has prepared all the fish, and we cannot finish it. It won't taste good the next day. Why don't you stay and share a meal with us?" Wuan fell silent, pondering who had ever called Aching foolish. After finishing his watermelon and wiping his mouth, he stated, "True brothers keep clear accounts. We shall each take our share. I lent you the fishing gear, so that counts as one share, and I chose the fishing spot, which counts as another. Therefore, you shall take 1/4. Aching shook his head, insisting, "No, no. I didn't catch as many fish as you did. You are not just anyone. I don't want to take advantage of you." Wuan's expression turned serious. "Aching, listen to me. This is not merely a game for us. We are to become fishermen, relying on the sea for our livelihood. This is a career. Do you understand?" Aching nodded, somewhat bewildered. Wuan, undeterred by his confusion, continued, "Since it is a career, we must approach it with clarity." Aching nodded again, "Brother, I will heed your advice. I will take this amount." As he spoke, he took 2 red bills, saying, "I don't want more. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't earn a single cent, brother. Please don't give me any extra, it makes me uneasy." Wuan nodded in agreement, "Very well. In the future, when we venture out to fish, your share will always be 1/10 of the catch. This is something you can discuss with your mother." Aching nodded in understanding. After finishing the watermelon, with half remaining, Aching suggested saving it for him during mealtime, and he did not hesitate to accept. He had resolved to turn over a new leaf, having strayed from the path. He was certain that his father and siblings would welcome him back into their familial embrace. Once home, he would be greeted with sustenance. So he thought to cherish this moment of indulgence. Not long after, Li Wan's voice resonated from the kitchen, "Clear the table, it's time to eat." Wuan assisted with the tidying up, heading to the kitchen to fetch plates and utensils. Do not inquire about his familiarity with the routine. The foldable table was rather small, and it struggled to accommodate several dishes: steamed sea bass, braised black bream, stir-fried water spinach, stir-fried potato shreds, and on the floor, a rice cooker simmering with stone pot tofu soup. 4 dishes and a soup, fragrant and rich. Aching declared, "Mom, this is my earnings." He placed 200 yuan on the table. Li Wan glanced at the money and smiled, saying, "All right, I shall keep it safe for you." She picked up the money, rose, and found an iron box to store it in. This money was distinct from the others. It was earned by her son, and she intended to safeguard it diligently. Aching chuckled, "Mom, this amount I sent is substantial." He added, "The other day, my brother and I plan to go climbing. I doubt this iron box can contain all my earnings." Li Wan retorted, "Do not boast. First, earn it and show it to me. If this box I sent enough, I will buy a safe for the house." Despite her teasing words, she felt a swell of joy within. Her son's ambition to earn was worth more than anything else. Wuan interjected, "No need to wait for another day. And I must ask you, when does the tide recede tonight?" "I plan to take Aching to the tidal flats." The tidal flats were near the estuary. Once the tide was out, the ground would be covered in mud, brimming with treasures such as clams, blood clams, and razor clams, alongside sea snails, crabs, and scallops. This was not a spontaneous decision. He recalled that during his previous life, as he fled the small fishing village in disarray, the tidal flats had been abundant with blue crabs, leading to a fortunate discovery for someone who profited immensely. The memory was somewhat hazy due to the passage of time, but he recalled that there had been peculiar circumstances surrounding the influx of blue crabs that sparked much discussion among the villagers. At that time, he had felt a pang of envy, believing it unjust that he had not stumbled upon them first, which would have spared him the need to escape. Now, he yearned to revisit that place. If fortune favored him, he could seize the opportunity; if not, it mattered little. He was no longer the Novi Wuan. The ocean teemed with resources, treasures lay in every nook, fishing from the rocks, climbing on the flats, pumping water, or venturing out to sea were all viable paths to prosperity. With the right skills, earning money was merely a matter of grasping the opportunity. Liwan cautioned, "What are you doing going to the sea at night? It's far too dangerous. Even under a full moon, if you venture too far, you might lose sight of one another, and if trouble arises, you won't know how to seek help. Don't let the desire for seafood lead you to the depths of the ocean." Wu-an set down his chopsticks. "Speaking honestly, I will be cautious. I have heard that many villagers also go climbing late at night. If we cannot make it, Qing and I will return. And we have vowed to be diligent, to live righteously, and work hard to earn money. You must support us." Liwan hesitated but eventually nodded, "All right." The tide would recede around 1 o'clock in the morning. "Don't make it sound so appealing, I might not be able to get up then." Qing exclaimed, "Of course you'll get up. I just won't sleep, right?" He. Wu-an raised his thumb in approval. "At this rate, who could distinguish you from Einstein?" Qing scratched his head in confusion. Wu-an cleared his throat. "I was complimenting your cleverness." Qing suddenly understood. Yes, I know Einstein. The great scientist." Liwan urged, "Stop chatting and eat quickly. Ian, try the dish made by your aunt and see if it suits your taste. Let's serve the fish soup first. By the time we finish the meal, the soup will have cooled." Before long, the dishes on the table diminished rapidly. The 2 fish and 2 plates of vegetables were devoured, leaving only half a pot of fish soup. After finishing his meal, Wu-an let out a comfortable burp and soon felt drowsy. Sated, he longed to lie down, assisting with the cleanup of the bowls and chopsticks. He glanced at the clock on Qing's wall and noted it was already 8:30 in the evening. Yawning, he bid farewell and, in a daze, returned home. Collapsing into bed. In this slumber, he dreamt of many things, entangled in 2 lifetimes, tossing and turning. In the dream, Qing continually called for him, right there speaking, yet still repeating, "Brother, brother, brother. What are you shouting about? I'm not deaf." Wu-an suddenly sat up in bed, realizing he was awake. The sounds of Qing calling from outside snapped him back to reality. Shaking his head, he got up to open the door. Qing, wearing a headlamp and carrying a bucket filled with tools for beachcombing, they said, "Brother, you finally woke up. Your snoring was so loud I could hear it from outside. If someone didn't know better, they'd think it was thunder." Wu-an thought to himself that snoring wasn't too exhausting. Perhaps he was just weary from traversing the annals of history. He was too lazy to engage in idle chatter with Qing and inquired, "What time is it?" Qing replied, "I left home around 1:10. The next morning. The system must have refreshed." He grabbed the tongs from the bucket. Luck value 3318. Object, beachcombing tongs. Description, these tongs are used for gathering seafood. When enhanced with luck, they have a chance of catching seafood in areas where it is present. The more luck added, the lesser the chance of seafood escaping. Wu-an's face brightened with joy. Yesterday, at 10 o'clock. He had already earned over 2,000 in luck value, so today by 6 o'clock, wouldn't he earn 3 or 4,000? Initially, he felt quite sleepy. His head heavy, but upon checking the system, he was completely revitalized. Sleep? No, making money is paramount. Perfectly timed, he planned to gather more seafood tonight. Then head to the town tomorrow to buy supplies, new tables and chairs, a door lock, and some gear for beachcombing and fishing. Moreover, having given away a fish yesterday, there was still his father, brother, and sister-in-law at home. Surely that wouldn't suffice. He resolved to bring more seafood after tonight's haul. He couldn't say for certain about anything else, but from now on he would take responsibility for the seafood consumed at home. He returned to his bed. This old-fashioned bed had a bedside table. He opened it and rummaged around, pulling out a 5-liter plastic water bottle, ample for him and Qing to stay hydrated. Qing urged, "Brother, are you ready? What is the rush? Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the chopping of wood." Wu-an donned his attire meticulously, wrapping himself snugly. Though the sun had set, the night air was rife with mosquitoes and insects. If he did not protect himself adequately, he would surely awaken covered in welts. Grasping a bucket, he stepped outside. After taking only a few strides, he returned to retrieve a snakeskin bag to stuff into the bucket. Aching, observing this, chuckled. Brother, you are being quite excessive. We are merely going to the shore, not embarking on a commercial venture at sea. Who brings a snakeskin bag to the beach? Wu-an offered no explanation, believing that it is better to be prepared than regretful. Each of them donned a headlamp and ambled toward the coast. The old house was not far from the shore, and soon they reached a stretch of sandy beach, a golden expanse devoid of rocks, ideal for gathering seafood. As they arrived, they noticed several headlamps illuminating the area. Spotting the duo, someone called out, "Who goes there?" Almost immediately, the light was directed toward them. Wu-an cursed. Damn it, don't shine that light directly, it's blinding. The individual wielding the light was startled. Wu-atsi. Is that you? What brings you here? He then alerted the others, everyone, be cautious, Wu-atsi has arrived. Instantly, the once leisurely villagers grew tense, directing their headlamps toward them. One timid soul even fled with a bucket in hand. Wu-an mused, reputation precedes action. His notoriety was indeed formidable. At this juncture, any words would be futile. They would only interpret his comments as deceit. Aching scratched his head. Brother, what do we do? Wu-an shrugged. Let us move to a less populated area. Everyone treats him like a thief. When he and Aching go gathering later, no one will approach, which is advantageous for them to quietly prosper. He strolled westward along the shore. Aching, still somewhat discontent, attempted to explain to the others that he and his brother had turned over a new leaf. Vowing not to engage in petty theft again, hoping to gain their trust. Unsurprisingly, no one believed him, then someone muttered that anyone who did was a fool. The comment, though meant to be discreet, was loud enough to provoke laughter from the group. Aching retaliated verbally, while Wu-an refrained from intervening. After all, it merely wasted some spit, and he deemed Aching the reigning champion of retorts. Upon traversing the golden sands, they reached the rocky shore. By day, this was a favored fishing spot. Now, with the tide receded, the previously submerged rocks emerged, revealing a bounty of seafood, spicy snails and oysters clinging to the stones. Easily gathered in handfuls. Though not particularly valuable, with sufficient effort, one could amass a decent haul. However, such endeavors were ill-advised at night. A misstep could lead to a fall akin to his earlier escapade of thievery. Aching exclaimed, "Brother, someone is fishing." Wu-an had already noticed. As they passed, he shone his light and was surprised to see Lin Hu, quite ambitious, unite fishing. Lin Hu, recognizing his voice, retorted, "If even you, the scoundrel, can rise at dawn to gather seafood, why shouldn't I fish at night? I've only been here an hour and have already caught 2 yellow-footed fish. Look, I have another bite. Today you must promise to fish with me. I'll lend you my gear, then perhaps we can replicate our success from noon." Wu-an raised his middle finger, too apathetic to engage. Could Lin Hu genuinely be so benevolent? Lending him a fishing rod seemed more like a ploy to claim a share of the catch. Lin Hu had a point. If he were to fish, he would likely catch something. Yet, Wu-an felt no remorse for his refusal. Their paths diverged, and thus, they could not collaborate. Traversing the rocky shore, they pressed onward. Li Wan warned that night fishing was perilous, not due to the rocky terrain but rather the mudflats, which were indeed Wu-an's intended destination. The danger lay in the rising tide, which would submerge the mudflats, leaving behind an array of unpredictable puddles upon retreat. These water-filled depressions shifted due to the erosion of the mudflats, complicating navigation, particularly at night. If one were to be caught unawares by the rising waters, escape might become impossible. The mudflats were laden with silt, impeding one's progress and possibly ensnaring them in the muck. Annually, there were instances of individuals becoming trapped in the mudflats, yet timely rescues had significantly reduced fatalities compared to the past. Wu-an dismissed such concerns. If one were to fear every potential danger, they might as well remain in bed. After all, if fate were to bestow upon you a block of gold, it could just as easily crush you in your slumber. Wealth is often found in peril. In this day and age, pursuing monetary gain was inherently fraught with risks. He recalled his previous life, delivering takeout through rain and wind, recklessly running red lights. Was that not dangerous? Aching, carrying a bucket, surveyed the mudflats with a look of confusion. To him, it was merely a landscape of mud and water, devoid of any seafood. He inquired, "Brother, can we actually find seafood here?" Wu pressed forward, the silt sinking beneath his feet with each step, making progress increasingly laborious. It was no wonder that the villagers refrained from venturing out at night, the effort seemed futile. "Let us search and see," he replied. Suddenly, a deep blue shimmer caught his eye. Lack value 3313. Object, a tide catcher 5. Description, the tool designed for gathering marine delicacies during low tide with lack enhancement. It guarantees a catch. Seafood weighing under 2 pounds cannot escape. All splendid. Wu mused. This tool required even more luck than Lin Hu's fishing rod, suggesting it would yield a more fruitful bounty. He decided to give it a try. Shining his headlamp downwards, he spotted a small hole. A gentle prod with his hand widened the opening, and sensing movement within, he swiftly deployed the catcher. With a satisfying snap, something was ensnared. Pulling with force, he extracted a sizable mantis shrimp, measuring the length of his palm, the highly sought-after delicacy. Such a large specimen would command a good price. Most importantly, mantis shrimp were rarely solitary, they typically appeared in schools. Wu felt a surge of joy. Aching watched in envy as Wu effortlessly captured the shrimp, eager to emulate his success but ended up with nothing. First, locate the hole, Wu instructed. Watch me. He found another hole, gave it a slight excavation, and then lowered the catcher. After finishing his words, he clamped down, and a mantis shrimp was pulled out, struggling feebly in the grip before being casually tossed into the bucket. Wu said, "Give it a try." As he spoke, he bestowed a stroke of luck upon Aching's clamp. Aching, filled with skepticism, observed that it seemed rather simple, yet he feared he might not succeed. Tentatively, he sought a hole, following Wu's instructions, lowered the clamp, squeezed, and with a tug, a shrimp about the length of a palm emerged from the hole. The mantis shrimp flailed, splattering mud onto his face. Ignoring the mess, Aching joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, I got one. It's so easy. There is another hole. Let me try again." He lowered the clamp and tugged again, capturing yet another mantis shrimp. Having caught 2, Aching was already splattered with mud, yet at that moment, who cared about such trivialities? Wu chuckled, bending down to search for holes. This stretch of muddy land was riddled with similar openings, and then once he found a hole, lowering the clamp almost guaranteed a catch. However, it was not always mantis shrimp. Besides them, smaller holes yielded clams and blood clams, which were also delightful seafood that could fetch a good price. Occasionally, they encountered jumping fish, a local delicacy particularly favored by middle-aged men. Wu found them bothersome. They were difficult to catch, as they leapt about, sometimes splattering mud onto his face. Not far away, Aching occasionally spat in annoyance, having gotten mud in his mouth. He called out, "Aching, don't wander too far. Move sideways. Occasionally look up at me, don't stray too far." Aching acknowledged and promptly retraced his steps. The tide rose silently, many were trapped by the water, lost in the thrill of the hunt, for this activity was indeed quite addictive. Seeing Aching obey, Wu felt a sense of relief. He found a sizable hole and lowered the clamp. Snap! Before he could close it, he heard a crisp sound. Something had clamped onto the clamp inside the hole. What audacity! Pulling it out revealed a blue crab, roughly the size of a fist, weighing about half a kilogram. A fine catch. Aching, just then glancing over, joyfully shouted, "Brother, you caught a blue crab, and it's quite large." Wu nodded. He then sought a similar hole, lowering the clamp again. This time, he caught a flower crab, shaking off the mud. It appeared quite beautiful under the light. A premium ingredient requiring no complex cooking methods. Seafood, when cleaned and simply steamed, is ready to be savored. The fresher, the sweeter. Therefore, if they were to sell the crabs they had just caught to Old Sea, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Aching watched with keen interest, mimicking the search for holes. Soon he called out, "Brother, I caught a blue crab too. And another. Wow, there are so many here. This hole seems to be full of blue crabs. Brother, come quickly." Upon hearing this, Wu hurried over. This area was slightly lower, with various puddles, and the holes were scattered around these watery patches. With a gentle motion, he cleared the surface mark, revealing the entrance of the hole. "What are we waiting for? Let us dig." This spot is a bit lower, it will surely flood when the tide comes in. Wuan said as he lowered his crab trap, and soon enough, he pulled out a sizable blue crab, even larger than the first. Ching followed suit, exclaiming, "Brother, we are going to strike it rich. These blue crabs are quite valuable. I feel as though I could catch them even with my eyes closed." The two bent over, diligently capturing blue crabs. Time slipped away unnoticed. Without phones or watches, they could not gauge the hour by the moon's position. Ching inquired, "Brother, are you tired?" "Of course. Are you tired as well?" "If you are, we can take a break," replied Wuan. "I am tired, but let's keep going." "All right then. We'll continue until the tide comes in." "Okay, brother, the bucket is full." Wuan pulled over the snakeskin bag and instructed, "Pour it in." He had already filled one bucket into the bag, and Ching followed suit, causing the bag to swell immediately, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Ching inadvertently smeared mud across his face and chuckled, "Brother, you truly have foresight. Next time, we should bring a few more bags." Wuan chuckled in response. "Who was it that questioned the need for the snakeskin bags before we came?" Ching sheepishly scratched his head, now resembling a muddy doll. The two continued their labor while engaging in light conversation. Without chatting, the work would be unbearably monotonous. Initially, it felt enjoyable, but as time wore on, they became numb to the task. Moreover, navigating through the thick muck was arduous, each step felt laborious. Constantly bending over left them exhausted, and they could no longer endure it. Standing upright, their bodies cracked and popped, but after a brief respite, they had to bend down once more to continue their work. Back and forth, even though they were both young, their backs ached terribly. "The tide is coming in, we need to go," Wuan announced, sensing the rising waters. Ching hesitated. "It has just started to rise, we can dig for a little longer." "Quickly, we must leave," Wuan urged. Ching responded with a reluctant "oh," and finally lifted his feet to follow suit. After a couple of steps, he glanced back at the shallow paddles, prompting Wuan to remark, "It seems few people come here, otherwise it wouldn't be our turn. We shall return when the tide recedes next time. Today, the tide is relatively small." And the two halted in a spot unaffected by the water, which was also a mudflat, though the sediment was somewhat firmer. Standing was impossible, both were already filthy. So they sat directly on the muddy ground. Ching said, "Brother, our buckets are still not full. Should we dig here a little longer? My mother mentioned that there are clams we could find. But the snakeskin bag is already full." Wuan shook his head. "Digging for clams is more exhausting than searching for crabs in this mud. After all this time, do you still have the energy? I can see you are out of breath, drink some water." He produced a water bottle. Ching insisted he drink first. Wuan, unreserved, took several large gulps. And then Ching seized the bottle, downing half in one go. Automatically wiping his mouth, he only succeeded in smearing more dirt and spat a few times, saying, "Brother, I still have energy. You rest, I'll go dig a bit. Our luck is so good now, we must not waste it." Wuan glanced at the system, luck value 33.3. What could they do? He is indeed my half-brother, deserving of my utmost affection and support. The object in question is a sand shovel, intended for coastal foraging. Once imbued with luck, it guarantees a fruitful dig. He pats Ching on the back and encourages him to proceed. Ching swiftly discovers a hole, brandishing the sand shovel with enthusiasm, and soon exclaims, "Brother, I found one. This clam is enormous, as thick as my thumb and as long as my palm." Wuan, who initially intended to rest a while longer, feels a surge of excitement at Ching's shout. He rises and approaches, inspecting the clam and remarks, "This must be the king of clams." Ching inquires, "Is it valuable?" Wuan nods affirmatively. Ching cheers and resumes his digging. While the market clams are predominantly farmed and relatively inexpensive, Ching's find is a wild clam. Especially the king of clams, which is rare and certainly commands a handsome price. Wuan fetches his own sand shovel, adding a final touch of luck to it. The discovery of the clam king has invigorated his enthusiasm. Coastal foraging, while physically demanding and less entertaining than fishing, brings a joy of its own that fishing cannot rival. To achieve greatness in public, one must endure hardship in private. They labor on, driven by the promise of reward. As dawn approaches, Wu En surveys their filled bucket and calls out, "Ching, oh, that's enough for now. We have plenty of time ahead. Don't overexert yourself." Ching glances at the bucket brimming with clams, nods in agreement, and adds, "Brother, last night while I was sleeping, I noticed our mother crying." Wu En is taken aback. "Why was she crying?" Ching replies, "She must have been happy about the money I earned. That's why I want to earn even more. Once I accumulate enough, she will get used to it and stop crying." Wu En gives a thumbs up, admiring his brother's filial piety, then says, "I see why you're so dedicated today. First, have a drink." Ching drains the remaining water from the jug in one go, then surveys the area, saying, "It seems there aren't many holes left. And it's becoming harder to dig." Indeed, the high tide has nearly been plowed through by the two brothers, and with their luck depleted, the clams are likely to evade capture. Wu En remarks, "Daylight is breaking. We cannot carry all of this. You need to return for the cat. It's still early. So be quiet and let your mother sleep a little longer, there's no need to disturb her." Ching nods and dashes off. Wu En approaches the water's edge, rinsing the mud from his body with the cool seawater. He decides to sit on a nearby rock, allowing his feet to soak in the refreshing waves. The sensation is invigorating, yet as he ceases his labor, he suddenly feels the aches in his back and arms intensify. Earning money is truly no easy task, he exclaims to the sea. He contemplates how to earn a comfortable living in this new life, while there are numerous ways to make money. He remains uncertain of the path forward. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary individual, lacking any understanding of stocks. Although he was aware of a few stocks that were bound to surge, he needed some disposable income to invest. He had never purchased a lottery ticket. Even if he recalled the winning numbers from his past life, it did not guarantee success in this one. The only field he felt somewhat knowledgeable about was the culinary and delivery industry. Once he accumulated some wealth, he could consider establishing a rural leisure business or a guest house. While platforms like Me and Meituan had emerged, they were still in their infancy. If he had the financial means, perhaps he could seize an opportunity to participate. As Wu En pondered, many memories had already begun to fade. He recalled that the wave of mobile internet had surged in 2011. With the titans of the internet realm already making their entrance. In the grand tide of the era, he was merely a small player. Yet, who could accurately predict the future? Perhaps this fisherman from a humble village might one day find himself riding the crest of the wave. Before long, Ching's voice broke through his reverie, "Brother, I'm here. Have some ice pops. I'll help carry." Wu En accepted the ice pop, replying, "No rush. Let us enjoy the ice pop first." Ching shook her head, "I had some on the way." The snakeskin bag was filled with blue crabs, orchid crabs, and mantis shrimp, while the water buckets were heavier, brimming with clams, blood clams, sea conchs, and razor clams. Ching led the way, with Wu En pushing from behind. As they traversed the rocky shore, Lin Hu was in the midst of packing his fishing gear. Upon seeing the duo with the cart, he was taken aback and asked, "How much cargo do you have that requires a cart?" He leaped down from the rocks and approached swiftly. Wu En casually replied, "Not much." As he spoke, he pushed the cart, eager to leave. Lin Hu, noticing the clams in the buckets, was astonished. "Oh wow, such large clams. You actually dug up this many. Did you find them in the mud flat?" Wu En nodded. Lin Hu then glanced at the snakeskin bag, curiously inquiring, "What is inside?" As he reached to poke, Wu En swatted his hand away, exclaiming irritably, "Don't touch, just some swimming crabs. You know there is only that much seafood in the mud flat." He then added, "What about you? You must have caught quite a bit after fishing all night." Lin Hu awkwardly chuckled, Yes. The catch is decent." He quickly added, "Oh, I won't delay you any longer, don't let me hold you back from selling your seafood." With that, he hurried back to the rocks. Wu En chuckled softly. Back on the rocks, Lin Hu gazed at the two small fish in his fishing box, feeling utterly dejected. After a whole night, he had only caught two small yellow-footed croakers, which would hardly fetch a good price. Initially, he thought little of it, accustomed as he was to coming back empty-handed. However, seeing Wu En and his companion transporting seafood stirred a pang of envy within him. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have shamelessly followed Wuan to the shore. What was he to do? Returning home with just 2 yellow-footed croakers would surely invite scorn from his family. The reason he had come out to fish at night was to escape the nagging complaints about his lack of purpose, intending to prove that fishing could indeed be profitable. In the end, he had only succeeded in proving that he was, in fact, earning nothing. Wuan and Aching passed by Huangsha Beach, where the villagers who had come to fish had already departed, leaving only a few adolescents to frolic. Wuan, noticing them, scolded them a little, urging them to be cautious. The youngsters, recognizing him, made faces and even called Aching to join them, telling her to stay away from him, claiming he was a good-for-nothing. Wuan was infuriated. How dare these young imps disrespect him? Observing his displeasure, Aching quickly reassured him, "Brother, don't worry. I want to play with them." Wuan, caught between anger and amusement, found himself chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Well, it was fate that had granted him a second chance at life. He might as well consider it a form of repayment. Upon arriving at the dock, they found most of the shops open, purchase stands, breakfast vendors, and general goods stores were bustling with activity. As passers-by noticed the pair pulling a cart, curiosity drew them closer. Ma Wang, spotting the clams in the bucket, exclaimed, "Yeah, and you went to the beach at night and dug up so many clams. That is impressive. My family has a gathering at noon, and Shunfang is coming, she loves clams. Just give me a little, enough for a stir-fry." Intrigued, Wuan turned to see who had the audacity to make such a request, only to find the pockmarked Ma Wang resembling a toad. Understanding dawned on him. This fellow was an unabashed sycophant. After all, it was Ma Wang who had lent him money shortly after school commenced. Faced with the audacity of using Shunfang as an excuse for clams, Wuan darkened his expression and waved him off, saying, "Go play elsewhere. If Shunfang wants clams, she can ask me herself." Ma Wang's pride was visibly wounded. He muttered something about only asking him for the sake of courtesy and not to be so smug. Wuan halted and remarked, "Ma Wang, if you wish to impress, you might as well dig over there in the mud flat. I'm sure Shunfang would be quite touched if she found out." Ma Wang paused, his eyes lighting up. "Really?" Wuan replied, "When I was with her, you know what I mean." Ma Wang grinned, "Thanks," and then hurried off, brimming with excitement. Aching, puzzled, asked, "Brother, why did you give him advice when he was so shamelessly asking for our clams?" Wuan shrugged, "I aim to be a good person. This is what one calls repaying kindness with kindness." Observing Aching's contemplative expression, he added, "You're not at that level yet, so there's no need to emulate it. It seems like the trend of warm men is quite popular now. The saying, a sycophant ends up with nothing, and the notion that warm men rank lower than sycophants are internet memes that may take a while to gain mainstream recognition." Just as Ma Wang departed, more people gathered around. The sight of Wuan and Aching pulling their cart was strikingly conspicuous, others merely carried buckets, which were far less cumbersome. The contrast was stark. "You two dug up so many clams. Surely, you didn't steal them, did you? I suspect they belong to me." Some shameless voices shouted, reaching for the clams in the bucket. Aching, infuriated, brandished her sand shovel, declaring, "Have some decency, Gang Linmo. Compared to you, my brother and I are the good ones. Let us see who dares to reach out. This shovel does not discriminate." He wielded the sand shovel with unrestrained vigor, showing no mercy. A few individuals hastily withdrew their hands, fearing that even a moment's hesitation would result in being struck. Their apprehension palpable as they murmured about Aching's audacity. Observing the two covered in mud, one could surmise they had been digging in the muddy flats. Indeed, there were numerous clams in that area, though they were notoriously challenging to procure. Traversing the terrain itself posed difficulties. What remarkable fortune these two scoundrels had. Whispers of speculation circulated amongst the crowd. Some questioned the plausibility of their luck. Could these two, known for their laziness, truly expend energy digging for clams in the muck? Yet, one could not dismiss the fact that when caught in their nefarious deeds, they fled faster than anyone else. Laughter ensued, as it was speculated that these clams might have dubious origins, perhaps not from the cultivated flats. It was likely that the rightful owners would soon come to reclaim their property. Upon hearing such remarks, Aching's face flashed with indignation as he shouted, "These were all painstakingly dug out by my brother and me, one shovel at a time. We went to the beach early yesterday morning. Many witnessed our efforts. The mamas of dissent met him with scornful laughter. As Achin continued to protest, Wuan interjected, urging him to remain silent. For those who feign slumber cannot be roused by mere shouts, just as those who harbor prejudice will disregard your words. In the face of the crowd's scrutiny, the two men wheeled their cart to Old Sear's doorstep. I saw those two rascals yesterday, someone remarked. I warned everyone to be cautious. Thinking they were there to pilfer seafood, yet they were genuinely out for clams. I even tried to avoid them. Had I known, I would have accompanied them to the flats. Regret lingered in their voice. I hear they intend to reform. It seems plausible. Could it be that they have turned over a new leaf and have been blessed by Mazu? How else could they have such fortune? Catching a box of fish yesterday and now gathering so many clams today. Skepticism emerged. Do they truly deserve Mazu's blessing? This luck is fleeting. Soon enough, their true natures will resurface. Achin, still seething, set down the cart, expressing his desire to silence their detractors. Why do they speak of us so? We have not stolen nor robbed them, rather, it is they who seek to take advantage of our labor. Wuan listened quietly, nodding occasionally. Nearby, several vendors were collecting their goods, casting curious glances their way. The closest, Lol Chen, seemed eager to peer into the cart. Most vendors were busy with their own catches, while a couple, having fared poorly, approached to witness the commotion. Old Seer, having been enjoying his breakfast inside, quickly set aside his bowl and chopsticks upon seeing the two. You two have returned. What else with your appearance? Did you scour the beach last night? Let me see what you've got. His eyes widened with anticipation as he beheld the cart. Typically, villagers selling their catches carried buckets, while only those who fished from boats occasionally brought carts. Upon seeing the two large buckets filled with clams, he exclaimed, so many clams. Are they all wild? Remarkable. It's becoming increasingly rare to find wild clams. They haven't been seen in the market for some time. He held the clams in his hand, his face lighting up with delight. As a purchaser of seafood, he could naturally discern the difference between wild and farmed varieties. Upon confirming they were wild, he felt confident to proceed with the acquisition. 2 large barrels of clam kings. Young man, may I take a look? Old Seer, you haven't quoted a price yet, it's a bidding game here. The 2 other vendors, unable to tear their eyes away from the clam kings, momentarily disregarded the decorum of their profession and began to shout their offers. Old Seer shot them a glare, pondering how their ruckus would hinder his ability to negotiate a lower price later. He called out, they've brought the goods right to my doorstep. What more is there to discuss? Wuan, I'll give you 20 per pound for these clam kings. Let these two chime in on whether the price is fair. Wuan turned to the other vendors. They remained silent, begrudgingly cursing Old Seer for raising the price so high, leaving them little room to compete. If the acquisition cost was too steep, their profit margins would dwindle, and any issues during transport could lead to losses. Recognizing the appropriateness of Old Seer's price, Wuan replied, all right. However, not everything in this barrel is clams. Achin, please empty it out. Old Seer fetched 2 large basins as Achin poured the seafood from the barrel. Just then, Old Chen, having finished his tasks, tiptoed over. Upon seeing the blood clams and conchs at the bottom of the barrel, he burst into laughter. So these worthless things were hiding beneath. This is just filling the space with inferior goods. Old Seer, unable to maintain his composure, couldn't he help but chuckle. The 2 vendors beside him also wore smiles. As laughter, in accordance with the laws of energy conservation, does not vanish but shifts. Clearing his throat, Old Seer squatted down and said, let me sort this out first. Wuan gave Old Chen and the others a glance and replied, there is no rush. We haven't finished unloading yet. As he spoke, he lifted a sack from the cart. Old Seer stood up. Is there seafood in there too? Initially captivated by the clam kings, he hadn't closely inspected the sack, assuming it contained tools for gathering seafood. Who would have thought it was filled with seafood? Wuan opened it. I can't believe it. Blue crabs, flower crabs, and mantis shrimp. His voice rose several octaves. Were all this from this sack? Wuan nodded. Old Seer exclaimed in excitement, incredible. How did you manage to catch so many? You didn't spend the whole night at sea, did you? Wuan chuckled. Let us pour them out and sort them. Olsie found 2 large iron basins and began pouring the crabs out of the sack. Upon noticing they were unbound, he lamented, "Why are they all loose? Look. Some claws have fallen off. Such a waste." The condition of the crabs, which are valued based on their appearance, meant that those missing limbs would suffer a significant reduction in price. Wu-an, aware of this predicament, had not prepared any rubber bands for binding. Having hardly ever gathered seafood in his lifetime, he felt the need to learn and gradually accumulate experience. At this moment, aside from his status, he was no different from an ordinary person. Oching explained, "All said it couldn't be helped, we ran out of time. You wouldn't believe it. But the blue crabs were clustered together, and my brother and I didn't even have time to bind them." Olsie suddenly understood. Upon closer inspection of the crabs, it was a relief to find that very few were missing limbs. With a cheerful expression, one remarked, "Is this truly the case?" Oching pointed at several large bowls filled with lively blue crabs and replied, "Can there be any doubt?" Laosi gave a thumbs up, and the two burst into laughter, reveling in their mutual amusement. However, Lao Chen and the other vendors were not so jovial. The supply of clams was meager. And while it could be argued that they were merely filling in the gaps, the fact remained that someone had a whole sack of crabs. Jealousy began to gnaw at them, particularly Lao Chen, who felt a profound sense of discomfort and regret. Had he not quarreled with Wu on the previous day, those clams and crabs would have been his. The thought made his heart ache. Wu, and noticing some blue crabs still scuttling about, said, "Stop the nonsense. Lend me some rubber bands, I'll tie them up now." Laosi hesitated, well aware that rubber bands also counted towards the weight. Although it would have benefited him the most to focus on the current load, he was wary of creating any tension with Wu, especially with Lao Chen and the others lurking nearby. After procuring the rubber bands, the three of them squatted down to tie up the blue crabs together. Meanwhile, Lao Chen and the others gradually dispersed, finding nothing left to scavenge or observe. As they departed, other vendors teased Lao Chen, saying, "These goods should have been yours." Lao Chen. Indeed, they previously dismissed the wares of those two misfits, yet Lao Chen had taken them in. Now, while they offered quality goods, he had been left behind. "Lao Chen, you are impressive, you can still laugh amidst this," they jeered. All were competitors, and an opportunity to tarnish Lao Chen's reputation was not to be missed. If Lao Chen collected less seafood, they could gather more. Although Lao Chen was smiling, it was a smile that betrayed more sorrow than joy. He felt compelled to feign resilience. Their words stung like salt on an open wound, yet he retorted, "What of it? This business won't last long. Just wait and see." After laboring for over half an hour, it was primarily Wuan and Oching who were diligently working, while Lao Se tended to business. Villagers came to sell seafood, and customers arrived to buy, yet all eyes were on Wuan. "Boss, have you run out of helpers? How could you resort to these two misfits?" One whispered, "Let me tell you, these two are notorious for their underhanded dealings in the village." Wu, and frowning, muttered, "Damn. Wasn't this supposed to be a secret? You're shouting so loudly I can hear you even with my ears covered." After tying up all the blue crabs and flower crabs, Wu felt his fingers cramping painfully. He abruptly stood, only to be met with sudden darkness, prompting him to sit back down swiftly. After a while, he and Oching helped each other to their feet, supporting themselves with their hands on their waists, twisting their upper bodies a few times until they felt somewhat better. Laosi approached, offering 2 bottles of water and a bag of steaming buns, saying, "You've worked hard. You must be starving after a night of labor. Have a bite." Oching, too hungry to express gratitude, quickly stuffed a bun into his mouth. Wuan urged him to wash his hands. With a bun stuffed in her mouth, Oching hurriedly ran to wash her hands. Wuan, having not eaten, remarked, "Olsie, please provide your quotation." Olsie replied, "As I mentioned, the price for the king clam is 20 per pound. This variety of mantis shrimp is 24 per pound, while the zebra mantis shrimp is 48 per pound. The market for green crabs is currently mediocre, it's not the optimal time for consumption. So the price stands at 115 per pound. By the Mid-Autumn Festival, I could offer 180 per pound. The price of orchid crabs fluctuates even more significantly. At present, I can only offer 70 per pound." Wuan felt lost, he had no reference for these prices. Rather than immediately agreeing, he said, "Old Seer, to be honest, I am not well versed in these market trends. This is not merely a one-time transaction. We will have a long business relationship ahead. Just ensure you don't take advantage of me. I can supply you with goods from my future coastal foraging. Upon hearing this, Olsie slapped his thigh and exclaimed, since you've put it that way, I must be forthright with you. Therefore, I will add 5 yuan to the prices I just quoted. Beyond that, my profit margin diminishes. Wu An nodded, saying, all right, I trust you. Let us keep our dealings confidential. I want to disclose your prices, and you shouldn't reveal how much I sell to you. Olsie nodded in agreement, eager for the arrangement. The weighing process commenced, then some passers-by were drawn to the green crabs and zebra mantis shrimp, enchanted by the allure of freshly caught seafood. Even before Olsie could calculate the total, customers were already inquiring about prices. Retail inevitably incurs a markup, while this is commonplace in front of Wu An. Olsie could only defer, saying to wait a moment. With rhythmic precision, Olsie used the calculator and ultimately arrived at a total of 9,848 yuan. Upon seeing this amount, he couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. Keep up the good work, but don't squander the money carelessly. Within less than 24 hours, the two had sold over 10,000 yuan worth of seafood, an income that would surely evoke envy from fishermen who venture out to sea. He returned to the back room to fetch the money. Wu An and Eching followed him into the shop, waiting at the inner door. After a considerable wait, Olsie finally emerged, to which Eching exclaimed, why so slow? Olsie replied, with such a large sum, I must count it carefully. Eching retorted, if you can't count money efficiently, how do you conduct business? Olsie was at a loss for words as he handed over the counted cash. Upon seeing the thick stack of bills, Eching exclaimed, why so much? Olsie encouraged, go ahead and count it. Eching quickly shook his head, with this many bills, I can't manage to count them. Olsie laughed heartily. Wu An took the money and began counting. In total, there were 99 bills, amounting to 9,900 yuan. Olsie generously added the remaining amount, and Wu An, not being shy, stuffed the money into his pocket before greeting Olsie, who was engaged in haggling with customers as he prepared to leave. Eching, still dissatisfied, insisted on hearing the prices Olsie quoted to the customers. Wu An urged him to hurry and leave, knowing that such knowledge would only serve to burden them further. Eching eagerly grabbed the cart, saying, brother. He deliberately waited until we left to quote prices. He must have taken advantage of us. Next time, let us set up our own stall at the dock and sell ourselves. Wu An stifled a yawn and asked, aren't you tired? Eching replied, I am quite fatigued. Wu An continued, that's troubling. We could set up a stall, but it would incur expenses. What if the shrimp and crabs perish? They would require refrigeration. And if we can't sell them, it might be wiser to sell them to Olsie, despite the markup, as it would save us the hassle. If you feel cheated, we can always purchase from the town next time. Eching was taken aback. Brother, didn't you say we would sell seafood with Olsie from now on? Wu An coughed lightly and explained, I did say that. However, Olsie has already taken advantage of us. It is only right that I do not sell to him. Eching's expression cleared, I understand now. The two brothers continued their banter, but before they had taken more than a few steps, Wu An was abruptly berated by Shunfeng, who accused him of being shameless. Wu An was bewildered at that moment. The distance between him and Shunfeng was at least 5 meters, and he could not fathom how he had acted so shamelessly. Shunfeng continued her tirade, Wu An, you are truly disgusting. I was blind to have dated you. Beside her stood another woman who covered her eyes with her hand, peering through her fingers with wide eyes. Clearly intrigued, Wu An followed her gaze downward and realized the source of the trouble, the money he had stuffed into his shorts pocket. The considerable amount had stretched the pocket, and after a long day, his shorts had shifted slightly, leaving the pocket askew, which must have appeared rather unseemly to the two women. Others passing by also cast him sidelong glances, but Shunfeng was the first to confront him so directly, seemingly seizing the opportunity to retaliate for his previous refusal to apologize. Wu An reached into his pocket, retrieving the money and transferring it to another pocket. It's rather noisy here, I didn't quite catch that. Were you just insulting me? Shunfeng was momentarily taken aback. The sight of so much cash was startling. The vibrant bills gleamed enticingly, and realizing it was a misunderstanding, she felt a flash of embarrassment and could not nod in acknowledgement. The sight of Wuan pulling out such a significant sum stirred her curiosity. Where had he acquired so much money? The other girl, ordinary in appearance with a sprinkling of freckles, quickly shook her head under Wuan's gaze. No, not at all. Wuan did not linger on the matter and walked past the two women. Once he was out of earshot, the freckled girl whispered, Xiaofang, did you see that? Wuan pulled out a huge amount of money. It looks like it could be worth 10,000 or so. Xiaofang nodded absent-mindedly, then remarked, perhaps he stole it. The freckled girl mused, that is still quite impressive. He had such a fierce look just now. If his hair were a bit longer, he would definitely look handsome in photos. Xiaofang remained silent. When she initially dated Wu An, it was not just because he was a university student, but also due to his striking looks. The freckled girl pressed on, are you two really done for good? Didn't you say Wu An stole a fish and left the meat on his belly for you to eat? If you got back together, maybe some of that money could be yours too. Upon hearing this, Xiaofang could not help but let her imagination wander. At that moment, Ma Wang, covered in mud, rushed over, holding a bucket, and exclaimed, Xiaofang, what a coincidence. I went to the shore and dug up quite a few clams. Would you like to take a look? Come to my house for lunch, and I'll personally cook for you. Xiaofang quickly took 2 steps back, waving her hands in disdain. Keep your distance. Who wants clams? Don't come any closer, you're filthy. With that, she grabbed the freckled girl and turned to leave. Ma Wang stood there, bewildered, then angrily tossed the bucket to the ground, cursing under his breath, this doesn't work at all. I knew Wu Atzi had ulterior motives. Just wait and see. I will win Xiaofang's heart eventually. After saying this, he became lost in his own reverie. If Wu An had stayed and witnessed Ma Wang, he would have been struck by the realization that it was 2012, the time when non-mainstream culture was flourishing. In this era, a warm-hearted man was still a compliment. A scoundrel like him actually had a market. Some girls, particularly naive ones, were drawn to his type. Back at his old house, he found a basin and poured the remaining clams, blood clams, and a few razor clams and mantis shrimp into it, dividing the catch in half. He then placed one portion in a plastic bag and set it in the bucket, saying, these aren't worth much, I might as well not sell them. Take them home and let your mother cook them, it will make a hearty dish. Let's go, I need to sleep, he added, yawning several times, clearly exhausted. He had only managed 4 or 5 hours of sleep the previous night and had been busy throughout the latter half of it. If it weren't for the joy of earning money, he would have fallen asleep standing. Aching nodded, accepted 10 red bills, neatly folded them, and put them in her pocket, smiling as she said, brother, I'll be off then. Wu An, feeling uneasy, cautioned, don't run around on the way. Keep your money safe in your pocket. Head straight home. Don't bother me, I need to catch up on sleep. Aching responded affirmatively, pushing her cart and running off. After a few steps, she jumped with glee. Having earned that much money after a night of hard work made her so happy she could hardly contain herself. Wu An tucked the money under the bamboo mat, adding it to yesterday's earnings, totaling 10,900. In just a day since his rebirth, with this speed of making money, he hoped he wasn't dragging down the reincarnated ones. He felt quite satisfied. In his previous life, delivering takeout, he had toiled for a month to earn only about 8 or 9,000. All things considered, this was the most money he had ever made. Rearranging the bamboo mat, he fetched a basin of well water and took a quick shower, instantly feeling rejuvenated. However, lying on the bed for barely 2 minutes, the wave of drowsiness hit him. Just as Wu An began to snore, a sneaky figure approached from the direction of the coconut trees, peering into the window. Seeing Wu An sound asleep, the figure mumbled, what time is it? Still sleeping so soundly? Ian, get up. Ian, noticing Wu An merely rolling over and continuing to snore, the visitor's frustration grew. Approaching the door, they prepared to knock, but as soon as they tapped, the door creaked open of its own accord. They do not lock the door, unafraid of thieves. Upon hearing this, the subsequent words falter, for there is truly nothing of value within this dwelling. Moreover, the most notorious thief in the village lies right there on the bed. Wu An, though deep in slumber, seemed to sense a disturbance upon the door's opening. He abruptly sat up, listening intently to the sounds beyond the curtain, his anxiety mounting. Wealth should remain concealed. Could it be that while selling seafood at the dock, someone had taken notice of him? In the next moment, the curtain lifted, revealing a face that exuded honesty and simplicity. Wu-an instantly breathed a sigh of relief and greeted, "Brother, it's you." The visitor was none other than his elder brother, Wu-ping. 8 years his senior and nearing 30, Wu-ping's skin bore a slight tan, and although their heights were comparable, he was considerably leaner. The presence of frown lines on his face indicated a life spent laboring under the sun. "Brother, it's been a while," Wu-an remarked, somewhat taken aback by the sight. Wu-ping observed him with a complex gaze, eventually sighing and saying, "At this hour, why are you still asleep? Your eyes are bloodshot. Did you not sleep last night?" He intended to jest about last night's escapade as a thief, noting how everyone would tease those who yawned in broad daylight, yet such words were inappropriate for Wu-an, who indeed might have ventured into thievery the previous night. Noticing Wu-an's silence, Wu-ping was not surprised and continued, "Well, it's your choice to sleep at home every day, it's better than running around outside." Wu-an found humor in this statement, recognizing the modesty of the expectation, albeit he feared he could not meet it. Seeing Wu-an still smiling, Wu-ping sighed again and admonished, "And you must be obedient. Father is genuinely angry this time. Your sister-in-law and I dare not even mention your name. The moment we do, father erupts in fury. You must not commit any actions that might further provoke his wrath." Wu-an nodded, replying, "Brother, I understand." Wu-ping's tone softened, "Just stay here for now. Let father cool down, and your sister-in-law and I will devise a way for you to return home." Wu-an shook his head, saying, "Brother, you and sister-in-law need not concern yourselves. I do not wish for father to direct his ire towards you both and have you endure his reprimands as well. I am the one who has angered him, as the saying goes, the one who ties the knot must also untie it. I will find a way to appease him and secure permission to return home. Oh, please remember to tidy up the house for me. I may return at any moment." "Any moment?" Wu-ping retorted with a hint of exasperation. "What plan do you have? Speak to me, do not act on impulse. Every time you act silently, the outcomes are enough to terrify anyone." Wu-an scratched his head. "I have not yet devised a plan." Suddenly, Wu-ping recalled something and asked, "The fish you smashed last night, was that you?" Wu-an nodded. "That was an accident. I did not intend to break father's fish." Wu-ping remarked, "That surely cannot be your method for returning home. Do not repeat such actions in the future." Father was gnashing his teeth over the fish, wishing to crush the bones and swallow them whole. Wu-an found the situation amusing despite its absurdity. Wu-ping then produced a stack of cash, both small and large denominations, placing it on the bed. "This is your sister-in-law's and my savings. You are alone in the old house, and you must fend for your own sustenance. You cannot do so without money. That fish cost us dearly." "Brother, I do not want the money," Wu-an replied. Wu-an took the money and stuffed it into Wu-ping's hands, stating, "The fish I caught yesterday was my own doing. I am now diligently working and can earn money." The two engaged in a tug-of-war. Wu-an continued to shout, "Brother, in the past, I made foolish mistakes. But now I realize my errors. Father cast me out because I resorted to violence and borrowed from loan sharks. Once I resolve these two issues, he may come down and allow me to return home. You and sister-in-law need not worry about it. Just take this money back. I insist you keep it." Before he could finish his sentence, Wu-ping threw the money onto his bed. Wu-an seized it and attempted to return it. But lacking the strength of his brother and being at a disadvantage in the scuffle, he found himself unable to prevail. In desperation, he lifted the bamboo mat. To sleep comfortably, he divided the money into several portions and laid them flat beneath the mat. With a sudden motion, as he lifted it, the bills danced in the air, swirling about like leaves in the wind. Wu-ping stood there, wide-eyed, astonished. Where did all this money come from? He quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Wu-an, what have you done?" Wu-an smiled wryly and replied, "Brother, this is my earnings from fishing and gathering seafood. It is all legitimate. Please, let me explain." Wu-ping released his grip. Wu-an sat down and recounted his escapade of fishing and gathering seafood, omitting the incident of stealing fish and injuring his head. Whether due to his rebirth or some other reason, the wound had already scabbed over. And he had removed the bandage the previous night. It was hardly noticeable. Wu Ping, filled with doubt, asked, "Are you serious?" Wu An responded, "Go ask Lin Hu if you doubt me. If you suspect I am colluding with him to deceive you, you can inquire at the dock to verify the truth of my words." Wu Ping gazed at the money strewn across the bed and said, "I believe you. I believe you." Indeed, his brother was intelligent enough to have gained admission to university. He would not fabricate such easily debunked lies. As some bills fluttered to the ground, he bent down to collect them, laughing as he did so, and said, "And this is just right, just right." Wu An nodded, saying, "This money is still insufficient to repay the loan sharks. I will need to work a few more days to gather enough." Wu Ping offered, "Let me take you to see father. He can supplement the amount you lack." Wu An shook his head, insisting, "No, brother, the father is still furious. If we approach him now, he will surely think I am trying to swindle him for money." Wu Ping paused. Wu An, with a serious expression, continued, "In just one day, I have earned this much. It won't be long before I can make enough." He then pulled Wu Ping towards the kitchen, saying, "I have saved some seafood, which is not particularly valuable. I was just pondering how to send it home to you. You can take it all. I remember father enjoys blood clams. You may take them all. This afternoon, when the tide recedes, I will return to gather more. Oh, but don't mention it was from me. I fear he might become angry and refuse to eat." As he spoke, he found a plastic bag and packed it all up. Wu Ping accepted it with a smile, exchanged a few more words, and then departed. As he walked some distance away, he glanced at the money in one hand and the bag of seafood in the other, feeling significantly lighter on his feet with joy. He returned home. Wu Ping placed a bag of seafood on the table and called for Mei Yuechin to come and see. Upon witnessing the abundance of seafood, Mei Yuechin inquired, "Why did you buy so much? Were you not supposed to deliver money to Atsi? Surely, you did not neglect that task in favor of this purchase." When she married into the Wu family, Wu An was merely 13 years old, regarded as a child, thus she had grown accustomed to referring to him as Atsi. Despite old Wu's modest standing in the village, he was quite busy, spending almost all his time attending to village affairs, leaving little room for overseeing Wu An. The eldest brother acted as a father, and the eldest sister-in-law as a mother. Throughout the years since her marriage until Wu An reached university, it was she and Wu Ping who managed the household, from cooking and laundry to tidying up. Sometimes, she would jokingly remark that although she had no children of her own, she had somehow ended up raising a grown son. Consequently, when one strayed from the right path, she found it difficult to relinquish her care. Wu Ping produced the money and said, "I delivered it. But An refused the money and gave me this seafood instead." Mei Yuechin's eyes widened in disbelief. "He gave you this. What is the origin of this seafood?" Wu Ping hurriedly recounted the situation he had witnessed, leaving Mei Yuechin in a state of uncertainty. If that is the case, did father cast Atsi out? Only for him to have a moment of realization. Wu Ping nodded. "It seems so. Father was truly angry this time. I suspect it frightened An quite a bit." Mei Yuechin felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, stating, "Should we not inform father of this development?" "Not just yet." Wu Ping shook his head. "An is correct. Father is still in a rage. Let us observe for a while. What if An's resolve is but a fleeting impulse? You should wish for something good." Mei Yuechin playfully nudged Wu Ping as she carried the seafood towards the kitchen, saying, "In that case, while father is away, I will prepare this seafood. You can take a portion to Atsi." At the old house, Wu An watched his elder brother depart and, upon closing the door, collapsed onto the bed. Strangely, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The opportunity to start anew was truly a blessing. With his legs crossed and humming a little tune, he felt a sense of contentment. Awoken unexpectedly, he initially thought it would be difficult to fall back asleep. But soon enough, fatigue overcame him, and he drifted into dreams, lulled by the moist, salty sea breeze, a smile gracing his lips as he succumbed to slumber. When he groggily awoke, he opened his eyes to see Wu Ping standing there. "Brother, why are you here again?" Wu Ping replied, "I brought you some food. Your sister-in-law said to prepare the seafood while father is away. Also, there is a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Wu An felt warmth in his heart. Rubbing his eyes, he got out of bed, freshened up, then returned to his bedside, where 2 large porcelain bowls awaited him. The scrambled eggs rested atop steaming rice. He eagerly grabbed a hefty portion and stuffed it into his mouth. This dish was something he had longed for, even dreaming of it. He mumbled, "It's delicious." Wu Ping chuckled, "You've truly changed your tune. Not long ago, you complained about your sister-in-law making scrambled eggs with tomatoes every day, saying you were tired of it." Wu An admitted, "I was rather foolish back then." Wu Ping replied, "The prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. Next time, say that in front of your sister-in-law to bring her some joy." Wu An nodded, devouring his meal with gusto, contentedly letting out a satisfied belch. Wu Ping took the initiative to clean the large porcelain jar. Observing his brother's actions, a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Indeed, Wu An had changed remarkably. The previous version of Wu An would never have engaged in such chores. As he was about to leave, he intended to take the clothes strewn across the bed. Wu An called out, "Brother, why are you taking my dirty clothes?" Wu Ping replied, "Your sister-in-law asked me to bring them back for her to wash. Father is at the village committee, and once she finishes, she will send them back without anyone noticing." Wu An was at a loss for words. His brother and sister-in-law treated him like a son. If it weren't for his past transgressions that had deeply disappointed them, there would be no estrangement between them. Ultimately, he declined to let his elder brother take the dirty clothes. If he allowed his sister-in-law to wash them, what difference would there be from before? Upon hearing this, Wu Ping ceased to insist, cheerfully carrying 2 large tea jars as he departed. Watching his brother swing the porcelain jar as he walked away, Wu An couldn't help but laugh. "Oh brother, how can you be so delighted over such trivial matters? Once I earn a fortune, I'll bring honor to you, a sister-in-law. And our father, just imagine how overjoyed you will be then." After a hearty meal, sleep was out of the question. Apart from anything else, the clothes needed urgent washing. Washing them proved quite simple. Aside from a pair of shorts and a tank top, there was only 1 pair of long trousers. Within half an hour, he had finished and hung them on a clothesline that Wu Ping had brought. In the old house, there was nothing else available. Observing the row of clothes hanging on the line, Wu An felt a sense of accomplishment. The tangible evidence of his improvement was truly wonderful. He found himself somewhat entranced by the experience. What should he do next? The tide was still receding, but the system's lack value would not refresh until midnight. Making a trip to the sea now merely a gamble. Just as he hesitated, a Qing arrived. Wu Ping was humming a tune as he walked home and encountered an acquaintance who, seeing him carrying a food jar, greeted him, dropping. "Are you headed to your old house?" "Gue Shu," Wu Ping acknowledged, referring to his father's colleague and a village official. "No, I'm just out for a stroll." Chen Gue chuckled, inwardly questioning how old Wu could raise such sons, one irresponsible and the other clueless, unable even to lie convincingly. Out loud, he remarked, "Why do you still bother with that hopeless younger brother? That lad is beyond redemption. Otherwise, your father wouldn't have severed ties with him." Wu Ping's smile faded, and he lowered his head as he walked on. Chen Gue continued, "Wu Shu advises you for your own good. You and Yue Qin still haven't had a child. Do you truly intend to raise that hopeless younger brother as your son? I've recently learned a term, cut your losses. You should take a page from your father's book on this matter." Each of these words pierced Wu Ping's heart like daggers. He walked away with his head bowed. He yearned to retort but found himself at a loss for words. Previously, Wu An had insulted Chen Gue, resulting in their father having to apologize to him. He wished to avoid conflict, especially if it meant causing distress to his father. Chen Gue had rivaled their father throughout his life, and with the village's leadership transition underway, it was rumored that he was the most formidable competitor. Now was not the time to impede his father's endeavors. Upon returning home, Wu Ping rubbed his face vigorously with his hands and attempted to smile several times before entering the courtyard, where Mei Yueqin was busy washing clothes. "Why are you empty-handed?" she inquired, looking up with a puzzled expression. "Where are Atzi's clothes?" Wu Ping replied, "He said he wants to wash them himself. From now on, he will handle his own affairs. He even mentioned that if we ever wish for seafood, we should just tell him, and he will fetch it from the sea." Mei Yueqin chuckled softly. "It seems Atzi has genuinely changed." Wu Ping nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that the second son had grown up and should focus on his tasks, ensuring that the despicable Chen Gue would have nothing to say in return. Going to the beach? Wu An observed Aching's excited demeanor and felt reluctant to dampen his spirits. Alright, let us go and aim to gather enough for dinner. They changed into long pants, down hats, then set out with buckets in hand. The sun at 2 in the afternoon was at its most intense. And even with the sea breeze, there was an overwhelming sensation of being scorched. Those who ventured out at this hour were indeed warriors of life. They first arrived at the golden sandy beach. To Wu An's surprise, the villagers who spotted the two brothers did not express disdain, instead they greeted them warmly. You two are back at the beach again. I heard you were busy, and I didn't quite believe it. Seeing you come out at this hour is indeed different from before. Which direction are you heading to? Today marked a small tide, which was rather uneventful. You two are lucky, I'll join you. Wu An and Aching were soon surrounded by several villagers who had seen them selling goods at Old Sea's place. While other beachcombers looked on with curiosity, Aching felt somewhat out of place, surprised by the attention. Wu An, however, was unfazed and cheerfully responded, no particular thoughts. Just going with the flow. They strolled west along the beach, inviting those who wished to follow, knowing that if luck did not favor them, the others would soon lose interest. As they walked, they dug with rakes at any holes they found, occasionally striking luck and uncovering clams, but little else. The villagers trailed behind, occasionally finding clams themselves and praising Wu An for his leadership. He graciously accepted the compliments. This was the essence of change. To alter one's reputation, one must rely on word of mouth. Aching, feeling disgruntled, remarked, Brother, why are they being so nice to us? This can't be sincere. Their following us might jinx our luck. Wu An chuckled lightly, consider it a learning experience. Let us try to fill half a bucket. We'll stir-fry them for a late-night snack and enjoy some beer with the seafood. That would be delightful. Suddenly, he struck something large with his sand shovel. It was a sea snail, significantly larger than his fist, prompting the nearby villagers to hasten their pace. Without any systematic support, their haul was rather modest. Which was to be expected given the small tide and the fact that this beach was regularly combed by others. Nevertheless, finding a sizable sea snail was enough to evoke envy among the group. Although their overall yield was lacking, the thrill of exploration in the unknown proved to be quite enjoyable. As they continued their forward trek, Wu An found nothing of interest with his rake, however. He inadvertently stepped on something. Momentarily taken aback, he bent down and reached beneath his foot. To his surprise, he discovered a rather sizable octopus. A few more of these would certainly fill a platter. Or, what good fortune! He exclaimed. Aching, witnessing this, could not help but remark, Brother, I've only managed to unearth about 30 clams thus far. Wu An shrugged, Indeed, that is rather meager, but I am unable to assist you further. Keep digging. They pressed on. Though the beach yielded fewer seafood treasures, it was easy to navigate and required little exertion, in stark contrast to the mudflats, where the endeavor felt akin to play. Except for the heat. Resisting the urge to swim in the inviting waters nearby, they continued their task. Observing the two brothers exchange, onlookers rolled their eyes, quietly berating them for their pretentiousness. Is that really so little? If that is the case, then our own catch must be pitiful. Before the arrival of the two, the villagers had considered their haul satisfactory, especially given the low tide. Typically, even after laboring for half a day, they would fare worse than they had today. Yet, in less than half an hour, Wu An and Aching had surpassed their own efforts from an hour of digging. Where could they voice their grievances? Comparing goods diminishes value, and comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. By the time they had traversed from the sandy beach to the rocky shore, Wu An had amassed half a bucket of seafood, primarily clams, along with 3 sizable conchs, which should fetch a reasonable price. He had also caught 5 octopuses, which were restlessly attempting to escape the confines of the bucket. Aching's collection was slightly less, yet still considerably better than that of the surrounding villagers. Brother, shall we continue? Aching inquired. Wu An nodded, let us proceed. The tide is rising. We have at most an hour left. While speaking, he moved a stone aside, revealing a small pool of water beneath. A stone crab, feeling threatened, raised its claws in defense. Come here, Wu An declared, swiftly grabbing it and tossing it into the bucket. The stone crab was small and of little value. Such creatures were plentiful along the seaside, and the locals did not particularly favor them due to their hard shells and scant meat. However, when fried, they became delightfully crunchy. Larger stone crabs, with their claws boiled and pickled, made for a delightful snack. Aching lifted another small rock and managed to catch 3 crabs in one go, suggesting a family of 3. At this moment, the tide began to rise. The 2 brothers continued to scour the rocks for stone crabs, occasionally spotting small fish beneath the stones. Wu-an refrained from capturing them, deeming their sizes too small, allowing them to return to the ocean to grow. Time slipped by unmeasured until they heard someone calling them from the shore. It was only then that Wu-an and Aching realized the tide had risen to their ankles. They hurried back to the shore. Villagers shouted, "Are you two out of your minds? Money I sent you and this way. I am convinced now that you've truly turned over a new leaf." That was perilously close. An uproar ensued as everyone chimed in. The rising tide obscured the ground beneath their feet on the rocky shore. A slip could lead to a fall into the water, and colliding with something could spell trouble. Aching scratched his head. I got a bit carried away, distracted by moving stones and catching crabs. Wu-an expressed his gratitude to everyone, effortlessly dismissing the idle chatter that suggested he and Aching were merely putting on a show, and cheerfully followed the group towards the dock. He glanced at the overflowing bucket of seafood, and Aching, truly his articulate counterpart, aptly remarked that fishing and gathering from the sea could easily engulf one's entire being. In the face of such bountiful joy, any weariness, heat, or danger was swiftly cast aside. "This is the essence of gathering from the sea," Aching exclaimed. "Brother, you are remarkable. Your bucket is completely full, while I only have half. The others had even less. This must be quite heavy, let me carry it." As she spoke, she seized Wu-an's bucket. He did not decline, recognizing Aching's desire to showcase her abilities. He willingly afforded her the opportunity. Moreover, carrying 2 buckets balanced the load, making it less strenuous. A few peers of similar age, unable to tolerate Aching's boastfulness, lagged behind, gesturing and whispering to one another. "What's all the bragging about? It's just a little more than we have." Previously, there were rumors that they used a cart to hold their catch. Such exaggerations felt absurd and implausible. Perhaps these 2 were intentionally fabricating tales. Hearing this, Aching inquired, "Brother, what am I bragging about?" Wu-an chuckled, choosing to ignore the comments. Regardless of what others said, it could not overshadow the fact that he and Aching had come together from the sea. And he secretly hoped for their gossip to reach their father, as it would carry more weight than any words exchanged with his siblings. Upon their arrival at the dock, they made a beeline for Old Sea's purchasing stall. Currently, there were no better alternatives available, so they had to make do. The primary issue was the lack of suitable transportation. Otherwise, they could venture into town to search for a more fitting place to sell their seafood. The dock was bustling at this hour. A few villagers were selling goods in front of Old Sea's stall. When Old Sea spotted the duo approaching, he welcomed them with a smile, saying, "You two are indeed diligent. Your lips are parched. I'm busy here, so go grab some water from the fridge." Wu-an gratefully acknowledged this and instructed Aching to set down the bucket while he entered the house to retrieve 2 bottles of soda, which they swiftly consumed. After nearly 3 hours at sea, the exertion had gone unnoticed, but now, having paused, they felt both thirsty and fatigued. The villagers selling goods were displeased. "Old Sea, what do you mean by this? You are giving those 2 layabouts water while you dawdle with us." Others chimed in, "You actually let those 2 slackers inside? Be careful, or one day you'll find the place completely emptied." Old Sea removed the straw hat covering Wu-an's bucket and said, "Don't accuse me of being biased. If you all could consistently bring me this bounty, I assure you, the moment you arrive, I'll offer you a bottle of water." The villagers who had been speaking fell silent upon seeing the impressive bucket of seafood, secretly cursing the good fortune of these 2 layabouts. Old Sea's establishment, though modest and somewhat disheveled, was graced with 2 large fans that provided a refreshing breeze. Wu-an observed that Old Sea still had some tasks to attend to before it was his turn, so he took the liberty of sitting with Aching inside, enjoying the cool air and sipping soda, a rather pleasant experience. The villagers, witnessing the ease of the 2, felt a twinge of discomfort. While they bickered with Old Sea over mere cents, these 2 rascals lounged inside, enjoying the fans' embrace and their drinks. The disparity in treatment was quite pronounced. Wuan watched them as well, and when their eyes met, he cheerfully nodded, which only intensified their discomfort. As the villagers departed one by one after selling their goods, Olsie re-entered, grabbing a soda and downing half a bottle in one go. He remarked, "Not bad at all. The income of so many old fishermen cannot compare to what you two have made. It's clear you're serious about this. Keep it up, I have faith in you." Wuan tossed the empty bottle into the trash, landing it perfectly, then chuckled, "Olsie, enough of the chit-chat. Let's get to the pricing. I'll sell everything except for the stone crabs, but I must keep a bit of each. Oh, and I'll sell the conchs as well. No need to keep those. Initially, I hadn't intended to buy, but who would have thought that sheer luck at the shore would yield so much? Not selling means it would go to waste. Besides, even mosquito legs count as meat." Olsie nodded, pouring the seafood from the bucket into a large basin and sorting it into smaller bowls, while a chin squatted down to assist. The prices for the clams and blood clams remained low, consistent with what had been discussed in the morning. "These conchs are worth something. I'll charge you 40 yuan each. As for the octopus, it's 20 yuan per pound." Wuan acknowledged this, having inquired about prices from fellow villagers on their way here. Their perception of him had improved, and they were no longer indifferent. The prices Olsie quoted were comparable, if not slightly higher, than what others had mentioned. It cannot be said that Olsie was devoid of pitfalls, rather, he was relatively fair. Or perhaps the purchasing agents treated all fishermen equally, exploiting none while exploiting all. Could one expect middlemen to refrain from undercutting? They thrived on the profit margins obtained from reselling. Once the sorting was complete, Olsie calculated the total. Ultimately, Wuan received 10 crisp red banknotes, along with an additional 1,000 yuan. He felt quite satisfied. From the time they had gone to the shore until now, it had only been 3.5 hours. Calculating his hourly wage, he was earning over 200 yuan per hour. What kind of laborer could boast such a rate? He called out, "Chin, grab the bucket." There was still half a bucket of seafood left. He had intentionally rounded it off, for if he sold everything, he could have easily made around 1,200 to 1,300 yuan. The remaining seafood was not particularly valuable, primarily comprised of stone crabs, along with a few octopuses, and he had set aside some clams and blood clams. Preparing a midnight snack was certainly feasible. From the previous afternoon until now, a full day had passed, and he had only managed 7 or 8 hours of sleep, which had been intermittent. The quality of sleep was questionable, to say the least. He needed to treat himself. It wasn't merely indulgence. Without sufficient food, drink, and rest, he wouldn't be able to sustain the intense pace of earning money at the shore. Without further ado, the urgency to repay the usurious loans loomed large. Which was precisely why he, despite feeling drowsy from a hearty meal earlier in the morning, hastened to the shore upon a Ching's call. The burden of unpaid debts weighed heavily on his conscience. In the past, he had been naive, easily swayed into borrowing money with the slightest persuasion. How foolish he had been in his previous life. He first visited the local convenience store. As he stepped inside, he encountered Lao Jiang, a balding man who perpetually fussed with a comb despite his sparse hair. Lao Jiang emerged from behind the counter. "What do you want?" he inquired. "Just some seasonings," Wuan replied. The store, a veritable emporium, was cluttered with assorted goods, making it a challenge to find anything. While he could not locate the seasonings, he did stumble upon some wire mesh. With a few stones to serve as a makeshift stove and the wire mesh placed atop, he could indulge in a delightful barbecue. Under Lao Jiang's watchful gaze, he eventually gathered the necessary seasonings and approached the exit. Lao Jiang cautiously quoted, "That'll be 9 yuan. Surprised, Wuan exclaimed, "So cheap." With a stoic expression, Lao Jiang responded, "That's my cost price. If you have it, pay up, if not, take it on credit." Wuan paused, and as memories flooded back, he realized that it was not Lao Jiang's generosity at play but rather the weight of his own past misdeeds. He had often accused Lao Jiang of being unscrupulous in business, but now it seemed that withholding credit was his way of meting out justice. He said, "Lao Jiang, no. Uncle Jiang, I was careless before. You keep a ledger, right? Bring it out, I'll settle my debts today. And for these items, I'll pay you what they're worth. It's quite a distance to the town, and your efforts in procuring goods deserve compensation." With that, He placed 100 yuan on the counter. Lao Zhong's eyes widened in surprise. Wu An smiled sincerely, and after a moment's contemplation, Lao Zhong replied, "No need. Your father already settled your account." Wu An was taken aback. "This money is from my earnings at the show. I'd also like a case of beer." Lao Zhong nodded, calculated the total, and handed back 70 yuan. As Wu An carried the case of beer away, Lao Zhong mused, feeling the bills, 8 rigs of fish. Yet he thought, what does it matter? After all, old Wu would cover any shortfall. Upon returning to the old house, Taching set down her water bucket. Thrilled with the 100 yuan she pocketed, then hurried home. As soon as she arrived, she handed the money to Li Wan, who wiped her hands and eagerly accepted it. Inspecting the bills with delight. "In just half a day, you've earned so much," she exclaimed. "Are we still going out at dawn?" Aching shook her head. "I don't know, my brother hasn't said. We still have plenty of seafood left. He mentioned we could grill it tonight. I'll rest a bit and then head over." Li Wan nodded with a smile. "Don't just focus on the seafood, I'll pick some vegetables from the garden. Potatoes, eggplants, and green beans will also make for a great barbecue." As Aching entered the house, she spotted the fruits on the table and called out, "Mom. Did you buy fruit today? Can I take some to my brother?" Li Wan replied, "Of course, I'll take some of each for Ian. These fruits aren't worth much. And besides, since yesterday, Taching has already brought home over 1,000 yuan. Even if these fruits are from afar, I won't hesitate to share them." She was quite clear about the value of things. Before long, she urged Aching, "Don't dawdle, it's getting dark. Hurry up and get going." Aching exclaimed, "Mother, you used to prevent me from going out, yet today you are urging me to leave." Li Wan replied, "Times have changed, do you not understand? On has transformed for the better, and you must adapt as well. Listen to On and follow his lead, do you comprehend?" Aching nodded, carrying his belongings towards the old house. On his way, he encountered a group of adults. With keen eyes, Aching spotted Wu Ingwe and quickly lowered his head, skirting along the wall. In this village, he feared no one but Wu Ingwe. Whenever Wu Ingwe dealt with Wu An, he would also take the opportunity to reprimand Aching. Wu Ingwe, noticing Aching's furtive demeanor, let out a cold snort and ignored him. Chen Gui, observing this, chuckled, "Old Wu. This boy seems to fear you more than your second son does." Laughter erupted among the others. Wu Ingwe, with a scowl, did not respond but furrowed his brow slightly as he watched Aching scurry away. "Chen Gui, where did I ever get a second son?" he inquired. Chen Gui raised his thumb in admiration, "Old Wu, I have always respected you. Indeed, you can forsake anything for work. You may be indifferent to your second son, but your eldest certainly cares. Their brotherly bond is quite genuine. I even saw your eldest heading to the old house today." Others urged him to refrain from further commentary. Chen Gui insisted, "I speak only good words, what is there to hide?" The group fell silent, realizing he was just a step away from metaphorically plunging a knife into Wu Ingwe's heart while feigning praise. Wu Ingwe remained tight-lipped. Upon reaching the crossroads, everyone dispersed towards their homes. The Wu family resided at the rear of the village. After Chen Gui returned to his abode, only Wu Ingwe, hands clasped behind his back, continued onward. Lao Men, smoking at his doorstep, instinctively greeted him upon his return, but before he could utter a word, he saw Wu Ingwe turn back. Why is he returning just as he nears home? There is much work to attend to in the village. He seems busier than a high-ranking official. Yet his younger brother is going astray, he ought to reflect on his own issues, Lao Meng muttered, lighting another cigarette. As Wu Ingwe traversed the narrow alleys, darkness enveloped him, and he encountered no one until he reached the area behind the coconut tree not far from the old house. He observed Wu An and Aching warming themselves by the door. "Be careful, it's just come off the fire and is still hot. It's fine, I can handle the heat. Brother, this is delectable. A sip of beer to wash it down. Or truly refreshing. How did you become such a proficient cook? You could set up a stall in town, the business would flourish. Haha, in fact, I have tried that before, taste this with chili powder sprinkled on it. Oh, that's spicy. Where's my beer?" Ha ha ha, look at you, just a sprinkle of chili powder, and you're acting as if it's unbearable. Brother, you're already tearing up from the spice. I am not. You must be mistaken, Wu-an retorted in frustration, gulping down a large mouthful of ice-cold beer. As he drank, he casually glanced behind the coconut tree, sensing a shadow. Upon closer inspection, he found no one, it was merely the coconut tree swaying gently in the sea breeze. Aching inquired, brother, what's the matter? Wu-an shook his head and replied, just a trick of the light, come, let us drink. The two brothers clinked their glasses together. The two individuals sat comfortably on the ground, basking in the sea breeze while sipping beer and indulging in seafood, creating an atmosphere of utter relaxation. Aching savored an octopus and exclaimed, brother, this is simply exquisite. Just think, we were starving at this time yesterday. Now, enjoying a seafood feast feels like a dream. Wu-an chuckled and replied, as long as you're not afraid of gout, you can feast on seafood every day. Aching laughed foolishly, what is there to fear? Brother, let us finish this bottle. Watch me show off. As Aching played the fool, Wu-an felt slightly intoxicated. After they had consumed a substantial amount of seafood, and as Aching began to belch from the alcohol, Wu-an remarked, that is enough for now, we still need to head to the tidal flats tonight. So we can't afford to get drunk. I'll grill the seafood for you to take home, if your mother is still awake. Let her enjoy it while it's hot. Also, I don't have an alarm clock, so wait for me to call you before we head to the tidal flats. Aching nodded and joined in the tidying up. There wasn't much to clean, they extinguished the charcoal with water and soaked the iron grill in a basin. Aching suggested, brother, now that we are earning money, it's time to spruce up the house. Wu-an casually replied, no rush. He was currently entangled in troubles. As Chen-long lay in the hospital, unwilling to relent, a mere compensation of 1 yuan would not satisfy anyone's appetite. Yet that was not the most pressing issue. The high-interest loans posed a significant problem, which needed to be settled fast. He hoped for a stroke of good luck the next day. Meanwhile, Wu Yingui returned home, where Wu Ping and Mei Yueqin immediately emerged from the house. Mei Yueqin greeted him, Dad, why are you home so late today? Wu Ping cautiously inquired, Dad, we have seafood today. Would you like to drink a bit? Wu Yingui nodded, all right. Haven't you eaten? I said you should eat without waiting for me. Wu Ping and Mei Yueqin exchanged glances, and she replied, wash your hands fast, the food is ready in the pot. They added, we are not hungry. A family meal is more enjoyable. Wu Yingui turned to wash his hands. Upon seeing a large basin of seafood, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, though he refrained from commenting. Wu Ping asked, Dad, isn't this seafood quite good? Wu Yingui nodded, delicious. Yueqin's cooking is as good as your mother is. Seizing the moment, Wu Ping pressed on, Dad, actually, this seafood, Wu Yingui waved his hand, Chen Gui mentioned you visited the old house today. That is enough. Let us eat, and remember to speak less during meals. Wu Ping wanted to say more, but Mei Yueqin quickly shook her head, signaling him to remain silent. Wu-an heard Aching calling and opened his eyes, feeling his heart racing in his chest. After a moment, he asked, Aching, what time is it? Aching replied, about 1:30. Wu-an turned to sit up, feeling sore all over. After washing his face and feeling a bit more alert, he contemplated that enduring this daily routine was unsustainable, but fortunately, the tides changed every day. In a few days, the tide would recede around 3 or 4 in the morning, making it easier to wake up without such difficulty. Aching had already prepared their tools, clamps, shovels, and a snakeskin bag, while also bringing along a cat. Wu-an picked up the clippers and glanced at the system. Lack value 43.15. Target, clipper for beachcombing. Wu-an furrowed his brow, perplexed by the meager increase in his luck. On the first day, it had surged by 22 points. Only to rise by a mere 10 yesterday. Could it be that the initial boost was due to a novice bonus? He was utterly baffled, as the system offered no explanations. All he could do was gradually ponder and discern the patterns. Furthermore, his daily luck was rather dismal, even worse than yesterday's. Surely, the system wasn't attempting to compel him to take a day off in this manner. Nonsense. Aching, let us go. The two brothers headed straight for the beach, deliberately avoiding the yellow sand area to evade being followed. However, upon reaching the tidal flats, they discovered several lights illuminating the area. Aching pointed and exclaimed, "Brother! Someone is beachcombing." This tidal flat was public, anyone could come. Wuan stepped onto the flat and remarked, "Today's water level is higher than yesterday's." Aching replied, "Let us stick together and not wander too far, we should look out for each other." Aching scratched his head, "With so much water, I can't even see the mud, how are we supposed to manage?" Wuan chuckled, "It's all a matter of luck." After taking a few steps, he found it quite laborious. Not only did he have to exert effort to pull his feet from the muck, but he also had to wade through water. If yesterday was a simple mode, then today was undoubtedly a challenging one. However, this played to his advantage, for he thrived on luck. Aching hurried to catch up. "Brother, wait for me. Let us head directly to the blue crab nest." Wuan responded, "I fear there may not be any blue crabs left. They don't remain stationary in one place. Moreover, with the water level this high today, that area is bound to be even more submerged." Aching insisted, "Let us just take a look. Our luck is quite good, perhaps the blue crabs are still waiting for us there." Wuan nodded. Having a target location was certainly preferable to aimlessly wandering across the vast tidal flats. As they walked, the occasional beam of light illuminated them. Aching, you've arrived," called out a voice from atop a mud horse, a locally crafted mode of transportation designed for traversing the tidal flats with ease. For those who knew how to operate it, it was remarkably swift. This contraption had a long history in their area, still widely used today. Particularly by those who farmed clams and razor clams, as every household possessed several mud horses. He and Aching, however, had none and could only rely on their legs. Walking was indeed strenuous. Others inquired, "Where did you manage to catch so much seafood yesterday? We've been here for half an hour and only caught 2 flower crabs." "Damn. You caught 2 flower crabs. I only raked up a few clams, I can't even fill a single dish, let alone sell them." "Adong, Aching. You two have such luck, do share some tips with us. Beachcombing here is exhausting, far worse than on the yellow sand." Wuan casually pointed and said, "It was not as high yesterday. When it comes to coastal foraging, one must be astounded. Some fishermen are aware that certain areas yield an abundance of seafood, however, today, with the tide so high, much of the intertidal zone remains submerged, leaving success to mere chance. One must lower their rake and reach into the water. If fortune smiles, one might discover a plethora of clams and sea snails. If luck is lacking, one is left with nothing but a handful of mud. It is not uncommon for such a day, devoid of a significant tide, to yield scant seafood. Occasionally, laughter can be heard, signaling the discovery of something valuable." As they ventured further, Aching expressed his displeasure. "What are these people thinking? How dare they expect our guidance?" He scoffed, "They aren't even as handsome as I am. Yet they have such lofty aspirations." With Aching voicing his thoughts, Wuan remained silent, carefully making his way towards a blue crab den. Aching bent down, peering at the surface of the water, to which Wuan chuckled, "Aching, the water is too murky to see anything, just dive in." He simultaneously infused luck into his claws. Luck value 43.5. Wuan estimated that they could only forage for a little over an hour today. That was quite satisfactory. The sooner they expended their luck, the sooner they could return to rest. Aching set aside his bucket and crouched down, probing the water until he uncovered a hole. Swiftly placing his claw inside. Having caught countless blue crabs the previous day, he was quite experienced. Even without visibility, he could discern whether he had caught something by feel. With a vigorous tug, he lifted it from the water, splashing droplets everywhere, revealing a blue crab held aloft. Wuan shone his headlamp on it, not bad. The crab was neither large nor small, weighing about a pound, worth approximately 100 yuan. Aching beamed with delight, tossing the crab into the bucket before resuming his search. However, after several minutes of searching, he found nothing. In contrast, Wuan had made several discoveries, having already caught 2 blue crabs, which made Aching anxious. Finally, he spotted another hole and quickly placed his claw inside. To his dismay, he emerged with only half of a blue crab. Aching was bewildered. "Brother, what happened?" Wuan examined the crab and remarked, "It seems something has bitten it." He was also astonished. Nevertheless, in the food chain, larger fish consume smaller ones. And blue crabs are often preyed upon. Who knows what could have done this? He cautioned to be careful moving forward. Aching nodded and continued his search. After a short while, the two had collectively caught 6 blue crabs, 2 mantis shrimp, and several sea snails. Due to using claws, they had not captured many clams. And the few they had were small and discarded. Aching lamented, "Brother, today's haul is far inferior to yesterday's," Wu An nodded in agreement. He turned to survey their surroundings, stating, "I wonder if others have fared better." "What does it matter?" Wu An replied nonchalantly. "Even if they had a bountiful catch, they wouldn't share even a crab leg with us." As he spoke, he came across a hole and lowered his claw. It indeed grasped something. But it felt peculiar, not like a blue crab, rather, it resembled a fish. He refrained from exerting too much force. For if he were to crush the fish or break it, it would lose its value. Upon drawing it from the water's surface, it was indeed a fish. When illuminated by the headlamp, Wu An could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, for it was a crab-eating fish, colloquially known as the crab tiger. The reason for this nomenclature lies in its penchant for consuming crabs. The half-crab that Aching had just caught likely fell victim to this very fish. Given the presence of a blue crab nest, it is entirely reasonable for crab tigers to inhabit the area as well. Scientifically referred to as the Chinese mud skipper. The crab tiger is often compared to the mud skipper and the loach, collectively regarded as the 3 treasures of the mudflat, and is celebrated for its remarkable culinary value. Often referred to as the ginseng of the sea. Locally, it is more straightforwardly described as one fish equating to 3 chickens. Its nutritional value is exceptionally high. Being both nourishing and delectably palatable, regardless of preparation method, it remains exquisitely flavorful. Anyone who enjoys seafood is certain to relish this fish. Thus, both its retail and procurement prices are notably elevated, surpassing even that of blue crabs. Wu An grasped the crab tiger, noting its slippery texture. The ability to secure it with a clamp was largely attributed to the favorable luck imparted by the system, otherwise a typical clamp would never suffice in holding such a creature. "Bro, what did you catch?" Aching inquired curiously, leaning in for a closer look. Upon seeing the crab tiger, he exclaimed in astonishment, "No way." Before he could finish his sentence, he hastily covered his mouth with his hand, his voice escaping through his fingers. "And a crab tiger? Where did you find it?" The presence of this fish suggested that there must be a nest nearby. Wu An gestured. And Aching, without needing the clamp, reached in directly and indeed managed to catch 2 more, albeit on the smaller side. The largest weighed around 3 tails. One was rather diminutive, estimated at merely 1 tail, which Aching discarded back into the water. The two continued their search. "Bro, I found a hole. It's a crab tiger and it's trying to escape. I caught it." Aching shouted with excitement, even more thrilled than when he had caught the blue crab. This enthusiasm was entirely understandable, as the thrill of catching fish and shrimp is a joy cherished by people of all ages, from small children to the elderly. Particularly among men. Wu An found the experience equally enjoyable, as if he had rediscovered the joy of his childhood. The crab tiger exhibited considerable strength, thrashing about in the bucket and causing it to rattle loudly. Truly, it deserved its reputation as a formidable crab predator. "Wait a moment." Wu An quickly turned his attention to the bucket and, as anticipated, several crab tigers were mercilessly attacking a blue crab. These crab tigers, having been caught from their den, were understandably alarmed, but upon spotting a delectable meal before them, who could resist? They had to feast to quell their fright. Wu An promptly stated, "Aching, let us separate the blue crab from the crab tigers." Aching, realizing the gravity of the situation, responded, "Bro, thank goodness you're here. I completely forgot that these crab tigers eat crabs. Oh no, this one got bitten. How infuriating." He exclaimed, as he seized one crab tiger and delivered 2 sharp slaps. The two then separated the blue crab from the crab tigers and resumed their crouched exploration for crab tiger dens. Wu An advised Aching, "It's better to use the clamp. If it's a blue crab den, a moment of carelessness could lead to a painful pinch." Aching retorted, "I'll be careful. The clamp I sent is effective, it's better to use my hands." Wu An shook his head, glancing at the clamp's lack value, which had dwindled to a mere fraction, and chose to remain silent. He then shifted his gaze towards the gloves. Lack valued 43.5 item plastic gloves. These gloves possess a multitude of functions when augmented with lack. They significantly diminish the likelihood of harm while increasing the chances of successfully capturing marine life. Wu felt a sense of relief. Indeed, these gloves are not merely tools. They are capable of enhancement. Lack valued 43.3 item plastic gloves, too similar to a sand shovel. They represent the most basic tools for coastal foraging. He exclaimed, "Aching. Allow me to inspect your gloves." Aching, perplexed, extended his hand, saying, "Brother, hold tightly. The crab holes are far more elusive than the blue crab holes." Enhancement activated. Lack value 43.1. Wu commanded, "Go catch them." Aching crouched down, and after a few moments of searching, joyfully shouted, "I found one." Soon, he emerged with 2 crab tigers. Wu discarded the tongs, opting to fill with his hands, and quickly made a discovery. To his delight, the crab tigers were clustered together, often in pairs or threes. Although these crab tigers were not particularly large, a nest containing 3 would still weigh around half a kilogram. He tossed 3 crab tigers into the bucket, which was now half full. Aching had caught even more than he had. Occasionally, Aching would plunge his head underwater, showcasing his determination. Aching shook his head, lifting the freshly caught crab tiger, and remarked, "Brother, this one is quite large." Indeed, capturing crab tigers is far more exhilarating than catching blue crabs. Let us return tomorrow to catch more. Wu nodded. However, he recognized that by tomorrow, the catch might dwindle. The scarcity of blue crab holes today was already evident, and it would likely take a while to find another. Compared to yesterday, today's yield could be described as meager. Nevertheless, until a better location is discovered, they would undoubtedly return to this spot tomorrow to seek crab tigers. Even if the catch was scant, capturing 7 or 8 to sell would still yield a profit of 200 to 300. In these times, that surpasses the daily earnings of an ordinary office worker. He crouched down, noticing the rising water level as the tide was coming in. "Let us head back. We don't want to be called in like yesterday." Aching nodded in agreement. The 2 squatted in the water, one hand gripping the bucket while the other sifted through the mud. Their efficiency was low, but with the gloves enhancement, they quickly located a crab tiger hole. As the water level continued to rise, they ascended, gradually losing sight of the crab tiger holes. Aching appeared somewhat disheartened, while Wu glanced at the bucket. Now 2/3 full, a commendable catch. Nearby, several villagers were exchanging stories about their day's haul. He removed his straw hat and placed it atop the bucket when suddenly, Aching exclaimed, "Brother, I've found another hole." The others nearby, hearing his shout, turned to look. Aching abruptly withdrew his hand, shouting, "It's a blue crab hole. Damn, I'm lucky." I pulled back quickly, that nearly pinched me. Aching passed the tongs to him. As Aching set the tongs down, he lamented, "Why is it a blue crab hole?" The onlookers inwardly scolded Aching, questioning his intelligence. Why sigh upon discovering a blue crab hole? Wasn't this a stroke of good fortune? Up until now, only 1 or 2 had been fortunate enough to uncover a few blue crabs, and even they were nearly grinning from ear to ear. Aching tossed the blue crabs he had caught into a bucket and remarked, "They are not very large. Brother, today's haul is not as good as yesterday's. Nevertheless, it's still decent," Wu replied with a smile. "Considering the resources available now, and the fact that the tidal flats are seldom visited, we can gather a bucket of seafood in just 2 or 3 hours. In a few years, when this area gets developed and attracts tourists from all over, the beach will be scoured countless times a day by visitors and villagers alike, making it impossible to achieve such a bounty." Once they reached the shore, a group gathered around to take a look. Upon seeing the half-full bucket of crabs, they expressed their envy. "Aching, you seem rather unpleased despite your catch," one remarked. Aching shrugged. "What's there to be happy about?" The man, grinning, replied, "Then why not give them to me?" "Get lost," Aching retorted. "Am I foolish?" The man walked away, scratching his nose. Curiosity piqued, someone asked Wu, "What's in the other bucket?" Wu replied, "Nothing much. Today's catch pales in comparison to yesterday's." Aching, without hesitation, picked up the bucket and walked off, denying anyone the chance to peek under his straw hat. Aching hurried to catch up, snatching the crab bucket from his brother. Brother, I can carry 2 buckets more steadily. Wu said nothing in response. After walking for a while, Ching chuckled, brother. I just stole a glance at those who followed us to the tidal flats. Their buckets are nearly empty. The tide is high today. And the tidal flats are difficult to navigate. Not everyone is as lucky as we are. Wu smiled and said, exactly. We should remain discreet and not let others know of our success, or we might attract envy and trouble. Ching, in his innocence, nodded. He understood that it was because of his brother's efforts that he had earned money. Without him, he would still be aimlessly wandering the village, earning nothing and being a nuisance to everyone. He thought to himself that he needed to work harder so that taking money from his brother wouldn't weigh on his conscience. I'm hungry, brother, Ching said. At this hour, the dock lacked any illumination, and the purchasing stores were yet to open. Although the tide had risen, many villagers were still searching in the water. It was exhausting and left them famished, which was why they hadn't dug for clams. After a moment's thought, Wu suggested, let's buy some instant noodles from the convenience store. I'll make you seafood noodles. We should also change our clothes at home, and once we are well fed, we can head to the dock to sell our goods. Ching hesitated. Is that a good idea at this hour? Wu reassured him, what are you thinking? We are not stealing, we are simply buying something. It was around 3 or 4 in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, the time when people were sound asleep. Previously, they had taken advantage of this hour for their escapades. When they arrived at the convenience store, they knocked on the door. Old Jiang, who had been asleep in the back room, was startled awake by the noise, only to hear Wu and Ching calling out, which frightened him even more. The inevitable had come to pass. He knew Wu had been scouting during the day. Trembling, old Jiang sat up in bed, cursing Wu for being so brazen. Now, it seemed he was resorting to outright theft. He turned on the lights and shouted, Wu Atsi, don't be foolish. Robbery is against the law. Hurry and leave. I can pretend you were never here, Wu exclaimed irritably. I came to buy something, 2 buckets of instant noodles. Open the door quickly. At that moment, some passing villagers glanced over at the 2 of them, whispering to each other, their words shrouded in mystery. Old Jiang swiftly opened the door. It was not uncommon for villagers to come to buy goods in the middle of the night. After all, when they needed something, traveling to the town was too far. And they would come to him instead. If someone knocked at the door in the dead of night, he had to oblige. However, it was only because the one knocking was Wu that he felt trepidation. Wu placed the water buckets on the ground, too weary to argue with old Jiang, and said, grab me a pack of instant noodles and that alarm clock over there. Quickly. Old Jiang, casting a wary glance at the 2, noticed they were carrying water buckets and instinctively peered inside, only to be astonished. So many blue crabs. Just dug up. This bucket, my goodness, is that a crab tiger? He shouted excitedly. Wu wanted to stop him but was too late, retorting irritably, quit shouting. Yes, it's a crab tiger, you're not mistaken. Now get the noodles, hurry. Old Jiang, glancing back repeatedly, placed a 5-pack of braised beef noodles on the counter while fixating on the crab tigers in the bucket. How much for these crab tigers? He inquired. Wu shook his head, I don't know. Old Jiang's eyes twinkled as he proposed, I'll trade you some liquor for them. 1 bottle of liquor for 1 crab tiger. Wu pondered for a moment, knowing his father enjoyed a drink, and replied, all right, just 2 bottles then. And I'll give you 4 crabs, enough for a tofu stew. Old Jiang's face lit up with joy, great. I'll fetch you a basin. Once old Jiang had walked away, Ching whispered, brother, it seems we've lost out. Wu chuckled, old Jiang may have profited, but we've certainly not lost. The little shop at the village entrance serves as our intelligence hub. Maintaining a good relationship with old Jiang is undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, we've often come here discreetly before. And old Jiang has held it against us. Now that we have a chance, consider it settling a debt. Ching nodded in understanding. Though he still didn't fully grasp it, he trusted his brother's wisdom. Wu left the liquor behind, stating, today I'll have my brother collect it. After setting the alarm clock to the correct time and carrying the instant noodles, the 2 headed towards the old house. Upon returning, Wu placed the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was only 3:50 in the morning. He changed his clothes and then boiled water to prepare the noodles. He chopped up a blue crab and a blue crab missing a limb along with 3 mantis shrimp and blanched some clams to extract the meat. A simple yet hearty seafood noodle dish was soon ready. After devouring the noodles, not even a drop of broth was spared. Both brothers simultaneously let out satisfied burps. Leaning against the wall, utterly content. After a while, Wu-an rose to check the time. It was already 4:30, and called for Ching to grab the buckets. At this hour, the diligent vendors should be opening their stalls. Wu-an took a detour on the way home and, as expected, found their door ajar and smoke billowing from the chimney. His father was a village official in neither a trivial nor significant position, yet it came with substantial responsibilities. He regarded village affairs as paramount. Given the rough weather that morning, he was likely out early for a stroll along the seaside, just as Wu-an had anticipated. The elder brother, akin to the father, serves as a teacher in the village, being the sole private educator amidst a sea of public school instructors. It is not due to a lack of capability that he remains in this position, but rather the influence of their father. This man, while possessing many admirable qualities, harbors an intense fear of gossip. Although he had the opportunity to transition to a public role, he insisted on avoiding any potential scandal, leading to his elder son's stagnation in the private sector. Consequently, after a few years, with the village primary school's closure, the elder brother found himself unemployed, devoid of any financial security. By that time, his relations with his brother and sister-in-law had severed. And it was only through the inquiries of Ching that he became aware of these developments. Wu Ping regarded teaching and nurturing as his lifelong vocation. Once he ceased his educational pursuits, he struggled to earn a living by fishing alongside the villagers, ultimately resorting to labor in the town. Meanwhile, his brother and sister-in-law faced considerable hardships. Wu-an contemplated how he could assist his elder brother, aspiring to ensure a more comfortable and prosperous future for them. Thus, the household would open its doors at the crack of dawn, compelling his sister-in-law to rise early to prepare breakfast, enabling the father and son to nourish themselves before attending to their endeavors. In this light, he perceived himself as the sole blemish on the family's reputation. Cautiously glancing into the yard, Wu Ping emerged from the house and, upon spotting him, he exclaimed with delight, "And do not hide. Father is out, having just left. Why linger at the door? Come inside." Hearing the commotion, Mei Yuechin stepped out from the kitchen, greeting Wu-an with, "Second son, you are here so early. Are you heading out to the sea? Are you not exhausted? What does it mean to be family?" Bathed in the warmth of his brother and sister-in-law's concern, Wu-an responded, "I am well, just rose early." In truth, it did not take long. "Today, fortune smiled upon me, and I caught a few small crabs for you. I also brought these blue crabs, though they are broken-legged and cannot fetch a price." Wu Ping quickly shook his head. "No, please do not. These are far too precious. Sell them instead. Our household lacks for nothing, so refrain from bringing items home in the future." Mei Yuechin nodded in agreement. "Your brother speaks wisely. Selling them is of utmost importance." Wu-an, undeterred, found an old wash basin to place a few small crabs and tossed in a couple of blue crabs, declaring, "I must take my leave. By the way, brother, when you have a moment, please stop by the small shop. I have stored 2 bottles of wine for father. Do not mention that I purchased them, I fear he may become upset." With that, he departed. Mei Yuechin hurriedly interjected, "Why the rush? Have your meal before you go." Wu-an replied that he had already eaten. Wu Ping attempted to catch up, wishing to converse further, but upon hearing a commotion from next door, Wu-an walked away. Shaking his head, Wu Ping returned to the yard, exchanging a glance with his wife, then sighed. "It is quite an adjustment to see our second son transform into such a good person." Mei Yuechin smiled. "Indeed, his virtuous character is commendable. Father has been lamenting about his legs lately. These crabs will serve as a nourishing remedy. Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. Did you not say you wish to go to school early today?" Wu Ping nodded in affirmation. Wu-an and Ching then visited Ching's home, where more seafood was left, before they finally made their way to the dock. As they turned a corner, they unexpectedly encountered Chongui. Previously, Wu-an had berated Chongui, leading to a significant altercation that was only resolved when Wu Ingui humbled himself to apologize. Now, as they crossed paths, Both men averted their gazes, choosing to ignore one another entirely. Chen-gue observed two individuals carrying buckets towards the dock, and his eyes gleamed with mischief. Who could these rascals be visiting at the shore with their buckets? Was old Wu not wandering by the sea, perhaps making a detour to the dock? It seemed quite plausible. With a sly grin, Chen-gue strolled towards the sandy beach. Concerned he might not find anyone, he called Wu Yingui to suggest that, given the windy conditions, it would be prudent to spread the word at the dock about the dangers of venturing to the shore amidst such tumultuous weather. Although Wu Yingui found it curious that Chen-gue was so invested in his duties, he did not dwell on it and readily agreed to the proposal. Upon arriving at the dock, Wu Yingui found Chen-gue waiting, and the two made their way towards the storefront. Chen-gue remarked that this was the time when villagers came to sell seafood. Wu Yingui, holding a stack of flyers, they distributed them as they walked. Although the village was not particularly large and was somewhat remote, there were occasional curious tourists drawn to the area. Just 2 months prior, there had been an incident where a tourist was trapped by rising tides while gathering shellfish. Fortunately, it was primarily local villagers who faced such dangers. As the saying goes, even those who can swim can drown in a river. Every year, incidents at the coast predominantly involved local residents. Why was that? It was because they were accustomed to the wind and waves, and their threshold for fear was alarmingly high. When faced with rough seas, they would often exclaim that the worse the storm, the more expensive the fish would be. Some, undeterred by danger, even ventured to the shore during typhoons. While most returned unscathed, a few tragically succumbed to the waves, leading to lost lives. Wu Yingui handed a flyer to Chen-gue, who shook his head in refusal. I have other matters to attend to. The former village leader also advised against this practice. It is a waste of time and effort. Printing these flyers costs money, and most people toss them aside without a glance, further polluting our environment. He continued his tirade, only to realize that Wu Yingui had walked ahead. Chen-gue looked down on Wu Yingui's actions, considering them beneath someone of their standing, akin to the work of a mere server. He felt it was a disgrace. However, unbeknownst to him, due to Wu Yingui's relentless efforts year after year, there had been no incidents in Xiaoxi village for several years. In the surrounding villages, accidents occurred annually. Yet the residents attributed their good fortune to the blessings of the sea goddess Mazu, rather than to Wu Yingui's endeavors. Wu Yingui himself did not perceive his work as particularly commendable. It was merely a routine task, with the flyers printed at his own expense. Old Wu. So early to inspect your work again? Another stack of flyers. I have a pile at home. I do not need them, I already know what they say. You are quite dedicated. I heard there is going to be a leadership change. I support you for village chief. So do I. Among our villagers, I respect Old Wu the most. Who doesn't he? The villagers greeted Wu Yingui with laughter. For a moment, his usually stern face softened with a hint of a smile as he replied, Stop the nonsense, take them home for your children to see. When your son was playing by the sea with a few other children during the high tide yesterday, Chen-gue interjected. Did you hear that? You should keep an eye on your kids. If you are unsure how, consult Old Wu for advice. The second son of his family has strayed from the path of righteousness, prompting Old Wu to sever their father-son ties. The revelation struck like a raw wound. Wu Yingui's smile faltered, and the expressions of those present varied, the previously lively atmosphere suddenly chilling to the bone. Chen-gue, seemingly oblivious to the shift in mood, continued. I firmly believe Old Wu should be the village chief. With his bold stance against familial ties, coupled with his tireless efforts for the village, I would be the first to oppose his candidacy if he were not to take on this role. His words cut through the air like daggers. All eyes shifted from Chen-gue to the advancing Wu Yingui, as if witnessing a barrage of blades piercing his heart. Someone interjected, Wu, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so freely. I've heard that Wu Atzi has been doing well, spending his days at the sea. The notion of a wayward son returning to the fold was left unspoken. Before the thought could fully form, Chen-gue suddenly exclaimed, So Wu Atzi is at the sea. Is he? It seems that indeed, it was Wu Atzi lurking suspiciously near Old Xie's door. Indeed, at the sea, he scoffed at the man's words, almost laughing. He gathers seafood, while Wu and sneaks into his home to pilfer the catch. All things considered, I sent Wu Atzi at the sea every day. With his shout, the crowd turned in unison to look. Wu Yingui halted in his tracks. Chungue approached, grinning as he said, "Old Wu, let us go see what your second son has caught at the sea." "Oh, I almost forgot, Wuan is no longer your son. However, he is still a villager of our community. It would only be reasonable for us to take a look." Wu Yingui nodded in agreement. Wuan and Aching were indeed acting a bit furtively, but not out of guilt. They merely sought to avoid unwanted attention while selling crabs, which fetch a far higher price than blue crabs. If the villagers were to discover this, the tidal floods would surely be trampled. Yet, to outsiders, their actions appeared highly suspicious. From a distance, Wu Yingui called out, "Aching, what are you up to?" Wu turned to see his father striding towards them and felt a pang of annoyance. This stubborn old man preferred calling Aching rather than acknowledging him directly. Aching, startled, instinctively replied, "Brother, what should we do? The way Dad is walking, it looks like he means to confront us. Should we run?" Wu shook his head, unperturbed. "What is there to fear? If our intentions are pure, we have nothing to hide," he replied calmly. "We are merely selling seafood." Upon seeing Aching's anxious demeanor, Wu Yingui's expression darkened further. It was evident not just to Chungue but to the other villagers that the two were up to no good. Otherwise, why would Aching be so frightened? Wu, however, remained composed, embodying a carefree nonchalance. Wu Yingui's gaze fell upon the two barrels at Aching's feet, covered with a straw hat, obscuring their contents. He coldly demanded, "Where did you acquire this seafood?" Before Wu could respond, Chungue interjected with a mocking tone, "Old Wu, perhaps you should speak to the children with a bit more kindness. If you shout like that, do you expect them to tell the truth? They are bound to lie, claiming they caught it at sea." Wu Yingui retorted sharply, "Be honest and confess at once." Aching called out, "Uncle Wu, my brother and I truly caught this seafood at the sea. Please don't listen to Chungue's nonsense. We are not lying. If you don't believe it, you may inquire with Lao Xie. For the past couple of days, he has been the one receiving our shipments." Chungue exclaimed, "Goodness, is this not the first time? You all are quite audacious. It seems you have completely embraced your freedom since being cast out. Do you realize that if the sales reach a certain amount, imprisonment could be the consequence?" Wu responded with a dismissive gesture, "Silence." Enraged, Chungue pointed at him and shouted, "Lao Wu, just look at this." Wu, with an impassive expression, retorted, "As you said, I have been cast out. No one can control me now. Furthermore, Aching spoke no falsehood. I understand there is a misunderstanding, but it can be easily resolved." The latter two statements were directed at Wu Yingui. Afterward, he turned and kicked the shutter door, calling out, "Lao Xie, hurry and open the door for business." Soon, Lao Xie's voice echoed from within, "Coming. Apologies. I was delivering goods yesterday and returned in the dead of night, barely having slept a few hours." As he uttered these words, the shutter door creaked open. Lao Xie, not waiting for the door to fully rise, bent down and emerged, only to stop short at the sight of a crowd outside, questioning, "What is this gathering?" Lao Wu and Lao Chen came out for a smoke. Chungue accepted a cigarette, while Wu Yingui declined and asked, "So, Wu and the others have been selling seafood here these past 2 days?" Lao Xie nodded. "Indeed, Lao Wu, let me tell you, these two have become remarkably diligent, going to the sea twice daily, and each time they manage to catch excellent goods." Before he could finish, Chungue burst into laughter. In this village, anyone could become industrious, except for Wu and Wa to exhibit even a modicum of effort. Wu Yingui would not have resorted to broadcasting their severed father-son relationship over the village loudspeaker. Chungue asked with amusement, "Lao Wu, do you believe this?" Lao Xie, feeling irked, exclaimed, "What do you mean? Do you think I could still be lying?" He then directed his query at "So, what seafood did you manage to procure today? Would you mind showing us now?" Wu, originally wishing to maintain a low profile, realized that with his father present, he needed to provide an explanation. He nodded, saying, "Let us have a look." Lao Xie lifted his straw hat and peered into the bucket, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Holy moly! So many crab tigers. Impressive, truly impressive. Every time you go to the sea, you manage to bring back treasures." He beamed with delight. Upon hearing about the crab tigers, everyone gathered to take a look, their eyes widening at the sight of the bucket filled with them. How could one catch so many crab tigers? They are notoriously difficult to catch. Indeed, the last time someone caught two, they boasted about it to the entire village. So many crab tigers must be worth a considerable sum. The crowd murmured among themselves. Chen Gui remarked, Lao Xie, you better inspect closely, they affirmed. Lao Xie, somewhat annoyed, replied, I've been in the acquisition business for over a decade, I can tell at a glance whether they are wild or not. These are undoubtedly wild. And not a single one is small. Did you release all the little ones? Wu nodded. Ching boasted, indeed. My brother says one should not exhaust the waters to fish. Someone corrected him, you mean to say one should not fish the exhausted waters. It was surprising to see an exhibit such awareness. If only he had done so sooner, all who might not have. The person chose not to finish that thought. Ching scratched his head and exclaimed, my brother said that if we learn well now. It's like a wayward son returning home. The other added, indeed, it is priceless. Ching replied, yes, it is indeed priceless. Laughter erupted amongst the crowd. Old Wu's perpetually stern expression seemed to soften slightly, the faint smile flickering across his dark features. Chen Gui frowned, this was not what he had come for. He had hoped to witness Wu Yingui discover Wu An's theft of his fish catch, leading to a dramatic confrontation. Not the current scene of Wu An's redemption and Wu Yingui's satisfaction. Someone curiously inquired, what is the current price of crab tigers? Surely over 100. This barrel of crab tigers must weigh at least a dozen pounds, worth 1,000 yuan. Not just that, there is also half a barrel of green crabs here. What incredible luck these two rascals have had. Perhaps, one might speculate, it was the blessing of Mazu, seeing their transformation, that led to such fortune. Aaron. Where did you catch so many crab tigers? Seafood is found along the shore due to the ebb and flow of tides, which push the creatures onto the beach. When the tide recedes suddenly, they are left stranded. During smaller tides, there is less seafood to collect. Typically, earning 100 or 200 yuan from a day's gathering is considered fortunate. The fact that Wu An and Ching sold their 2 barrels of seafood for around 1,000 yuan filled everyone with envy and jealousy. There were both compliments and criticisms. Revealing the spectrum of human nature. Wu An casually remarked, over by the tidal flats. The inquirer pressed for a specific location. Following the sound, Wu An realized it was the shameless Ma Wang. Chen shook his head, it was too dark last night, Ching and I wandered aimlessly and got lucky. I can't really pinpoint it. Ma Wang, like a persistent adhesive plaster, asked, then why not take us there? Before Wu An could respond, Ching retorted, Ma Wang. Do you think you're charming or something? Why should my brother and I take you along? Ma Wang, stung by the insult, wanted to retort but found no ground to stand on, his face flashing red. Chen Gui interjected, it seems you can't articulate your thoughts. Everyone else gathers seafood by coming from the sea to the dock, why are you coming from the village? What, does our village have crab tiger dens? Ching had intended to respond but glanced at Wu An, hesitant to reveal that they were secretly delivering seafood home. Observing his hesitance, Chen Gui raised his voice. Struggling for words, are we? Just confess, whose catch did you steal? Wu An shot back, are you a fool? I suspect my father came here because you encouraged him. Didn't you? You just want to see a spectacle, right? Sorry to disappoint you. Chen Gui, taken aback by Wu An's rebuke, could not maintain his composure and retorted sharply. It's your suspicious behavior that raises questions. As others return from the shore covered in dirt, you and your companion remain impeccably clean. How can you prove that these crabs were caught by you? Wu An couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Suddenly, he recalled a peculiar news story from his past life, in which a father had passed away and the office demanded proof of his son's identity. At that moment, a villager approached from the mudflat, intrigued by the gathering around Old Xie. Hearing Chen Gui's words, he called out, I can vouch for them. When I was at the shore, I crossed paths with Ayan and the others. Indeed, when they left, I glanced at their catch in the bucket. But it was covered by a straw hat, so I couldn't see anything. Several villagers joined in, laughing and chiding, and how could you be so ungrateful? You discovered the crab holes yesterday and didn't say a word. No wonder you ran so fast. You were afraid we'd find out you'd caught crabs in the mudflat. I wondered why you covered it with a straw hat. Chen Gue was rendered speechless. Wu An teased him. Chen Gue, you aren't suggesting they are merely my hired witnesses, are you? Spare us your intellect. Only those with murky minds perceive everything as tainted. What I did was not sneaky, it was merely discreet. As for my departure from the village, I first went home to deliver the seafood. At this point, he glanced at Wu Ingwe, observing his expression for any signs of change. His father was no fool. Upon returning home to see the crabs, he would undoubtedly deduce that they were from Wuan. It was better for him to reveal it first. Chen Gue, taken aback, could not master a single retort. Olsie cleared his throat and said, all right, enough of this. The misunderstanding is resolved. An. Let us go inside and discuss the price. Wu An did not discern any change on Wu Ingwe's face. His heart pounding with uncertainty about whether his father would accept the seafood he had brought. It was evident that their relationship had soured. And he could only imagine how furious his father had been with him prior. He did not believe that merely expressing a desire to improve and offering some seafood would appease his father's anger. Thus, he was at a loss for words and could only follow Olsie into the house. Chen Gue turned on his heel, his face darkened. Wu Ingwe called after him. Agwe, where are you going? We still have flyers to distribute. Chen Gue did not look back, replying, you can handle it yourself. I'm going home to eat. Wu Ingwe quickly caught up. Chen Gue, scowling, asked, aren't you going to distribute the flyers? Wu Ingwe smiled and said, there is no rush. They'll be distributed eventually. I left home early this morning without breakfast, I'll eat fast and then continue. With that, he strode ahead. Soon, Chen Gue fell behind. Watching Wu Ingwe's confident stride, and a phrase inexplicably surfaced in his mind, walking with the wind. Damn it. You're not heading home for breakfast. You are clearly going back to check on the seafood your second son brought. Keep laughing, I refuse to believe that a good-for-nothing can truly reform. Sooner or later, you'll be the one shedding tears. Chen Gue's anger escalated. Damn it. Wu An called me a fool, and at this moment, I truly feel like one. He pondered for a moment, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number, saying, Old Tan, it's Wu An from my village. You lent him some money, didn't you? That lad has made quite a fortune from his recent fishing ventures. He has already been cast out by his father, if you don't act swiftly. It seems unlikely you'll reclaim your money. After hanging up, Chen Gue sneered, just wait and see who ends up laughing. Olsie poured the crabs from the bucket into a large basin, then took 2 smaller bowls for sorting, stating, these need to be sorted. The smaller ones weigh about 2 taels, I'll offer you 150 for them. As he spoke, he tossed the smaller crabs into a red bowl. For the larger ones, I'll give you 170. Let's categorize them into these 2 sizes. Aching nodded, squatted down, and said, this is straightforward. With that, he began sorting according to Olsie's standards. Wu An remained silent. Everyone was familiar with each other, Olsie remarked, An. I can't claim this purchase price is unique, but it's certainly fair. Wu An smiled and replied, Olsie, I trust you completely, otherwise I wouldn't have come directly to you. However, I will inquire further when I visit the town. Just remember, as long as you don't cheat me, all the seafood that Aching and I catch will be yours. Olsie nodded with a smile. It was good to set things straight from the outset, fostering transparency among them. Wu An also squatted down to sort the crabs. Before long, they finished sorting, and upon weighing, the smaller crabs totaled 8 jin, while the larger ones amounted to 13 jin, summing up to 410. Wu An proactively mentioned taking the change and accepted 34 red bills. After confirming the amount, he called out for Aching to grab the water bucket. As the 2 departed, Olsie pulled out his phone and dialed, hello, boss. I've just procured a small quantity of wild crabs. Yes, absolutely wild. Since the amount is modest, the price is 210 per jin. Haha, great. I'll deliver them right after I finish sorting. After hanging up, he proceeded to call several purchasing agents from various restaurants. After completing the calls, Olsie, contentedly smoking a cigarette, realized he had made a quick profit of over 1,000 yuan. This money was easily earned, while crabs were exceedingly rare and highly sought after. Naturally, he was not concerned about Wuan inquiring about prices in the town. He provided Wuan with a purchasing price, while he sold to the restaurants at retail prices. On the way, Wuan divided the money, as he had no change, and directly handed Aching 400. Aching accepted the money and said, "Brother, come over for dinner tonight." Wuan shook his head. "No, I'll manage with something light tonight. I can't keep imposing on your hospitality." He then added, "By the way, I need to make a trip to the town this afternoon." Aching looked surprised and asked, "To the town? Are you worried Olse might cheat us?" Wuan paused, then responded, "Not at all. The price Olse offered seems legitimate. However, today's incident has served as a reminder. If we consistently sell at our village dock, we will attract unwanted attention. I intend to repay the loan and purchase a fishing rod while also assessing the situation. News of our crab discoveries will spread rapidly, and soon villagers will flock to us. The crab-eating tiger is a prized catch, valued at over 100 per pound. Should fortune smile upon us and we manage to unearth a few, it would be far more beneficial for the elderly women of the village than engaging in odd jobs. Rather than competing with others for limited resources, it seems more prudent to carve out a new path to financial gain. Fishing can be done throughout the day, offering greater flexibility compared to the tides that dictate coastal foraging. With a stroke of luck, fishing might yield profits comparable to, if not exceeding, those from beachcombing, especially if one manages to reel in some exquisite fish." Aching remarked, "Then I shall forgo the beach this afternoon and accompany you to the town. I have not ventured there for leisure in quite some time." Wuan nodded in agreement, pleased by Aching's willingness to join, as it would lighten the burden should they acquire numerous items. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, Aching carried a bucket homeward while Wuan proceeded to the small shop. After exchanging greetings with old Jiong, he learned that his sister-in-law had just been there to purchase soy sauce and had taken the wine with her. Wuan nodded and walked straight inside, with old Jiong not following this time. He searched for rice and flour, all contained in small bags, and also located a small electric fan. He had not slept well the previous night due to the heat. Even with the evening sea breeze, he awoke drenched in sweat. Old Jiong remarked, "Buying all these items, you must be striking it rich." Wuan replied, "Just lucky, I suppose." Old Jiong lowered his voice, saying, "Chen Gue summoned your father to the dock, and in a twist of fate, you have unwittingly staged a dramatic return of the prodigal son. Chen Gue just came here to buy cigarettes, looking as sour as a lemon." Wuan was taken aback by how swiftly the news had spread. It would not be long before the entire village was aware of the incident. This could serve to enhance his reputation, establishing him as a reformed character, an unexpected boon. He chuckled and said, "Let us add another case of beer." Olse suggested, "If you buy 2 cases, I can deliver the rice and flour on my bike." Wuan nodded, "I plan to sleep soon, so just leave the beer and rice at the door." He was unperturbed by the thought of theft. No one in the village would dare to rob his home. Spending a little on 2 cases of beer was hardly a concern. Upon returning home, he first washed his dirty clothes and hung them out to dry. By the time he finished, the sun was already high in the sky, and he had worked up quite a sweat. After a quick rinse, Wuan closed the door, turned on the fan, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, old Jiong rode his bike to the old house to deliver the goods, encountering Lin Bin along the way. Lin Bin curiously inquired, "Old Jiong, what brings you to this scoundrel's abode?" Old Jiong replied, "Delivering goods." Upon noticing the beer and rice on the bike, Lin Bin was astonished. "Old Jiong, are you all right? His father doesn't take care for him, why do you?" Old Jiong retorted, "He paid for these items, I'm merely assisting with the delivery. Is there a problem with that?" Lin Bin remained skeptical. "If he has something on you, give me a wink." Old Jiong scoffed, "Get lost. I have no time for your nonsense." On another front, Wu Ingwe returned home to breakfast, pointing at the crab-eating tigers in the basin and feigning ignorance. Where did these crabs come from? Mei Yueqin glanced at Wu Ping. Initially, she intended to claim they were brought from her family, but she had anticipated Wu Ingwe's sudden return. He typically worked until noon before coming home for a meal. This early in the morning. If she said she had gone to her mother's house, he surely would not believe her. Wu Ping's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he stammered. Wu Ingwe's brow furrowed. "What is the matter? Lost your tongue?" Could it be something illicit? No, it's not that, Wu Ping replied, mastering his courage. In fact, it was An who brought it. He caught it. Both Yuechin and I can vouch for him. Mei Yuechin chimed in, yes. I've noticed a change in Atsi. Father, please don't be angry. Wu Ingwe replied, at least you two still acknowledge me as your father. There are matters in the village to attend to. Let us go. With that, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, clasped his hands behind his back, and stepped outside. Wu Ping and Mei Yuechin exchanged glances. Once Wu Ingwe had exited the house, Wu Ping asked Yuechin, what do you think father meant by that? Mei Yuechin replied, it's hard to say. Father must already know about Atsi's improvement. Thankfully, you spoke the truth just now, otherwise, he might have gotten angry. Wu Ping forced a smile, I wouldn't dare lie to father. Mei Yuechin pressed father, then who would you dare to deceive? Wu Ping raised his hands in surrender. I wouldn't dare to lie to anyone. You rest, I'll handle the cleanup, she said, rolling her eyes. All right, I'll take over, she added. Wu Ping inquired. Since father I sent you angry, do you think one can come home? Mei Yuechin furrowed her brow, it's hard to say. Let us bring it up during dinner tonight. I'll prepare crab and tofu soup and save half for Atsi. Wu Ping nodded with a smile, exhaling in relief. It's good that father found out, now we won't have to sneak around anymore. Previously, it was quite difficult for him. Delivering something to my brother required caution. I couldn't even walk the main road and had to navigate through alleys, feeling like a thief. Wu Ingwe arrived at the village committee as usual. Greeted warmly by the villagers. Old Wu, you're here. I've heard your second son has been bringing home quite a lot of crabs. Goodness, I'm envious. The last time I had crab was last year, I've almost forgotten what it tastes like. Wu Ingwe responded, that is simple, after I eat tonight. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. The man chuckled, come on, I thought you'd invite me for a meal. Old Wu, you seem in good spirits today. Indeed. The whole village knows that his second son has turned over a new leaf, taking his little brother Oching to the sea every day. Catching a bounty of valuable seafood. A wayward son returning home is priceless. Young people need to be guided, without a firm hand they won't learn. Laughter and chatter filled the air. Just then, Chen Gui arrived, and everyone turned to him, eager to inquire about the details of Wu An's exploits. Including how many crabs he had caught and how much he had spent. Chen Gui felt an urge to curse. It was as if they were bringing up a sore topic. Hearing the talk of a wayward son returning home and urging Wu Ingwe to allow Wu An to come back only deepened his discomfort, making him feel like a fool. Seeing the exaggeration in their words, Wu Ingwe quickly interjected, who knows if he is acting or being sincere. Let us not jump to conclusions. Chen Gui chimed in. Enough of this idle chatter, let us start the meeting. In truth, the tasks in the village are not as arduous or demanding as one might presume, or rather. They consist largely of trivial matters. Certain laborious chores, which are thankless and unappealing, are often taken up by Wu Ingwe. As a result, he appears exceptionally busy. While others seem to enjoy a leisurely existence, albeit without much comfort. Some even harbor grievances against Wu Ingwe, questioning why he should stand out among the idlers. Wu An was roused from his slumber by hunger. Glancing at the small clock, he noted it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up and washed his face with the frigid well water, which helped him awaken fully. When he attempted to bring the beer and rice flour inside, he found himself at a loss. Having just awakened, he felt lethargic and had no desire to prepare food or drink. Furthermore, the heat was oppressive. Even minimal movement caused beads of sweat to form, making the thought of cooking a daunting task. With 2 packets of instant noodles left from his late-night purchase, he planned to boil some water for a makeshift meal when he noticed a figure approaching through the sweltering sun. The sun blazed intensely outside, warping the air with its heat. Initially, he thought he was imagining things, but after rubbing his eyes to confirm, he rushed outside, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Mei Yuechin's gaze fell upon a line of clothes hanging on the drying rack, and a flicker of delight passed through her eyes. Even though she was aware of Wu An's progress, seeing it firsthand brought her immense joy as she replied, "I brought you some food." Wu An accepted the 2 large ceramic jars and remarked, "Why are you bringing food at this hour?" I have rice and flour, then some instant noodles will suffice. The sun was scorching, it felt as though it could cook a person alive, so he ushered her indoors. Once inside, he quickly adjusted the fan to face his sister-in-law and cranked up the speed to the maximum setting. Mei Yuechin urged him not to fuss and to eat promptly. With no chairs available, Huan squatted beside the door and opened the large jars. One contained rice topped with stir-fried pork and green beans, while the other held steamed salted fish. Upon seeing the salted fish, Huan's eyes sparkled. He picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Finding it free of bones, if there were any, they could easily be chewed and swallowed. As he ate, he mumbled, "Sister-in-law, your salted fish is truly exquisite." After a few mouthfuls of rice, he savored the moment, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. As he continued to eat, he felt a pang of emotion, and quickly looked up to avoid shedding tears in front of his sister-in-law. In their region, salting fish is a cherished tradition. In the past, without refrigerators, families would preserve fish through salting, and even with the advent of refrigeration, households continued this practice. Later, while working away from home, he longed for the taste of his hometown's cuisine. He searched online and found salted fish for sale that resembled what he was accustomed to, but upon tasting it, he realized that, despite its similar appearance, it could not compare to his sister-in-law's. It was then he comprehended the truth that we often take for granted what is easily accessible, only to regret its absence once it is lost. With each bite of salted fish and rice, he ate heartily, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. In this lifetime, he vowed to cherish everything he possessed. Mei Yuechin was not idle. With the stone floor of the house slightly muddy, she instinctively picked up a broom and began to sweep, saying, "Tatsi, your father is already aware of your recent affairs. I will have a word with your brother tonight, and perhaps by tomorrow, you will be able to return home." Upon hearing this, Huan paused in his eating, swallowed the morsel in his mouth, wiped his lips, and replied, "Sister-in-law, there's no rush. Even if father tacitly allows me to return home tomorrow, I will not go back just like that, without achieving something noteworthy. I would find it utterly shameful to return home." Mei Yuechin was taken aback. "Are you upset with father?" Huan shook his head. "No. I do not blame father for expelling me from the house. Consider it, he just declared that he would sever ties with me. And now he is asking me to come back. What would others think of him? They would surely say that his words are meaningless. You and my brother have been bringing me food and drink daily, but I am certain that there are whispers in the village. I do not wish to cause more trouble for father and you, letting others speak ill of you both. One day, when I have accomplished something and everyone knows I have turned over a new leaf, it will not be too late for me to return home." Mei Yuechin, with a look of surprise, then smiled with warmth. "Your ability to think this way shows you have truly matured. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. I will tidy up your room thoroughly so that whenever you decide to return, you will find it comfortable." Huan nodded. "Thank you, sister-in-law." He then resumed his meal. Seeing him devour his food with gusto brought Mei Yuechin joy, and she urged, "Eat slowly, take your time. It's good that you enjoy your food." Huan nodded, continuing to eat heartily until his bowl was clean. After rinsing it, he handed it to Mei Yuechin and noticed her hands had some cracks. Frowning, he asked, "Sister-in-law, what happened to your hands?" Mei Yuechin chuckled softly. "Oh, it's nothing. Probably just from constant exposure to water. It doesn't hurt at all." As she left, Huan remained silent. Living by the seaside, the residents were rugged, weathered by the elements, not just their hands, but even their faces bore no notion of care, resulting in appearances akin to those in their 50s or 60s, despite being only in their 30s or 40s. He was planning to head to town shortly and thought to stop by the pharmacy to inquire about ointments for his sister-in-law's hands. After a while, Aching arrived, carrying a bag full of ice pops. "Wait a moment, I'll get the money," Huan said, lifting the cooling mat to reveal a pile of red bills, strikingly noticeable. Fishing and gathering at the sea had indeed earned him a considerable sum over the past few days, totaling 13,750 yuan. Enough to repay the usury. Huan let out a long sigh of relief. The weight on his heart was about to be lifted. He gathered the money, a thick stack that felt substantial in his hand. In this day and age, such an amount could buy a considerable quantity of gold. Wait a moment. Gold? Indeed. He recalled that in his previous life, the price of gold had soared to over 600 per gram. It was now 2012. And gold should be around 200 or 300 per gram. Investing in gold now would undoubtedly yield a profit. And property. With money. It would be far more advantageous than keeping it in the bank. Outside the curtain, Rachin called, "Brother, are you ready? The ice pops are about to melt." Wu-an came back to his senses and replied, all right, all right. In the past couple of days, he had indeed earned a fair amount of money. But after repaying the usurious loan, he suspected there wouldn't be much left. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but curse himself for being a fool. When he initially borrowed the high-interest loan, he had failed to scrutinize the interest rates. He had merely heard that he could borrow 10,000 and disregarded everything else. Hastily signing the IOU without a glance. He had no illusions about the conscience of the moneylender. Even if the interest rates were exorbitant. The repayment period was set for a year, with monthly installments. Having repaid the full amount in less than a month, the interest should not amount to much. Wu-an chuckled bitterly to himself. After all, it was his own mistake, and he had no choice but to endure it. Regardless. He now at least had the chance to rectify his errors, then he dared not hope for too much. Exiting the house and closing the door, the two made their way towards the town. With no means of transportation, they could only rely on their legs, but fortunately, they had ice pops to enjoy while chatting. Which made the journey bearable. On the way, they encountered their neighbor, old man, who cheerfully called out, "Hey, Atsi, Rachin, where are you two off to?" "Rachin." Ever the chatterbox replied, "Just heading to the town for a bit of fun and to buy some things." Wu-an greeted him and added, "I recently took out a high-interest loan and I'm planning to repay it." Old man's eyes widened. "Where did you get the money?" "The village is saying you made a fortune from the sea. Can you really earn that much?" Wu-an smiled. "Just like Uncle Meng. If you have a chance, please say a few good words for me to my dad." As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed them to Old Meng. Old Meng had watched him grow up. Although not related by blood, they shared a close bond, and he had always looked after Wu-an. The last time his father had been furious and nearly struck him, it was Old Meng who had intervened, sparing him a couple of blows. Uncle Meng often drank with Wu Ingwe, and when he drank, he became quite talkative. That was why Wu-an felt comfortable sharing this with him. If Old Meng could speak a few kind words, it might not calm his father entirely, but at least it would bring him some solace. Old Meng looked at the cigarettes in his hand, grinning broadly. "All right, good, you've made progress. You don't need to tell me. I'll definitely say a few extra words. Your dad will be pleased to hear it. You keep the cigarettes." Wu-an chuckled, saying, "I've quit. I remember you like to smoke." Not wanting to linger, he added, "We have to hurry if we don't pick up the pace. It will likely be dark by the time we return." Old man glanced back, noticing the change in Wu-an. He seemed less restless and far more grounded. Looking down at the cigarettes in his hand, he murmured in surprise, "Has this prodigal truly turned over a new leaf?" Ever since Wu-an had strayed from the right path, every time Old Meng saw him, he greeted him warmly and would slyly swipe cigarettes and lighters from him. Now, he was actually offering him cigarettes. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. He hurried home, eager to share this news with Wu Ingwe. In the village, there are no secrets. Before long, the entire community was buzzing with discussions about how Wu-an and Rachin had turned over a new leaf. Diligently heading to the sea twice a day, and with some luck, had made a good amount of money selling seafood, demonstrating thoughtfulness by bringing home fresh catches. Many villagers were skeptical. Had the wayward youth truly changed for the better? At around 3 in the afternoon, the sun had already begun its descent, casting a brilliant glare that made everything appear white and bleached, leaving one squinting in discomfort. Wu-an hurriedly sought refuge in a small shop, purchasing 2 bottles of soda. The pair swiftly consumed them both in one go, letting out a burp that signaled their revival. Rachin wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, "Brother, how shall we proceed?" From the eastern end of the town, they made their way to the western side, arriving at a modest 3-story building. Wu-an instructed Rachin, "Wait for me at the small shop across the street. If I am not out in 10 minutes, you must call the police." Rachin's expression shifted with concern. "Brother, are you not merely settling a debt? How could there be danger?" Wu-an chuckled softly, "Better safe than sorry." Rest assured, barring unforeseen circumstances, all should be well. With a reassuring pat on Aching's shoulder, he greeted a tattooed man lounging in a chair by the entrance. As the iron gate swung open, he followed the tattooed man upstairs. Meanwhile, in Shaoxi village, the van approached with haste, passing the grand banyan tree at the village entrance. The passenger window rolled down, revealing a rotund man who cheerfully called out, "Good lady, could you direct me to Wu An's residence?" The elderly woman, somewhat hard of hearing, replied, "Wu." The man reiterated, "Wu An." She responded, "What An?" Frustrated, the man rolled up the window only to hear a voice from a distance, "Are you looking for Wu An?" "He is under Old Tan's command." The man leaned out to inquire, "And you are?" "I am Chen Gui, I've shared drinks with Old Tan." The man jogged over and asked, "What do they call you?" "You may call me Lao Wu," came the reply. "You are the one who called my boss?" Chen Gui turned to glance at the elderly folks lounging under the tree and quietly suggested, "Let us discuss this as we walk, otherwise I can lead you in my vehicle." Lao Wu shook his head, "There isn't enough room." Chen Gui tiptoed to peek into the van, taken aback by the sight of 7 or 8 burly men crammed inside. "Why so many?" he queried. Lao Wu answered in a low voice, "My boss believes those who are unwilling to repay their debts need a lesson. Having more people makes the task easier." Chen Gui nodded, "Indeed, your boss is quite right. In that case, follow my vehicle." Lao Wu acquiesced. As they proceeded into the village, the elderly woman who had been questioned spat disdainfully on the ground, while the other villagers murmured amongst themselves. "The Ying family has only just settled down for a few days," one remarked. "Yes, trouble is brewing again. That boy, the Gui. Always scheming but never taking action." Despite their advanced age, these villagers were keenly aware of who was human and who was not. On the road, a villager spotted Chen Gui leading a van into the village and curiously asked, "Uncle Gui, what is going on?" "Just going ahead, the van follows," he replied. "Seeing you like this, I thought you were bringing troublemakers into the village." He chuckled at his own jest, but Chen Gui found no humor in it, feeling insulted instead, and retorted sharply, "Kongzai, if you cannot speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut. These individuals have come to seek money from Wan. And when they inquired for directions from me, I was reluctant to respond. However, when 7 or 8 burly men threatened to assault me, I had no choice but to lead them. He is a man of some dignity, after all." "What? Is this truly happening?" Kongzai, a fellow who relishes the excitement of a crowd, also joined the throng heading towards the Wu residence. The villagers continued to gather in increasing numbers. Just as we approached, we encountered old men who greeted us, "Gui, what is going on?" Chen Gui casually relayed the situation. Upon hearing this, old men's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Are they here to collect a debt? There may be a misunderstanding. I recently met with Wuan, and he mentioned he was going to the town to repay a loan." Laughter erupted among the crowd, with Chen Gui laughing the loudest, saying, "Old men, you don't even bother crafting a decent lie, do you? Wuan has only been working for a few days, where would he procure such funds? Or perhaps old Wu has publicly severed ties with Wuan but secretly provided him with money." Kongzai chimed in, "Uncle Meng, if you claim you lent Wuan money to repay his debts, I might actually believe you." The other villagers joined in the jest. This was not merely a few hundred or thousand yuan, it amounted to tens of thousands. Not to mention Wuan. Even the Wu family would struggle to produce such an amount. Why? Because Wu Yingui and his son Wu Ping are wholly devoted to their work. Wu Yingui, in particular, has personally financed many promotional materials. Wu Ping, the private teacher, is responsible for instructing 1st to 3rd graders in the village, taking on several subjects and acting as head teacher for multiple classes. It is said that a substantial portion of his salary is also subsidized into this endeavor. Regardless of what others may whisper behind closed doors, publicly, no one can deny their respect for this father-son duo. The Wu family has only produced Wuan, who is a source of disdain. This family struggles to make ends meet, let alone save money. Wu Yingui's desire to sever ties with his son is not without reason. He simply cannot manage Wu An's behavior. Therefore, when old men claimed that Wu An went to the town to repay a debt, it was naturally met with skepticism. Chen Gui remarked, "Old man, this matter does not concern you, best not to involve yourself." Old man, in a state of urgency and perspiration, quickly turned and ran towards the Wu household, calling out to Mei Yueqin, who was busy in the courtyard. Yueqin quickly closed the door. "The loan sharks have sent people to collect debts. Hurry." As he spoke, he helped to shut the door, urging Mei Yueqin to lock it from within. Mei Yueqin, her voice tinged with panic, inquired from behind the door, "Uncle Man, what is happening?" Erzi mentioned that the loan was taken out for a year, to be repaid in 12 months. How can they demand repayment after just half a month? Old Meng's countenance darkened. "I do not know, but I suspect it is somehow connected to Chen Gui. Regardless, you must not open the door. First, go inside and call Old Wu and Oping." Mei Yueqin acknowledged his request. Being a woman, she felt at a loss for what to do, so she hurried back inside to contact Wu Yingui and Wu Ping. Outside, the sound of banging on the door echoed. Old Meng's voice rang out, "Do not cause a disturbance here. Wuan is not home. There is no one here now. You must leave at once." Tears welled uncontrollably in Mei Yueqin's eyes, her heart racing with anxiety. "After 2 attempts, I finally managed to get through on the phone. Dad, please come back quickly, the loan sharks have come to collect the debt." In the town, on the 3rd floor of an office, Wuan spotted Lao Tan. Contrary to his reputation, Lao Tan was not menacing. He wore glasses and appeared quite genteel. Who would have thought he was the most malignant presence in Fuyuan town? Wuan recalled having seen the news where it was reported that in a future year, Lao Tan and his subordinates would be apprehended en masse, implicated in grave matters, including loss of life, resulting in severe penalties for all involved. Lao Tan, smoking a cigarette, inquired, "What brings you here?" Wuan addressed him as Boss Tan and replied, "To repay the debt. It hasn't even been a month. How much should I pay, calculated at the monthly interest rate?" Lao Tan exhaled a plume of smoke and stated, "Including principal and interest, the totals 11,000 yuan. Wuan remained silent, retrieving the money from his pocket, accounting it meticulously, and placing it on the table. "Please verify it," he requested. "And I want the IOU." Lao Tan gazed at the stack of cash on the table, enveloped in silence. This situation was unexpected for him. Early that morning, Chen Gui had called, informing him that Wuan intended to evade repayment and had concocted a dramatic rift in the father-son relationship. Lao Tan was familiar with such theatrics. Some individuals, wishing to dodge their debts without implicating family, resorted to such tactics. Consequently, he had dispatched Lao Wu and his associates to teach Wuan and his family a lesson. However, before his subordinates could report back, Wuan had come in person to repay the debt. After a moment, Lao Tan finally said, "The IOU is not with me." Wuan pressed his hand firmly on the money on the table, his expression darkening. "Boss Tan, you are a person of stature in this world. If you abscond with my money, who would dare to borrow from you in the future?" Hearing this, Lao Tan burst into laughter. "This amount is insignificant. A minor misunderstanding has occurred today. Allow me to make a call." Lao Tan quickly dialed a number, maintaining his gaze on Wuan as he spoke into the receiver. "Wuan has come to repay the debt. Please return the IOU. By the way, no actions have been taken yet, correct?" Upon hearing this, Wuan's expression shifted. Although Lao Tan did not state it outright, Wuan quickly deduced that Lao Tan had sent his men to his home to collect the debt. A glint of determination flickered in Wuan's eyes, but he quickly tempered it. Now was not the moment for confrontation. He shuddered to think of the chaos that would have ensued at home had he not come to repay the debt today. Lao Tan, after hearing his subordinate's response, chuckled. "It's good that no actions have been taken. If there has been a misunderstanding, let us clarify it. I will hang up now." After putting down the phone, he said, "My men will deliver the IOU directly to your family. Now, kindly remove your hand from my money." Wuan did not budge and asked, "Why did you send people to my house to collect the debt before the repayment date? Am I running away or what? I demand an explanation." Lao Tan narrowed his eyes and replied, "Do I owe you an explanation for my actions? You are insignificant. Now, leave." As he finished speaking, several burly men sitting on the nearby sofa simultaneously lifted their heads to look over. Wuan instead pulled out a chair and sat opposite Lao Tan, saying, It is often said that in this line of work, rules are paramount. I am unsure of their veracity. Lautan, how significant are these rules? Lautan chuckled. Though it was unclear whether he was amused or exasperated. He raised a hand and gestured towards Wu An, stating, "You seek an explanation, do you? Very well. Allow me to provide one." Wu An chose not to leave because this matter could not simply be dismissed. Having been reborn, his greatest desire was for his family to live well, yet he found them embroiled in trouble once more due to his actions. He found this unacceptable. He needed clarity and demanded an explanation from Lautan. Hearing Lautan's response, he inwardly sighed with relief. It seemed that Lautan was a man who adhered to rules. However, it raised a question: if Lautan was indeed a man of principle, why had he sent his subordinates to collect debts prematurely? Lao Wu hung up the phone, bewildered. On his end, they had already forcefully dismantled the door. Yet he was being told to amicably present the IOU to the debtor. He could offer it, but the question remained, would the debtor dare to accept it? He halted his subordinates who were advancing into the courtyard. They turned to look at him as he cleared his throat. This was not the time for explanations. He quickly assisted the fallen Lao Meng to his feet, forcing a smile as he said, "My apologies. I was a bit overzealous earlier. I hope you weren't hurt." Lao Meng, initially bracing for a confrontation, was taken aback by the sudden cordiality. The contrast was jarring, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lao Wu continued, "I am aware that there are others inside. Might I request that you bring them out?" Lao Meng's expression darkened. "Absolutely not. I am not like some individuals who would lead you. I advise you to leave swiftly, otherwise, should you call the authorities, you will find no favor." Lao Wu quickly waved his hand, saying, "Please do not misunderstand. I am not here to resort to violence in debt collection. Rather, I have come to settle an outstanding IOU." Lao Meng glanced at the two forcibly removed iron doors with a scoff. Though he remained silent, his demeanor clearly conveyed disbelief. Outside the courtyard, a number of villagers had gathered to observe, pointing and murmuring amongst themselves. Chen Gui, arms crossed, remarked sarcastically, "What is Lao Meng trying to prove? The affairs of the Wu family have nothing to do with him. It's a classic case of a meddler sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Wu Atsi owed money, and it was only natural for the creditor to seek repayment. There was no stopping this matter. Even if Wu Ingui returned, he could only pay off the debts." Others chimed in with their opinions, while many remained silent, quietly watching. The majority of the villagers were not merely spectators. If a real issue arose, they would not turn a blind eye. Lao Wu said, "In truth, there has been a misunderstanding. Someone contacted my boss, reporting that Wuan was intentionally refusing to repay his debts, prompting my boss to send me here. Little did I know, Wuan had just gone to repay his debts. Just now, it was my boss who called me. If you don't believe me, take a look." As he spoke, he produced his phone for Lao Meng to see. Lao Meng focused intently and confirmed that the call had indeed come from a contact labeled as boss. Moreover, earlier when he encountered Wuan had also claimed to be there to repay a debt. Was this truly a misunderstanding? He pondered. "Are you certain you are here to settle the IOU?" Lao Wu nodded vigorously. Lao Meng replied, "Then hand me the IOU, and I shall deliver it to them inside." Lao Wu promptly retrieved the IOU. All men took the IOU, and upon examining the neatly written characters, he confirmed that they were indeed in Wuan's handwriting. Before he went astray, this lad was quite a good child with beautiful penmanship. Sighing in relief, he walked toward the main room and knocked on the door, saying, "Yuechin, please open the door. It's me. This is a misunderstanding. Yuan went to the town to repay his debts, and these people are here to return the IOU." Mei Yuechin hesitantly opened the door. Upon seeing the IOU, she quickly wiped away the remnants of her tears, exclaiming, "Why is there such a commotion over an IOU?" All men noted, "It's likely because someone is manipulating things behind the scenes." Old Wu hurried over, his demeanor amiable as he said, "Sister, I apologize. It's all a misunderstanding." Old Meng pointed at the large iron door, stating, "You've dismantled the door. I will fix it immediately." Old Wu turned around and shouted at his subordinates, "What are you still standing there for? Put the door back." Several strong men, not daring to delay, quickly got to work. The door had originally been forcibly removed, so taking it down was easy, but putting it back required precise alignment with the hinges. They struggled to coordinate their efforts, and after several unsuccessful attempts, Wu, feeling anxious, joined in to assist. The villagers watching were utterly perplexed. What was happening here? Wasn't this supposed to be a scene of violent debt collection? Why were they now reassembling the door? They had taken it down and were now responsible for putting it back up. What a peculiar situation. Chen-Gui inquired, Wu, are you giving up on the money? Get lost, it's none of your business. Wu retorted, his frustration palpable as he wiped the sweat from his brow, impatiently shouting, stand back, you're blocking the light. Chen-Gui, chastised, quickly moved aside. On the road, two figures were racing forward. At the alley's entrance, they collided with each other. It was none other than Wu Yingui and Wu Ping. Dad? Oh Ping? They greeted simultaneously, their faces etched with anxiety. Aware they were both concerned about the same matter, Mei Yueqin was alone at home. During their phone call, they had heard her cries. Their hearts were ablaze with urgency. Wishing they could sprout wings and fly home instantly. Noticing bricks piled up at someone else's doorstep, Wu Yingui picked up two, and Wu Ping mimicked him. Grasping a brick in his hand as well. They dared not linger and dashed to their home. Only to find old Wu and his men sweating profusely as they worked to reassemble the door, while old Meng directed them with a cigarette in hand. And Mei Yueqin stood nearby with reddened eyes. Yingui and Ping are back. Look at them, they've run all the way here, they must be terrified. It's alright, it's alright. We are all watching out for you. If those people dare to do anything out of line, we won't stand for it. Voices rose in a chorus of reassurance. Wu Yingui and Wu Ping had no time for pleasantries, they hurried towards Mei Yueqin. She looked at them. Her eyes a bit redder, and an inexplicable wave of grievance surged within her. Forcing a smile, she said, Dad, Lo Ping, I'm fine. Wu Ping quickened his pace. While Wu Yingui nodded, casting a disapproving glance at old Wu and the others. All five met his gaze and replied with a reluctant smile, Uncle. I apologize for the misunderstanding, the door will be installed shortly. With a click, the door and frame finally aligned, and the door was set in place. Although Wu Yingui was still uncertain about the situation, he coldly remarked, so many people come to my home, even dismantling the door, surely. Such a matter cannot be dismissed as merely a misunderstanding. The crowd looked curiously at all five, eager to hear his explanation. Their earlier aggressive demeanor in pursuit of a debt had suddenly shifted, leaving them bewildered. Especially Chen-Gui, who found it perplexing that everything had progressed according to his expectations until this unforeseen twist. What had gone awry? All five hurriedly recounted what he had shared with old Meng, and upon hearing it, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Wu An had gone to repay the debt, and had returned both the principal and interest. How could this be possible? Not only the villagers, but even Wu Yingui and Wu An appeared astonished. Where had he acquired such funds? Chen-Gui exclaimed, this must be a mistake. Where would Wu Atzi find money? He has only just begun working. He couldn't possibly have earned enough to repay a debt. Others joined in the speculation. All five, however, remained unfazed. The boss had clearly stated over the phone that Wu An had personally delivered the funds, leaving no room for error. Wu Yingui turned to Chen-Gui, who, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and retreated into the crowd. Wu Ping, noticing Mei Yueqin's reddened eyes, felt a pang of sympathy and softly reassured her, you must have been frightened. It's all right now. As he spoke, he gently patted her back. Mei Yueqin tightly grasped his hand and whispered, I'm fine, I stayed hidden inside, then thankfully. Atzi repaid the money in time. Wu Ping nodded and addressed Wu Yingui loudly, since you came to repay the debt and even dismantled my door. What sense does this make? You scared my wife half to death and knocked Uncle Meng to the ground, how do you intend to address this? All five felt overwhelmed. Mentally cursing Chen-Gui, and asked, what do you wish to do? Wu Ping, typically easygoing, surprisingly stood firm, demanding an apology. All five nodded and offered an apology. It is a matter of principle to repay debts, yet their early arrival to collect, while dismantling the door in front of so many witnesses, was indeed unreasonable. All five inquired, can we leave now? Wu Yingui nodded and waved to the villagers, who then parted to allow them passage. All five hurriedly ushered everyone into the vehicle. Once the van had vanished into the distance, Wu Ingwe smiled at the crowd and distributed cigarettes, which they happily accepted. Those who had been gossiping or lacking in dignity had already discreetly taken their leave, including Chen Gui, who had mysteriously disappeared. Ingwe, your second son has truly excelled. Hasn't he? Or perhaps it is your prowess as a father that has enabled him to straighten out. You need not worry now. He has been fishing and working at the shore. His luck is extraordinary to have earned so much. Wu Ingwe, with an expressionless face, coldly snorted. Today's events were fraught with peril, yet it all boils down to Wu and being the source of the trouble. He should have taken responsibility for sorting it out. Should I praise him for this? Should I commend him for borrowing money at exorbitant interest rates, or for having inflicted such harm that the victim was hospitalized? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Someone inquired, is he still hospitalized? It has been half a month, after all. Just how severe was Wu An's assault? Rumor has it that the family in question is not to be trifled with, perhaps they are seeking retribution. This matter seems rather difficult to resolve. Old Wu, why not leverage some connections to discuss it? Wu Ingwe scoffed, what is there to discuss? I have severed ties with that brat. His affairs concern me not in the slightest. After finishing his cigarette, the group dispersed. And soon the entire village learned of the moneylenders' visit to collect on debts. Notably, it was Wu An who repaid the loan with his own earnings. Has that scoundrel truly made something of himself? As long as he is willing to work diligently, that is sufficient. Why make such a fuss over settling a mere debt? What scheme is Wu An concocting? Is it still under Chen Gui's influence? Or is there more to Chen Gui's involvement? Various rumors began to circulate throughout the village. Meanwhile, Old Tan shook his head and remarked, Kid, do not entangle yourself with me here. You have mentioned the rules, and according to those rules, I cannot disclose who called me. At that moment, Old Tan's phone rang. It was from Lao Wu. After listening to Lao Wu's report, Old Tan set down his phone and said, my men have already apologized to your family. None of them laid a finger on your kin. Enough of that. Do not inquire further. Come, I shall see you out. Hearing this, Wu An's anger subsided somewhat. After all, Old Tan is a figure of considerable influence. And he dared not press too hard. Provoking such a person would be unfavorable for him. One cannot afford to narrow one's options due to a moment of impulsiveness. Moreover, as a leader in the underworld, Old Tan is not someone to offend. Thus, he replied, no need, boss stand, please remain seated. I shall depart on my own. Old Tan insisted on rising, walking while saying, today was indeed my oversight. Should you find yourself in need of funds in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Given your prompt repayment, I can extend you a loan of 50,000 without collateral next time. Wu An chuckled softly, thank you. But there will be no next time. He understood the fate that awaited Old Tan, and it was prudent to maintain a respectful distance moving forward. However, this matter was not yet resolved. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, though he did not light it. Instead, he held it between his lips. He had resolved to quit smoking, yet at times the urge was strong, not solely due to addiction, but also because he was deep in thought. He needed to ponder over who had contacted Old Tan and how he might investigate further. Once he had clarity, he would devise a plan for retribution. There was no need to rush, haste would not serve him well. Visiting the town was quite laborious as it was. He would procure what he needed first. Achin emerged from a nearby convenience store and asked, brother, why did you take so long? I was about to call the police. Wu An patted him on the shoulder and replied, just a minor incident. Let us proceed to the fishing tackle store to purchase the gear. Achin inquired, brother, do you know anything about fishing tackle? Wu An shook his head. He had hardly fished in his lifetime. One could not say he was merely uninformed, but rather completely ignorant. He had heard that the depths of this subject were quite profound. Achin expressed concern, will we be taken advantage of then? Wu An casually remarked, one should compare 3 shops before making a decision. He purchased 2 ice creams, and the two indulged in them as they strolled. Initially preoccupied with repaying debts, he had hurried along the way, but having alleviated a significant concern, he now felt inclined to meander slowly. The town of Fuyuan from 12 years ago bore little difference to his memories. In his previous life, he had departed from his hometown shortly after arriving. And now he found himself returning to familiar grounds. There was little to explore, as the area comprised merely 2 streets forming a shape, replete with various shops selling an array of goods, and at this hour, several vendors had set up stores, contributing to a lively atmosphere. Yet, there existed an unsettling discord, as some vendors appeared to be facing ostracism, leading to a rather heated dispute that attracted a crowd of onlookers. Wu paused to observe, noticing a girl being shoved. Her face somewhat familiar, though he could not place her. She likely was not of great significance. Ching scolded the vendors for bullying the girl. Wu shook his head, recalling Yan Zu's words that one must navigate the world with an awareness of power dynamics. This was true across all professions. He chose not to linger on the spectacle, nor did he harbor any intention to intervene. Passing through the area of vendors, he arrived at a section selling general merchandise. Given its proximity to the sea, numerous fishing tackle shops flourished. After inquiring at several establishments, he discovered that sea fishing rods were rather expensive, with a complete set of gear costing several hundreds at the least, and some even exceeding 10,000. Wu was undeterred by the prospect of being overcharged. Why? He realized he could utilize the system for evaluation by cross-referencing the shopkeeper's prices with the system's cap on luck points. He could ascertain the true value of the fishing rods. For example, the rod priced at $12.99 was deemed to have a luck value cap of merely 4 points, inferior even to a beach clam clip. He placed greater faith in the system's assessment than in the shopkeeper's words. It was evident that anyone purchasing that fishing rod would be a fool. Decisively, he exited that tackle shop and ventured into the adjacent one. As they turned to leave, the shopkeeper spat, "Damn, 2 broke fools trying to fish, just go home and find a bamboo rod to play with." Ching, vexed, contemplated retorting. But Wu pulled him along, pushing the sliding door wide open before departing. The shopkeeper, seated behind the counter, grumbled as he rose to close the door. The neighboring tackle shop was somewhat smaller. Wu's hand glided across the fishing rods, and to his surprise, he discovered one that could enhance luck by 20 points. Priced at $39.99. It was not a matter of affording it, but rather a question of value. He pointed to a rod that provided a 5-point luck boost and inquired, "How much for this one?" The shopkeeper, a bold man with a somewhat intimidating demeanor, glanced at him and replied, $399. Wu's eyes lit up. The value was quite reasonable. After a thorough inquiry, the shopkeeper answered all his questions without displaying impatience, leading Wu and Ching to explore additional tackle shops. After a complete circuit, they returned to the bold man's shop. Upon seeing Wu's return, the bold shopkeeper greeted him, "Hey there, handsome, back again." He did not acknowledge Ching, who appeared somewhat dazed, clearly just a follower. Wu replied, "I find the shopkeeper's face familiar, he likely wanted to deceive me." The bold proprietor stroked his chin, fully aware of his own appearance. Hearing Wu's remarks, he chuckled, finding the young man rather amusing, then said, "You have a keen eye for people. So, which set will you purchase?" Wu pointed to the fishing rod priced at $399 and inquired, "What weight of fish can this catch?" "I am into rock fishing." The bold proprietor asked, "Are you a novice?" Wu nodded. The proprietor further queried, "What weight are you hoping to catch?" Wu pondered for a moment and replied, "It's hard to say. But I'm concerned that a larger fish might be too much for the rod to handle." The proprietor laughed, "Do you think it's easy to catch a big one?" "This rod is quite decent, it can certainly handle sea fish weighing 20 to 30 pounds. In rock fishing by the sea, big catches are rare, so it will suffice. However, catching large fish depends not only on the rod but also on the line, hooks, and other factors." Wu said, "Then please assist me in putting together a set." The bold proprietor was taken aback, not expecting Wu to place such trust in him. He promptly stood up, saying, "All right, I'll prepare a set for you." True to his word, he did not disappoint Wu's trust. The complete set of fishing gear amounted to only 612 yuan. Wu stated, "I would like 2 sets. The proprietor, surprised, realized Wu was a significant customer and cheerfully replied, "In that case, I want to charge you for the small change. Just give me 1,200 yuan. Do you need a tackle box?" Wu pulled out cash to pay and shook his head, indicating he did not want the tackle box. The proprietor then said, "I'll gift you a fish net." It's convenient for carrying fish, though it lacks the versatility of a tackle box, which can also hold bait and serve as a seat. Wu-an graciously accepted the fish net with thanks. Upon exiting the tackle shop, Tachin carried the 2 sets of gear and deliberately strolled into the neighboring tackle shop. When Wu-an called for him to leave, he acknowledged and walked out, forgetting in his haste to close the sliding door behind him. The neighboring proprietor, grumbling, came over to shut the door and spotted the bold proprietor smoking. He asked, "Did you buy 2 sets?" The bold proprietor nodded. The neighboring proprietor scoffed. "I bet you bought some cheap stuff." The bold proprietor remained silent. The neighboring proprietor continued to rumble, "Buddy, you can't run a business like this." The bold proprietor extinguished his cigarette, flicking the butt into the trash bin with precision before turning to close the sliding door. "What do you know? Who are you to lecture me on business? Do you understand the concept of thin profit margins and high sales? Do you realize the value of a novice customer? I can assure you, once Wu-an truly dives into fishing, he will undoubtedly return to purchase all his gear from me, ensuring a steady stream of business." The bold proprietor dismissed the neighboring shop owner with disdain, already contemplating future expansions. The neighboring proprietor, witnessing this, fell silent, muttering, "What is there to boast about? It's just a grand opening, I'm not jealous at all." Unbeknownst to Wu-an, the tension between the 2 tackle shop owners simmered. Passing by a pharmacy, he explained his sister-in-law's hand condition to the pharmacist, who recommended an ointment that was quite affordable, costing only a few dozen yuan. Wu-an bought 2 boxes, handing one to Aching and saying, "This one is for your mother. I recall her hands also have cracks." Aching was taken aback, replying, "Brother, that is too generous, I should pay you for it." Wu-an waved his hand dismissively, saying there was no need to feel embarrassed. "In due time, you'll find yourself fatigued." He noticed a vendor by the roadside selling tables and chairs. "Let us purchase a set to take home. Since we lack a vehicle, we shall carry them." Fortunately, the furniture was crafted from rattan, entirely handmade by an elderly gentleman who sold his wares at a roadside stall. After inquiring about the price, they decided to buy a table and 2 chairs for a mere 60 yuan. Without hesitation, they made the purchase. Aching, shouldering 2 sets of fishing gear and cradling the table, while Wu-an carried 2 chairs and a fish bag, ambled homeward beneath the setting sun. Their shadows elongated as the sun's intensity waned, and the mountain breeze brought a refreshing coolness, quickening their pace as they returned home. Upon reaching the small village of Shikrik, darkness had already descended. They first stopped by the old house to drop off the table, chairs, and fishing equipment. Wu-an urged Aching to retire early. Although he had acquired new fishing gear, he still intended to venture to the sea for a trial. After Aching departed, he took the ointment he had bought for his sister-in-law and headed out. Certain confrontations must be faced. Although there had been no grave danger at home, Old Tan's henchman had come to collect debts, the predicament stemming from his own entanglement with usury. He wondered how his father would react upon his return. In his previous life, he had lacked the courage to confront the situation and had fled in a panic. In this life, he resolved to face everything with fortitude. The roads were perilous at night, however, this also had its advantages, as every household remained indoors, leaving the streets eerily quiet as he approached his home. The iron gate stood wide open. Wu-an peered into the courtyard, finding everything as it should be, leading him to believe that Old Tan had not deceived him, and his men had not wreaked havoc at his home. Just as he hesitated, a voice called from behind, "Reezi." Wu-an quickly turned around to see his sister-in-law, Mei Wei-chin. He nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Sister-in-law, were you at home today when Old Tan's men came to collect debts?" Mei Wei-chin smiled reassuringly, "It's fine, it's fine. Come, let us go inside and talk. There seems to be something happening in town. The village called an urgent meeting, and father is not home." With that, he followed her into the courtyard. Wu Ping was busy in the kitchen and greeted Wu-an cheerfully, and just in time. "I won't have to bring you fish soup after all. Wash your hands and sit down for dinner." Wu-an called out to his brother but was interrupted by the sudden grumbling of his stomach, prompting laughter from Mei Wei-chin, who urged him to wash up quickly. After washing his hands, the 3 of them sat down. Wu-an presented the ointment, and Mei Wei-chin's face lit up with surprise before she examined it closely, asking, "Is this expensive?" It's not costly, you should use it fast, and if it doesn't work well, I can buy a better one next time in town. Don't waste money, Wu-an replied. Mei Yuechin playfully chided him, set down her utensils, and began to apply the ointment, clearly delighted. Wu Ping then inquired about the matter of usury, and after Wu-an briefly explained, he too asked, brother, sister-in-law, how did old townsmen find our home? Wu Ping hesitated before responding, some say Chen Gui led them here. Wu-an understood immediately that there was no escaping this predicament. It was undoubtedly Chen Gui who called Bostan to inform him of his refusal to repay the debt, prompting Bostan to send his men. Ordinarily, such matters are thankless and would cause anyone to shy away, but only someone as unscrupulous as Chen Gui would approach the situation head-on. In comparison to Chen Gui, Wu-an felt that his former self was far more admirable. The previous Wu-an was openly malevolent, while Chen Gui resorted to underhanded tactics. Observing Wu-an's silence, Wu Ping expressed his concerns, Khan, regardless of the circumstances, you have repaid the loan shark and retrieved the IOU, this matter has been resolved without calamity. Let us not complicate things further. Mei Yuechin nodded in agreement. Wu-an smiled and replied, I understand. The loan shark issue has indeed been settled. However, Chen Gui's phone call and his subsequent actions require an explanation. Yet, there is no need to burden my brother and sister-in-law with this. I am no longer the old Wu and I will act with caution. Mei Yuechin suggested, let us eat fast. Wu-an devoured his meal ravenously. Previously, dining at home had felt commonplace, but it was only after experiencing loss that he recognized its true value. Once he finished eating and wiped his mouth, Mei Yuechin said, just leave the dishes, I will clean them later. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Wu-an stood to take his leave. With his father absent, it spared him some mental strain, otherwise he would not have known what to say, particularly as he felt ashamed to engage in casual conversation with his father. Not long after Wu-an departed, Wu Ingui returned home. Mei Yuechin was reheating dishes while Wu Ping poured a drink. After taking a sip, Wu Ingui remarked, why did you buy this wine? A go two would suffice. I drink casually and do not require such fine wine. Wu Ping chuckled. I forgot to mention this morning that I purchased this wine as a tribute for you. Though Wu-an had preferred to keep it under wraps. He thought it unnecessary to conceal it now that their father was already aware. Wu Ingui paused, momentarily taken aback, but said nothing further. Wu Ping promptly poured another glass while Mei Yuechin produced a tube of ointment, stating, Patsy even bought me hand cream. Dad, he truly has improved. Wu Ingui replied nonchalantly. That is what he ought to do. He may be unfilial to anyone else, but he must not neglect you. What does it matter to buy some ointment? Hearing this, Mei Yuechin felt a pang of emotion. The younger generation of the Wu family was entirely focused on their work, leaving her to manage all household affairs, both great and small. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she had raised Wu single-handedly. His waywardness had drained her spirit. At times, she lamented the hardships of life. Yet, witnessing Wu-an's transformation now made her feel that all her past struggles were worthwhile. Wu Ping seized the moment to say, Dad, I never anticipated such a significant change in Oran. Now that the loan shark issue has been resolved, shouldn't we allow him to return home? Wu Ingui scoffed. You may speak of such matters when this household is under your command. After the meal, Wu Ingui washed the dishes and stepped outside to smoke a cigarette. Wu Ping muttered quietly, if I were in charge of this family, I wouldn't need to say anything, I would simply bring one back. Mei Yuechin interjected. Enough of this. Do not speak of such things anymore. I have spoken with Atsi, even if Dad were willing to return. He would not want to come back just like that. Wu Ping shook his head and remarked, both the old and the young are equally stubborn. Mei Yuechin responded. What if they want father and son? Wu Ingui had not ventured far when he encountered old men at the doorway. The two old men were squatting by the roadside, smoking. Old men offered a cigarette, saying, here, take this. Wu Ingui accepted it. Old men continued, Ron must have given it to you, right? He certainly knows how to win people over. Wu Ingui scoffed, he didn't give me anything. Just as old man was about to make a jest, Wu Ingui interjected. He did bring me 2 bottles of wine. Old man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Show off, go ahead and show off. Wu Ingwe smirked, sharing in the laughter. It was only in the company of old friends that he could shed all pretense and be himself. At precisely 1 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Wu climbed up, perhaps due to having settled his debts, feeling light and unburdened. He had slept soundly and awoke with little discomfort. After washing his face, it wasn't long before Aching arrived. The two of them, cloaked in the night, with fishing gear in tow, headed straight for the beach. The yellow sands were sparsely populated. As they ventured westward, the rocky beach was shrouded in darkness, but upon reaching the tidal flats, the lights mingled, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Aching's eyes widened in surprise. There are so many people here. Brother, what should we do? Wu chuckled. It's a trade-off. There is no need to fret. Let's not delve deeper, we can gather some bait nearby for fishing. However, Aching hesitated, feeling genuinely uncomfortable. To him, the tidal flats were meant to be shared solely between him and his brother. The presence of others felt like an encroachment on their territory. Wu took a sand shovel from the bucket and called out, let us get to work. Luck value 48-28. Target sand shovel 2. It is worth noting that today's luck value was remarkably generous, boasting a full 32 points. Whether it be for gathering or fishing, they were sure to reap good rewards. There was no need to compete with others here. If they gathered too much, it could incite jealousy. It would be wiser to fish quietly and prosper in silence. After tossing a shovel's worth of sand to Aching, he ceased his complaints and shone his headlamp at the ground, quickly spotting a hole. They began to dig vigorously. Someone approached and, seeing the two vigorously digging, laughed. What are you two after? Aching, not even looking up, replied, clams. The person chuckled, you don't dig for clams like that. You need to use salt to lure them out. They'll come running right to you. Wu continued his work, undeterred. He certainly knew this method of clam digging. But using salt didn't count as a tool, and he couldn't augment his luck value that way. Digging with the shovel felt more reliable. Suddenly, Aching halted, brushed aside some sand, and caught a large clam, tossing it into the bucket. In the words of old Sier, this was a clam king. Plop. Wu also tossed a clam of equal stature into the bucket. Before long, the two of them uncovered several more clams, leaving the onlooker astonished. Is this even possible? You two must be extraordinarily lucky. In the distance, the exclamations of surprise echoed, clearly indicating that someone had discovered a treasure. Drawn by the allure, another individual hurriedly ventured into the tidal flats. The tide was receding, and people were descending. Meanwhile, Wu and Aching were diligently digging for clams. Unbothered by any competition, by the time their luck with the sand shovels ran out, the duo had managed to fill half a bucket, ample for their fishing endeavors. These clams, valued at 20 yuan per pound, could easily fetch 1 or 200 yuan for this modest haul, merely intended as bait for fishing. Unlike the time spent gathering clams, fishing incurs a cost. Just as they were about to leave, Wu happened upon Lin Hu. Observing the two with buckets heading east, Lin Hu inquired, the tide has yet to reach its lowest point, why are you leaving? Wu casually replied, there are too many people. Are you here for the tidal flats? Aching scoffed, that's a rather obvious question. My brother and I are leaving precisely because so many have come here. Lin Hu discreetly hid his water bucket behind him, chuckling awkwardly, fishing has been quite unproductive lately. My family constantly remarks that I'm not fishing but merely feeding the fish. I had no choice but to try my hand at gathering from the tidal flats. If that doesn't work out, I shall return to fishing. Wu nodded in acknowledgement as they passed each other. Lin Hu turned back to glance at Wu and Aching, muttering softly, could this be a case of role reversal? Their departure might just allow for a fortunate find today. He needed to bring home something valuable. Otherwise, life at home would indeed be challenging. Muttering to himself, he ventured further into the tidal flats, greeting familiar villagers along the way. Who, even you, the fishing enthusiast, have come to gather from the tidal flats. I've heard tales of the abundance of blue crabs and crab tigers here. Who wouldn't be envious? Have Adong and Aching not come? A villager asked. They did arrive but left again, presumably to fish on the rocky beach. It's best they stay away, their luck is too good, and they would surely outcompete us. They're off fishing. Even Lin Hu has come to the tidal flats, and they choose to fish instead. Have they lost their minds? Lin Hu, somewhat awkwardly regarded as a cautionary example, admitted, my luck with fishing has been rather dismal of late. Yes, I know. That Lin Bin has also been skunked for several days. Gathering from the tidal flats is preferable, after all, it merely requires a bit of perseverance. Fishing requires bait. And even the little fish and shrimp can be sold. Even if not for profit, they make for a good meal, otherwise, one ends up feeding the ocean as fish. Lin Hu could not bear to listen any longer and distanced himself. Though the words stung, he had to concede that they were, indeed, grounded in truth. He searched diligently for a while, collecting quite a bit of mud, yet after a considerable time, he had only uncovered a few clams. Where were the promised blue crabs and crab tigers? Meanwhile, Huan and Aching arrived at the rocky beach to where the tide gently lapped against the rocks. Not fiercely but rather languidly. Such a minor tide was unlikely to leave any seafood behind. Standing atop the rocks, Aching surveyed the tidal flats and remarked, "It seems as though half the village has descended upon this place, illuminating the day." A hint of discontent lingered in his tone. Huan mused to himself that with so many vying for fortune in the tidal flats, it would take extraordinary luck to succeed, just as he had. Luck value 48-18. Ordinary sea rod. Introduction. This is an ordinary sea rod enhanced by a stroke of luck. Guaranteed to catch seafood weighing under 20 pounds in areas abundant with fish. The two had fished together previously, swiftly packing up their gear, baiting with clam meat, and casting their lines into the sea. Aching, slightly slower in his movements, followed suit after a brief interval. The headlamp illuminated the surface of the water, though visibility was somewhat poor. When fishing at night, one primarily relies on the feel. Huan had faith in the system, as long as a fish was hooked. Reeling it in was straightforward. The fishing line tightened, and the tip of the rod bent, a fish was on. Look, it's as simple as having hands. Aching, still waiting, saw him lift the rod and excitedly inquired, "Brother, did you catch one?" Huan nodded, feeling the pull of the fish. He had to admit that fishing was far more enjoyable than clamming. He lifted the rod, reeled in, lifted again, and reeled once more. Soon, the fish broke the surface, thrashing wildly and sending up a spray of water. Aching asked, "Brother, do you need a net?" Huan shook his head. The fish was not large. After quickly reeling it in, he sent the fish flying onto the rocks. Upon inspection, it was a yellow-footed clam, approximately a pound. This fish was relatively common. Huan had often consumed it before, whether steamed or pan-fried, and it also made for a delightful soup. Just this one fish was worth at least 10 minutes of clam digging. Aching also had a catch, quickly reeling in a sea bass, not particularly large. But his joy overshadowed any thoughts of the tidal flats. Regardless of the type of fish, as long as it could be pulled in, it was undoubtedly more valuable than clams. This was a guaranteed profit. Aching, with a straightforward mindset, rebaited with clam meat and cast his line again, soon exclaiming, "Brother, I've hooked another one." Huan smiled. "That's great." He had also caught another yellow-footed clam, slightly larger than the first, remarking, "Save some energy. There's plenty to catch today." Aching called out, "No worries. My mother packed me plenty of eggs in the thermos when we get hungry. We can eat while we fish." Huan nodded. A child with a mother is like a treasure, a child without one is like grass. Having family around is truly invaluable. Almost an hour later, Huan and Aching had landed around 20 yellow-footed clams, 7 or 8 sea bass, and 2 rockfish, averaging a catch every minute or two. Huan called out, "Aching, let us take a break." Aching wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Brother, as you say. Let us eat some eggs." He produced the thermos from his backpack, still wrapped in a bag. Upon opening it, the eggs were still warm, and he first offered one to Huan. "Brother, this is for you." Huan took a large gulp of water and said, "Let us hydrate before enjoying the eggs." Aching agreed. As Huan peeled the egg, his hands trembled slightly. He had noticed it while fishing, but now, pausing, he felt sore and fatigued. This was the toll of exhaustion. Aching was even more exaggerated, his hands shaking as if he had Parkinson's. Yet, he was reluctant to stop. Aching's physique was considerably weaker than his own. He called for a halt simply because he felt fatigue. And it was evident that Aching must be even more exhausted. Continuing would surely lead to dire consequences. He remarked, Chin, if you are tired, let us pause. We are earning for ourselves, then health is our capital, understand? Chin nodded, I understand. Observing his demeanor, Wuan recognized that this acknowledgement was merely a formality. There was little choice in the matter. Who could resist the allure of a steady catch? They were unable to stop, nor did they wish to. As long as they didn't push themselves to the brink of collapse, they would toil relentlessly. Wuan chose not to elaborate further, like Chin. He yearned for financial gain. Despite having settled high-interest debts, he remained in dire straits, needing to earn money to gain confidence and support his father and siblings. Only when he could improve his family's circumstances would he feel worthy of returning home. He was acutely aware of the struggles at home. His father and elder brother were idealistic individuals, willing to sacrifice for their work. For such individuals, he felt respect if they were strangers. Yet it was difficult to evaluate them as family. He could never achieve selfless devotion. Indeed, the hardships at home were largely his fault. After swallowing 2 eggs, Wuan inquired, Chin, how do you feel? I have more strength now. Chin took a large gulp of water and added, my hands are steady. Wuan stretched his arms and suggested, smoke a cigarette before you fish again. Chin pulled out a cigarette and asked, brother, you really don't smoke anymore? Wuan nodded. After a moment's thought, Chin returned the cigarette to his pocket, saying, my mother doesn't like it when I smoke. Brother, let us quit together. Good brothers should support one another. Wuan smiled broadly. Hearing the sound of a vehicle, he turned to see a small car stopping at the village entrance, and a figure slowly approached. As the figure drew nearer, Wuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was an elderly man, and seeing the various bags he carried, a look of realization crossed his face. The old man, noticing the two on the rocks, appeared pleasantly surprised and waved to greet them. Wuan nodded in response. The elderly man asked, young man, are there any fish here? Wuan replied, yes. Have you caught any knife fish? The old man inquired. I heard there are knife fish here, so I came. Old man, your information is outdated, Chin chuckled. Someone caught knife fish here about 3 to 5 years ago. Several people from our village have been coming here daily to fish ever since. Lin Hu and Lin Bin had also become enamored with fishing during that time, constantly dreaming of catching knife fish. Chin whispered the last part to Wuan. Wuan recognized the term. Knife fish were known as the kings of fish, fetching 700 to 800 per pound at wholesale. And the retail price was even more astonishing. The old man chuckled, now that I'm here. After some casual chatter, the old man found a spot roughly 10 meters away from Wuan and Chin. Observing the old man's fishing box, a stool, and complete set of fishing gear, Chin marveled internally, brother, that old man looks quite professional. Wuan nodded. Not to mention the ornate fishing rod, which must be worth a considerable sum. As the dawn began to gently illuminate the surroundings, aided by the glow of the lamps, he discerned that the old man was utilizing live shrimp as bait. The vibrant shrimp, still wriggling on the hook, undoubtedly promised superior efficacy compared to their clam meat. Observing the old man deftly cast his line with a swift motion, Chin murmured softly, what wealth! Can't he enjoy the shrimp himself? They are far more expensive than clams. In this juxtaposition, the old man resembled a well-equipped regular army, while they appeared as a ragtag guerrilla force armed with little more than rice and rifles. Wuan chuckled, finding little merit in the comparison at the old man's age. Fishing was certainly an indulgence in life's pleasures. After several minutes of watching the old man's meticulous actions, he spoke up, let us commence our fishing as well. With a deep blue hue, he added, lack value 48.8. They glanced at the old man, who was also observing them, noticing the two struggling with their casting. The old man shook his head sadly and called out, gentlemen, are you novices? Wuan paused in surprise, how did you know? The old man laughed heartily. It's evident. Wuan replied, your observation is quite astute. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wuan felt a tug and swiftly lifted the fishing rod. With a whoosh, the fishing line tightened, and the tip of the rod bent into an arc, swaying as the caught fish thrashed about. Chin followed suit, exclaiming, brother, I've hooked one too. The old man's smile abruptly froze. Was it possible to catch fish so quickly? He hurriedly gripped his rod, directing his headlamp and fish attractant light toward the sea. eagerly anticipating his own catch. Yet, until the two fellows next to him landed their fish, his rod remained utterly still. Achin, brimming with excitement, announced, "Brother, we are both catching black sea bream. They are much larger than the yellow-footed variety." Wuan smiled, "That is splendid. Let us continue." The two fish bore a striking resemblance, and their market values were comparable. However, black sea bream typically grew larger, naturally fetching a higher price. Subsequently, the two entered a rapid succession of catches. Standing too close, they inadvertently tangled their lines, yet fortune smiled upon them as they managed to reel in the fish without losing it. The old man, initially thinking they were playing a clever ruse, now observed their clumsy attempts to change their fishing lines and tackle, realizing they were clearly novices. Was there truly a phenomenon known as the novice aura? He mused that he had not experienced such luck when he first ventured into fishing. Half an hour later, Achin complained, "Brother, my hands are sore." Wuan inquired, "Shall we take a break?" Achin shook his head and declared, "I believe I can endure a little longer." After nearly 2 hours of relentless fishing, Achin's resilience was not due to robust health, but rather an insatiable desire to earn money. Wuan too felt exhausted, yet with Achin pressing on, he found it difficult to suggest a pause. The old man beside them admitted to feeling sore as well, although not from fatigue, but rather from envy. Stealing a glance at the lack value of his fishing rod, Wuan noted, "Ordinary sea rod, to description, this is a standard sea rod. When luck is enhanced, it guarantees a catch of seafood weighing under 20 pounds in areas teeming with fish. Due to the absence of particularly valuable sea fish, my luck has not diminished significantly. At this pace, I estimate I can fish for another 20 minutes or so. It has been quite enough. Fishing can be done during both high and low tides, sometimes. The bite is even better during the rising tide. The primary issue is my fatigue. Initially, I fished with one hand gripping the rod while the other rested in my pocket. Now, both hands are firmly on the rod, and my arms have begun to tremble. Fishing is more exhausting than foraging along the shore. When beachcombing, one can afford to take it slow while gathering seafood, but fishing demands immediate action the moment a fish strikes. One must reel it in and quickly cast again. Fortunately, as my luck wanes, the frequency of bites has also begun to slow." Achin took a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow and glanced at the elderly man sitting nearby on a bench, expressing envy. "Brother, you seem so relaxed." The old man appeared somewhat numb by the experience. "Wait a moment. What do you mean by that envious tone? Are you mocking me?" Wuan coughed lightly and interjected, "Please do not misunderstand, he speaks plainly and genuinely admires you." The old man felt a wave of comfort wash over him and chuckled heartily, "Young man, your luck with the fish seems exceptional." Wuan humbly replied, "It's merely a stroke of good fortune. The bites aren't as plentiful now." He was being modest. Yet the old man perceived his words differently. "And you dare say the bites are not plentiful? I have yet to catch anything. In truth, it is not unusual to go half an hour without a bite, however, in comparison to the two young men next door who were reeling in fish." He felt somewhat disheartened. Wuan realized that his statement might come off as a bit pretentious and hastily added, "Perhaps it's due to the beginner's luck." "May I ask your name?" "I am called Wuan," he replied. The old man, not overly concerned, recognized that even if the young man were boasting, he had the right to do so given his success. With a measure of tolerance, he said, "You can call me Olmai. Young man, your reel's tension seems off. If a big fish bites, the line may snap. You should adjust it." Seizing the opportunity while the fish were absent, Wuan eagerly sought advice. Olmai, being amiable, approached and helped Wuan and Achin make the necessary adjustments, explaining, "This needs to be adjusted regularly. Its primary function is to protect the main line. Over time, you will learn how to operate it." Wuan and Achin promptly expressed their gratitude, and almost simultaneously, both felt a tug on their lines. Swiftly raising their rods as a large fish thrashed in the water, pulling the rods erratically. Olmai quickly cautioned, "You are lifting the rods a bit too early. The hook has yet dislodged, indicating the fish is still biting. Next time, wait until the line is pulled before lifting the rod. Achin, pull to the right quickly, avoid tangling the lines. Be careful of the fish diving towards the rocks below, it can easily cut the line." Wuan nodded. adjusting the direction of his rod as the reel emitted a high-pitched whine, releasing line. In no time, the fish surfaced, illuminated by the light, a red snapper. Suddenly, Olmai recalled his own fishing rod and turned sharply, only to find his rod perfectly positioned, stable as a rock. There was no need for further observation. Displeased, Olmai returned to his seat as soon as Wuan managed to bring the fish aboard. Indeed, it is disheartening to witness the disparity among people. Oching has also hooked a redfish, and it appears that a school of redfish is foraging below us. Oching rubbed his sore arms and exclaimed, "Brother, these fish are incredibly strong. I'm utterly exhausted. Are these fish expensive?" "They should be reasonably priced," Wuan replied, clearing his throat and glancing at the distant Laomai. He lowered his voice, saying, "Keep your voice down, we wouldn't want to further agitate Laomai." Instantly, Oching spoke in a hushed tone, "Brother, his luck is just a bit unfortunate." Wuan pondered for a moment before calling out, "Laomai, it seems you're not having any bites over there. Why not come over to our side? This rock is spacious enough for the three of us." Laomai had previously offered helpful guidance to both him and Oching. "And since this rocky shore is public, anyone is welcome to fish here. Moreover, their success in catching fish was due to their fishing rods. And Laomai's presence would not hinder them, in fact, he might even benefit from their luck and catch more fish himself. There is no need for such pettiness. How could I impose?" Laomai replied as he swiftly packed his gear and hurried over, settling about 3 meters away. "Thank you, young friends," Laomai said. "This distance ensures our lines won't tangle." Wuan nodded appreciatively. "Now, this is what we call professionalism." Without further ado, he and Oching continued to reel in fish. Laomai watched enviously, quickly preparing his own line. Before long, he felt a tug on his line and smiled with delight, refraining from making any rash movements. It was only when he sensed the line tightening that he swiftly lifted his rod, standing up as the tip bent sharply. A turtle. The joy of catching a fish made Laomai unable to contain his laughter. Soon, he brought the fish to the surface, and with the beam of his headlamp, he revealed a sea bass, easily pulled up and weighing about a pound. He tossed the fish into his skipper and eagerly cast his line again. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, he hooked another fish. "The bites here are truly impressive," Laomai remarked, while Oching was busy reeling in his own catch, unable to respond. Wuan, who had yet to catch anything, chimed in, "Indeed. It seems my guess was correct. The lucky fishing rod indeed attracts fish." Of course, without the lucky enhancement, the rate of catching fish was noticeably slower. At that moment, Wuan felt a tug on his line. Following Laomai's advice, he did not immediately lift the rod but waited patiently until the line was taut before swiftly striking. Got it. Though his arms felt quite fatigued at that moment, the strain seemed to dissipate. The reel emitted a whirring sound as the line unfurled. Wuan felt invigorated. This fish seemed substantial. However, when he finally pulled it up and shone his headlamp on it, he realized it was not as large as he had hoped. He quickly reeled in, and with a strong tug, the fish flew onto the rocks, landing near Laomai. Laomai instinctively turned, his eyes widening in surprise. He positioned his rod and hurried over to grasp the fish that Wuan had brought in with his fish pliers, inspecting it closely as he exclaimed, "It's a knife fish. My dear friend, you have actually managed to catch a knife fish." "A knife fish? Isn't that the target of Olmai?" Wuan hurried over to take a look. The fish was oval-shaped, laterally flattened, with a curved head and thick, pointed lips. Its silvery body was adorned with numerous narrow, orange knife-like stripes, creating a striking appearance. Truly, it was a fish worth 700 to 800 grams. Perhaps only the golden legendary yellow croaker could rival it. After pulling up a sea bass, Oching quickly rushed over to observe. Under the light, the knife fish was still writhing. Unfamiliar with this species, Oching had only heard that it was quite valuable, and inquired, "Olmai, is this truly a knife fish weighing 700 to 800 grams? 700 to 800. That's the purchasing price," Olmai replied after a pause. "It's about that. This fish is exceedingly delicate, especially the wild ones, which cannot survive in captivity. They perish naturally after just 2 or 3 days. If it dies during transport, the price will significantly drop. In recent years, due to ocean pollution, This fish has become exceedingly rare. Catching or fishing it relies purely on luck. All my gazed at the knife fish with gleaming eyes. He had traversed numerous locations in pursuit of it. Although he had not caught one himself this time, witnessing another success greatly encouraged him. At least this fishing ground still harbored knife fish. All Might, brimming with excitement, chattered incessantly. Aside from being incredibly rare, this fish is also delicious. The simpler the preparation, the better. As the saying goes, high-end ingredients often require the most straightforward cooking methods. This phrase, which he recalled from a recent episode of A Bite of China, had captivated the nation upon its airing. Wuan had watched it many times, not for any other reason but to savor the culinary delights of his hometown. It is no exaggeration to say that while watching A Bite of China, he was moved to tears, for at that time, he had already left his hometown and could no longer enjoy his sister-in-law's cooking. Qin gasped in disbelief. What kind of person would be willing to buy such an expensive fish? He felt certain that he would never have the opportunity to taste such a costly delicacy. Nor did he desire to. With so much money, why not purchase something else? Eating a fish seemed excessive to him. All my laughed heartily. I am willing. Why don't you sell it to me at 1,000 per kilogram? Qin exclaimed excitedly. Brother, if Lin Hu and Lin Bin find out, they will surely envy us to death. Upon hearing this, Wu An's brow furrowed. Whether they would be envious enough to die was uncertain. But once the news of him catching a knife fish spread, it wouldn't be long before this rocky shore was teeming with anglers. Not to mention the knife fish. Even with the plentiful catch he and Qin had, despite all Xi's efforts to keep it secret, so many people at the dock were not blind. Seeing their haul, others would surely be tempted to follow suit. The throngs of fishermen on the tidal flats since early this morning were a clear indication. He did not want to return tomorrow only to find no space to fish. After contemplating, he said, All Might, I will sell you this fish at the purchasing price. However, I would like to borrow your vehicle to transport the catch to town for sale. Not to mention the knife fish. Just these catches are too conspicuous to sell at my dock. All Might chuckled and asked, Do you not wish to be famous? Wu An nodded. All Might praised. Not bad at all. It is truly rare for a young person of your age to think of quietly amassing wealth. Very well. I know a reputable vendor who will ensure that no one dares to deceive you. Wu An quickly expressed his gratitude. All Might waved his hand dismissively. Let us not be so polite with each other. This car of mine is merely for fishing, it's just a matter of convenience. The 3 knife fish will be accounted separately, and I will purchase it at market price. The fact that you are willing to sell me the 3 knife fish is already a significant favor. My grandson is returning and has specifically requested wild 3 knife fish, which I cannot find at the market. I've been anxious and have had to resort to fishing everywhere. Wu An nodded, refraining from further politeness. As he was about to toss the fish into the fish basket, All Might quickly called out, Wait, are you just going to throw it in there? Noticing that one of Wu An's buckets was empty, he promptly poured the fresh shrimp from his fishing box into the bucket and added seawater, saying, Place it in my fishing box. This fish is pampered and cannot be cramped with others. Wu An chuckled softly, Fine. Since the fish belongs to you, it is your decision. After properly placing the 3 knife fish, the 3 resumed casting their lines. No words were spoken, yet each harbored hopes of catching a 3 knife fish. However, it seemed that perhaps the luck had been exhausted after catching the 3 knife fish, as the subsequent catches were all tilapia and small stonefish. All Might fared worse, managing to reel in only a small stonefish after several minutes. Seeing that luck had run out, Wu An decided against adding more bait, as he was utterly exhausted, his arms aching when he had also run out of clams. Qin let out a long sigh. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh, both feeling a sense of relief that it seemed to be coming to an end. All Might, noticing the two tidying up, inquired, Are you done fishing? They both shook their heads. Qin replied, We've run out of bait. All Might exclaimed, I can lend you some. Qin quickly shook his head, No need. No need. Wu An chuckled in exasperation, We're just taking a break, we're a bit tired. Qin chimed in. I truly don't understand how Lin Hu and Lin Bin can fish all day. My brother and I can barely last over 2 hours. As the 3 chatted, half an hour passed, and All Might, seeing no further action, decided to reel in his line. Never mind, it appears the bite has stopped. We should hurry back to raise the 3-knife fish at home for when my grandson returns. He swiftly packed up. Aching and Wuan went to retrieve the fish basket, but despite their efforts, they could not pull it up. Olmai stepped in to help, and together they managed to lift the basket. Upon seeing the fish inside the basket, Olmai was astonished. Did you two catch this many? No wonder you are both exhausted. This catch exceeds what others might obtain from an ocean troll. Wuan asked, will it fit in the car? Olmai nodded, yes. I drive an off-road vehicle. However, by the time we deliver this to town, I fear that this fish might not survive. Nonetheless, it won't significantly impact the price. Wuan, not daring to delay, helped load the fish into the car. As they drove toward town, the tide began to rise, and the villagers collecting seafood in the tidal flats chatted as they passed over the rocky beach. There are no crab tigers here. I've hardly seen any green crabs either. Indeed, I only caught a few mantis shrimp. My haul here is less than what I could have gathered on the sandy beach. Exhausted to the bone, I vowed never to return to the tidal flats for clamming again. Just then, I wondered about Adong and Aching, who had come to fish. Where could they be? Surely, they must have returned to sleep after failing to catch anything. Lin Hu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After toiling through the night, he had only managed to catch a few clams, and now he would face a torrent of complaints upon his return. Just as he had not yet reached the yellow sands, he heard someone call out to him. Turning around, he saw Lin Bin approaching. Lin Bin frowned upon seeing Lin Hu covered in mud. Did you go clamming? Is this all you caught? I found a secret fishing spot, let's go fish together. Lin Hu hesitated but eventually nodded, let me sell the clams first. Lin Bin placed a hand on Lin Hu's shoulder, walking alongside him. Why sell them? I'll lend you my fishing gear. We can use the clam meat as bait. This way, neither of us owes the other anything, it's perfect. Pushed along by Lin Bin, Lin Hu, already weary and muddled from the night's exertions, sensed something amiss but could not quite pinpoint the source of his unease. He reluctantly followed Lin Bin. Inside the off-road vehicle, Wuan watched as Lao Mai casually steered with one hand, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, these were mountain roads. As if that weren't enough, shortly after hitting the slopes, Lao Mai, unsatisfied, pulled out a cigarette. Suddenly, he recalled something and retrieved his phone, which Wuan noted was a Samsung. Realizing this, he gripped the armrest tightly. Lao Mai made a call, cheerfully greeting, Boss Gao, are you working? I've got quite a few fish here. I need you to come to the market entrance to collect them. Boss Gao replied from the other end, Lao Mai. You can't be serious, do I really need to come to the market entrance? Lao Mai insisted, there are too many fish. After a moment's thought, Boss Gao relented. Alright, fine. Let me know when you arrive, and I'll send someone over. Lao Mai glanced back at the fish still flopping in the net and remarked. You better come, I worry your underlings might not manage well. Boss Gao, a bit busy, replied, Lao Mai, enough of that. You know I'm swamped here and can't break away. With that, he hung up. Lao Mai stowed his phone and turned to see Wuan's anxious expression. Laughing, and why the nerves? You are so timid. Wuan replied earnestly, I value my life. The heavens had granted him a second chance. And there were still many things he wished to accomplish, many regrets to rectify, he could not afford to vanish so easily. Lao Mai jested. You certainly don't act like a young person. Despite Lao Mai's nonchalant demeanor, cigarette clenched between his lips and both hands on the steering wheel, he said, hold on tight. We need to hurry, we can't let these fish lose their vitality. Driving swiftly, they reached the asphalt roads of the town in just over half an hour. As they arrived at the market, dawn was breaking, and the atmosphere was bustling with life. The market was alive with vendors and customers alike. Conducting business here was arduous, as they had to start their chores at the crack of dawn, earning a modest living. However, it was certainly more lucrative than working for someone else. Despite being merely a vegetable market, it was extensive, encompassing the seafood market as well. All the seafood from the entire town flowed through here, consolidated and dispatched to the county, the city, and even across the province and nation. Before Lao Mai had even parked the car, he had already dialed Boss Gao again. As the vehicle came to a halt, a spirited young man leaned against the window to greet him, saying, Lao Mai, I'm here to collect the goods. Lau Mai raised an eyebrow, asking, just you. The young man chuckled, am I not enough? How many fish can a single angler catch? 10, 20. As he spoke, his gaze wandered to the open trunk, and upon catching sight of the hole, his voice faltered. He was utterly dumbfounded. There were too many fish. A quick glance revealed at least 60 or 70 fish. Lau Mai grinned, you look stunned, my friend. Hurry and call your boss to come pick them up. The young man replied that he had no phone and dashed towards the market, only to be called back by his boss, who instructed him to bring ice. He vanished in an instant, and shortly after, a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle and a blue shirt appeared. Wu An noticed the man seemed somewhat dazed, as if he recognized him but was certain they had never met. He must have seen him somewhere, but the recollection eluded him. Lau Mai waved, Boss Gao. Boss Gao greeted him, approached the trunk, and upon seeing the abundance of fish, exclaimed in shock, Lau Mai, what is going on? You are incredible. How long did it take you to catch all this? Have you lost your mind? Lau Mai chuckled, it's not me, it's these two fine lads. Boss Gao and his companions turned their attention to Wu An and Aching. Aching chimed in, we didn't fish for long, just a little over 2 hours. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The fish must have been biting exceptionally well. Someone nearby couldn't contain their curiosity, asking, hey, where did you guys fish? Share a smoke. You are amazing for catching so many fish. I've been skunked for half a month, if I don't catch anything soon, I might just perish. It's the way of the waters, share your spot. Lau Mai quickly interjected, go on, share your fishing spot. Do you share your wife too? The man, equally bold, retorted, brother, if I don't return home after fishing today, you can go see my sister-in-law for cigarettes. Lau Mai laughed and scolded. Get lost with your nonsense. Lau Mai beckoned to Boss Gao, introducing him, Boss Gao, he runs the largest business in the market. He then introduced Gao Qiangqi, saying, this young man is quite decent, a friend of mine across generations. Boss Gao extended his hand, I'm Gao Qiangqi, please just call me Boss Gao. Don't mind Lau Mai's ramblings, business is fundamentally about making friends, and I simply have many friends. To be honest, I can't eat all these fish. I primarily don't sell fish. However, since Lau Mai has reached out to me, I will certainly help find buyers at a fair price. Wu An shook his hand, exchanging names, and a flicker of recognition passed through his eyes as he suddenly remembered. In his previous life, being away from home and longing for his hometown and siblings, he had paid close attention to all the news from his region. One news report from my hometown featured a tycoon in the seafood industry. A magnate with an asset worth over 100 million, renowned for supplying numerous prestigious restaurants and chain hotels, as well as for his sprawling aquatic business throughout the province. He held a plethora of titles, which he hardly comprehended at the time, yet they exuded an air of grandeur. The article was replete with details and included photographs of the distinguished Mr. Gao himself. Presently, however, Mr. Gao is merely a prominent seafood buyer in the town. As the conversation unfolded, Mr. Gao's assistant began unloading fish from the net into a box filled with crushed ice, with Aching eagerly assisting. The boxes were stacked one atop the other, transported to the market by handcart. Following along, Wu An heard Lau Mai whisper, with Mr. Gao around. No one dares to deceive you regarding this batch of fish. Upon entering the market, the vendors greeted Gao Qiangqi with enthusiasm. Wu An observed as Gao responded cheerfully, revealing a glimpse of the future seafood mogul's charisma. Arriving at a stall, Gao greeted the proprietor and introduced Wu An, saying, Wolfong, he specializes in catching sea fish. He continued, these are all wild-caught sea fish, freshly caught at dawn. Please take a look and give a fair price. Wolfong approached and inspected the fish in the top box. Gao Qiangqi remarked, he is my little brother, please offer a reasonable price. So it won't be difficult for me. Wolfong, smiling, agreed to assist in lowering the box, saying, since you are a friend of Mr. Gao, let us do this, regardless of size, I'll price them as the larger ones, Hongyu at 50 per pound, sea bass at 30, black bream at 50. And yellowfoot at 55. Wu An nodded in satisfaction, at the very least, these prices exceeded those offered by Old Sea by 5 to 10 yuan. This was not to suggest that Old Sea was unfair, but rather that in the future, he would certainly not be the one to deliver goods to the town. The essence of business is akin to making friends, whether one can succeed or expand hinges on one's interpersonal skills. Those who are virtuous attract support, while those who stray from the path find themselves isolated. Were it not for his friendship with Lau Mai, one might wonder if he could avoid being cheated at the market, let alone connect with a future seafood magnate. Lau Mai approached and inquired, "Old Fong, how much for the wild three-knifed fish?" Old Fong chuckled ruefully, "I tell you, big reporter Mai, you ask me this 3 times a day. If I could procure wild three-knifed fish, you would be the first to know." Lau Mai insisted, "Just tell me the price." Old Fong replied, "It would have to be at least 1,300 per pound. I haven't seen wild three-knifed fish in a long time, it's a seller's market." He sighed, feeling quite vexed. If he could indeed obtain wild three-knifed fish, the profit would be easy to secure. 1,500 would certainly attract buyers. Ah Ching's expression brightened. Wouldn't that mean one fish could fetch over 2,000? Wouldn't he have to do anything to earn over 200? Which equates to a day's wage for an ordinary worker. Wuan was also thrilled, never anticipating such a high price for the fish. As one fish equaled the value of over 20 of the Honyu black bream or similar varieties. Lau Mai laughed heartily, revealing a fishing box he had hidden behind him. Boasting, "You don't have it, but I do. Come, take a look and broaden your horizons." Upon hearing the news, Old Fong hurried over to take a look. Crouching down, his face nearly touching the water's surface. "Is that a knife fish? Is it truly wild?" Old Mai replied with a hint of pride. "What benefit would I gain from deceiving you with a farmed one?" At this point, he glanced at Wuan, who shook his head in a gesture to refrain from mentioning him. Old Mai continued, "To be honest, this fish was caught by a friend of mine." Upon hearing this, Old Fong teased, "Old Fong, conjuring friends out of thin air. I'm not competing with you, so why the worry?" Others chimed in, "Old Fong, you come to the market every day hoping to buy knife fish, and now you've actually caught one. This one must weigh around 2 pounds. It was indeed caught. And its appearance is splendid. Just look at it, lively and jumping. If it was sent to the Port City restaurant, the diners would surely be ecstatic. Step aside. Let me have a look." Other vendors gathered to see, and the commotion grew louder, forming a crowd around the spectacle. This was a moment of glory for the fisherman. He hadn't even carried his fishing box around the market twice, and it would be a disservice to this wild knife fish. Nowadays, with the deteriorating marine environment, such fish are becoming increasingly rare. Wuan preferred to remain in the shadows. He could have claimed the catch as his own. Yet he felt it was not right to take such glory for himself. "Old Mai, are you selling it?" "Old Mai, you are so skilled, go catch a few more. And I will definitely pay a premium." Old Mai closed the lid of the fishing box and said, "Look all you want, but don't touch. Selling it is out of the question. As I mentioned, this was caught by a friend, and I intend to keep it for myself." With nothing more to see, the crowd dispersed, each returning to their own preparations for business. Wuan and Ah Ching then weighed the fish with Old Fong. After a moment of calculation, Old Fong said, "Come, let us head to the back to settle the bill." He prepared an invoice that clearly outlined the weight, unit price, and a total of 650. Though smartphones were becoming more common and QR code payments were emerging, they had not yet reached their area. It would likely be another 13 years before mobile payments were fully adopted. Moreover, even if they were available, Wuan could only accept cash. He still didn't own a mobile phone, having recently cleared his debts, feeling lighter without them. However, lacking a phone was quite inconvenient. So he planned to buy one with the money he received. Wuan accepted the cash along with Old Fong's business card. Old Fong said, "Next time you catch this many, just give me a call, then I can arrange for someone to pick you up. If they are live fish, the price could be even higher." Wuan thanked him and departed. Instead of leaving directly, he followed Old Mai to Boss Gao's stall. Boss Gao owned several stalls in the market, primarily dealing in shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. These were comparatively easier to package and transport than ocean fish. Upon seeing Boss Gao, who was engrossed in browsing a Taobao page, Wuan couldn't help but admire him. No wonder Boss Gao had reached the pinnacle of success. While others were still haggling over a few coins in the market, he had already begun to consciously shift his focus online. Could he rely on his foresight to hitch a ride on Boss Gao's fast track and earn money effortlessly? Boss Gao, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired. Since you are friends with All Might, I shall call you on as well. Are you satisfied with the price? Wu An expressed his gratitude, remarking, Boss Gao. Your business is quite substantial. Boss Gao replied modestly, it's just average. The main issue is the lack of quality goods to establish a reputation. It's exceedingly difficult to break out. Wu An pondered thoughtfully, perhaps he could assist Boss Gao. Especially with the matter of the blue crabs crossing the border looming in the near future, though he could not recall the exact timeline. However, he was aware it involved the tidal floods, and he could certainly stake a claim by remaining vigilant. At that moment, he refrained from saying much more, as boasting about his capabilities might leave a frivolous impression. Without deep acquaintance, one should speak sparingly. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Wu An followed All Might out of the market. As they passed through the poultry section, he noticed a middle-aged woman selling chickens, while others kept their chickens in cages. This woman had tied their legs and placed them directly in her cart for sale, a clear indication of her lack of professionalism. These are free-range chickens raised on vegetables. Come and take a look. A customer paused to inspect the offering and remarked, Auntie, you can't be deceiving us. We are from the same village. How could I not know your family raised chickens? The middle-aged woman quickly explained, I brought these chickens from Shaoxi village. They owed my family. So I took the chickens to settle the debt. When I caught them, they were still chopping vegetables to feed the chickens. Wu An halted in his tracks. He realized the woman was none other than the mother of the person he had seen hospitalized after being bitten. These chickens were raised by his sister-in-law, piece by piece. The customer exclaimed, is it true that Along was bitten so badly he ended up in the hospital? The woman responded, of course it's true. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you buying chickens or not? If not, then go play somewhere else. The customer, merely indulging in gossip, stood up to leave. Muttering, even with such wealth, they still try to take advantage. What kind of people are they? That family from Shaoxi village is truly unfortunate to be swindled by such individuals. The chickens were indeed well raised. Wu An observed the middle-aged woman, who, noticing him, cheerfully called out, hey there, young man, want to buy some chickens? Wu An shook his head. She did not recognize him. How could she not recognize him? He distinctly remembered having crossed paths with her before. Even though it was just a brief encounter, it shouldn't have led to such ignorance. Given the commotion his family had caused, it was utterly absurd that she did not recognize him. Witnessing the chickens, which his sister-in-law had painstakingly raised, being sold by a thief ignited a fury within him. The realization that she did not know him only fueled his anger. He despised the woman before him. But even more, he loathed his former self. In his rage, Wu An contemplated how to rectify all of this. In his previous life, he was clouded by rage and hatred, allowing his emotions to guide him towards calamity, only to leave his family to bear the consequences of his actions. He remained oblivious to the suffering they endured, even unaware that his sister-in-law's chickens had been stolen. What tribulations had his family faced? He felt an urge to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He perceived himself as a mere observer, scrutinizing the events unfolding around him. After a moment of silence, he departed without uttering a word. He could have revealed his identity and caused a scene, but what would that achieve? Aside from releasing his pent-up anger, it would serve no purpose and jeopardize the fragile redemption he had worked so hard to establish. He must not disappoint his family. At all times, he resolved to deliberate carefully before acting. The calls of a middle-aged woman hawking her wares and the sounds of laughter from conversations permeated the air. Wu unclenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale. Let her revel in her triumph, she would have her moments of sorrow. Achin inquired, brother, what's wrong? Craving chicken. We have some at home, but I can ask my mother to prepare it. Wu An shook his head. Are you hungry? Allow me to treat you to a meal. All Might interjected, not today, it's my turn. I'll take you to a little place I frequent. They boarded the vehicle. As they emerged from the market, the sun had already risen. Wu An squinted against the brightness, surprised at how late it had become. Following All Might to a dim sum restaurant, he found it modest yet impeccably clean, offering a variety of delicacies. Understanding that the two had worked tirelessly through the night, Olmai ordered an array of dishes, each portion small yet exquisitely crafted. Halfway through the meal, he stepped into a nearby bank to withdraw money. "Hey, handsome," he said. I weighed it at all thongs, 2.5 pounds. "Here's 3,000. No need to be formal." He handed over his phone number. "Once you have a mobile, do remember to reach out." Wuan nodded, tucking the money away. It had been a profitable night. Rounding it off, he estimated it to be around 10,000. After a satisfying meal, Olmai insisted on settling the bill, only to be informed by the proprietor that it had already been taken care of. Turning to Wuan with a smile, Olmai inquired, "What are your plans next?" Wuan replied, "My brother and I intend to buy some clothes and then enjoy a bath. After that, we'll stroll around town and do a bit of shopping. You needn't worry about us." Olmai nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall head home. I must ensure the 3 knife fish are settled. It weighs heavily on my mind." After bidding farewell, Olmai left, while Wuan and Achin cleared the table before rolling out of the dim sum shop. Their bellies pleasantly full. Wuan glanced around, initially intending to head to the hospital. However, he reconsidered and took Achin to a mobile phone market, where brands like Meizu, Samsung, Apple, and Nokia had available selections, alongside Coolpad and others. The Xiaomi 2 was also available. In truth, the current smartphones had developed remarkably well. The future merely promised updates akin to rebranding old concepts. Wuan purchased 2 Xiaomi 2 phones, with Achin following suit in her purchase. In the village, it seems that every peer possesses a smartphone, with rumors circulating that some have even sold a kidney to acquire an iPhone, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Having procured a new phone, Wuan hurriedly made his way to the hospital, where he purchased a fruit basket from an elderly vendor at the entrance. The local hospital was modest, comprising merely a 5-story building that housed both outpatient and inpatient services, along with an emergency department that functioned more as a formality than a necessity. As far as he knew, Chen-long had been residing in this very hospital, which was notoriously ill-equipped for emergencies, let alone the 3rd floor dedicated to inpatient care. Upon reaching the nurse's station, he observed a nurse casually snacking on sunflower seeds while engrossed in her phone. Approaching her with a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, "Excuse me, where might I find Chen-long?" In these times, the term "excuse me" had not yet lost its charm, and the nurse, pleased by the attention, responded, "What business do you have with him?" Wuan replied nonchalantly, "I am his cousin. I recently heard he was hospitalized due to an altercation, so I came to check on him." The nurse laughed lightly and remarked, "We have no such case here." Wuan feigned realization, "I understand, my uncle is the director. If he were truly incapacitated, he could certainly provide a certificate. Nevertheless, I have heard that the injuries were quite severe." The nurse nodded and lowered her voice, "Your cousin is fine. Just a few bumps and bruises, he really doesn't need to be here." Wuan chuckled, the classic ploy of feigning injury. The nurse joined in his laughter. Who could blame him? After all, he is the director's nephew. The patient room was located at the far end of the 2nd floor, room 204. After expressing his gratitude, Wuan ascended to the 2nd floor. The door to the room was closed, and he refrained from making any noise that might alert anyone inside. Once outside the hospital, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. The recording was surprisingly clear, a fortunate capture of useful information. But that alone was insufficient. Angered, Achin exclaimed, "Brother, this matter cannot simply be left unresolved. We should storm into that room and give him another beating. This time, we must ensure he truly suffers." Wuan paused, then calmly stated, "Everyone involved must face the consequences." Achin's eyes gleamed with mischief, and he grinned, "Brother, since he is pretending to be ill, let us throw firecrackers into his room and see if he can maintain the charade." Wuan's eyes lit up. Those who deemed Achin foolish would be mistaken. "Let us avoid the firecrackers, the retaliation would be too obvious, and a slight inquiry could expose us. I've heard that snakes are available in the market." Achin gave a thumbs up. "Brother, you always know what to do. Let us proceed to purchase the snakes and attire," Wuan declared. The two split up. Achin headed to the market for snakes while Wuan visited a department store to acquire 2 outfits for each of them, complete with hats and stockings. They reconvened at the hospital entrance, fully disguised. Achin, brimming with excitement, urged, "Brother, let me throw the snakes." Disguised, they approached the window facing north, which fortuitously stood ajar. Aching grasped two writhing snakes, intertwined them, and successfully hauled them inside. Before long, anguished screams erupted from the patient room, prompting both to flee the scene. They dashed out of the hospital and found a secluded alley where they shed their stockings and hats, bursting into fits of joyous laughter. Wuan deliberately took a detour and found himself at a bathhouse. He decided to indulge in a relaxing soak. Aching expressed her curiosity about the second floor, but upon learning that the minimum spending was $399, she was immediately taken aback, too frightened to even glance at it. "What sort of bath costs $399? She exclaimed. Wuan casually remarked, "The upper floor is for foot baths." Aching was even less inclined to consider that. "Better not to wash my feet," she retorted. Wuan said no more, content to let Aching maintain her innocence and simplicity, which was rather delightful. The two did not linger long. After a refreshing bath and changing into new clothes, they emerged. If they stayed longer, given their current state, they might inadvertently doze off for half the day. Upon exiting, Wuan suggested, "Let us go buy some things before heading home." They made their way to the largest supermarket in town, which offered an array of food, beverages, and some exotic fruits not found locally. Aching picked up a few items to take home for her mother. After their shopping spree, their spirits were considerably lifted. No wonder women often shop when they are unhappy. Spending money truly brings joy. "Let us head home," Wuan said. On the return journey, they were laden with bags, their pockets filled with money and phones. Despite the heat and fatigue, smiles adorned their faces. The sheer happiness of their purchases was palpable. And Wuan still had over 5,000 yuan in his pocket. Meanwhile, Mei Yuechin had tidied up her home. Normally, she would visit the vegetable garden to gather old vegetables, chopping them up to mix with feed for the chickens. With the chickens gone, she found herself with a bit more leisure. However, she was not one to sit idly, especially with the household finances in disarray. There were still several days until Wu Ping and Wu Ingui received their wages, and even then, the amount they could contribute to her would be scant. Carrying a thermos filled with egg pancakes, she arrived at the old house only to find it empty. Assuming Wuan had gone to the seaside and had not yet returned, she left the thermos there and headed directly to the dock, hoping to find some work. Upon arrival, she overheard others discussing how they had gone to the tidal flats the previous day but returned exhausted, having caught little of value. It seemed Wuan had not fared any better. "I bought from Old Seer today," someone said. He mentioned Wuan didn't come to sell. This was to be expected. After all, who could be fortunate every day? Making enough to repay high interest loans was a blessing from the sea goddess. So what more could one desire? Yesterday, Wuan had not gone to the sea but had gone fishing instead, a far less reliable endeavor. Tidal harvesting could at least yield some profit, while fishing was merely a waste of bait. Wuan seemed to be getting a bit carried away, as if he believed money could be easily earned. Listening to the chatter, Mei Yuechin worked until noon before returning home, unable to shake her worries. As she approached the old house, she spotted Wuan coming from the opposite direction, burdened with bags. He noticed her and quickly called out. As Mei Yuechin approached, she saw the bloodshot eyes of Wuan. "Another sleepless night? Did you go to town? You must not push yourself so hard, you'll ruin your health," she admonished. Wuan smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine, I managed to sleep for 5 or 6 hours last night. I'll catch up on sleep later." He then added, "Just in time for your arrival. I bought quite a few things for you, your brother, and dad. You can take them with you, I won't be delivering them." Mei Yuechin assisted him in carrying his belongings and remarked, "Do not buy unnecessary items, we have everything at home." Having just arrived from the dock, "I heard that everyone had rushed to the tidal flats to catch seafood, but they ended up with little to show for it." Wuan casually replied, "Indeed. I didn't join the fray, instead, I took Aching fishing." Mei Yuechin quickly interjected, "Earning money is not a sprint, it is a gradual endeavor. As long as you learn well, it matters not whether you earn much or little. Do not overexert yourself." Wuan nodded, and upon entering the house, he drank a substantial glass of water, finally feeling revitalized. He retrieved his phone and some cash from his pocket, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is for you, see what you think." Observing her phone, which had a shattered screen and resembled a half-smart device, he continued, I have engaged in quite a few foolish activities since returning from school. And the family must have spent a considerable amount to assist me. This is all I have now, please take it for the time being. He was aware of the trouble caused by the Chen family, who had taken money from his household and even captured the chickens. Take this money to buy chicks to raise or to purchase meat. The fact that the chickens have been taken indicates that the family is truly in financial straits. Likely even unable to afford meat. Mei Yueqin gazed at the phone and the stack of money in her hand, momentarily taken aback before responding to no. I cannot accept such a nice phone. You should keep the money. It is only right that the family helps you. Wu An feigned inquiry, a sister-in-law. Do you refuse the money because you believe it was acquired improperly? Mei Yueqin quickly shook her head, of course not. Wu An continued, yesterday. Aching and I had good fortune fishing, and we caught quite a few. This money is from selling the fish. You say the family helping me is a duty. So now that I am 20, no longer a child, shouldn't I contribute to the household? Or is it that you are unwilling to forgive me? Mei Yueqin, unable to withstand the weight of his words, conceded, all right, I will accept the money and keep it for you. You can take it whenever you need. Wu An said nothing further. Having given the money to his sister-in-law, he felt it unnecessary to ask for it back. If she wished to save it, it would surely accumulate over time, and when it reached a certain amount, she would undoubtedly feel more inclined to spend it. Noticing a thermal container on the table, he opened it to find a savory egg pancake. He quickly took a piece and exclaimed, delicious. Mei Yueqin beamed and invited, come home for dinner tonight. Wu An hesitated for a moment before nodding, all right. I want braised pork and your beef meatball and radish soup. He felt compelled to specify otherwise. He feared that Mei Yueqin might hoard the money instead of purchasing meat. After finishing the pancake, Wu An let out a satisfied burp and yawned again. Mei Yueqin tidied up the thermal container and said, you should hurry and sleep. Wu An said little in response. As he watched Mei Yueqin walk away, fiddling with her phone, he couldn't help but smile, feeling that he was gradually repaying his debts. This was indeed wonderful. All the toil and physical strain seemed trivial in that moment. Glancing at the system, he noted that 8 points of luck remained. There was no need to rush. He would attend to it after waking, as he was concerned that pushing himself too hard might lead to exhaustion. Li Wan was busy in the kitchen when Aching burst in with excitement, brandishing a bundle of cash. Mom, this is the money I earned from fishing last night. Li Wan wiped her hands on her apron and counted the money, 1,000. How did you manage to earn so much? Aching scratched his head, we caught plenty. For over 2 hours, my brother and I didn't stop. But it really wore us out. Li Wan was at a loss for words, wondering how money had become so easy to earn these days. She inquired, why did you come back so late? Aching pulled her into the living room, lifted the cloth covering the sofa, and exclaimed, Toda, look at this. My brother and I went to town to sell the fish and bought a few things on the way back. Mom, this is for you, and this one too. And this? As Aching proudly presented the gifts, he noticed the silence and turned around to find Li Wan covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. He exclaimed, Mom, why are you crying again? Li Wan wiped her tears and replied, I'm just so happy. Wu An awoke, glanced at the clock, which read 4:30 in the afternoon. It is often said that waking up at this hour leaves one feeling abandoned by the world, enveloped in a profound sense of emptiness. However, he felt none of that. Instead, he felt invigorated and full of energy. Checking his phone, he noticed several missed calls and promptly returned the call. The phone connected swiftly, and Aching's voice came through the receiver, Bro, you are awake. Mom wants you to come for dinner. She has prepared 2 chickens today. Li Wan's voice followed, and how would you like your chicken? Braised or boiled? Or perhaps you'd prefer chicken soup? Aching chimed in. I want the braised one, I want the braised one. Wu An hastily explained, Auntie, I can't make it today. My sister-in-law invited me over for dinner. At this moment, he felt an inexplicable joy. He was someone who had a family to dine with. Li Wan replied, that is fine. You can have dinner at your place today, but come to mine tomorrow. She suggested storing the chickens in the fridge for a day wouldn't spoil them. Chin protested, "Mom, I want to eat today." Liwan responded, "What is the rush? We can eat tomorrow. These chickens are meant for An." Chin lamented, "Mom, you are biased. I'm your son." An acknowledged and hung up the phone. This was indeed a delightful predicament. After being sent away from home, he used to worry about what to eat. Now he found himself troubled for entirely different reasons. He got up, quickly freshened up, donned his straw hat, and whistled his way to the convenience store. He intended to buy some marinated delicacies from Laojiong to take home, hoping that his father might be in a good mood today, allowing them to share a drink together. As he approached the store, he encountered Ma Wang emerging from inside, holding several ice creams. Upon seeing him, An furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. The sycophant appearing at this hour surely had a reason. Scanning the vicinity, he confirmed his suspicion. The sycophant was indeed lurking, and within a 10-meter radius was bound to be his goddess. Under the shade of the trees, Shunfeng was conversing with a freckled girl. An quickly averted his gaze, pretending to see nothing, and lowered his head as he entered the convenience store. Greeting Laojiong. After purchasing pig ears, 5 spiced beef, and chicken feet for a total of 100 yuan, Laojiong inquired, "Is this what we're having for dinner?" An replied, "Of course not, I'm going home for dinner today. Having been cast out from my home, it wouldn't be appropriate to return empty-handed. Bringing other gifts would seem excessive. These delicacies are quite fitting." Laojiong gave a thumbs up, stating, "Oh, well done, you've matured and considered this thoroughly." An chuckled, carrying the savory treats as he stepped outside, but he hadn't gone far when he was halted by Shunfeng. She began, "I've thought it over, and I believe we could still be friends. You're older than I am, so I can call you brother. From now on, I shall be your sister." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the plastic bag in An's hand, filled with the delicacies she adored. An was taken aback. To acknowledge him as a brother on the spot, he wanted to ask her, "Are you serious?" Yet Shunfeng's demeanor suggested she was indeed earnest. Suddenly, An recalled that it was the year 2012, while the non-mainstream culture had waned, it still lingered on the fringes. Young people nowadays relished the notion of calling someone brother or sister. To declare, "So-and-so is my brother, so-and-so is my sister," seemed to them a matter of pride, though it would likely become an embarrassing chapter in their future. The freckled girl chattered, "An, why are you just standing there? Don't you want to express something?" An replied with a smile, "What should I express? I refuse. Does that work for you?" With that, he sidestepped her and walked away. Those without shame are invincible. And Shunfeng had likely lived so freely in her previous life because of her lack of decorum. He bore no substantial grudge or hatred towards Shunfeng. She was simply selfish, the term he would describe as a refined egoist based on lessons learned in his past life. He merely felt a profound aversion and wished to sever all ties, even to the point of not wanting to see her. However, her appearance served as a reminder. He had fought with Qianlong, yet Shunfeng was not his enemy, rather, they could unite to tarnish Qianlong's reputation. He could be both the assailant and the hero, claiming he was protecting Shunfeng from the lewd Qianlong. Shunfeng's attitude was crucial, yet at that moment, he had no time to engage in lengthy discussions with her. He needed to return home quickly and see if he could be of assistance. He had to maintain the persona of a reformed rogue. Shunfeng's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that her gesture of goodwill would be met with such disdain from An. What had happened to him? He had previously been so easily manipulated by her. Since the confrontation with Qianlong, he seemed transformed, despite Qianlong being the one hospitalized. How could An's temperament have changed so drastically? She called out in excitement, "An, stop. I command you to stop." But An quickened his pace. And seeing this, Ma Wang intervened, exclaiming, "Oh An, are you even a man? How could you treat a girl like this? As a man?" An should have pushed him aside and strode forward, murmuring, "I won't listen, I won't listen," the turtle reciting scripture. Ma Wang was taken aback. He never anticipated that An would show him such disrespect. After all, they hailed from the same village and grew up as peers. He could swear to the heavens that he had never experienced such a profound humiliation in his life. He turned to Shunfeng and said, "Shunfeng, An is not worth your regard." The freckled girl chimed in, "Right, I believe he is simply unwilling to part with those marinated delicacies." How miserly. Ma Wang's eyes brightened. If you desire marinated food, I shall treat you. Shenfeng shot him a glance and replied, don't you have only 10 yuan on you? You just treated us to ice cream. How could you afford marinated delicacies? Ma Wang insisted, I will ask my parents for some. Shenfeng shook her head. And hearing Ma Wang's words only intensified her belief that Wuan had changed significantly. She suddenly felt a twinge of regret for how hastily she had ended their relationship. She had heard that Wuan had repaid his high-interest loans and was doing well. However, she was the one who initiated the breakup. And now to suggest reconciliation felt awkward. Today, when she mentioned recognizing each other as brother and sister, it was merely a test. Indeed, Wuan still cared for her. Otherwise, his reaction would not have been so pronounced. It was precisely because he cared so deeply that he pretended not to. This tactic of feigned indifference was one she had mastered. She possessed her own pride and wanted Wuan to take the initiative in proposing a reunion. With a glint in her eye, she remarked, Ma Wang, I am not criticizing you, but how old are you? It's one thing to have less than 100 yuan in your pocket, but to ask your parents for money to treat us to marinated food. I've heard Wuan has earned quite a bit from fishing. If he can make money, so can you. You are no less capable than him. Ma Wang, stirred by her words, declared, you're absolutely right. I am certainly better than he is. The tide hasn't come in yet, just wait, I will go right now. With that, he dashed toward the sea. The freckled girl questioned, do you think Ma Wang can manage? Shenfeng chuckled, it doesn't matter. To me, the tug of war between Wuan and myself now hinges on who loses their composure first. With Ma Wang as my tool, I am assured of victory. Wuan arrived home to find Wu Ping and Mei Yueqin bustling in the kitchen. Observing this, he sought to help. Mei Yueqin quickly interjected. There are cut fruits on the pavilion table, go eat. You need not concern yourself with any chores. It's quite hot in here, so don't come in. Nevertheless, Wuan entered, stating, sister-in-law, I am not a 3-year-old, you need not coddle me. I must contribute something. Even if just to put on a show. Perhaps it will lift Dad's mood when he sees me working. Only then did Mei Yueqin refrain from further comments. Wu Ping teased, Ayan. It would be best if you could act for a lifetime. Wuan responded affirmatively. In truth, there was little for him to do. So he squatted by the stove to tend the fire. The household still utilized a traditional earthen stove. Although there was a gas stove, the dishes cooked on it lacked the aroma of those prepared on the earthen stove. Before long, Wu Ingwe returned. Upon seeing Wuan in the kitchen, their eyes met. Yet neither spoke. Wuan merely greeted him, and Wu Ingwe turned and exited the kitchen. Mei Yueqin hastily remarked, as long as Dad has nothing to say. That is good. Wuan offered a faint smile. Soon, the table was laden with a sumptuous feast, a result of Mei Yueqin's diligent preparations since returning home. She had even made a special call to urge Wu Ping and Wu Ingwe to return early. She had longed for the entire family to gather and enjoy a hearty meal together. Having previously inquired about Wuan and Wu Ingwe's thoughts on coming home, she wisely refrained from bringing it up during dinner. Nevertheless, she mentioned that the money for today's groceries was all provided by Wuan, stating, I've decided that this money shall count as Wuan's meal allowance. From now on, both brothers were to dine at home. Although she did not boast about her culinary skills, she assured that there would always be warm meals available. Wu Ping nodded in agreement. Wuan glanced at his father, while Wu Ingwe sipped his drink and quietly ate, saying nothing, which was taken as tacit approval. Wuan grinned and expressed his gratitude, thank you, sister-in-law. Mei Yueqin sighed in relief, pulling out 2,000 yuan, saying, you've given me too much to take this back. Wuan shook his head, insisting, I have saved some money. Sister-in-law returned the excess to Uncle Mei. Over the years, he had borrowed from his maternal family frequently. And it felt inappropriate to remain in debt. Now that they had the means, it was time to repay a bit. The Uncle Mei he referred to was Mei Yueqin's father, a fact he remembered vividly. His father and elder brother earned just enough for the household. But after he started school, he had made quite a few missteps. At times, his sister-in-law helped keep things from his father and elder brother, using her personal savings to support him. Much of that money had come from her family, who intended for her to have a better life. Yet she had spent the majority on him. Naturally, her family would not demand repayment, but he felt compelled to return the favor. Wu Ping was taken aback. Yuechin. You asked Dad for money? Mei Yuechin quickly shook her head, clarifying, no, whenever I visit my family, my parents occasionally slip me some money. Additionally, my father sometimes asks Xiao Wu to deliver seafood, which we cannot consume entirely, so I sell it at the dock to make some money. Wu Ping's expression was one of astonishment. He had been unaware of this. Not being foolish, he quickly grasped that his father-in-law and brother-in-law were supporting their family. He promptly stated, then what An said is correct, this money should be repaid. Wu Ingui cast a glance at Wuan. Recalling how this lad had once been a parasitic presence in their home, but now, not only had he improved himself, he was also considering the well-being of others. Such a transformation was remarkable. They ought to repay, yet it should not be done directly. Suppressing his astonishment, he advised, in the future, make sure to visit your family more often, perhaps buy some nutritional supplements. Mei Yuechin nodded in agreement. Then took a bowl to serve Wuan some beef meatball and radish soup, saying, you are thoughtful, dear. Wuan noticed the bowl was filled solely with meatballs. Unable to find even a second piece of radish. This was a subconscious bias from his sister-in-law. He remarked, sister-in-law, I would like some soup. As he spoke, he used a ladle to serve some to his father and elder brother. Wu Ping chuckled, thank you, an elder brother loves meatballs. Wu Ingui merely grunted in response. After they had eaten their fill, Wu An helped with the cleanup. Wu Ingui, holding a teacup filled with strong tea, blew on it and inquired, since you wish to embark on a proper endeavor, have you considered what you would like to do in the future? Wu contemplated for a moment and inquired if there was anyone in the village skilled in house repairs. He expressed his intention to renovate the old house, as both the windows and doors were in disrepair. He noted that even a strong wind could render the structure vulnerable. Deliberately shifting the conversation, he wished to avoid discussing such topics with his father, as it might lead to an unintentional disagreement. His plan was to make a living by fishing and gathering seafood, a pursuit that his father might consider as idleness. Wu Ping interjected, suggesting there was no need for repairs and that they should simply return home. Mei Yuechin echoed this sentiment, advising against unnecessary expenditures on the old house. Wu An removed his apron and wiped his hands with a cloth, clarifying, I merely intend to make some temporary fixes. Once I earn enough money, I plan to demolish the old house and construct a new one. I am in my 20s now, and it is only natural for me to marry someday. It would be inappropriate to continue living with you both. Father, how about transferring the land of the old house to me? Wu Ingui took a sip of tea and replied, that property is already in your name. Do as you wish without needing to consult others. Our village lacks a construction team. You can contact Lao Jiong for the details of a construction crew if you wish to renovate the old house. Wu An smiled, pleased that his father supported him. Upon hearing this, Wu Ping and Mei Yuechin refrained from further comments, recognizing the merits of building a new house despite the substantial financial investment required. Mei Yuechin, with a smile, asked, Ratsi, do you have a girl in mind? Wu An chuckled sadly, sister-in-law, I just broke up. Besides, we are currently impoverished. Having an interest in someone is futile. Mei Yuechin countered, nonsense. We have looks and height. You are far more handsome than your brother. Standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, there is no other young man like you in the village. You are also capable of making money now. Let me help you find a beautiful and capable partner. Wu An quickly responded, sister-in-law, please don't. My standards are high, I cannot settle for the ordinary. His intention was to dissuade her from playing matchmaker, for his sole focus was on earning money, with no thoughts of romance. Wu Ingui chuckled in amusement, while Mei Yuechin playfully chastised him, saying, you call yourself fat, and yet you still breathe heavily. Wu Ping added, Atsi, stop boasting. Even the cows are flying in the sky. Wu An joined in the laughter. Under the warm glow of the lights, the family shared joyful banter. And he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, once distant, and now a reality. After finishing a pot of tea, Wu An stood to leave, with his brother and sister-in-law accompanying him to the door. Lao Meng was smoking by the entrance. Wu An greeted him and hummed a cheerful tune as he walked briskly towards the old house. Once Wu Ping and Mei Yuechin returned to the courtyard, they asked the father, do you now believe that one has changed for the better? Wu Ingwe nodded in agreement. Wu Ping then queried, "Why don't you say more?" Wu Ingwe took another sip of tea and replied, "What is there to say? We cannot assist him much, it's better to say less. If you were to suggest that life in the village is easier than in the big city, would that simply douse his enthusiasm?" Initially, he had envisioned a future in the bustling metropolis, believing that the plethora of job opportunities would enable him to thrive and earn a substantial income. However, the prospect of attending university has now slipped away, leaving him to navigate life in the village. If fishing and coastal endeavors could yield great wealth, every villager would be affluent, yet poverty still lingers among many households. He was a man of few words, but when he spoke, every utterance held significance. Mei Yuechin could not restrain herself from suggesting, "You should lend more support to Atsi. He has finally shown a willingness to work, do not let his spirits dwindle." Wu Ingwe retorted with a glare, "I cannot engage in corrupt practices." Wu Ping felt a sense of melancholy. He was, after all, a living testament to such struggles. Mei Yuechin felt a twinge of discomfort and replied, "There is no need for you to resort to corruption. I believe Atsi can carve out his own path." Wu Ingwe remained silent as he returned to the house with the teapot in hand. Upon returning to the old home, Wu found the door slightly ajar. He hurried inside and was relieved to see the newly purchased table and chairs still in place, with the electric fan resting beside the bed. Those were the only items of value worth stealing. As the evening breeze picked up, the door banged against the wall, making it evident that the dilapidated door required urgent repairs. He recalled that a typhoon was imminent, a delay that had previously postponed his departure from Sausi village. It was during that time he had heard whispers of the blue crab migration, a phenomenon only a handful had noticed, and it seemed to be nearing its conclusion. Could the migration indeed occur just before the typhoon struck? Wu propped the door with a brick and lay on the bed, contemplating the situation. This was a prime opportunity for a windfall that he could not afford to overlook. Beyond this imminent matter, his mind was brimming with memories of lucrative prospects. Why did he recall so many? He owed a debt of gratitude to his late father. After his father's passing, he returned home, only to find himself out of sync with the world and kneeling before his father's spirit tablet to pay his respects. His siblings were indifferent to him, forcing him to temporarily reside in his father's room, where he stumbled upon his father's notebook. The notebook was filled with fragmented notes, primarily documenting his father's work. It recounted various discoveries of seafood on uninhabited islands, adventures that many villagers had pursued, alongside the dangers and conflicts that ensued. For instance, there were accounts of someone using longline fishing in specific waters, capturing particular fish, which sparked notable events. Most of these incidents were trivial matters that his father had managed to navigate. That night, Wu remained awake, poring over the notebook, almost envisioning his father writing by the light of a lamp. Even now, he still remembered much and jokingly referred to it as a wealth diary. Indeed, this has transformed into a true wealth diary. The events recorded within could offer him a competitive edge, allowing him to be the pioneer in seizing opportunities. However, these advantages were not easily obtained, as they required financial backing. For instance, to engage in longline fishing in certain waters, one first needed the necessary equipment, and some areas required leasing rights. Additionally, to venture out to sea, one must possess a fishing boat, while short-term borrowing or renting could suffice. Long-term use would necessitate a purchase, and as a fishing vessel was a significant investment akin to acquiring real estate or a vehicle. For fishermen, it represented a means of solidifying their livelihood. It all requires funds. Without capital, nothing can be accomplished. He must swiftly accumulate initial capital. With this thought, he abruptly sat up in bed, dismissing any notion of further sleep. There remained 8 hours of luck yet to be utilized. Though the tide had risen, it was not particularly strong. If one sought seafood, it was still attainable. Moreover, the tide would wash some seafood ashore with the waves. Some daring fisherman would deliberately venture out during high tide to gather seafood. With determination, Wu sprang into action. He donned his headlamp, dressed, then put on gloves. Grabbing a bucket, he filled it with essentials for gathering seafood: a claw, a rake, a sand shovel, and other useful tools, including a snakeskin bag. One could never predict what treasures the sea might yield, so he ensured he took everything that might prove useful, as returning for forgotten items would be inconvenient. He called Aching, but it was Li Wan who answered, informing him that Aching was busy after a long afternoon and had just fallen asleep after dinner. Wu-an quickly conveyed that she should rest as he intended to venture out for seafood gathering. After hanging up, he realized he would have to embark on this endeavor alone. Upon exiting, he soon reached the sandy beach where the gentle ebb and flow of the tide caressed the shore. The water was not tumultuous, rather, it was calm. Had he been merely strolling to admire the scenery rather than seeking a monetary gain, it would have been a profoundly relaxing experience. However, Wu-an had no time for leisure. He proceeded westward to the rocky beach where numerous large boulders impeded the sea, causing the tide to swell with vigor during high tide. This rocky expanse was unsuitable for gathering seafood, prompting him to consider the mudflat instead. He shook his head, deciding against joining the fray. Following a recent harvest with a chin, and with the villagers having scoured the area thoroughly in the past few days, the mudflat, though vast, would likely yield little seafood. It would be wiser to wait for the blue crabs to cross. Presently, the villagers were unable to find seafood in the mudflat, and their enthusiasm would surely wane, leading them to abandon the area. At that point, he could seize the opportunity. He turned eastward towards the dock, a trek that spanned nearly half the village. There, adjacent to a neighboring village, lay another rocky beach, and beyond that, a sandy stretch, albeit of lesser quality, littered with small rocks that rendered it unsuitable for tourism development but perfect for concealing seafood. The only drawback was its proximity to the neighboring village, where disputes over seafood could arise. The long-standing enmity between the two villages had bred mutual disdain, and even mere glances could ignite tensions. It was only later, after the villages merged, that many conflicts dissipated, though new tensions emerged, as chronicled in his father's notebook. At present, these minor risks held no significance for Wu-an. At worst, he could simply relocate if necessary. The farther he ventured east, the brighter the village lights shone, casting the beach into deeper shadows. After passing the rocky beach, a faint light caught his attention. Someone was indeed gathering seafood, illuminated by a headlamp, usually not just out for a leisurely stroll. Wu-an murmured to himself as he strode forward. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, the other party abruptly raised her head, startled. "Who is there?" Wu-an replied. "Wu-an." He then shone his headlamp in her direction and, after a brief pause, recognized her. "Oh, it's you." The young woman across from him, however, did not recognize him and, with a hint of suspicion, asked, "Do you know me?" Wu-an's mouth slightly agape, found himself momentarily speechless. To say he knew her was true, as he had indeed recognized her. Gu-anran. She was from the neighboring village, a year his junior. Thus she was considered his junior. The reason he recognized her was due to her remarkable beauty. She was renowned throughout the school, a fact that could be described as universally acknowledged. He had seen her at school, and the compliments from classmates regarding her attractiveness were most fitting. Gu-anran also excelled academically. He was aware that she did not attend university, having gained admission but not attending due to family circumstances. How did he know? It was certainly not because he had harbored a secret admiration for her, but rather because his father's notebook contained notes about Gu-anran. When the two villages merged, his father remained a member of the village committee, continuing to handle those thankless tasks, such as resolving neighborhood disputes. One particular incident involved Gu-anran's grandmother passing away, which led to her ancestral land being seized by her uncle, leaving Gu-anran without a place to live in the village. His father had done his utmost to assist her, yet he could not ultimately help Gu-anran. Subsequently, she left the village, venturing out into the city much like him. And thereafter, there had been no news. In his father's notebook, there were words of regret and helplessness regarding his inability to assist Gu-anran. Why couldn't he help? His father had written it out clearly. It was merely a historical issue for the Gu family, and he had done all he could. Upon reading this, Wu-an had reflected on the cruel twist of fate and realized that there were indeed individuals whose circumstances were even more tragic than his own. He felt a sense of empathy, as if they were kindred spirits. He had fled, while Gu-anran was forced to leave. Surely, her feelings about leaving her hometown were 1,000 times worse than his own. These thoughts raced through his mind in an instant as he observed Gu-anran step back slightly. Hastily adopting a joking tone, he said, "Of course I know you. Who doesn't know the illustrious Gu?" Upon finishing, he let out a couple of awkward laughs. Yet Gu-anran retreated another step, alone by the seaside at night. Confronted by a strange young man making such remarks, who wouldn't he feel frightened? Not running away was already a testament to her bravery. Wu-an quickly realized this and explained, "I'm a year ahead of you and once spoke as an exemplary student representative. I wonder if you remember me." Gu-andran stepped back once more. "It's you." Wu-an was taken aback. What was happening? If she recognized him, why was she still withdrawing? With a hint of helplessness, he said, "I'm also here to gather shellfish, look." Upon seeing the bucket in his hand, her bright eyes softened. And she uttered a soft "oh" before moving to the side. Wu-an shrugged, sensing the palpable wariness emanating from the person nearby who clearly did not wish to engage with him. There was no need for him to intrude, as it might lead to misunderstandings. He continued down the shore where the waves lapped gently at his ankles. In such circumstances, neither the clippers nor the sand shovel were particularly useful. Instead, he produced a rake and crouched down, raking the water a couple of times. A touch of his hand revealed a sizable clam nestled in the sediment. He rinsed it in the sea, noting its impressive size, about as large as his two thumbs, and under the light, it exhibited a hint of red, with beautifully defined patterns. It was both large and succulent. He decided to keep it, tossing it into his bucket with a satisfying splat. He opted to enhance his luck by applying it to the rake. Luck value 48.5. Object a homemade beach rake 3. Description: a basic tool crafted for beachcombing, designed to uncover seafood concealed beneath the surface of the sand wherever the rake ventures. Seafood is destined to be revealed. With little else to ponder, he set to work. With the added luck, each sweep of the rake yielded plentiful results. And he quickly amassed a handful, which clanged cheerfully against the sides of the bucket, a delightful sound that signified a bountiful harvest. Although clams did not fetch a high price individually, the substantial quantity could still bring in some money. Many villagers specialized in clam harvesting for this very reason. Aside from oysters and spicy snails, clams were the most abundant catch along the shore. After nearly an hour of diligent raking, Wu-an stood up, his bones cracking pleasantly as he stretched, feeling pleasantly sore. He lifted his shoulders and wiped his brow with his sleeve, muttering to himself about the exertion. The primary challenge lay in the sheer volume of clams he had unearthed, making the raking quite laborious. Across the way, Gu-andran had been covertly observing him. Initially cautious, she soon became astonished as she realized Wu-an was indeed raking clams. His luck seemed extraordinary, as he effortlessly scooped up handfuls. Though she was a distance away and hesitant to shine her headlamp directly at him, the sound of clams being tossed into the bucket was unmistakable. While she struggled to catch one or two clams at a time, Wu-an's luck appeared to be exceptional. She couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Unaware of being watched, Wu-an stretched once more before resuming his raking, replenishing his luck as needed. As the tide rose, he moved further up the shore. The snakeskin bag he had brought into play was now filling. Once the bucket was full, he poured its contents into the bag. Time slipped by, and soon he noticed that his rake yielded fewer clams, perhaps only 3 or 4 at most, and sometimes none at all. Instead, he unearthed a couple of razor clams. Raising his head, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he had retreated to the very edge of the beach. His snakeskin bag was brimming, and the bucket was also full of clams, the veritable bonanza. The resources in this area were indeed plentiful. Being situated near two rival villages often led to conflicts and misunderstandings, which kept the villagers from frequenting this spot. No one wished to earn a little money only to live with a belly full of resentment. Now, as Wu-an gazed at the overflowing bag and bucket of clams, he found himself in a quandary: how to transport this bounty back home. As he ventured out to the shore, he neglected to bring his phone. However, he estimated the time to be well past 10 in the evening, when most households had already succumbed to slumber, making it difficult to find anyone to assist him. Just then, a voice emerged from beside him: "Hey, Wu-an. You've dug up quite a few clams, haven't you?" Wu-an turned to see Gu-andran, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed. You've gathered more than I have." "I've only filled 2 buckets, she replied. After a brief pause, Gu-andran inquired, "With so many clams, are you planning to sell them?" "Yes. I'll keep just a little for myself," he replied. "Would you consider selling them directly to me? I often buy at the market for 6 yuan a pound. Would you sell yours for that price?" Her voice was soft, revealing a hint of shyness as she made the request. Wu-an asked, How many would you like to buy? All of them, she replied. Taken aback, Wu-an exclaimed, what on earth would you do with so many clams? I plan to prepare them and sell them in town. I've done it several times before with considerable success, Gu-an explained. Wu-an nodded in understanding and said, all right. I'll sell them to you. I'll head home and ride my bike. Gu-an's expression brightened. Wait a moment, I'll be quick. As she turned to run, Wu-an urged, take your time and no need to rush. Without looking back, she waved her hand. He watched her ponytail sway as she sprinted away, stealing glances at her beauty. Despite her casual attire of loose-fitting long sleeves and trousers, her youthful charm was undeniable. Beyond mere admiration for her beauty, Wu-an felt a deep sense of respect for her resilience. Gu-an was younger than him by a year, possibly still just 19. Yet she bore the weight of life's responsibilities. It was no wonder they had never crossed paths in his previous life. She was striving to live fully while he squandered his potential. After approximately 10 minutes, Gu-an arrived on a small red tricycle, parking it on the beach. She stepped down, holding a bottle of mineral water, and said, you must be quite anxious waiting. Here's some water for you. Surprised yet grateful, Wu-an accepted it. Thank you. How did you know I was thirsty? Gu-an smiled. You've been digging for 3 hours, you must have worked up quite a sweat. I noticed you hadn't had a drink, so I thought you might be parched. Wu-an paused, contemplating her remark about him not drinking water. Then chuckled as he took a generous gulp from the bottle. Seeing her carrying the water buckets, he hurried to assist. He had a snakeskin bag and a water bucket, while Gu-an managed 2 buckets effortlessly. Despite her seemingly frail appearance, she exhibited considerable strength, keeping pace with him as she carried a bucket. As he lifted the snakeskin bag, Gu-an joined him, then together they hoisted it to the roadside. She skillfully wiped her brow with a towel draped around her neck and retrieved a scale from the tricycle. Wu-an remarked, you seem quite well prepared. Just borrowing from the neighbor, she replied, placing the snakeskin bag on the scale, which read a perfect 70 pounds. The bucket weighed 25 jin, and Wu-an kept 5 jin, totaling 90 jin, amounting to 540 yuan. Gu-an opened her bag, and Wu-an glanced inside to see a plethora of scattered coins. Gu-an neatly counted the money and handed it over, saying, please take a look. Wu-an took the money and casually stuffed it into his pocket, replying, no need. Goodbye. Gu-an smiled softly, goodbye. Wu-an nodded and walked back with the bucket, unaware that Gu-an had turned back several times while riding her bike. Upon returning home, Wu-an tidied up and took a cold shower. He then checked the clock, which read 11:30 in the evening. Looking at the several hundred yuan on the table, he couldn't help but smile. In just a little over 4 hours of work, he had earned over 500 yuan, which filled him with contentment. If word of this spread, it would surely evoke envy among the laborers in the big cities. When it comes to making money, Gu-an, who engaged in business, undoubtedly earned more. In these times, running a stall can be quite lucrative if done well. In his previous life, he had also set up a stall at the night market. However, due to his carefree attitude and lack of seriousness, his business was mediocre after a month of effort. He earned less than a food delivery worker. He remembered the brother next to him selling grilled squid, whose business was booming. He had heard from fellow vendors that this brother, through selling grilled squid, managed to buy 3 apartments in the city. Wu-an had envied him immensely. Yet, he was not cut out for making money and switched to food delivery within a few months. Today, seeing how effortlessly Gu-an bought clams, he assumed her business was thriving. It pained him to think that such a hard-working girl had been forced to leave her hometown. He pondered that if given the opportunity, he could lend her a hand. After all, helping Gu-an would also mean assisting his father. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he gradually drifted into slumber under the gentle breeze of the electric fan. The next morning, Wu-an awoke and glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already 7:30. Sitting up against the headboard, he felt sore all over, but it was significantly better than the previous days. His body was gradually adjusting to the high intensity of daily activities. His once lazy physique was slowly hardening. This, he thought, must be the sensation of growing stronger, which was a positive development. He looked out the window and noticed the sky was overcast. Getting out of bed, he opened the door to find dark clouds looming. signaling an impending rain. After washing up, he entered the kitchen. There was rice and flour, along with the clams left from yesterday. He planned to make clam pancakes. Just the thought of it made his mouth water. After blanching the clams and extracting the meat, he tossed it directly into the flour mixture, adding 2 eggs he had brought from home. Unfortunately, he had no green onions. Grumbling slightly, he heated the pan, brushed it with oil, and poured the butter around the edges of the pan. Soon, a steaming clam pancake was ready. After preparing a dozen pancakes, he took a bite filled with clam meat. Before he could finish even one pancake, a light drizzle began to fall. The rain intensified, pouring down with greater urgency. This was typical for their coastal area. One moment the sun shone brightly, and the next, rain could suddenly fall upon them. Certainly, this rain arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, sometimes pouring down 4 or 5 times in a single day. As Wu savored his biscuit while observing the rain, he found it rather intriguing. He glanced at the system, luck value 59.15. It was neither too much nor too little, as one would say. After finishing his breakfast, Wu took out his phone to indulge in a brief diversion when he suddenly recalled that he had yet to contact Lao Mai. He hurriedly retrieved the small note penned by Lao Mai and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Beep, beep, beep. Wu waited patiently, feeling as though the call was on the verge of disconnecting when Lao Mai finally answered, exclaiming, "Hello, who is this?" "Lao Mai, it's me." "An, you finally called." Lao Mai's voice resonated loudly, accompanied by the sounds of wind and rain in the background. "Hurry to the Shandong water gate, the group are biting." Upon hearing this, Wu replied, "In this rain, I shall refrain from going." "Who cares about the rain when fishing is concerned?" Lao Mai's voice suddenly escalated in pitch. "No time to chat, I've hooked a fish." The call abruptly ended. Wu shook his head, gazing at the rain outside, and made his way to the kitchen to find a relatively clean snakeskin bag, which he cut open and fashioned into a makeshift raincoat to shield his head. After slightly ajar the door, he ventured out into the rain, heading straight for the convenience store. To be honest, it proved to be more effective than any purchased raincoat. Upon arriving at the store, he greeted Lao Jiang, stating that "I intend to renovate the old house. I heard from my father that you have contacts for a construction team." Lao Jiang rummaged through his belongings for a moment before producing a yellowed business card. Wu made the call. Upon seeing his phone, Lao Jiang's eyes brightened. "Show me too. Just released not long ago. Wow, a prodigal son returns. It seems the goddess Mazu is fond of this." Wu chose not to engage, waiting briefly until the call connected. After a succinct conversation concerning his needs, installing doors and windows, repairing the roof, he was quoted a price of 5,000. Wu fell silent for a couple of seconds, astonished that such a minor renovation would cost so much. His pocket contained just over 1,000. He coughed a couple of times and inquired, "When will you be free to come by my house?" The reply came, "In this rain. The earliest I can manage is the afternoon." "Is it Xiaoxi village?" "I will call you before I arrive." Wu acknowledged this and ended the call, subsequently reaching out to Lao Mai again, saying, "Lao Mai, you're not leaving, are you?" Lao Mai responded, "Of course not." "Are you coming?" Wu remarked, "I believe you are right. As an avid fisherman, how could I let a mere drizzle deter me?" "I shall come find you shortly." Lao Mai, skeptical, asked, "What made you change your mind?" Wu chuckled, "Naturally, it is my passion for fishing." Once he hung up, Lao Jiang inquired, "Are you planning to stay long at the old house? Does your father not intend for you to return home?" Wu casually replied, "Not quite. I plan to remain. Now that I am 20, it is time I take charge of my future affairs, starting with tidying up the old house and eventually replacing it with a new one." Lao Jiang gave a thumbs up. "Good, that's ambitious. You've got potential. Once you've organized the old house and are living efficiently, no one shall call you a wastrel anymore. I wish you good fortune." Wu smiled, genuinely pleased at the encouragement, having acquired 2 packs of cigarettes. Old Jiang was beaming with joy as he remarked, "I'll wrap them up nicely for you." He carefully encased the cigarettes in plastic wrap and placed them into Wu's pocket. After adjusting his raincoat and snakeskin bag, Old Jiang watched as Wu dashed into the storm. He muttered to himself, "Indeed, like father, like son." The youth here are utterly oblivious with this endeavor. I could easily overshadow all the young men in the village. Upon returning home, Wu An immediately called Aching. Feeling rather bored at home, Aching answered the call and promptly agreed to come over. After a moment of contemplation, Wu An suggested, "Let's out gather at my place. You head to the dock to buy some dead fish and rotten shrimp. I'll ask my sister-in-law to lend me a bicycle. We can reach the water gate east of the town. It will take us 2 hours on foot, but just a little over half an hour by bike." After a brief tidying up, he grabbed his fishing gear and made his way home. On the way, he encountered Ma Wang. Initially planning to ignore him, Wu An found himself halted once more as Ma Wang extended his hand to stop him. With irritation, Wu An remarked, "Good dogs don't block the path." Ma Wang replied, "I heard you made a fortune from fishing, or why not give me some pointers or take me along?" "We are not of the same ilk," Wu An retorted, sidestepping him. "Go play elsewhere." Undeterred, Ma Wang blocked his path again, exclaiming, "I want to earn money for Shunfang, you must help me." "Get lost." Wu An pushed him away in annoyance. "Whom you wish to earn for is your business, not mine." Frankly, after his rebirth, he felt somewhat out of place among Shunfang and Ma Wang. What peculiar logic did these people possess? Wu An sighed, hastening towards home. Fuming, Ma Wang stomped his feet and cast "What else?" with arrogance. "It's just fishing. You can make money. I refuse to believe I can't. If it doesn't work today, I'll try for 2 days. For Shunfang, I'd be willing to spend every day by the sea. You'll never surpass me." Upon reaching home, Wu An found his sister-in-law sitting at the door picking vegetables, while their neighbor, Sister Duan, was chatting beside her. Seeing Wu An, Mei Yuechin quickly paused her task and said, "I saved you some food, let me heat it up." Wu An replied that he had already eaten and urged her not to fuss, turning to Sister Duan to greet her. "Actually, I'm here to borrow a bike. I plan to head to town." Sister Duan and Mei Yuechin exchanged glances, both looking at Wu An. "What business do you have in town on such a rainy day?" Wu An tapped the fishing gear on his back, explaining, "I know a fishing friend who said the bite is excellent at the water gate east of town. I intend to fish there." "Is that wise?" Mei Yuechin asked, concern etched on her face. "Let us set aside whether you'll catch anything in this wind and rain. The roads are slippery and treacherous." "Sister-in-law, don't worry, just ride slowly." Wu An smiled, "The rain isn't too heavy today, it's actually quite suitable for fishing. Yesterday, I made several thousand. My fishing friend insists the catch will be even better today. I'm not inclined to rest." Mei Yuechin regarded Wu An with uncertainty before finally nodding and, taking an umbrella, walked over to Old Meng's house, with Wu An following closely behind. Old Meng was at home. Both of his sons have established their own families in distant places, leaving him alone at home. Despite their absence throughout the year, both sons remain dutiful and provide financial support annually. Old Meng tends to the modest plot of land he owns, living a life of comfort surpassing that of many others. Upon hearing Wu An's words, Old Meng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is that feasible?" Wu An reassured him repeatedly. "Very well, you may take the tricycle." Old Meng owned both 2-wheeled and 3-wheeled motorcycles, remarking that the latter would be more stable. Wu An expressed his gratitude. Old Meng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formality. If you excel in your studies, you may use this vehicle at your leisure." Wu An smiled, rode off on the tricycle. And as he was about to leave, it slipped a pack of cigarettes into Old Meng's hand. Old Meng chuckled, "You certainly know how to ingratiate yourself." Before long, Aching came running over, sporting a plastic raincoat. Wu An remained on the tricycle, instructing him to place his gear on the vehicle before heading straight to the eastern sluice gate of the town. As Old Meng indulged in his cigarette, he jovially remarked, "An is making strides. He refuses to idle away even on a rainy day. Quite commendable." Mei Yuechin, wearing a smile, added, "Indeed. Just yesterday, he mentioned repairing the old house and even plans to demolish it to build a new one." Old Meng nodded vigorously in agreement. Beside them, Sister Duan shook her head and scoffed, "I see this as nothing but foolishness. I've never seen anyone get rich from fishing. On a rainy day, borrowing a vehicle to fish. What a spectacle. If others find out, they'll surely mock him." In reality, Wu An had become somewhat of a laughingstock in the village. Having once gained admission to university, he was soon expelled and returned home in disgrace. Following this, he broke up with Shonfeng, spiraling into self-destruction and becoming a figure of disdain. Now, he sought riches through fishing. What nonsense! If fishing were a reliable means to wealth, Lin Bin and Lin Hu would not be so poorly regarded in the village. Previously, Mei Yueqin would have refrained from retorting, but today, she could not help but respond. What is there to laugh at? An is going out to earn money. Even if he fails to catch any fish, there is nothing humorous about it. I think it's commendable. Even aimless activity is better than waiting around for death. All men nodded in agreement that is true. Young people should be active and take risks, perhaps they will achieve something significant. Sister Duan, taken aback by their defense of Wu An, huffed disdainfully and redirected her criticism towards Mei Yueqin, chastising, "You truly coddle Wu An. I believe his current state is partially your responsibility. You should learn from your father and be stricter with him." She then turned to all men, "Uncle Men, your sons are in the big city. So it's easy for you to speak without concern. How can one make a name for themselves in the village? Truly capable individuals would have left for the city long ago." All men furrowed his brow at her insinuations, contemplating the absurdity of her judgment. Silently questioning her right to reprimand him while living in her mother's home as a divorced woman. Mei Yueqin, sitting down to pick vegetables, calmly remarked, "Sister Duan is not entirely wrong. I do feel some guilt for my sons not having pursued their studies properly. Is it my failure to educate him properly? Have I not exercised enough supervision? Fortunately, my second son has now improved. It is natural for individuals to err. What matters is their capacity for correction. And I believe my second son is doing quite well now. Hence, irrespective of his whims, as long as he is engaged in righteous endeavors, I shall extend my support to him." Sister Duan was nearly choked, and after a considerable time she muttered while walking, "If it were truly righteous work, that would be acceptable. I fear it is merely an act." Mei Yueqin remained silent, harboring confidence in Wu An. Wu An is exceedingly intelligent. As long as he is willing to engage in honest work, he is bound to achieve success. After only a few days of diligence, he has been delivering seafood home daily and has even repaid his debts. This is no exaggeration, for others would surely falter in his stead. After finishing his cigarette, Lao Meng made his way home, grumbling, "All they do is gossip. What kind of people are they? They should not be allowed to witness anything. Just wait. This matter will spread throughout the village in no time." Mei Yueqin furrowed her brows upon hearing this. Wu An was unaware that borrowing a vehicle for fishing would lead to such idle chatter. Nonetheless, he remained indifferent. The tricycle was quite steady, and within half an hour, he arrived at the sluice gate. By the time he reached the destination, the rain had significantly lessened. Riding was no longer feasible, they had to walk in. Numerous paths leading to the sluice had been carved out by anglers. He called Lao Mai to inform him of their arrival, and upon seeing this, Lao Mai immediately rose. Wu An waved and approached him. This truly is a splendid location. Despite the rain, at least 7 or 8 anglers could be seen fishing at a glance. Lao Mai, observing the two clad in snakeskin bags, chuckled in disbelief. "What brings you two here?" Wu An replied, "This is far more effective than a raincoat. I rode over without getting my clothes wet. Is the grouper really active here? Last time, I caught a small grouper weighing just over a pound, which sold for 150 per pound. Lao Xie mentioned that the larger the grouper, the higher the price per unit. If he were to catch a multitude of groupers, his luck could indeed yield substantial profits." Just as Lao Mai was about to speak, a nearby angler under an umbrella burst into laughter, saying, "Buddy, you must be a novice, right? Lao Mai claims the grouper is active, and you actually believe him. Do you think this is a fish farm?" At this, some anglers further away joined in the laughter. One remarked, "Actually, Lao Mai is somewhat correct. It's just that my groupers are active while he is dealing with stonefish." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lao Mai admitted, "That guy has had a stroke of luck today, having already caught 3 groupers. I've only managed to hook a few stonefish. You too might be fortunate enough to catch a grouper." It is the angler with the umbrella. Lao Mai, seriously? You called for help and brought 2 rookies? Wu An said nothing, intrigued by the unfolding scene. The left side of Lao Mai was vacant, so he and Aching moved over to prepare their fishing gear. Lau Mai quickly interjected, "My side isn't quite right, the stonefish are truly active here." Wu An chuckled, "No worries. Let's give it a try." Deep blue. Add a bit for me. Luck value 59.15. Ordinary sea rod 5. Soon, the rod was cast, then bait was set. Wu An's choice to fish with Lau Mai was not merely out of disbelief in superstition, but rather to assist his friend. The fishing rod he wielded, imbued with luck-enhancing properties, possessed a remarkable ability to attract fish. As he and Aching cast their lines, it was certain that Lau Mai would also be fortunate in his catch. The local fisherman jested, suggesting that Lau Mai had summoned reinforcements. Indeed, he had. They awaited the fish to bite. The river here was broad, characterized by a mix of fresh and brackish water. Compared to rock fishing, this location offered a much calmer surface, allowing for a more effortless casting of bait. Wu An had yet to thoroughly survey his surroundings when, unexpectedly, his line jerked. He had hooked a fish. His expression brightened with surprise at the swiftness of his fortune. Following Lau Mai's advice, he refrained from hastily raising his rod, waiting until the line was taut before he sharply lifted it. Observing his movements, everyone turned to look. Already catching fish without having baited the spot. Just moments after casting his bait, he had a bite. What incredible luck. An, your fortune is unparalleled. Lau Mai and the umbrella-wielding fisherman murmured, while those farther away turned their heads in intrigue. Aching also raised his rod, having hooked a fish as well, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Just a routine catch," he remarked. In no time, Wu An landed a sizable yellow-footed fish, close to a pound. There was no need for a landing net, he swiftly reeled it in. Bringing it to his feet, he deftly removed the hook and placed it in the fish keeper, then baited and cast again with seamless efficiency. Time was of the essence. While other fishermen enjoyed the sport, he was in pursuit of profit. Aching, too, caught a decent-sized stonefish, handling it with care before adding it to his keeper. Wu An quickly hooked another fish. The reel emitted a whirring sound as the drag was engaged. Aching, still baiting his line, noticed and inquired, "Brother, is it a big one?" Wu An nodded. "It should be substantial. The pull is quite strong." The line was drawn taut, nearly submerging the tip of the rod into the water. After 5 minutes of struggle, the fish surfaced. Lau Mai took a glance and shouted, "It's a grouper. A large one. And impressive. You've caught a grouper on your second catch," he exclaimed, persisting with the landing net. Once the fish was secured, Lau Mai joyfully declared, "Goodness, this must weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. Wu An shared in his delight, reminding him, "Lau Mai, you've hooked a fish as well." Lau Mai swiftly turned to grab his rod, and before long, he had reeled in a red friend fish, his excitement palpable. "Finally, I haven't caught another stonefish," he exclaimed. "And it seems I've borrowed some of your luck." Nearby, the umbrella-wielding fisherman scoffed at the exaggeration. Wu An chuckled softly. While the grouper was indeed a fine catch, it consumed a fair amount of luck. Just one fish had cost him a bit of his fortune. However, he couldn't dwell on that. With a continuous catch mode activated, he replenished his dwindling luck as needed, keeping his rod in a state of abundant fortune, resulting in a swift succession of catches. One after another, at least one out of every 3 would be a grouper. Old Mai had not encountered the commotion caused by Stone 9 again. Yellow-footed shrimp, red friends, sea bass, and sea herring were successively caught, astonishing the anglers under the umbrella nearby. How formidable could this summoned rescuer be? However, after just over an hour, the luck value of the fishing rod dwindled to merely 3 points. As the luck value ceased to be at its peak, the frequency of catching fish began to diminish. Yet this only compelled the umbrella-shaded anglers to glance over occasionally. Their surprise was not due to astonishment but rather an abundance of leisure time, as they had not caught anything and could only spectate. Meanwhile, Ching's fishing rod was down to 1 point. After casting the bait, it took 7 or 8 minutes to entice a fish. Even so, this evoked envy from the angler under the umbrella, who had not had any action for half an hour. In fact, this was quite normal. Sometimes, spending an entire day fishing and managing to catch 4 or 5 fish would be considered a good haul, averaging 1 fish every hour or 2. All Mai's pace was even slower, yet he was thrilled, grinning from ear to ear. The angler under the umbrella remarked, "All Mai, your choice of rescuer is truly remarkable. I haven't even seen any baiting. How did the fish gather here?" All Mai, with a smug expression, replied, "Do you know what a beginner's luck aura is?" The angler was taken aback. This fellow is really a novice. All Mai nodded. As they conversed, Echin caught a fish, completely depleting his luck value. On Wuan's side, only 2 points of luck value remained. It had barely been over an hour since they started fishing. The angler under the umbrella finally caught a fish, reeling in a yellow-footed shrimp, delighting in his fortune, proclaiming, "Today's bite is truly impressive. It's worth braving the wind and rain to fish." All Mai echoed, "Indeed, the resources here are plentiful, but usually it's crowded with people. On average, it's better to find a secluded spot to fish." The umbrella-shaded angler nodded in agreement. Just then, Wuan caught another fish. Horrified to discover that his luck value had suddenly dropped by a point. What had he hooked? He muttered to himself, hastily reeling in. To his astonishment, the resistance was minimal, even less than that of Stone 9. He was bewildered, quickly reeling in, and soon a large lobster surfaced. All Mai and the umbrella angler, engrossed in conversation, were inadvertently drawn to the sight and jumped in astonishment. "Lobster! Goodness, you can catch this too. A splendid lobster, such a treasure exists here." The two exclaimed in excitement. In contrast, Dechin remained composed, finding their reactions somewhat exaggerated. After all, it was merely a lobster. And he couldn't help but think how naive they appeared. Wuan hurriedly pulled the splendid lobster onto the shore. Had he failed to catch it, allowing the lobster to tumble back into the sea, he would have been utterly despondent. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred. And Wuan surmised that this might be the effect of his luck value. As long as there was a bite, the fish would surely be caught. He approached and grasped the splendid lobster in his hands. The lobster was remarkably beautiful, its body a vivid greenish blue, with deep blue antennae and head. Limbs patterned in black and white, adorned with numerous yellow spots, resembling a dragon's head or a valiant warrior from an opera. The antennae atop the creature's head are quite elongated, measuring over 20 centimeters. In ancient times, it was referred to as the divine shrimp, the true marvel of nature. "I cannot believe the fortune of this handsome fellow, who has managed to catch such a splendid lobster here. He appears unfamiliar." Then All Mai has called him over, claiming he is a novice. Goodness, could it be that the aura of a newcomer is so formidable? Other anglers have gathered around, exclaiming in astonishment. Surrounded by envious gazes, Wuan felt the sheer joy that fishing brings. Curiously, Dechin inquired, "What price can this magnificent lobster fetch?" All Mai pondered for a moment before responding. "It's hard to say. Perhaps 300 to 400 per pound. If it's large enough, the price could rise further. The market fluctuates frequently. We should consult Boss Gao shortly." Wuan weighed the splendid lobster in his hands, estimating its weight to be around 2 to 3 pounds. Suggesting it could sell for 1,000 or so. While this price is steep, it is not entirely outrageous. In his previous life, after the splendid lobster was designated a protected species, its price skyrocketed to absurd levels, with reports of single specimens fetching tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Fortunately, it was still 2012, otherwise, once the splendid lobster became a protected species, he would have been forced to release it under watchful eyes, risking denunciation and severe consequences. However, Wuan soon faced a dilemma: how to release this splendid lobster. It certainly could not be placed in the fish basket, as the other fish would crush it. All Mai, noticing his predicament, quickly suggested, "Let me empty the fish from my tackle box, then you can place the lobster inside." He had also brought a fish basket as a precaution for an abundance of catches, though it had never seen water until today. Wuan expressed his gratitude, realizing there was no room for false modesty at this moment. After securing the splendid lobster, he resumed casting his line with bait, returning to the previous spot and fishing at the bottom. The earlier catch of the splendid lobster had been a serendipitous bottom catch, and he wondered if he might be fortunate enough to catch another. As time passed, All Mai could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Anne, there has been no action for quite a while. Are you still fishing at the bottom?" Wuan nodded in affirmation. The umbrella-wielding angler called out, Are you hoping to catch another splendid lobster? Wu nodded again. Just then, the fishing line began to move, albeit slightly. He tugged at the rod, feeling a force akin to the previous catch, and could not help but smile in delight. All Might, noticing the movement, asked, "Have you hooked a fish?" "It's hard to say, it may not be a fish," Wu replied. Upon hearing this, All Might rushed over, excitement evident in his voice as he asked, "Is it for real? Could it be another big one?" Wu remained silent, swiftly reeling in the line. Soon, another splendid lobster emerged from the water. "Goodness!" All Might exclaimed, repeatedly cursing in astonishment. The umbrella-wielding angler stood in shocked silence. "Truly another one?" Wu could not suppress his laughter. This one appeared even larger than the last, filling him with joy. Indeed, he had made the right choice in coming here to fish. Now, not only do I have the funds to renovate the old house, but I am also certain there will be a substantial surplus. There is no need to sell everything. I can keep a few fish to take home. When my sister-in-law visits her family, she can bring them along, then with a group worth a couple of $100. It would certainly bring honor. The surrounding anglers have all turned their attention, marveling as Wu successfully hauls the splendid lobster onto the shore, eliciting a chorus of astonished exclamations, mingled with sighs whose meanings remain elusive. Wu glanced at the lack value of his fishing rod. Fortunately, it had not diminished. Just as he was about to toss the lobster into the fishing box, All Might interjected, "Wait, let me release it, I want to share in the good fortune." Upon hearing this, Ching joined in to assist, saying, "Perhaps these two are a couple. Brother, keep fishing, and see if they have any siblings to catch." Wu nodded, "All right, I'll give it a try, a family should be complete." The splendid lobster expressed gratitude. "Thank you, you are quite kind." Wu continued to fish at the bottom and indeed managed to catch another, albeit considerably smaller than the previous two. Ching exclaimed, "This must be their offspring. It truly is a family of 3. All Might nodded in agreement, while the others looked on with envy. Just these 3 splendid lobsters could fetch 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, a sum that is hard to earn doing odd jobs in a month. Besides All Might, who purely views fishing as a leisure activity, the others engage in this pursuit primarily to earn a little extra to supplement their household expenses. Who would venture out to fish on a rainy day if not out of necessity? Wu instructed Ching to gather the splendid lobsters while he hastily resumed casting his line. Perhaps this family of 3 had indeed come for a stroll. For as luck would have it, no more splendid lobsters were caught after that. Ching continued fishing, occasionally reeling in a catch. Although lacking the boost of luck value, the resources here were decent enough to yield fish, albeit at a slower rate. Wu inquired, "Ching, shall we head back?" Ching shook his head. "Brother, I wish to fish a while longer." Wu nodded. "Then let us continue." Checking his phone, he noted it was only a little past 11. Having eaten a hearty breakfast, he wasn't hungry yet. Since they hadn't been fishing for long, he didn't feel fatigued. Perhaps it was simply a matter of having too little luck value. Previously, he had felt utterly exhausted, but now, without fatigue, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. He cast his line once more, but after a long wait, he realized how tedious fishing could be. Growing anxious from the lack of bites, he observed the surrounding anglers, who remained remarkably composed and couldn't help but admire their patience. Ching, too, was fidgeting, having only caught 2 fish with his luck value long since depleted. All Might, smoking leisurely, remarked, "Ching, don't rush, stay calm." After half an hour without a bite, Ching, noticing All Might's relaxed demeanor, asked, "All Might, have you had any bites?" All Might shook his head. "How can you be so composed? It's perfectly normal to go half an hour without a bite." The fisherman under the umbrella, with a solemn expression, advised the young man, "One must possess patience." Ching scoffed, "Patience is impossible. I am utterly exasperated by the lack of bites after such a long time. You all are truly remarkable, remaining cheerful despite the absence of any fish. How do you manage that?" Lao Mai paused in his smoking, sensing a hint of reproach in Ching's words. "How do we manage? It's simply a product of daily practice, enduring the endless days of no bites." The umbrella-wielding fisherman also found himself at a loss for words, pondering the shame of such a barren outing. Wu couldn't help but laugh. Ching had not uttered a single curse, yet his words were undeniably harsh. Before long, Both Ching and Lao Mai caught fish, and even the umbrella fisherman managed to snag one. Yet, he remained silent. After another 10 minutes, the rain began to pour more heavily, prompting Ching to fetch a plastic raincoat. The two donned the makeshift gear, and upon observing their shabby appearance, the umbrella fisherman muttered to himself, could it be that the underachievers possess more equipment, hence my own misfortune in catching fish? Ching's luck was undeniably favorable. In half an hour, he had reeled in 3 fish, a black bream, a yellow-footed mullet, and a rockfish. Wuan felt a twinge of envy until his own luck ran dry, rendering his fishing rod motionless. Patience is essential in fishing, yet by noon, Wuan's resolve waned. He hastily reeled in his line, only to discover that his bait had been completely devoured, leaving behind a bare hook. How do the fish manage to eat so thoroughly without biting the hook? He wondered aloud. Lao Mai chuckled, it's the little fish at work. Unfazed, Wuan rebaited his hook, but after waiting 10 minutes, he found his bait devoured once more, the line remaining utterly still throughout. Ching, concerned, suggested, brother, perhaps you should switch to a smaller hook. Heeding the advice, Wuan changed his hook, only to find it snagged on the bottom. Lao Mai remarked, you'll have to cut the line. Wuan complied obediently. He realized that luck significantly influenced his endeavors. It seemed he had expended his fortune for the day in a fleeting moment. Thus, when his luck was exhausted, he anticipated further challenges ahead. Nevertheless, he persevered, continuing to fish. Before long, he indeed hooked a fish, a sea bass, but it slipped off as he attempted to net it. Ching looked worried. Wait, brother, Lao Mai teased. And what happened? Did you go to relieve yourself and get urine on your hands? After 2 fishing sessions, they had developed the camaraderie to jest freely with one another. Wuan offered a wry smile, perhaps. His admission elicited laughter from the group. In this spot, the rain alternated between pouring and clearing, and everyone occasionally caught fish. Yet, Wuan's performance remained consistent. He had yet to reel in a single fish. Leaving the others in awe, they fished until 2 in the afternoon, yet the elders showed no inclination to leave. Instead, they eagerly produced their provisions, some gnawed on bread. Others prepared instant noodles, while a few even sliced up the fish they had caught to enjoy sashimi. It's time for us to depart, All Mai remarked, glancing at the clock. Wuan naturally had no objections, having long wished to leave. The 3 swiftly began to pack up, but encountered difficulties while securing the fish. After a moment of contemplation, All Mai suggested, how about we take a picture of the exquisite lobsters and send it to Boss Gao? Wuan nodded. You intend for Boss Gao to come and collect them? All Mai affirmed, let us give it a try. These 3 exquisite lobsters are certainly worth sending a subordinate on an errand. Wuan had no objections to this plan. All Mai extracted one of the exquisite lobsters, captured its image, and then sent it via MMS. Although WeChat was available, it had yet to become widespread and was primarily used for casual encounters. So All Mai opted not to use it. Moments after sending the message, Boss Gao called, and as soon as the call connected, his exhilarated voice burst forth, All Mai, how did you catch such a magnificent creature? You must sell it to me. I have a customer who specifically requested it. And I've been searching for 2 days without success. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. It was evident that Boss Gao was both excited and anxious, fearing that someone else might seize the opportunity. Despite the exquisite lobster commanding prices upwards of $1,000 each, ordinary people could hardly afford such luxuries, yet those who could were plentiful. Currently, exquisite lobsters were not farmed but could only be caught in the wild. Their scarcity rendered them highly sought after and, essentially, a commodity with a price but little availability. Once they hit the market, enthusiasts of such delicacies would undoubtedly flock to acquire them. In the future, when they become a protected species, farmed exquisite lobsters will epitomize luxury, almost never gracing the tables of the common folk. With a cheerful tone, All Mai replied, Boss Gao, why are you so eager? I sent you a message. So you know I intend to sell it to you. The exquisite lobster was caught by On. We are at the eastern sluice of the town, bring your van along. Azon has caught quite a few sea fish that need transporting. Gao Chengqi responded, I'll be there in no more than 15 minutes. After hanging up, Gao Changchi called his subordinate to set off, but the subordinate protested, "Brother Chi, I can handle the pickup." Gao Changchi shook his head, "No, I must go personally. All my called me as a friend, and one must not treat friends too casually. Furthermore, if this is business, I urgently need to expand channels and markets. Securing rare seafood not only allows for profit but also helps build a reputation, serving as a stepping stone for larger ventures." He held Wuan in high regard. All my had a keen eye for people. Ordinarily, he would not be impressed by just anyone, yet he introduced Wuan as a close friend, which astonished Gao Changchi. He never expected that exquisite lobsters could be caught as well. It seemed there was indeed some expertise involved. Gao Changchi pondered and instructed his subordinate to drive straight to the eastern sluice of the town. All my set down his phone, chuckling, "I told you. Boss Gao will be here shortly." Wuan smiled, "That's good. It appears I underestimated the value of the exquisite lobsters." Ching exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, these lobsters might fetch an astronomical price." Wuan chuckled but remained silent. With nothing else to do, the three resumed their fishing. Just as the fishing rods lay still, the distant sound of a car horn reached their ears. Wuan promptly set down his rod and said, "That must be Boss Gao. I'll go take a look." After taking a few steps outside, he spotted Boss Gao approaching with his underlings. Eagerly, he inquired, "A handsome lad, where are the big lobsters?" "Hold on, Boss Gao." Wuan replied with a smile. "There are 3 in total, and they're all in good condition." Gao Changchi's eyes widened in astonishment. 3. Wuan nodded. Upon reaching the fishing spot, they greeted one another, and Ching lifted the lid of the fishing box. Gao Changchi crouched down to peer inside, where 3 splendid lobsters lay, their long antennae swaying gently in the water. He picked out the largest one, exclaiming, "Not bad, not bad, this specimen is exquisite." Splendid lobsters are notoriously difficult to catch. They are occasionally netted, but often sustain varying degrees of damage. Some are captured through deep-sea diving, dependent on the skill of the diver. Yet it is generally challenging to acquire a lobster in perfect condition. In terms of size, the splendid lobster is relatively large among its kind. Its explosive strength and agility in the water make it challenging to catch without inflicting harm. However, Wuan had managed to reel it in. Gao Changchi scrutinized the lobster from every angle, asking, "Where's the hook?" Although the injury from catching it may be less severe, it is usually quite deep, making the splendid lobster prone to death. Hence, it must be swiftly released to allow the buyer to prepare it for the table. Wuan replied, "There is no hook." The lobster was hooked while surfacing. Gao Changchi was astonished. "Is that possible? You caught 3 like that?" Lao Mai interjected, "All of them were caught by Ian alone." Gao Changchi hurriedly shook Wuan's hand, exclaiming, "Good heavens, are you that skilled? Your luck is extraordinary, let me share some of it." Finding his enthusiasm amusing, Wuan laughed, "Boss Gao, you are being overly dramatic. It's still raining, we should hurry and pack up to head back." Gao Changchi nodded, Right. I got so excited that I forgot about the main task." The group quickly began to pack up. Gao Changchi instructed his subordinates to help carry the fish basket. Upon seeing the abundance of fish within, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, there are so many. Are you here to fish or to stock up?" Ching smugly replied, "Boss Gao, it's actually quite ordinary, far less than last time." Gao Changchi said nothing, merely giving a thumbs up. Nearby, a fisherman under an umbrella wished he could punch Ching, or was that even a reasonable statement? What did that imply about their own catch? Wuan chuckled, allowing Ching to boast without further comment. Lao Mai also brought out his fish basket, and Gao Changchi remarked, "Lao Mai, you've had quite a good haul today as well." With a grin, Lao Mai replied, "Ian has extraordinary fortune. Before he arrived, I was only catching stonefish. But once he showed up, my luck turned, and I caught all this." As they talked, they loaded the fish into the vehicle, which contained a water tank specifically designed for transporting goods. By the time they arrived at the market, the fish was still lively and vibrant. Gao Changchi led Wuan to Lao Feng's stall. Upon seeing a tank filled with fish, Lao Feng was taken aback. "Brother, what is going on? Have you been fishing? Your luck is unparalleled. If I didn't know better, I did think you were running a fish farm." Wuan chuckled, "Boss Feng, you truly have a sense of humor. Is there any fluctuation in today's prices? Lao Feng shook his head. Gao Changqi exchanged a few pleasantries before instructing Wu An to attend to his tasks. Lao Feng quickly called out, "Boss Gao. I didn't expect you to bring me a fortune today, haha." After a few more words, Gao Changqi departed. Wu An suggested, "Let us hurry and sort this before weighing them." After about half an hour of bustling activity, Lao Feng tapped his calculator, which lacked a voice function, and handed the screen to Wu An. "Brother, take a look at this number, is it correct?" Wu An nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the income of 8,700. Although he hadn't caught as many fish as last time, he had landed several grouper, and Lao Feng's offer was favorable at 170 per pound, compared to Lao Xie's 150. This meant an additional profit of 20 per pound. Had he sold this fish to Lao Xie, he would have lost out on approximately 1,000. After collecting his earnings, Wu An contemplated discussing with the foreman of the renovation team about saving some money to purchase a second-hand motorcycle tricycle for commuting to the town. It didn't need to be anything fancy, just functional. He didn't have a driver's license, but it wasn't necessary for driving around town. With the money in hand, Wu An and Aching proceeded to Gao Changqi's stall. 3 splendid lobsters were already in the tank, their claws opened, scuttling about with great vigor, attracting a crowd. "A blue lobster, how rare. Boss Gao, pack one for me. I'll take the smaller one at 500 per pound." "I want that larger one." Gao Changqi, standing nearby, quickly clarified, "I apologize, everyone, but I must admit that I am helping someone else collect these blue lobsters. They are already reserved by buyers. Next time, I will certainly inform you all." Hearing this, the crowd murmured in displeasure, turning to select other seafood. Some expressed indifference towards the lobsters, claiming, "What is so special about shrimp? Crabs are where it's at. Last year I bought a butter crab. Just one bite and my mouth was filled with its rich raw, it was divine." Gao Changqi smiled in agreement. "Those who know how to eat appreciate that. Butter crabs are even rarer than blue lobsters. In all my years in this business, I've encountered very few." Wu An's curiosity was piqued. He was aware of butter crabs, which currently seemed to be wild-caught, but there were plans for aquaculture likely in their vicinity, with a substantial market size, commanding thousands for a single crab. He contemplated the prospect of entering this lucrative venture. Intrigued, Wu An inquired, "Boss Gao, what is the price for butter crabs?" Gao Changqi replied, "It depends on their quality. However, even the least desirable butter crabs are priced at least double that of a blue lobster. As for your splendid lobsters, there is no distinction between large and small. I'll buy them at the retail price of 500 per pound." Wu An, of course, felt elated. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "I certainly have no objections, but why do you wish to acquire it at such a high price?" Gao Changqi chuckled and replied, "Naturally. I wish to forge a friendship with you. Furthermore, I must be candid, this exquisite lobster is my means of establishing a lucrative channel. Once the channel is open, the profits will flow ceaselessly. By acquiring it at 500 per pound, you will undoubtedly profit, yet I will not incur losses." Wu An nodded in agreement. "Very well," he said. Gao Changqi patted him on the shoulder and stated, "In the future, should you come across quality goods, feel free to contact me, and I can arrange for someone to collect them. Pricing is negotiable." Wu An affirmed, agreed. The 3 splendid lobsters weighed just over 6 pounds in total. After some minor calculations, Wu An was the first to suggest rounding down the price. Gao Changqi retreated to the compartment to fetch a leather bag, from which he extracted a bundle of cash, counted out 30 bills, and handed them over, saying, "All my mentioned you hadn't eaten yet. Let us dine together. I have been busy since dawn and have only had 2 buns. Any business endeavor is fraught with challenges. One can only say that while the toil is arduous, earning money makes it worthwhile." The group arrived at a dim sum restaurant. The proprietor was tidying up, preparing to close, and greeted, "Boss Gao. I've saved a table for you." Boss Gao expressed his gratitude. Upon entering, they found an array of steaming delicacies on the table. Aching leaned in close to Wu An and whispered, "Brother, we might not have enough to eat. There were many food stalls along the way from the intersection. Perhaps I should go buy some more." Wu An nodded and handed him 100 yuan. Ching declined, asserting he had money, and promptly dashed out. Olma inquired about his intentions, and Wuan replied, Ching went to buy some food. Let us start eating, he won't be long. Everyone was ravenously hungry. And there was no need to wait idly. Before long, Ching returned, carrying a plethora of food, excitedly exclaiming, brother, not buying food would have been a grave regret. Wuan shot him a sideways glance, what is the matter? Ching replied, I saw the most beautiful girl for the first time. More stunning than television actresses. No. Only Ling Air could rival her. Wuan stuffed a shrimp dumpling into his mouth, chewing as he asked, is that true? The Legend of the Sword and Fairy is immensely popular, replayed nearly every year. It is Ching's favorite drama, and naturally, Ling Air is his ideal goddess. Without exception. Gao Changqi, intrigued, asked, is it truly that remarkable? Ching excitedly responded, not exaggerated in the slightest. She was making foil-wrapped clams. In ancient times, there was the tofu shisha, she is the shisha of clams. Laughter erupted among them. Wu An's mind conjured the image of Gu Anran, if all went as expected. It was undoubtedly her. He nodded slightly, that Qing's description was indeed fitting. Gao Changqi then queried, Qing, have you ever been in love? Qing shook his head. No wonder you are so excited, Gao Changqi laughed heartily, at your age, it is time to experience romance. The matter of whether I engage in a romantic relationship is of no consequence to me. Indeed, Qing shook her head and remarked, moreover. What is there truly to enjoy in romance? I have no interest. Being in a relationship only leads to heartbreak. Gao Changqi was taken aback and inquired. Who has been jilted? Qing merely shook her head in silence. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Gao Changqi turned to Wuan and asked, Wuan, pray tell, is it you who has been spurned by a young lady? Wuan calmly sipped his tea and replied, indeed. Gao Changqi slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, what sort of foolish girl would be so blind as to reject you? Without a doubt, she has lost out. You are quite handsome and can earn a good living. Olma nodded in agreement. Wuan smiled dryly, saying, that is true, I had my shortcomings in the past. So it is only natural to face a breakup. He was reluctant to speak ill of his former partner, as they had once shared a relationship. Though the separation had been unpleasant, there was no need to become adversaries. It was better to remain as strangers. Gao Changqi raised his thumb in admiration, Duan. I must confess that I am quite impressed. It was apparent that Wuan preferred not to elaborate further, so he chose not to dwell on the topic. Youth, after all, often professes indifference while grappling with inner turmoil. Having shared meals together, the group proceeded toward the market where their vehicle was parked at the entrance. Upon reaching the intersection, they noticed a bustling stall, and Qing pointed excitedly, calling out, brother, old my boss Gao, look there. You must see for yourselves. Gao Changqi squinted, saying, I can't quite see clearly. The stall was crowded with patrons, while the others remained desolate. Wuan furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that the situation was rather precarious. He had previously witnessed a conflict arising among vendors in this area, which could easily lead to unsavory disputes. Gao Changqi and Qing advanced, with Olma and Wuan reluctantly trailing behind. As they moved closer, Gao Changqi, his voice tinged with astonishment, exclaimed, oh wow, she truly is beautiful. The air of innocence she exuded was simply exquisite. Anne, come take a look, or do you like her? If you do, I shall create an opportunity for you to strike up a conversation. Wuan smiled politely, no need, really. Gao Changqi chuckled, don't be shy. Pursuing a girl requires a touch of boldness. What is that saying? To forget one love, one must seek another. Come, take a look, you cannot possibly dislike this girl. Wuan observed intently. There, at the stall, Gu Anran was busily attending to customers. She wore a pair of slightly faded blue denim shorts that accentuated her slender waist, paired with a simple black crewneck t-shirt that fit her form impeccably, likely due to her remarkable physique. Beads of sweat adorned her unadorned face, enhancing her pure demeanor. Although many customers had received their takeout boxes, they lingered nearby, eating while watching her. In stark contrast to the patrons' admiration, the other vendors cast unkind glances toward Gu Anran. Qing turned back and shouted, brother, did you see? Isn't she incredibly beautiful? Wu nodded absently, acknowledging the beauty before him. Gao Chengqi pulled him along, urging, "Come on, let us go say hello." Wu shook his head, responding, "No, I'd rather not. It feels rather awkward to greet someone without any intention of buying something." Gao Chengqi, mistaking his reluctance for shyness, encouraged, "A man should be bold." "Old my." An eternal boy at heart chimed in cheerfully, "Gao is right, don't you see this could be the beginning of a serendipitous encounter?" Wu felt a surge of anxiety. Just then Gu Anren wiped her brow and looked up, their eyes meeting. Suddenly, she broke into a radiant smile and waved at him. Seeing that blossom-like girl beckoning him stirred something inexplicable within Wu, as if he had been lightly prodded by an unseen force. Indeed, men were undeniably the most devoted creatures on earth, always drawn to youthful beauty, regardless of age, like him. Qing expressed his delight, "Bro, she is waving at me." Gao Chengqi stroked his stubble, incredulous, "No, it can't be, surely she is senti gesturing to me. Could she possibly know of my esteemed reputation in town, prompting such boldness?" Unlike the two of them, Olmai was not so self-absorbed and instinctively glanced at Wu. Wu waved back, initiating the greeting. What a coincidence. As he spoke, he moved closer, feeling that since their eyes had met and she had waved first, it would be rude to simply walk away. Moreover, he noticed the nearby vendors were beginning to stir. And a troubling thought crossed his mind, could it be that Gu Anran was the one being harassed? Upon reaching her stall, Wu remarked, "Your business seems quite prosperous." Gu Anran, busy with her work, replied, "It's alright, today's rain has dampened sales, really." Just then, it began to rain again. Since it had not been raining when they set out for a meal, none of them had brought umbrellas. Gu Anran promptly called out, "Don't stand in front. Come over here. My umbrella is large enough to shield us from the rain." Wu, not one to be impolite, moved beside Gu Anran and beckoned Qing and the others to join them to avoid the rain. He noticed that once Gao Chengqi approached, the surrounding vendors ceased their scrutiny of Gu Anran, even those who glanced over no longer bore any malice. Truly, Gao, with his many friends, held a certain weight in this community. Gao Chengqi inquired, "Care to introduce us?" Wu contemplated for a moment before replying, "This is Gu Anran. We attend the same school, though she is a year below me." Qing counted on his fingers and remarked, "So that means she is 2 years ahead of me." After a brief pause, Gao Chengqi pressed, "Is that all?" Wu nodded, "Yes, that is all." To him, the connection between himself and Gu Anran was indeed minimal. He certainly wouldn't divulge the details of their previous day spent gathering seafood. It was not an interrogation, after all. There was simply nothing more to say. Gao Chengqi wore a skeptical expression, clearly doubting the depth of their acquaintance. "Is that it? She invited you over and let you come here to escape the rain?" Gu Anran, having been eavesdropping, felt a sense of distinction between Wu and the others as she realized he presented their relationship in a uniquely understated manner. She had heard of Wu through the casual conversations of the village elders, who spoke of a university student from a neighboring village who had been expelled and returned home only to engage in petty theft and subsequently be abandoned by his girlfriend. However, the Wu she observed bore no resemblance to the gossip circulating in the village. Even while she was gathering shellfish by the sea, she would occasionally take a break due to sheer exhaustion. Yet, Wu seemed to work tirelessly without pause. How could such a diligent, earnest individual possibly engage in thievery? And as for being jilted by his girlfriend, it only suggested that she was short-sighted. After all, being expelled from university was hardly a grave matter. She too had been accepted into university but had ultimately chosen not to attend. In truth, she was aware that the villagers had spoken ill of her behind her back. In that moment, she felt a kinship with Wu, as if they shared a mutual understanding of their plights. Consequently, a curiosity about him began to blossom within her. Upon seeing him, she was astonished to find herself harboring feelings for him, which prompted her to instinctively wave in greeting. As Gu Anran's thoughts flowed, she quickly prepared a portion of foil-wrapped clams and presented them to Wu, saying, "Do try some." Wu shook his head, replying, "Thank you. But I've already purchased some earlier. They were quite delicious." Gu Anran paused in surprise. "You bought some? How did I not see you? If you had come, I certainly would have noticed." Qing raised his hand. "That was me who came." Gu Anran glanced at him. "I have no recollection of that." Ching was at a loss for words. He sensed the disparity. It was clear that individuals could not be compared. He felt somewhat at ease, acknowledging that he was inherently inferior to Angu. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Gu Andren hastily added, "And now that I know you two are friends, consider this a buy one get one free offer." Wuan promptly accepted the offer. Given that the conversation had reached that point, it would have been inconsiderate not to take it. Ching beamed, "Brother, you should have mentioned it earlier. I could have claimed a free portion by simply stating your name." Wuan handed his foil-wrapped clams to him. "Such lack of ambition, go ahead and enjoy." Ching inquired, "Brother, aren't you eating?" Wuan shook his head. Ching cheerfully remarked, "I still have room, so I won't hold back." Gao Chengqi and Lao Mai watched Wuan with knowing glances, both understanding that the relationship between him and Gu Anren was likely more profound than it appeared. Wuan remained silent, and they deemed it inappropriate to inquire further from Gu Anren. It was no wonder Wuan had been reluctant to engage in casual conversation. They were already acquainted. Gao Chengqi and Lao Mai realized that their earlier musings about the significance of a simple greeting were misplaced. The bond between the two had long since begun, leaving no cause for their concern. As Ching continued to savor the clams, they could only wait. Just as Ching was nearing the end of his meal, he suddenly looked up, a look of realization dawning upon him. "Brother, no wonder I mentioned encountering a stunning beauty. You seemed so composed. Did you already know who I was referring to?" Wuan nodded in acknowledgement, in a moment that could astound Ching. As he extolled someone in his presence while casually selling flower crabs, it was obvious that the subject was none other than Gu Anren. Ching hastily remarked, "Brother, I apologize, I was unaware she was your sister-in-law." Gao Chengqi also chimed in, "Anren, I too was oblivious to her being my sister-in-law. Please don't blame my brother for his earlier remarks." Wuan, somewhat bemused, quickly interjected, "What sister-in-law or younger sister? We are hardly more than acquaintances, at best business partners." This must be clarified. He was indifferent to the matter but could not allow the tarnishing of another's reputation. Gao Chengqi wore a skeptical expression as Gu Anren glanced back. Having been eavesdropping, hearing Wuan's flustered attempts to distance himself, she felt an inexplicable discomfort. After skillfully preparing 2 portions of foil-wrapped flower crabs and handing them to a customer, she turned to Wuan and boldly stated, "Wuan, this feels rather distant. It saddens me. Was that bottle of water I gave you consumed in vain?" Taken aback by her words, Wuan found himself at a loss, unsure of her intent. This marked merely their second encounter. What did she mean by speaking in such a manner? Did she wish to establish a connection? He hastily corrected himself. "I meant to say we are friends. My apologies for the misunderstanding." Gu Anren replied, "Then you must treat me to milk tea another day." Wuan paused, having only intended to be polite, and was taken aback by her opportunistic request. He recalled hearing from classmates that Gu Anren was rather aloof. Yet he found her demeanor surprisingly outgoing. Was she only warm towards him? He quickly dismissed that thought. The common misconceptions held by men could be perilous. Gao Chengqi and All Mai exchanged amused glances at Wuan, noting that Gu Anren's candidness belied any hidden motives, while Wuan's hesitance suggested otherwise. This was a classic case of "there's no silver here," indeed. With a faint blush adorning her cheeks, Gu Anren turned to greet a new customer. "Hello. What can I assist you with?" One girl, seemingly ordinary yet quite charming, demanded an explanation. Her face flushed with anger. Beside her, another girl with freckles passionately echoed, "Yes. Provide an explanation. What is your relationship with Wuan?" Gu Anren hesitated, uncertain of the identities of the 2 girls before her, and glanced back at Wuan. As everyone was either overtly or subtly observing Gu Anren, they all noticed the girls' demands for clarification. The scene felt akin to a public spectacle of infidelity. As Gu Anren turned her gaze to Wuan, the collective focus of the onlookers shifted towards him. Several bystanders began to whistle in amusement. Gao Chengqi and All Mai exchanged glances, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Was Wuan being rejected? It appeared more as if he had spurned the girls instead. Ching, swallowing her food in haste, nervously suggested, "Brother, perhaps you should make a hasty retreat while I hold them off." "Run? Absolutely not, just enjoy your meal," Wuan retorted, feeling overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. Observing the indignant and sorrowful expression on Shunfeng's face, Wu felt as though he had been struck by a boomerang after many years. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment he had assaulted Chenlong. However, at that time he did not question, he acted directly. Wu asserted, "She is my friend." This was not an explanation, but rather an assertion. There was no need for clarification between them. After speaking, he turned to Gu Anran, offering a smile tinged with regret, and said, "I apologize. But I must take my leave." Shenfeng was clearly losing her composure. Gu Anran was an innocent bystander. If she were to be embroiled in this situation, it would spell trouble. Witnessing this, Shenfeng felt provoked. Wu was protecting this woman, particularly since this woman was far more attractive and possessed a better figure than she did, inciting a frenzied jealousy within Shenfeng and a profound sense of helplessness. She felt unworthy of being a rival. Thus, she shrieked, "Where do you think you're going? You're not leaving until you clarify everything." Wu An's expression darkened. "Stop causing a scene here." It was 2012, then the non-mainstream culture still thrived. Shenfeng was a quintessential representative of that culture, making him somewhat uneasy. Shenfeng threw a tantrum. "Wu An, you scoundrel. You prevent me from dating. Beating up the boys who pursue me until they end up in the hospital, yet you secretly flirt with other girls. No wonder you've been ignoring me all this time." Wu An took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and replied, "Firstly, we have already broken up. And it was you who initiated it. Secondly, I was intoxicated when I saw Chenlong embrace you, and you pushed him away, believing he was being lewd. I merely acted when I witnessed an injustice. It wasn't about preventing you from dating. Lastly, my indifference towards you is not due to anyone else. I simply wish to be strangers." Shenfeng shouted in agitation, "I don't believe you. There were others around at that time. Chenlong was harassing me. Yet they did nothing. Why did you intervene? Just admit it, you still have feelings for me. I was the one who suggested the breakup. So now that I wish to reconcile, you must agree." Wu felt somewhat shaken. Indeed, the ethereal girl was an unstoppable force. A certain someone who once claimed that if you want the one who collided, you shouldn't help, would surely regard Shenfeng with respect. "Reconcile, reconcile." The street urchins began to chant. At that moment, Wu felt an overwhelming urge to call the police. Gao Chengqi frowned, gesturing to quell the commotion. The raucous voices abruptly ceased, displaying the demeanor of a respected figure in the community. Wu turned to the freckled girl and instructed, "Take her away." The freckled girl, perceptive as she was, recognized Wu's clear intent. Prolonging the discussion would only lead to senseless bickering, and their side was already outnumbered. She grasped Shenfeng's arm and said, "Come on, let us go." Shenfeng continued to protest, "I'm not going. Why should I leave?" Wu glanced at her, genuinely disinclined to say more. Just then, suddenly, a gentle and delicate sensation coursed through my arm. Turning my head, I noticed Gu Anran was uncomfortably close, her hair brushing against my face. She spoke softly, urging, "You should leave. I fear that if you propose reconciliation now, he will not acquiesce. Do not linger any longer." Seizing the moment, the freckled girl pulled Shenfeng away, who left in a daze. The audience erupted in boos, and all the men cast envious and jealous glances at Wu An. How could this unworthy man attract such attention from young women, especially one of ethereal beauty? Once Shenfeng had distanced herself, Gu Anran smiled brightly and said, "I intervened on your behalf, so you must treat me to a couple of cups of milk tea." Wu nodded in agreement. Truth be told, Gu Anran's declaration of interest brought him a sense of secret delight. Yet the fact that she merely assisted him in extricating himself from a predicament left him inexplicably relieved. To be candid, he harbored a slight attraction to Gu Anran. Who could resist such a beautiful girl? Nevertheless, his thoughts were consumed with ambitions of wealth, and romance was not within his current considerations. As the commotion subsided, the onlookers dispersed. Wu bid farewell, and the group made their way to the market. Achin wiped his mouth and remarked, "Brother, why are you still keeping this from me? She is clearly your sister-in-law." Wu scowled, "Do not speak nonsense." Achin retorted, "How is that nonsense? She said as much herself. It was evident that she was defending me. Why would she not assist others in the same way?" Wu found himself at a loss for words. Do not deny it, denying it is futile. I recorded a video just now. Gao Chengqi patted him on the shoulder, saying, Gan, I underestimated you before. Rest assured, when your sister-in-law sets up a stall in town, no one will dare to bully her. I will swiftly deal with those vendors. Wu An's thoughts started. Had Gu Anren been bullied before? One of Gao Chengqi's subordinates nodded. I just checked. Your girlfriend frequently sets up stalls in the town, and each time she sells different items. Occasionally, she is harassed by vendors selling similar wares. The issue is that her business is exceptionally good and her prices are reasonable, which leaves the other vendors struggling. Moreover, she does not pay the management fee. Indeed, setting up stalls on the street requires a management fee, and currently, it is rather informal, with street ruffians collecting the dues. In the future, however, legitimate authorities will enforce the fees. Yet, some vendors still face harassment regardless. Wu An nodded and said, I extend my gratitude to Boss Gao on behalf of Gu Anren. Next time, I will invite you for breakfast with her. That settled it. He was reluctant to elaborate further. But at least Gu Anren's title as his girlfriend had its advantages. Gao Chengqi laughed heartily. Of course, of course. Wu An, struck by a sudden thought, said, Boss Gao, let me see the video you recorded. After receiving the phone and viewing it, he initially intended to delete this embarrassing footage, but upon finishing, he changed his mind and said, Boss Gao, please send me a copy of this video. It may prove quite useful. As it happened, the video that Gao Chengqi captured indeed proved to be of significant assistance. At the intersection, Gu Anren's expression tightened as she observed several approaching vendors. Excuse me, ladies, she said, her demeanor suddenly serious. We were in the wrong before. In the future, you are welcome to set up your stall at this spot. It is exclusively yours. Indeed, we shall keep an eye on it, and no one will dare to encroach upon your territory. Gu Anren appeared astonished. Had you mentioned that you were Boss Gao's sister, not even 100 of our bravest hearts would dare to trouble you. I apologize, please forgive me. Gu Anren was taken aback. This was her first encounter with Gao Chengqi, the friend of Wu An. She did not wield her influence to intimidate others but exchanged pleasantries before everyone dispersed. The troubles she faced with the vendors had plagued her for quite some time, and she found herself utterly incapable of resolving them. Yet, in a casual manner, Wu An had effortlessly alleviated her burden. He helped me with such a significant favor. And yet he does not say a word, Gu Anren murmured softly. Perhaps for Wu An, it was merely a matter of uttering a few words, but for her, it felt like an immense debt of gratitude. Wu An rode his motorcycle while Aching sat behind, gazing at the fishing box. The box belonged to Olmai and contained 5 grouper fish. Arriving at the doorstep of their home, they found numerous villagers engaged in pleasant conversation. The sky had cleared after a recent rain, creating a refreshingly cool atmosphere. Villagers gathered in small groups, passing the time with idle chatter. And when they saw the pair returning on the motorcycle, curiosity drew them closer. Did you two go fishing? One asked. Oh, did you catch anything? Another exclaimed. Wow. You caught grouper 1, 2, 3, 5 in total. You two really struck it lucky. This fish could fetch several hundred. The crowd expressed their astonishment, their words tinged with envy. Sister Duan stood on tiptoe to get a better view, muttering that they actually managed to catch some. What incredible luck. Mei Yuechin quickly interjected, your clothes are still wet. Hurry inside and change. Wu An acknowledged her request. He found a basin and emptied 4 of the grouper from the box, leaving 1 inside, which he handed to Aching, saying, take this back with you. Brother, you've already given me so much money, I don't need the fish, Aching protested, hastily waving his hands. After placing the fishing gear aside, he turned to leave. Take it, Wu An insisted, pausing before adding, if you continue to be so polite, then don't accompany me in the future. That won't do. Aching finally accepted the fishing box, nearly dropping it due to his trembling hands. He had managed to hold on thus far only by sheer willpower. Observing this, Wu An said, get on the bike. I'll give you a ride home. Aching smiled wryly, sorry for the trouble, brother. What are you saying? Wu An replied as he pushed the motorcycle out, greeted the villagers, and set off with Aching. This lad has truly learned well. Indeed, 1 grouper could easily sell for 1 or 200. It was quite generous of Wu An to give it to Aching. Yet, despite their good fortune, it seemed misaligned with their pursuits. They had forsaken their university studies, now resorting to fishing along the shore. Could such luck sustain them for a lifetime? It is essential to seek a legitimate livelihood. Most of the onlookers were merely envious, while a few maliciously whispered idle gossip, but Mei Yuechin chose to ignore them. Just because these two are on good terms now doesn't mean it will last. They will eventually fall out. It was rumored that earlier that morning, Lin Bin and Lin Hu had gotten into a fight while fishing. Indeed, the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Lin Bin has even been hospitalized for stitches. What transpired? I witnessed it firsthand, and as I shared the details, everyone was instantly captivated, engaging in lively gossip. Mei Yuechin also leaned in to listen. In just half a day, they earned another 1,200. Upon receiving the money, Li Wan quickly counted it and turned to Wu An, asking, "Wan, did you and Qing truly go fishing?" It was not her unfounded worry. The transformation of these two was too drastic, and their luck seemed almost extraordinary. Moreover, given their past, it was difficult for her not to speculate. Qing opened the fishing box, saying, "Oh Mom, what are you asking? My brother and I obviously went fishing. Look, these are the grouper we didn't sell." Upon seeing the grouper, Li Wan exclaimed, "This fish could easily fetch 200, we can't just keep it for ourselves." Wu An replied, "Auntie, let's keep it. We are making money now, so we are not short of this little amount. I've kept 4, I'm only giving you 1, so please don't take offense." Li Wan widened her eyes, "What are you saying? If we still feel it's unfair, wouldn't that make us ungrateful? I'm delighted that you are willing to take Qing along." Wu An smiled and rode away. Qing asked, "Mom, how should we prepare the fish? Perhaps half steamed and half braised?" Li Wan looked at the grouper with delight. "We haven't had such expensive fish in years." Qing added, "This is nothing. My brother even caught some exquisite lobsters. He mentioned that when we have more financial freedom in the future, we should keep the good catches for ourselves to enjoy first." Li Wan quickly responded, "You must persuade him otherwise. Such expensive seafood should be sold for cash, consuming it ourselves would be extravagant." Qing scratched her head. "I won't persuade him, I think my brother is right. Mom, you are my biological mother, but I must listen to my brother." Looking at the money in her hands, Li Wan shook her head and chose not to say more. Noticing Qing yawning, she remarked, "You've been busy all day, go wash up and take a nap." Qing shook her head, "No rush, I'm just a bit dizzy from eating too much. Let me help you finish your chores first." Li Wan smiled. Such a good child. Wu An rode his bike home, and the villagers who had come to chat had already dispersed. Old Meng sat smoking at the entrance of his home and greeted him. Wu An rode straight into the yard, saying, "Uncle Meng, come over tonight for a drink." "Sure." Old Meng replied and inquired, "I heard you caught several grouper." Wu An nodded with a smile, "Just lucky." After that, he returned home. Upon seeing him, Mei Yuechin asked, "Are you really not planning to sell this?" Wu An replied, "I want to sell them. I specifically kept these few." Mei Yuechin hesitated. "But this fish could fetch 1,000 or 800. Wu An smiled, "Sister-in-law, I earned over 10,000 today. I really don't need this extra 1,000 or 800. Moreover, the grouper is highly nutritious and good for our health. Goodness, weren't you just fishing? How could you earn so much?" Mei Yuechin exclaimed, astonished, "How long have you been out?" "At most half a day." Wu An nodded, "Exactly. The main reason is that we caught many grouper, they are quite valuable, fetching 1 or 200 each, and we can reel one in within minutes. Isn't it easy to earn this money?" Thus, he and Qing could not linger in one place for too long. They had to frequently change locations to avoid drawing attention and inciting envy. Therefore, the first step was to acquire a boat, followed by a motorcycle. With a boat, they could venture out to sea and then ride the motorcycle into town to sell seafood. This was the only way to quietly amass wealth. Mei Yuechin, upon witnessing a stack of red cash in Wu An's hands, instantly beamed with joy and, without mentioning the fish selling, inquired, "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" After a moment of contemplation, Wu An replied, "Sister-in-law, it has been a while since you visited your family. You might as well take the remaining 2 fish back as a gift. Surely, that should not be a problem, don't you think?" Listening to him, Mei Yuechin nodded and said, "Let us go tomorrow. Saturday is your brother's day off." Due to Wu An's recent troubles, which led to him being hospitalized and borrowing from loan sharks, the family was in no position to settle matters. Then Mei Yuechin hesitated to return to her family, fearing rebuke from them. Now that Wu An had recovered, she could joyfully visit her family, primarily to help him find a suitable young lady for marriage. Just as Wu An was about to assist in cleaning the grouper, his phone rang. It was the foreman calling. Upon realizing it was the foreman of the construction team checking on the repairs for their old house, Mei Yuechin quickly urged, "You go ahead and handle it. Wait. Find Uncle Meng to accompany you. You are still young and may not fully grasp the situation. Don't let your youthfulness be taken advantage of." Wu An nodded, acknowledging her wisdom. When he stepped outside, he found Uncle Meng sitting at the door, smoking and playing on his phone. After exchanging greetings and discussing the matter, Uncle Meng closed the door and followed him. The foreman, son named Li, greeted them before circling the old house and stating, "You intend to replace the 2 windows and the door, correct?" Wu An pointed to the roof and also reinforced the roof. After inspecting, the foreman Li remarked, "This house is not large, but it will require a considerable amount of money to fix." Wu An remained silent. Foreman Li took out a tape measure, recorded some measurements, and noted down costs, saying, "For the 2 windows and the door, it will cost at least 3,000 yuan. Adding the roof, it brings the total to 5,000. Wu An did not respond but inquired, "What kind of windows?" Foreman Li replied, "Just the standard ones." Wu An shook his head, "That won't do. I want quality doors and windows, specifically broken bridge aluminum." He had researched this online and inquired in town. The foreman then said, "Little brother, that will be significantly more expensive. I estimate that the total will be at least 8,000 yuan. Wu An asked, "How long will it take to complete?" The foreman's eyes lit up. "If you decide today, I can measure right away. It will take about 5 days to produce. And installation will only take a day, at most 6 days. I can arrange for the roof reinforcement tomorrow, and it will be completed in just 2 days." Wu An glanced at Uncle Meng. The primary discussions were between Uncle Meng and Foreman Li. Wu An was merely expressing his requirements, as he was unfamiliar with pricing, while Uncle Meng had a better understanding of the costs involved, having gathered insights from others in the village regarding construction and repairs over time. The market is not static. It fluctuates with changing conditions. For instance, last year, the prices of renovation materials were exorbitant, leading to substantial costs for construction. However, should one build a house this year, significant savings could be realized. Once Lao Meng negotiated the terms, he turned to Wu An and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to use such high-quality windows and doors? For a house like yours, is that truly necessary?" Wu An shook his head, replying, "It is indeed necessary. We experience several typhoons each year in our area." Observing Wu An's earnestness, Lao Meng refrained from further comment and made a call to Wu Ingui, who expressed no objections. They ultimately finalized a schedule with the foreman, Li. Wu An paid a deposit of 1,000 yuan, a modest sum. Li had no concerns, having worked for many years without anyone defaulting on payments. After another half hour of work, Li recorded the measurement data and departed on his motorcycle. Upon returning home and conversing with Lao Meng, Wu An found that Wu Ping had already arrived. Although the village school is modest in size, it is bustling with activities. Furthermore, Wu Ping, being exceptionally kind-hearted, readily assists anyone in need, dedicating himself to the school from dawn until dusk. Despite lacking an official position, his presence is felt throughout the institution. Outsiders might notice his contributions, but within the family, such remarks are seldom made. When Wu Ingui becomes busy, his industriousness surpasses even that of Wu Ping. Wu An greeted him, "Brother, what are you busy with?" Without looking up, Wu Ping replied, "I am preparing teaching materials for the students' experiments." Mei Yuechin emerged from the kitchen, remarking, "You are just wasting your time." Wu Ping did not dare to retort. Wu An found amusement in the exchange. It was entirely normal for his sister-in-law to voice her grievances, yet her support for her husband's endeavors was evident. It wasn't until after 7 in the evening that Wu Ingui returned home. Wu An promptly invited Lao Meng to join them. Having utilized his vehicle today, it was only fitting to express gratitude, especially given the relationship between their families. As they enjoyed drinks and conversation, the topic inevitably shifted to work. Unexpectedly, Wu Ingui remarked, There's a factory in town hiring. If you have time, consider checking it out tomorrow. Wu Ping's face lit up with excitement. Although their father claimed not to assist, he was clearly concerned. Wu Ping looked towards Wu An, who shook his head. No need. Wu Ingwe frowned. Mei Yueqin interjected. Father, the second son surely has his own plans. Wu Ingwe scoffed. What plans? Fishing? That is hardly a sustainable strategy. Do not follow the example of Lin Hu and Lin Bin. Today, they fought fiercely, and one ended up in the hospital. He returned home late because he was dealing with this matter. Wu An stated, Indeed, I believe this is unfeasible. I plan to buy a boat and go to sea. At this declaration, everyone fell silent. Wu Ingwe shook his head, while Lao Meng, sensing the atmosphere was tense, quickly suggested they focus on drinking, steering the conversation away from work and towards the renovation of the old house. Wu Ingwe inquired, Is the money sufficient? Wu An casually replied, It is more than enough. I earned over 10,000 today, with some left over. Wu Ingwe and Wu Ping exchanged bewildered glances, while Mei Yueqin couldn't help but chuckle softly. One must admit, it was quite the situation. Such a small act brings a subtle sense of delight. Lao Meng took a sip of wine, smacking his lips as he remarked, It's time to pay a visit to Mazu. Mei Yueqin nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, I must go to express my gratitude. Wu An inquired, Sister-in-law, what are you grateful for? Mei Yueqin, slightly embarrassed, replied, I prayed to Mazu for your academic success, and lo and behold, you truly excelled. It is indeed Mazu's blessing. Upon hearing this, Wu An seemed momentarily lost in thought, realizing that perhaps he too should pay his respects to Mazu. Wu Ingwe and Wu Ping remained silent, as they too held faith in Mazu, believing that Wu An's achievements were indeed the result of her divine favor. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Wu An stepped out with a cheerful demeanor. He clinked glasses with his father, though he hadn't consumed much alcohol. He felt a slight buzz. How wonderful it is. Although his father had yet to verbally extend forgiveness, in reality, he had already welcomed him back into the fold. After all, Wu An had genuinely worked hard and even earned some money. Family is family, even if his father had expelled him from the house. Repentance would lead to unconditional acceptance once more. With the sea breeze caressing him, Wu An hummed a little tune as he made his way back to the old house. Upon arriving home, he washed up briefly, then lay on his bed, enjoying the coolness of the electric fan while contemplating ways to earn money. Currently, he possessed a fair number of tools for catching seafood, clamps, sand shovels, rakes, and fishing rods, all quite sufficient for seaside endeavors. With a bit of luck, he could earn a considerable sum. However, there were also significant risks. Being at the beach attracted too much attention. The reason he had taken to fishing was that his luck in gathering seafood had drawn the villagers to follow him or visit the spots he frequented. Even while fishing, other anglers were present. Today, several villagers had approached him and Achin, inquiring about their fishing location. Though they hadn't divulged any details, Sister Duan, never so talkative, had blurted out that they were fishing at the eastern sluice of the town. The fishing enthusiasts among the villagers promptly returned home to fetch their gear. Today, he had broached the subject of purchasing a fishing boat. His father and siblings had remained non-committal, yet he knew deep down that his family did not support the idea. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to acquire a boat. On one hand, constantly changing locations was not a sustainable strategy. On the other, having a fishing vessel would allow him to utilize more tools, such as longline fishing gear, fish traps, and cast nets. This could not be employed from the shore and required venturing out to sea. It was uncertain whether these tools could yield more profit than traditional fishing. But they would undoubtedly be less labor-intensive, particularly the fish trap. With a stroke of luck, he could simply place some bait in the trap, toss it into the sea, and return after half a day or a full day to retrieve it. With luck on his side, he was sure to reap rewards. Not to mention longline fishing and cast netting. If fortune favored him, the single cast could yield more than hours spent fishing. Time was of the essence when it came to earning money. This was the crux of the matter. He needed to complete his initial accumulation of wealth swiftly. With money in his pocket, he could later invest and seize opportunities to achieve financial independence effortlessly. Otherwise, lacking sufficient disposable income, he could only helplessly watch as future prospects slipped away, which would be utterly disheartening. Yet, the pursuit of wealth could not be rushed. Fishing boats cannot simply be purchased at whim. He intends to first inquire if anyone is willing to sell a vessel. While second-hand boats are more affordable and ready for immediate use, acquiring a new boat is undoubtedly preferable, though it necessitates inquiries at the shipyard. In this domain, he is a novice, is entirely uninformed, and must seek knowledge. Wu Ping assists Mei Wei-chin in tidying up, while Wu Yingui and Old Meng sit under the pavilion in the courtyard, smoking and sipping tea. Hey, Huazi, the cigarettes that on boat are quite a treat, aren't they? Old Meng remarks as he lights a cigarette for Wu Yingui and then one for himself, adding, my son has never gifted me such expensive cigarettes. It's difficult to even find a decent smoke outside. Wu Yingui takes a drag and responds, they're only for home use. Old Meng chuckles. Don't be too coy after gaining a little benefit. I see on his learning well, he is bound to achieve great success in the future. Your days ahead will surely be better. Wu Yingui remains silent, squinting as he smokes, yet inwardly he feels quite content. Setting aside the burdens of work, returning home indeed brings him considerable comfort. Glancing back at the kitchen, he can faintly hear the laughter and chatter between Mei Wei-chin and Wuan. At least the house is devoid of sighs and lamentations now. No need to wait for the future, the present is already much improved. As the last puff of smoke dissipates, Mei Wei-chin and Wuan emerge from the kitchen, mentioning a visit to her family tomorrow. Wu Yingui reminds her to bring some nutritional supplements along. Certainly, Mei Wei-chin replies with a slightly boastful tone, Atsi asked me to bring those 2 grouper fish. Wu Yingui nods, choosing not to comment further. The next morning, Wuan is awakened by a phone call from Foreman Lee. He informs Wuan that he will be bringing workers to repair the roof shortly, and that the bricks and tiles will arrive fast, urging him to be attentive to the delivery. After hanging up, Wuan glances at his phone and notes that it is only 6 in the morning, quite early indeed. This is reasonable, as the midday sun is too fierce and the heat too intense for the workers to labor. They will need a break until 3 in the afternoon to work until dusk. Essentially, the LL only manage about 8 or 9 hours of work in a day. After rising and washing up, he checks the system, a luck value 68.5. Wuan feels a bit despondent with such a meager luck value. How much could he possibly earn? If he were to go fishing, it would likely be exhausted within an hour. Fortunately, today's roof repairs require his oversight. And he must also prepare lunch, otherwise the day would be wasted. Could it be that the system noticed his fatigue and decided to grant him a day's rest? Wuan muses to himself, informing the system that such a notion is unnecessary. In his previous life, he had endured the hardships of drifting in foreign lands without money. Now that he can earn a living and bring joy to his family, no amount of labor feels burdensome to him. He calls old Jiang, who is still asleep, and immediately complains about receiving a call so early. Wuan requests 2 bottles of beer and a case of beverages, prompting old Jiang to swiftly change his demeanor, promising immediate delivery. When old Jiang arrives, the tricycle carrying the bricks and tiles arrives simultaneously. He does not leave but assists in unloading the cargo. Wuan expresses his gratitude profusely. Old Jiang waves it off, saying, your father has helped me a great deal. Wuan smiles. To say help was given would be an understatement. Nearly half the village has benefited from his father's kindness, yet few truly appreciate it. He had previously accompanied a Qing to old Jiang's small shop, where he had casually taken some items without paying. Old Jiang had not held it against him, likely out of respect for his father. He remarked, old Jiang, you deserve to strike it rich in the future. Old Jiang was taken aback, responding, as if you know I will prosper. Wuan replied, I believe you will. Old Jiang chuckled, may your words be prophetic. In the future. As they developed tourism on their side, old Jiang seemed to have transformed into a guest house owner. It was unclear how much he earned, but a Qing referred to him as General Jiang. Look at that, opportunities for wealth abound. Yet, if he lacked funds, he could only watch others prosper. Just as old Jiang departed, a Qing hurried over, bringing breakfast. Brother, my mother just made these pancakes especially for you. If you need more, I can go back for more. Wuan sat down quickly, saying, that's enough, that's enough. A Qing settled beside him and said, have you heard? Lin Bin and Lin Hu got into a fierce fight. Lin Bin just returned from the hospital this morning. I caught a glimpse over the wall earlier. I didn't see what Lin Bin looked like, but I saw Lin's family taking Lin Hu to Lin Bin's house. Lin Hu was quite indignant. If not for Lin's family intervening, he would have continued to fight Lin Bin. Wu nodded. I heard my father mention it yesterday. Ching leaned in and whispered. Wu Bo, doesn't he know it was you, right? Wu shot him a glare. Yesterday, his father had merely brought it up in passing. And no one had inquired further. He still had no idea why Lin Hu and Lin Bin had quarreled. What did their fight have to do with him? Cough, cough. Cough. Wu instinctively wanted to ask, but with his mouth full of pancake, he accidentally choked. Ching quickly poured him a glass of water. Wu gulped down a large mouthful of water and, once he regained his composure, asked, What have I done? Stop grinning and clarify it for me. Ching said. What is there to discuss? Brother, don't pretend to be oblivious. There are no outsiders here, so why the charade? Rest assured, I promise not to speak carelessly outside. Wu replied, I am genuinely confused right now. First, tell me why those two fought. Ching explained it was because Lin Hu caught a big fish. And when Lin Bin tried to net it, he failed. Lin Hu accused Lin Bin of intentionally failing to catch it. That's when the fight broke out. Wu suddenly understood, while he couldn't speak for others, Lin Bin was indeed capable of such antics. He both feared his brother's struggles and envied his brother's success with a luxury vehicle. When Lin Hu caught a big fish, how could Lin Bin not feel envious? He said, but it shouldn't escalate to such a degree over a single fish. Surely, it's not worth such a violent confrontation. He suspected there was more to the story, but it certainly was not his concern. Ching continued, I heard that before Lin Hu caught that big fish. The two of them had actually been fishing for over a day. On the first day, Lin Hu had good fortune and caught many fish. But he used Lin Bin's fishing rod, which Lin Bin insisted on splitting the catch with him. Lin Hu suffered in silence, accepting it. Then, when Lin Bin lost the big fish yesterday, he could no longer tolerate it. At the scene, Lin Bin was pinned against the rocks, and fortunately, a fisherman intervened to separate the two, otherwise, Lin Bin might have been thrown into the sea by Lin Hu. Wu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, as you mentioned. Their altercation was over the fish catch. What does that have to do with me? Ching responded, I was merely watching from the sidelines. The Lin family intended to pressure Lin Hu into apologizing, yet Lin Hu not only refused to apologize but was also on the verge of physically confronting Lin Bin, hurling insults at him for being inhumane and for taking advantage of him over the years. He could no longer tolerate it, which led to the fight. I heard him shout that last time Lin Bin asked you for a fish, but he caught nothing. That fish was entirely consumed by Lin Bin. I believe Lin Hu's ire is justified. Lin Bin truly is a despicable character. At this point, Ching chuckled and asked, Brother, were you purposely laying a trap for them? He then adopted an expression that seemed to solicit praise for his cleverness. Upon hearing this, Wu felt a twinge of insecurity. In his previous life, he learned about the discord between Lin Hu and Lin Bin over fish catches only after his father's passing many years later. Why was the rift occurring now? Could it truly be the consequence of his minor intervention? He cleared his throat and said, You are overthinking it. Lin Bin asked me for a fish, and I had no choice but to oblige. How was I to foresee that he would not share with Lin Hu? You must have already discerned that Lin Bin is worthless, Ching remarked, realizing he had spoken too loudly and quickly covered his mouth, continuing in a softer tone. Rest assured, aside from me, no one will connect this to you. Wu An's expression darkened. Do you perceive me as such a villain? Ching shook his head. No. Brother, you are merely astute. You possess a keen insight into human nature. For a moment, Wu found it difficult to distinguish whether Ching was complimenting him or criticizing him. Noticing Wu An's silence, Ching shifted the subject. Brother, Ma Wang sought me out. He wishes for me to take him to the shore. Wu was taken aback, surprised that Ma Wang would try to undermine him, and asked, What did you say? Ching replied, What could I say? I told him to scram. I suspect he approached you first, and upon your refusal, he turned to me. Wu nodded. You are quite clever, indeed. Ching grinned foolishly, and Wu felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not misjudged him. Ching was indeed trustworthy. Ching was not foolish but possessed a discerning heart. Others might view him as somewhat simple-minded, but he was steadfast in his beliefs regarding people and matters, unwilling to change. In trivial situations, he did not engage in disputes, even when mocked or taken advantage of. And his innate optimism allowed him to maintain a cheerful disposition regardless of circumstances. After their meal, Foreman Lee arrived with the workers. Wu greeted everyone, distributed cigarettes, and fetched well water to chill the drinks, ensuring the workers could quench their thirst after a hard day's labor. In addition to the beverages, he prepared a pot of boiling water, allowing it to cool for convenient access. Foreman Lee, observing Wu's thorough preparations, remarked, "Well, everyone sees it. This young man has made ample arrangements for us. Let us get to work quickly while the weather is pleasant." The workers busily went about their tasks, while Wu engaged in light conversation with Foreman Lee, seeking to glean insights about the construction. In rural areas, building houses is devoid of secrets, and Foreman Lee was quite forthcoming with information. Occasionally, Wu lent a hand, and by mid-afternoon, he exchanged pleasantries with Foreman Lee before taking a Ching to the dock to purchase vegetables. On the way, Ching remarked, "Brother, you certainly have a knack for charming conversations. You seem to have a better rapport with the foreman than Uncle Wu." Wu chuckled softly. After all, he had lived for over 30 years in his past life, navigating the complexities of society for many years, while he may not have mastered everything. He was well versed in social dynamics. He dared not claim superiority, but in terms of experience, he felt no less knowledgeable than his father. Upon arriving at the dock, he found a bustling scene, with elderly folks selling not just seafood but also homegrown vegetables, fresh, healthy, and entirely organic. Wu reflected that behind the old house, there was once a patch of vegetable garden, now left untended since he no longer lived there. Given his intention to reside long-term, he could reclaim that plot. After discussing with Ching the vegetables they needed, he strolled towards Old Sie's stall. Before reaching Old Sie, he encountered Old Chen, who greeted him with a sardonic tone. "Haven't seen you for a couple of days. What's the matter? Lost your luck or slacking off again?" Ignoring him, Wu greeted Old Sie. Old Sie emerged from his shop and, noticing Wu's empty hands, inquired, "Here to buy something?" Wu nodded, "Just picking up some seafood." He scanned the offerings at Old Sie's stall and decided on some scallops, thinking to prepare a dish of scallops with vermicelli, garnished with minced garlic, a delightful meal. Spotting some stonefish, he purchased a few, planning to make a soup with tofu, which would undoubtedly be delicious. All this cost him around 30 yuan. Achieving both a dish and a soup, he planned to buy some pork belly next for a hearty main course, along with 2 plates of vegetables, ensuring that the workers would be thoroughly satisfied. As he accepted a plastic bag from Old Sie, Wu asked to Old Sie, "May I inquire if anyone around here sells fishing boats?" Old Sie looked momentarily startled. "You want to buy a fishing boat?" Wu nodded. As Old Sie was a collector of goods, he spent his days at the dock, interacting with fishermen, and was likely well informed. Old Sie squinted thoughtfully and replied, "I haven't heard of anyone selling a fishing boat. What size are you considering?" Wu pondered briefly before responding, "It shouldn't be too small. It needs to be capable of venturing out to uninhabited islands, suitable for longline fishing, trap fishing, and net casting, perhaps 7 to 10 meters. What do you think?" Old Sie suggested, "You might as well go for a trawler, around 10 meters, which would likely cost over 200,000. So expensive." Wu mused that it would take him a month of hard work to save that amount. "Are you referring to the price of a new boat?" Old Sie nodded. "Affirming, of course. You should inquire at the shipyard for specifics. If you're buying a boat, it sounds like you've been earning well lately." Wu could tell from Old Sie's expression what he was thinking and chuckled, "I've been busy with tasks in town, thus selling goods nearby. You know how it is. The villagers have been keeping a close eye on me. Wherever I go, the villagers follow." Lao Xie, in a moment of realization, remarked, "These people simply relish the excitement. I haven't noticed a significant increase in the number of villagers selling goods compared to before. Not everyone is as fortunate as you. I observed that fewer individuals were venturing to the tidal flats for fishing." Wu chuckled and said, "Please keep an eye out for me. If you hear of anyone selling fishing boats, do not hesitate to contact me." Lao Xie nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Wu took his leave and found a Ching, who had already purchased vegetables. She also acquired 2 pieces of pork belly, along with rice, oil, and salt, totaling 200 yuan. The two returned home laden with bags. Wu-an busied himself in the kitchen, while Ah-ching was not idle either. She went to fetch the table and chairs. Just as Wu-an finished stir-frying 2 dishes, he heard voices at the door, and the voice sounded like his father. Upon stepping out of the kitchen, he confirmed it was indeed his father. Wu Ingwe, observing Wu-an's sweaty brow and his habitual frown, slightly relaxed his expression and said, "I came to check on you. This is part of village duty. You carry on with your work." Wu-an nodded, saying little, and returned to his culinary endeavors. Ah-ching arrived, and Wu Ingwe assisted in bringing the table down from the cart. Just as he was about to leave, Ah-ching quickly invited Uncle. "Why not stay for a meal?" Wu Ingwe pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "That is fine." Ah-ching felt awkward. She had merely been polite. Wu-an felt quite pleased. His culinary skills had been honed through his experiences outside, learned from online videos, differing slightly from the local flavors. With a hint of numbing spice and mild heat, Ah-ching praised the dishes continuously after tasting them. Wu Ingwe, perspiring profusely, devoured 2 bowls of rice. After the workers finished their meal, they each sought out the cool shade to rest. Nearby, a grove of trees, including numerous banana and coconut trees, cast expansive cool shadows. Lying beneath them, with the ocean breeze blowing, one could easily drift into a peaceful slumber. With nothing pressing to do, Wu-an and Ah-ching went fishing. With only 5 points of luck, he didn't add much, he merely allocated 2 points of luck to each of their fishing rods. As the amount of luck only influenced the speed of catching fish, they first assessed the fishing conditions. If they were favorable, they could later increase their luck. Equipped with straw hats and fully prepared, they arrived at the large reef, cast their lines, then waited. After a while, they hooked a fish, easily reeling it in. It turned out to be a stonefish, too small to sell. Ah-ching also caught a fish, which turned out to be a small mud skipper. This fish is toxic and foul-smelling, yet quite palatable, and is favored by the locals. However, it was too small to eat or sell. The two exchanged glances and returned the fish to the water. They resumed fishing. The bites were promising, and soon they hooked another fish, only to find it was still small. Ah-ching could no longer contain herself and said, "Brother, these small fish are a nuisance today. Why don't we change our spot?" Wu-an wiped the sweat from his brow, and with a wave of his hand, droplets cascaded onto the rocks, sizzling as they hit the hot surface. Under the scorching sun, the rock's temperature could likely boil an egg, not to mention the intense ultraviolet rays, which were undoubtedly excessive. Wu-an nodded in agreement. They moved to another large reef and cast their lines again. Yet, the same issue persisted with the small fish. If they were merely casual anglers, catching fish would be a source of amusement. However, they were not, they were there to earn a living. Ah-ching was enveloped in profound gloom, compounded by a depletion of luck to the extent that even the little fish eluded him. Wu-an shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's not fish today. Let us return and rest." Ah-ching remained silent. A little fatigue was acceptable, but the absence of fish was truly disheartening. After tidying up their fishing gear, the two returned to the old house. They drew cold water from the well, pouring it over themselves with a ladle, the icy water refreshing them instantaneously. A few laborers watched with envious eyes. To be young again, they mused, realizing that the freshly drawn well water was too much for their aging bodies to bear. After a refreshing bath, Wu-an and Ah-ching retrieved a cooling mat from the house and found a shaded spot beneath a tree to lie down. "Curious?" Formanly inquired, "Did you catch any fish?" Ah-ching shook his head. "We caught a fair number, but they were all too small. My brother insisted we return them to the water." Formanly replied, "But why return them? Small fish, when coated in flour and fried, are simply delightful." Ah-ching smiled. "My brother forbids it. He is quite particular." Formanly scoffed, "You young folks are far too idealistic." Wu-an was engrossed in a game on his phone, his fingers dancing across the screen, leaving him no time for conversation. After a while, fatigue overtook him. He set his phone aside and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Mei Wei-chin and Wu-ping were visiting relatives. Their maternal home was quite distant, situated over 10 miles from Shao Creek village. Walking would take half a day, so they borrowed old Meng's tricycle for the arduous journey. Having finally returned to her homeland, the couple brought a considerable haul. In addition to 2 fish, They had procured various nutritional supplements, yogurt, and a large assortment of snacks for her brother's 2 children, as well as a razor for her younger brother, Xiaowu. Upon arriving at the doorstep, they found the door slightly ajar. Mei Yueqin pushed it open while Wu Ping maneuvered the tricycle into the courtyard, greeting the elderly couple, who were busy preparing salted fish, a long-standing family tradition. "Why bring so many things?" Old man Mei Donghai exclaimed as he noticed the items in the tricycle. He promptly stopped Wu Ping from unloading them, saying, "Don't take them out. You can take it all back when you leave." His wife added, "Indeed. Our household is not affluent, there is no need to squander money." This was no mere superficial courtesy. The elderly couple held genuine affection for their son-in-law, Wu Ping. Though the Wu family was not wealthy and Wu Ping lacked notable skills, they were not materialistic. Both had received an education, valuing knowledge and respecting those who possessed it. They recognized the diligent efforts of Wu Ping and his father, which allowed Mei Yueqin to support Wu Ping wholeheartedly and contribute quietly to his family. Every time Mei Yueqin visited her relatives, the elderly couple always found ways to assist. Yet, over time, it became Wu Ping who felt embarrassed, often refraining from accompanying Mei Yueqin on such visits. However, today was different. With a cheerful demeanor, Wu Ping declared, "Mom and Dad, these aren't tea from us. They are from my brother. That young lad has turned over a new leaf, fishing daily by the sea. Look, these 2 fish are his catch, still lively and swimming. All this food and drink are on him. Mei Yueqin and I merely made this trip." The elderly couple paused in astonishment, pondering the transformation of that mischievous boy. Mei Donghai pointed at the salted fish hanging up and said, "I was just about to prepare it for Xiaowu to deliver to you. I didn't expect you to bring us fish in return. This grouper can fetch a good price. We don't need to eat such fine fish. It would be better to sell it." Mei Yueqin quickly interjected, "Mom and Dad, there's no need for that. Let me tell you, Anne has truly excelled. He brings seafood home every day, and we can hardly keep up with it. If we can't finish this salted fish, we should sell it. And you'll have some extra income." As she spoke, she and Wu Ping began unloading the food and drinks from the truck and placing them in the east room. Mei Donghai asked, "Quickly tell me, how did that boy manage to improve? He isn't just fooling around, is he?" It wasn't that he held a grudge against Wuan. It was just that Wuan had been quite reckless. When they encountered Xiaowu on the road, he would lie to swindle money. If they hadn't intervened, Xiaowu would have long gone to Shaoxi village to settle scores with Wu, and Mei Yueqin took a seat on a stool and said, "No, not at all. He works tirelessly, even fishing in the rain. His luck has been quite favorable lately, he has earned over 10,000 yuan during this period. He is also looking for someone to tidy up the old house and has mentioned buying a fishing boat and building a new house." As she spoke, a smile brightened her face. The couple looked at the food and drinks in the room, then at the still flopping grouper in the basin, and smiled in unison. "Good, good. It seems this child has matured and become sensible. Your lives will surely improve." The old woman grasped Mei Yueqin's hand, her face filled with contentment. At noon, Mei Yueqin helped with the cooking. The 2 groupers were rejected by the elderly couple, who insisted that the 2 take them back. They even used Wuan as an excuse, claiming that he would be upset if they took the fish home, which finally persuaded the couple to cook one. "Mom and Dad, this fish is nutritious, you should eat more of it. Don't forget to take your supplements, make sure they don't expire." After the meal, they sat down to drink tea and chat, inevitably bringing up Wuan again. Mei Donghai took a sip of tea and asked, "Have the matters with the Chen family been settled?" Mei Yueqin shook her head. With a sigh, Mei Donghai said, "Perhaps I should go and speak on his behalf. The Chen family ought to give me some face. He was once a cadre in the brigade, and while now he has retired to being an ordinary villager, he still holds some respect in the village." Wu Ping quickly interjected, "Dad, please don't. I've asked An, and he said he can handle it himself. He has changed quite a bit and has some ideas. Besides, this matter was initiated by him. If he wants to address it personally, let him give it a try." "Very well," Mei Donghai paused and added, "Though he is indeed handling it, he is still young. As his older brother and sister-in-law, you should lend him more support." Wu Ping nodded in agreement. Mei Yueqin said nothing. She had long considered Wuan as her eldest son. The old woman remarked, "Having a sense of responsibility is commendable. He has learned from his mistakes. Mei Yuechin smiled and said, Mom, I actually wanted to ask if there are any suitable young ladies in our village. I would like to help Eazi find someone. The old woman looked troubled. Your younger brother has become quite well known in the village. Even if there are suitable candidates, they might hesitate upon hearing his name. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. It is not merely the notorious reputation of Wuan that has spread, but rather the tales of Mei Yuechin's hardships after marrying into the Wu family in Shao Creek village. Curiosity inevitably leads one to inquire further, then soon enough, the truth about Wu An's unscrupulous nature becomes apparent. In rural settings, secrets seldom remain hidden. Villages are interwoven with familial ties, leading to a rapid dissemination of information. One hears 10 tales, and those tales multiply, leaving no room for ambiguity regarding Wu An's past transgressions. Mei Yuechin was about to voice her thoughts when Wu Ping interjected, asserting, Mother E's opinion is valid. Let us await a more opportune moment to discuss this matter. If we speak now, they will surely think we are deceiving the young lady into a perilous situation. Just as Wu Ping concluded his remarks, a voice at the door rang out. It is indeed the upright perspective of a dedicated teacher. Yuechin, how impoverished Shao Creek village is. And who among our villagers is unaware of your in-law circumstances? Must you drag others into your suffering? The speaker was their neighbor Chen Lin, of a similar age to Mei Yuechin, who had also chosen to marry into her husband's family. It is worth mentioning that she and Chen Long share a distant familial connection. Alongside her were several other villagers who had come to visit. Both Mei Yuechin and Wu Ping found themselves in an awkward silence, uncertain of how to respond. Indeed, some individuals possess a superficiality that blinds them to deeper truths. When Mei Yuechin and Wu Ping fell in love and wed, many envied their union, perceiving the Wu family as well off. Wu Ping was a teacher, and his father held a position of authority within the village. Although not excessively wealthy, it was believed that their lives would be better than most. However, the Wu family struggled financially, often relying on the Mei family for support, a fact that gradually became common knowledge, leaving them the subject of ridicule. Unlike others, Chen Lin openly mocked them. Whenever Mei Yuechin returned to her maternal home, Chen Lin would seize the opportunity to taunt. Let us see what you've brought back from your family this time, she would say, lifting the plastic covering in the cart. The others turned to watch, clearly anticipating amusement. To their surprise, the cart was empty, devoid of any goods. They had been reluctant to bring back any salted fish. Mei Donghai, while feigning complaint, wore a smile. They say we have so much fresh seafood at home that we cannot finish it all. Look here, we've brought 2 lively groupers. Fresh sea fish is indeed delightful, but salted fish has its own unique flavor. What? You can't finish fresh seafood? Chen Lin's expression was one of disbelief. Donghai, don't exaggerate. Who doesn't know what kind of situation Mei Yuechin's in-laws are in? At that moment, an elder woman seized on this opportunity, proclaiming, Yuechin's younger brother is out fishing every day, not only earning money but also bringing home an abundance of seafood. Just look at this grouper, lively and vibrant. Worth a fortune at the market, they insist on sharing it with us, claiming it's nutritious for the elderly. Reformed prodigals are priceless, she continued. And there are plenty of nutritional supplements left over that they can't possibly finish. Her tirade left the listeners momentarily stunned. Could a person truly change so drastically? Mei Yuechin and Wu Ping, though not ones to flaunt, found that the declarations of the elderly couple served to silence the murmurs of gossip that often lingered in the air. Seizing the moment of astonishment, they hastily revved up their tricycle and sped away. Once they exited the village, laughter erupted between them, the sound of sheer delight. Yuechin, I cannot believe I feel a sense of pride, Wu Ping chuckled. Mei Yuechin, recalling Chen Lin's incredulous expression, replied, indeed. Our parents are remarkable. I could never articulate such sentiments. Wu Ping, with a look of admiration, remarked, it's true what they say, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. The two returned home amidst their playful banter. Mei Yuechin went inside first, while Wu Ping returned the vehicle. Old Meng opened the door and noticed the smile on Wu Ping's face. It seems this trip to your in-laws brought some good fortune, he commented. Wu Ping responded. It's nothing much. The fact that we didn't have to rely on Yuechin's family this time brings me joy. Old Meng nodded in agreement. That's good to hear. The Wu family's fortunes appear to be improving. Wu Ping, with a grin, said, I never imagined I would benefit from honest good fortune in the past. I would leave Yue Qin's family with my head down, but today, I walked out with my head held high. Old Meng replied, Ron has indeed changed significantly. He has been working hard, not aimlessly. I heard that the eldest son of the Lao Mao family is also busy at the seaside, yet he hasn't achieved anything. Wu Ping remarked, there is no way to explain that. Unlikely has the protection of Mazu. Yue Qin is planning to go offer her gratitude during the full moon. Uncle. I must head home, there are matters to attend to. Upon returning home, Mei Yue Qin was sweeping the floor when Wu Ping swiftly took over. After she stepped away for a sip of water, she heard Sister Duan calling from the entrance, Yue Qin, are you going to the sea? Mei Yue Qin inquired, Sister Duan. Is there a good spot? Sister Duan replied, I heard there are plenty of spicy snails and oysters at the rocky beach east of the dock today. Let us go check it out. If you are going, hurry up, don't dawdle. Many people have already gone. Realizing why Sister Duan was inviting her, Mei Yue Qin understood it was to the east of the dock and near a neighboring village where conflicts often arose. With more people, they could look out for each other in case of any disputes. I'm coming, she responded, quickly grabbing a water bucket and tossing in tools like a shovel, tongs, and a rake before heading out. Wu Ping wished to accompany her, but Mei Yue Qin said, you shouldn't go. We only get to the sea a few times a year, don't risk falling or hurting yourself. You need to prepare your lessons and teaching materials. Focus on your work. And don't forget to check on the old house, even though Dad mentioned going today, I still worry. Wu Ping acknowledged, I've got it. I'll go now. His unwavering dedication to teaching was made possible by Mei Yue Qin's understanding and support. With a sigh, he reflected on his situation. Yet, he still lacked a formal position. He had had many private teachers in similar predicaments who were unable to continue teaching. If he could not teach, he truly did not know what else he could pursue. Wu An awoke to find that many people had already gathered by the seaside, eager to catch seafood. A glance at the time revealed it was just past 4 in the afternoon. Turning his head, he noticed Ah Ching still in a deep slumber. Her posture rather ungraceful and her dreams unknown. He quickly tossed a straw hat her way. The passing women, whether young brides or older matriarchs, paid little attention to the two of them. Ah Ching, groggily awakening, inquired, Brother, are we still going fishing later? Wu An shook his head. The dock system insisted he take a day off, making fishing impossible. Instead, he planned to gather seafood. The two of them made their way towards the shore. Their buckets in hand, then greeted the villagers they encountered, a stark contrast to the previous disdainful avoidance they had faced. However, whispers followed them. A mixture of praise and disparagement. Some spoke of his newfound wealth with envy, criticizing him for showing off after earning a bit of money and renovating his old house. Wu An's emotions were quite complex. Everyone now knew of his endeavors and his financial success, which had improved his reputation considerably. Truth be told, he felt a sense of joy in that at least some would no longer dare to confront his father about him. Yet, the idle gossip, laden with envy and jealousy, indicated he had not been discreet enough. He should have quietly amassed his wealth instead of allowing the villagers to become aware of his fortune. It was no surprise that some were now harboring resentment. Ah Ching asked, Brother, which way shall we go? Wu An surveyed the surroundings. He had no desire to venture towards the mudflats, as he awaited the migration of the blue crabs and did not wish to divert the flow towards the muddy areas. According to Old Jiong and Old Xie, fewer villagers were heading to the mudflats lately, which was certainly advantageous for him. The fewer people who went there, the more likely he would be to monopolize the opportunity when the blue crabs arrived. Just as he hesitated, a voice called from behind, Atsi, Ah Ching. It was his sister-in-law. Wu An quickly turned around and waved in greeting. Mei Yue Qin asked, are you going to gather seafood? Wu An nodded, Sister-in-law. Didn't you and brother return to your family home? Why not stay the night? Mei Yue Qin shook her head, no, it would only be more trouble. It's not far. I can borrow Uncle Meng's car to head back. Wu An thought to himself that every household seemed to own a car, and many had sedans. While his family only possessed 2 bicycles, a rather humble situation. Purchasing a fishing boat was not feasible at the moment. So he planned to buy a car first when he had some spare funds. It would serve to transport seafood and also provide a means of transportation for his brother, sister-in-law, and father. Sister Duan chimed in, "Don't just stand there chatting. Let us talk while we walk," Wuan asked. "Are we heading to the east side of the pier to gather seafood?" Mei Yuechin replied, "Sister Duan said they found plenty of spicy snails and oysters over there. Are you interested?" Sister Duan suddenly questioned, "And do you have a better spot in mind?" Wuan shook his head. Sister Duan pouted. "I think you're hiding something. I've heard that lately, everyone has had little luck at the mud flats. They've barely found any blue crabs or crab tigers. Do you have a secret spot?" And the fisherman at the eastern sluice returned grumbling, claiming they fished all day and only caught one sea bream, which didn't even cover their fuel costs. Aching smiled broadly, secretly cursing those who followed the trend, thinking they deserved it. Did they really believe everyone was like my brother? Wuan, however, felt a spark of inspiration. Everyone was eyeing him, hoping to follow him to prosperity. He could also turn the tables. With fortune on his side, he was certain to reap rewards wherever he went. If they were taking advantage of me, then today I shall seize my turn. He hurried to catch up and said, "I haven't gone to the sea for several days. I don't have anywhere better to go, so I'll join you to check out the eastern side of the dock." Sister Duan said nothing, after all. There were only spicy snails and oysters over there, and not much seafood that could fetch a good price. If Wuan wanted to tag along, so be it. The more, the merrier. As the group made their way to the dock, Mei Yuechin inquired about the renovation of the old house. Wuan briefly explained. As there was little to elaborate on, the renovation was quite simple, merely fixing the roof and adding doors and windows. Mei Yuechin then asked, "Since there is nothing much to do, why didn't you go fishing today?" Wuan shook his head. "The fish aren't biting." Sister Duan interjected. "That is only natural. How could you expect to have good luck every day? Perhaps your beginner's luck has worn off, and you want to be so fortunate in the future. You are still young, you must plan wisely and not just follow us women to the sea every day." Aching shouted, "What do you mean by that? Are you cursing my brother and me with bad luck? If we are unlucky, it's surely because of your words." Sister Duan felt a chill run down her spine. Such a heavy accusation was too much for her to bear, so she quickly explained, "Aching, what are you talking about? I just think that going to the sea I sent a proper job." Aching retorted, "What is improper about it? Uncle Duan goes to the sea every day and raised you and brother Duan. If you say it's improper, aren't you insulting your father?" Sister Duan gaped, momentarily speechless. Mei Yuechin stepped in, saying, "All right, let us all calm down and say fewer words. And what do you want to eat tonight?" Wuan chuckled. Appreciating Aching's retort, he felt no need to add more. Following his sister-in-law's lead, he replied, "Since there are plenty of spicy snails and oysters around, let us see if we can find something else. Whatever we catch, we'll eat tonight. Do we still have some pork belly at home? I'd like to have braised pork." Mei Yuechin smiled, "Yes, there is plenty left from our last purchase." Wuan said, "Let us cook it all tonight. The meat shouldn't be frozen for too long, it affects the freshness and taste." As they conversed, they arrived at their destination. Sister Duan's earlier comments were not without merit. Many women were busy on the rocky beach, while men were seldom seen. Typically, the men from coastal fishing villages either went out to sea as fishermen or found other work in town or elsewhere. Of course, they did go to the sea, but only during the high tides when they could earn some money. The bi-monthly high tides were a blessing from the sea to the fishing villages. With a little diligence, one could earn a decent sum in just half a day, with 2 or 3 days still to go before the next high tide. Those at the beach were mostly women with nothing else to do at home. On the beach, some are digging for clams, while others are cracking open oysters and clams on the rocky shore. More individuals are foraging for spicy snails. To be frank, one thrives by utilizing the resources at hand. Those who reside by the sea are indeed fortunate. With a bit of diligence, it is nearly impossible to go hungry, and the prospect of prosperity is not out of reach. This region, nestled between mountains and the sea, boasts an unparalleled geographical advantage, presenting abundant opportunities for wealth in every direction. The vast expanse of nature offers immense potential. Let us get to work. Be cautious, my friend. Ensure your footing. As there is considerable standing water among the rocks, Mei Yuqin cautioned as Wu An led the way downward. A misstep or a slip into a crevice could lead to serious consequences. Thus, pursuing the tide is not a venture to be taken lightly. Unfamiliarity with the sea conditions warrants caution. Here, they refer to this pursuit as seeking sustenance from the sea, reflecting a deep respect for the ocean. No one dares to underestimate its power, those who do have long since met their demise. Wu An acknowledged her warning. At this moment, the tide had receded, revealing expansive stretches of sand and interwoven rocky formations. He made his way along the rocks, chasing the retreating waters, which left pools nestled among the stones. The tide ebbed and flowed, occasionally submerging the lower rocks. These formations were adorned with an assortment of clams and shells of oysters stripped of their meat. The sight was overwhelming, enough to induce anxiety for those averse to crowds. This area is frequented daily, and the larger, more lucrative finds have mostly been harvested. Yet, there are always some elusive treasures left behind. Presently, the group was primarily in search of these hidden gems, a test of both vision and fortune. It often happens that one person walks past, only for the next to discover a hidden cluster of spicy snails. Mei Yuqin approached, inquiring, "Any luck?" Wu An nodded, "Yes. But not in abundance." He gestured casually, then her expression brightened. "That is quite sizable. It's rare to find such plump oysters. Let us crack some open to prepare a delightful oyster omelette for dinner." However, opening these oysters is no simple task. As she spoke, Mei Yuqin moved towards the bucket. Retrieving a screwdriver, its well-worn tip indicating its extensive use. With a swift motion, she pried open the oyster shell, and with a deft scoop, the meat was separated. She produced a small bucket specifically for the oyster meat. "Behold, this is professionalism," she declared. "Let me give it a try, sister-in-law," Wu An said, taking the screwdriver. Indeed, it seemed to enhance his luck. However, he had only 3 points of luck left, so he infused the screwdriver with just a single point. That would suffice. As oysters are not particularly expensive seafood, and a little luck can go a long way. "This tool is quite effective," he remarked. "But I intend to search for spicy snails," and he returned the screwdriver to her. Ahead, Chin waved him over. Wu An hurried towards her. And upon flipping over 2 large rocks, he was greeted by a rocky surface densely populated with spicy snails. Chin reached out and grasped a handful of spicy snails, both large and small, and exclaimed joyfully, "Brother, I didn't expect to find so many." "How could there be this many?" Wu An replied. "Perhaps it's because fewer people come here, the rocks are quite slippery and difficult to stand on. Those women don't have legs as sturdy as ours." He added with a chuckle, "You better hold steady, or a wave might come and sweep you away to meet the sea goddess." Chin laughed, "That's simple, brother. Just tell the sea goddess to send me back." Wu An said, "Stop joking around, here, take these gloves." As he spoke, he handed over gloves imbued with a touch of luck. The spicy snails clung to the rocks, easily grasped by hand. With the gloves of fortune, most grabs yielded sizable snails. Different sizes of spicy snails naturally commanded varied prices. The two squatted down to collect the snails, each handful brimming with them. "Brother, look at how large these are," Chin exclaimed, tossing the snails into a bucket with a satisfying clatter. The sound invigorated them. Wu An chuckled. While spicy snails might not be worth much individually, their quantity made up for it. With each handful, they could fill a bucket and earn a decent sum. In just a short while, they had already gathered over 20 snails. Sister Duan approached and inquired, "Are there many snails here?" Chin scooped up a handful and tossed it into the bucket, saying, "Not many, we can only catch a few before they run out." As they continued, Sister Duan gazed at their half-filled bucket, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Is this what you call not many? You're just making things up." Wu An replied cheerfully. "We should thank Sister Duan for bringing us here." Sister Duan forced a smile that was more beautiful than sorrow. She couldn't shake the feeling that the snails, which rightfully belonged to her, were being snatched away by Wu An and Chin. It must be an illusion, she reassured herself. She had witnessed the lack of Wuan and Aching, while others picked snails with their fingertips, finding 2 or 3 at a time was considered fortunate. Wuan and Aching, however, scooped them up by the handfuls. As she watched, she realized they were not merely plucking snails. They were uncovering plenty that she had overlooked. When she tried to dig for snails, she found them to be quite small. She was incredulous. Could it be that they had intentionally left those behind? How else could one explain it? Undeterred, she followed them for a while longer before conceding defeat. It was impossible to find any leftovers. Aching noticed Sister Duan moving to the side and cheerfully called out, "Sister Duan, slow down." In response, Sister Duan quickened her pace. She was convinced that those tiny snails had been deliberately left for her, as if Wuan and Aching were playfully toying with her. Those minuscule snails required bending down to collect, and after tossing them away, it was nothing but exhausting work, leaving her back sore. Wuan and Aching pressed on quickly, encountering several villagers along the way, one of whom was Ma Wang, who asked, "What brings you here?" Wuan casually remarked, "Sister Duan summoned us." Ma Wang cast a resentful glance at Sister Duan and exclaimed, "Sister Duan, why did you call those two over? Look at their sharp eyes. They can snatch everything in an instant." Sister Duan rolled her eyes and retorted, "Ma Wang, if you are unable, don't blame others." This was not a matter of Ma Wang's inadequacy. "Just look at how swift these two are. They were behind me moments ago and have now surged ahead. Wherever they tread, not even a blade of grass remains. What can we possibly gather? Duan Chichi, I must chide you as well. Are you unaware that with these two fortunate souls here, there will be nothing left for us to collect?" Sister Duan was rendered speechless by the criticism. All right. Let us refrain from further commentary. This area is expansive. We can take a few more steps and veer to the other side. Indeed, rather than engaging in idle chatter, it would be far more fruitful to gather a few more spicy clams. The rocky shore stretched vast and layered. If one were unafraid of danger, they could venture further down to collect spicy clams. Instead of complaining, why not seek out a couple more clams? Wuan and Aching had not raised their heads. The abundance of spicy clams was overwhelming. After filling nearly a barrel, Wuan finally straightened up, feeling a slight numbness in his legs, a sign of insufficient blood flow. Stretching his back and shaking his neck, he glanced around and realized he was surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Unbeknownst to him, they had wandered into the neighboring village's territory. He paid it little mind. Turning back, he was suddenly captivated by the distant sunset. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Such scenery is not often encountered by the sea. After a moment of admiration, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer. Looking down, he was astonished to discover a flower crab. Sensing danger, the crab scuttled into the crevices of the rocks. Dismissing the scenic view, Wuan hurried over. The little flower crab, claws raised, was both amusing and pitiful. He grabbed it and tossed it onto the rocks, gently stepping on it to secure it. Requesting 2 rubber bands from Aching, he swiftly bound the crab, which Aching then placed into the net bag tied around his waist. Aching gleefully remarked, "Brother, our 2 barrels of spicy clams must weigh around 100 pounds. Right?" Wuan weighed them in his hands and replied, "That seems about right. I'm not sure what the current price of spicy clams is, but they are certainly pricier than clams." Aching pondered, "How are we going to carry them back?" Wuan thought for a moment and said, "I'll go find my sister-in-law, pour the spicy clams onto the rocks for her to watch, and then call my elder brother to borrow a vehicle for transport. You don't need to come, just continue gathering. Toss more into your net bag. Don't go down further, head upwards and return in 10 minutes. Do you understand?" Aching nodded repeatedly. Wuan, feeling uneasy, instructed him to take out his phone, which was in a plastic bag. After setting the alarm, Aching carefully put it away. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and the tide had begun to rise. The lack of the gloves he wore had been exhausted, while Aching's gloves still had some lack left, necessitating a race against time. Aching, somewhat worried, said, "Take care, brother." Wuan nodded in acknowledgement. With one hand grasping a bucket of water, he tested its weight and found it manageable. After enjoying hearty meals these past few days, he felt invigorated. And the upward trek was steadied by the firm rocks beneath his feet. Unbeknownst to Wuan, as he admired the scenery, a girl wearing a hat and mask was watching him from a short distance. Once Wuan had walked away, the girl murmured to herself, "He simply walked off." This girl was none other than Gu Anran. Moments before, when Wu An had approached her, she had felt a thrill, intending to greet him as he neared. Only to find that he was completely captivated by a flower crab and oblivious to her presence. Gu Anran felt a tinge of disappointment. It was a pity she couldn't startle him. Glancing down at the half-filled bucket of spicy snails, she sighed. Realizing that gathering seafood was truly a matter of luck, and hers had been rather poor. She had been there for quite some time. Even from afar. She had spotted Wu An, his hands cradling the spicy snails, and it had filled her with envy. He is indeed fortunate, perhaps I should find him to purchase some. Regardless, she thought that now, without the fear of being bullied while selling her catch, she ought to thank him in person. With that in mind, she decided against collecting more and dashed towards the direction Wu An had taken. As Wu An returned, he noticed his sister-in-law surrounded by a group of people gossiping. Sister Duan was among them. Wu An realized it was high time he sought out a proper occupation, lest he find himself struggling to find a wife. Sister Duan's words held merit. Establishing a stable household was no fleeting endeavor. It was imperative to earn a steady income, and securing legitimate work was crucial. Nowadays, young women were quite discerning and not easily deceived. The chatter swelled, with Mei Yuechin barely finding a moment to interject. This commotion arose because someone had spread the word that Mei Yuechin had returned to her family to help Wu An find a wife, inciting a wave of criticism. As for how that information had leaked, it was clearly the result of deliberate gossip. Is it true? Yuechin, I must say, if you have crossed a line. One voice chimed in. Indeed, Wu An has a decent appearance. If a young lady were to take an interest in him, it would be akin to leaping into a fire pit. Wu An's face turned a shade of green with anger upon hearing this. These gossipy women had a knack for idle chatter. They could speak ill of him, but disparaging his sister-in-law was unacceptable. Upon noticing him, the group fell silent. Some embarrassed while others shrugged it off, retorting, "We haven't spoken ill, we merely stated the truth." Wu An strode forward, placing the bucket on the ground. Catching his breath before saying, "Grant, allow me to share a candid truth. I recall your daughter is about my age, but fret not, I have no interest in her. She wouldn't even leap into the fire pit if she wished. Isn't that just a face-to-face confrontation? Who's afraid of whom?" At that moment, dusk settled around them. The sun dipped below the horizon, slowly sinking, casting a brilliant glow that seemed to ignite the sky, land, and sea. Faced with the gathering of rural women, Wu An felt fearless. In that moment, he considered himself as valiant as a warrior. After all, he was already a scoundrel. Why should he endure insults without retorting? This does not align with his character. In truth, the rural women across from him regarded him as a fool. The villager woman named Inxiang, notorious for her sharp tongue, would mercilessly berate anyone who crossed her path, and yet Wu An dared to confront her directly. He might find himself stripped of dignity, barely able to keep his trousers intact. Naturally, Aunt Inxiang was incensed. She set her water bucket down on the rocks, clapped her hands, and leaped up to hurl insults at him. "You worthless scoundrel. Do you think my daughter would ever look at you? Even if every man in the world perished, she would still turn her nose up at you. Your family's poverty is no secret. You've been expelled from university, rejected by Shunfeng. And even your own father has severed ties with you. Now you wish to tarnish my daughter's reputation. May the goddess Mazu blind you. Why doesn't T.A. wave just sweep you away?" Her words poured forth incessantly, much like a machine gun. Wu An was about to speak, but Mei Yuechin, in a fit of anger, interjected, "Have some shame. You are the one who tarnished my brother-in-law's name first. What gives you the right to silence others? If your daughter is so desirable, why does she keep running off to blind dates? Why is she still unmarried? If you dare to curse my brother-in-law again, I will tear your mouth apart." And Inxiang, hands on her hips, retorted, "Well, my daughter is far superior to this good-for-nothing. My brother-in-law has turned over a new leaf." Mei Yuechin, fuming, pointed to the 2 buckets of spicy snails and declared, "My brother-in-law goes to the sea and fishes every day. He is incredibly industrious. If you can't see that, perhaps you should gouge out your eyes rather than squint around and gossip about others." Wu An swallowed the words that had risen to his throat. He had not anticipated that his sister-in-law, who appeared calm and amiable, possessed such formidable verbal prowess. Able to hold her own against Aunt Inxiang, even slightly outshining her. Their arguments were rooted in truth. He observed quietly, realizing that his sister-in-law had the upper hand in this exchange. As a man, even if he won the argument, would still be subjected to gossip. Aunt Incheon, unwilling to back down, continued her tirade, while onlookers ceased merely spectating as mediator stepped in, suggesting that each party temper their words. It was never a significant issue. Merely idle chatter. It was nothing of great consequence, as they would inevitably see each other again in the village, and they should avoid overstepping bounds. Everyone endeavored to ease the tension. Mei Yuechin remained unyielding. One should not underestimate the power of village gossip, for its ramifications could be severe. Villagers do not only judge appearances but also inquire into one's reputation. If such rumors were to spread unchecked, they could ruin a person's life forever. Such tragedies were not unheard of. Amidst the clamor, Wu suddenly felt a tug at his sleeve. Turning around, he saw a face obscured by a straw hat. But he immediately recognized a girl of commendable stature. As the hat was lifted, even though he was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback by her beauty. It was Gu Anran. Her natural visage did little to conceal her allure, her long black hair hidden beneath the hat framed a neck as white as snow. And her collarbone, capable of holding a coin, was undeniably captivating. He was somewhat astonished. Is there something you need? Gu Anran replied in a somewhat sullen manner. I called out to you, but you did not respond. Wu An, feeling a touch of embarrassment, apologized. I'm sorry, the situation here is rather intense. And I was too focused. Come, let us step aside for a moment. I fear you might get caught in the crossfire. Gu Anran smiled lightly. In truth, she had been present for a while and had witnessed the earlier happenings, fully aware of what transpired. She stood beside Wu An and remarked, these individuals are speaking nonsense. You are actually quite a good person. In this tense atmosphere, Wu An still managed to consider her feelings, displaying both a carefree and meticulous nature, demonstrating great empathy. Wu An was taken aback, sensing something was amiss with Gu Anran, as if she viewed him through an extraordinary lens. Aunt Incheon, noticing Wu An's intent to depart, called out, some flee when they cannot win an argument. Wu An paused in his tracks. Gu Anran hesitated for a moment before removing her straw hat. Her long, silky hair cascaded down her back, catching the wind and rising delicately like a sword being drawn from its sheath, instantly making her appearance striking and capturing everyone's attention. But that was not the end of it. Feeling quite warm, Gu Anran removed her blue sun protection jacket and handed it to Wu An. Still pondering her intentions, he instinctively accepted the jacket she offered. Gu Anran swiftly gathered her long hair into a ponytail using a black hair tie, her movements fluid and graceful. She then took back the sun protection jacket and smiled, thank you. Just as Wu An was about to respond, Mei Yuechin approached, playfully nudging him aside, and greeted. You must be Anran's friend. You are truly beautiful. Gu Anran nodded with a smile. Sister-in-law, hello, I am Gu Anran. Wu An interjected. This is Gu Anran from the neighboring village. We attended the same high school, though not in the same year. The last time I went to the beach, I collected a lot of clams and sold them to her. Gu Anran added, we even ran into each other in town yesterday. He helped me immensely. Mei Yuechin felt delighted by Gu Anran's openness and warmth, and upon a closer look, she noticed how remarkably beautiful the young woman was. With skin much fairer and more delicate than that of most women. Her demeanor radiated grace and elegance, clearly embodying virtue and propriety. With a smile, she remarked, you two seem quite fated. Wu An cleared his throat, feeling his sister-in-law's bluntness was a bit too direct, and quickly redirected the conversation by asking, what brings you to find me? Gu Anran smiled gently, unfazed, and said, I would like to purchase these spicy snails. Wu An nodded, sure. After all, selling to anyone is the same, but selling to Gu Anran is certainly preferable to selling to all Xie. Gu Anran's expression brightened, then I shall ride my bike back. Mei Yuechin stopped her, saying, no need to trouble yourself, our villages are not far apart and it's closer to your village from here. Let Wu An deliver them directly to you. Wu An felt increasingly awkward. His sister-in-law's intentions were glaringly obvious. As if she was suggesting they might as well become a couple. Gu Anran was taken aback but responded candidly, all right then, Wu An, is that acceptable to you? What could Wu An say? Of course, it was acceptable. He indeed harbored a slight affection for Gu Anran. After all, the desire for beauty is universal. especially when it pertains to such an exquisite young lady. He is currently preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth, harboring ambitions yet lacking in depth. He follows Gu Andron while carrying 2 buckets. Gu Andron expresses her gratitude, to which Wuan replies, "I should be the one thanking you. Your generosity today is extraordinary. A simple milk tea will not suffice, I must treat you to a meal." As he speaks, he glances at the women nearby, observing their incredulous expressions, which brings him a sense of satisfaction. Gu Andron coolly remarks, "Arguing with those women is futile, they are professionals in that regard, and I cannot hope to win. My presence alone will silence them." Wuan gives her a thumbs up, taken by her understanding nature, making it hard for him not to feel moved. He had thought that in his rebirth, he had become emotionally impenetrable, focused solely on amassing wealth, yet meeting Gu Andron has proven to be a delightful challenge. Children make choices, but as adults, one naturally desires both. This revelation brings Wuan a sense of clarity and openness. Yueqin, who is she? Is she Wuan's new girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. She seems to be the daughter of the old Gu family from the neighboring village. Her parents disappeared at sea years ago, and I heard she couldn't attend university despite getting accepted. It is indeed her, she has blossomed into a stunning young woman, reminiscent of a city girl. Yueqin, what is your relationship with your younger uncle? The crowd surrounds Mei Yueqin, their curiosity unabated. The atmosphere has shifted. Their previous aggressiveness has dissipated, replaced by a more congenial inquiry. Mei Yueqin smiles and replies, "I am not sure either. They simply say they are friends." This statement is the truth, yet to the listeners, it feels like a cover-up. The more she denies, the more they speculate about Wuan and Gu Andron's connection. "Yueqin, you seem flustered, we would never ruin your family's good fortune. We witnessed everything just now." Indeed, it was evident how nervous she appeared. "Your younger uncle truly has a talent for attracting such a beautiful girl. After all, he has attended university and he is not bad looking, but his standards must be high. No wonder he doesn't find Aunt Inxiang's daughter appealing. Keep your voices down, Aunt Inxiang is still here." Aunt Inxiang nearly exploded with indignation, urging them to hush as she prepared to confront the crowd with fierce determination. "Who indulges her in this manner? We merely speak the truth. Just look at this handsome couple. Aunt Inxiang, I must speak candidly, your daughter could never leap into this fire pit that is Wuan." Mei Yueqin remained silent. It was unnecessary. Aunt Inxiang's loose tongue had caused enough unrest, and now, with an opportunity at hand, who wouldn't seize the chance to retort? Aunt Inxiang fled in defeat. There was nothing she could do as Wuan had already positioned himself as invincible, leaving her in despair. With a final sharp remark, she grabbed her bucket and ran away. In the crowd, Sister Duan wore a complex expression. Having learned from her previous mistakes, she wisely refrained from speaking ill, proving her sagacity, for otherwise she too would have been outshone. From now on, offending anyone will pale in comparison to offending Wuan. She now harbors suspicions that Gu Andron's arrival was orchestrated by Wuan, yet lacks any substantial evidence. This rascal, when he strayed from the path, was utterly unrestrained. But now, having seemingly reformed, he presents himself as a model of propriety, all the while concealing the true nature of a wolf clad in the guise of a harmless little rabbit, innately wicked at heart. At this moment, Qing approached. Noting Wuan's absence, Adlan curiously inquired, "Where is my brother?" Mei Yueqin replied, "He went to deliver spicy snails." Qing was momentarily taken aback by himself. Mei Yueqin nodded. Indeed, he departed shortly after leaving with Gu Andron. Qing suddenly realized, he is with sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Mei Yueqin's heart swelled with joy. "Sister-in-law?" Qing quickly covered her mouth. No, I misspoke, my brother forbids me from mentioning it." Mei Yueqin cleared her throat. "Yes, we mustn't speak carelessly." The others fell silent, for they had all overheard, and their attempts to obscure the truth were futile. Wuan had not been gone long. Upon reaching the beach, Gu Andron instructed him to halt as she intended to ride her bicycle back. Wuan readily acquiesced. Love is precious, yet health is even more invaluable. Gu Andron likely perceived his exhaustion, prompting her to suggest a return by bicycle. Such thoughtfulness was endearing. Before long, Gu Andron returned on her bicycle, bringing him water and popsicles. Their prior interactions had established a comfortable rapport. Gu Anran glanced at the bucket filled with large spicy snails and remarked, I sold some of these the other day at 8 yuan per pound. Yours are quite sizable, how about I purchase them at 12 yuan per pound? Wu An pondered briefly before responding, this isn't retail for me. Let us meet in the middle at 10 yuan per pound. Gu Anran's assistance today elevated his standing. A favor for a favor, he thought. He wished to avoid indebtedness while also nurturing a harmonious relationship with Gu Anran. Their exchanges would naturally deepen over time. Gu Anran smiled brightly, all right. I shan't take advantage of you. If you come to town and find me at my stall, everything will be on the house. Wu An nodded, then I shall not hold back. Who claimed that women hinder the pursuit of wealth? This arrangement had not impeded his endeavors. Perhaps he would even profit from it. Having concluded their business, Wu An opened the popsicle bag and savored the refreshing sweetness. With his hands free, he placed the bucket on the scale, which registered 105 pounds. He kept 5 pounds for himself, resulting in 10 crisp red bills that Wu An accepted. He then took out his phone and said, let us exchange contact information. If I have a good catch next time we go to the sea, I will reach out to you. Gu Anran retrieved her phone, revealing that she used WeChat while he did not. Gu Anran observed, I've heard many people are using this chat application now. Wu An shook his head. It's still not very user-friendly. You shouldn't rely on it. Let us just connect here for now. He was wary of the myriad of unsavory characters on WeChat and wished to protect Gu Anran from potential harassment. Noticing that Gu Anran had very few friends on her page, he realized they could be counted on one hand. As she poured all the spicy snails into her vehicle, Gu Anran donned her straw hat, turned back to him, and smiled serenely. I'll be on my way now. As dusk approached, the watchful eye of the sky began to darken. Please take care on your way back and let me know when you arrive home, Wu An said. To which he received a slight nod from Gu Anran. All right, farewell. Goodbye. Gu Anran started the engine and soon turned into the village's narrow alley. Wu An, carrying 2 buckets, strolled along the sandy beach, making his way back to the village. The path was bustling with villagers returning from the shore after the tide had receded. Their spirits high as they chatted about the day's catch. In addition to spicy snails and oysters, some had also discovered other seafood treasures, including conch, stone crabs, blue crabs, scallops, octopus, and squid. With some money tucked in his pocket, Wu An headed towards Aching's house, intending to settle the accounts before returning home. He felt quite satisfied with the day's earnings. Even though the system had bestowed him with limited luck, he still managed to earn over 1,000 yuan. Truly, financial success hinges upon one's own diligence. The system merely adds a touch of fortune. Upon reaching his doorstep, Wu An called out, and Aching came running to open the door, welcoming him into the courtyard. After exchanging greetings with Li Wan, Wu An remained outside, pulling out 100 yuan to hand to Aching. How many spicy snails did you collect? He inquired. Aching accepted the money without further questioning. About 3 to 4 jin, I suppose. Wu An replied, that should be sufficient. I have about 5 jin left, so I won't reserve any for you. Aching had no objections and asked, brother, what shall we do tomorrow? Wu An responded, we'll decide tomorrow. The roof still isn't repaired, so it will likely take all day. He had no specific plans, primarily relying on the capriciousness of luck. There was no need to accompany him. Aching had indeed collected a similar amount of spicy snails, but to suggest splitting them was out of the question. He understood well that such a bounty could not be shared equally. He could not deceive himself. Thus, they would adhere to their agreed-upon sharing ratio, which amounted to a mere 10%. Regardless, he would ensure that Aching did not suffer any loss. Aching waved goodbye and closed the heavy iron gate. Entering the kitchen, he handed the money to Li Wan. She wiped her hands and happily accepted it, aware of Wu An and Aching's profit-sharing arrangement. By the standards of their current wages and earnings, Aching's 2-hour labor yielding 100 yuan was quite substantial. I'll put this away, Li Wan said, moving to the bedroom, where she opened the nightstand and retrieved an iron box. Inside lay a stack of red bills. Then she placed the 100 yuan among them. Without counting, she knew the total was 4,000 yuan. Curious, Aching asked, how much is this? Li Wan replied, 4,000. In just a week? You've earned this much. Zia, you are truly remarkable. If this gets out, many will envy you, she added. Achin grinned widely. My brother is the remarkable one. Liwan nodded emphatically. Yes, indeed. If you continue to follow Anne, mother will build you a new house next year. You should also be thinking about marrying soon. Achin scratched his head and smiled foolishly, unsure of how to respond. Wuan visited the old house. The workers had already left, and the roof had been partly repaired. The place was somewhat disheveled, but the bed was covered with a plastic sheet, allowing for a comfortable sleep once the covering was lifted. After a leisurely stroll, he returned home, placing the bucket and his belongings aside. In the courtyard, Wu Ping was washing vegetables when he noticed him entering and, with a curious expression, inquired. Your sister-in-law mentioned that there's a girl from the neighboring village who seems quite fond of you. Are you secretly in love? Be honest. Wuan waved his hand dismissively. That's not the case. She merely assisted me and my sister-in-law when we were entangled with those women. I'm not getting ahead of myself. Mei Yuechin emerged from the kitchen with a spatula in hand and remarked, Atsi, whether you two have something going on is your business. Your brother and sister-in-law want to interfere, but if you are serious, you must inform us early. Wu Ping added, indeed. I wondered why you suddenly became diligent. It wouldn't be because of that girl, would it? You haven't seen how stunning she is, like a celestial being. Mei Yuechin paused, turning to Wuan, and advised, Atsi, if you truly want to get serious, you must earn well, otherwise, even if you marry her, you won't be able to support her. Wuan scratched his head, thinking that if his brother and sister-in-law continued this way, they might even discuss what brand of baby formula he and Gu Andron would use for their future children. He swiftly changed the subject, asking the sister-in-law, how do you plan to prepare these spicy snails? Mei Yuechin replied, these snails are quite large, a simple saltwater preparation will suffice. Wu Ping, intrigued, inquired. I heard from your sister-in-law that you collected quite a few spicy snails today. How much did you sell them for? Wuan casually responded, 1,000. Wu Yingwei, who had just entered the courtyard, froze in disbelief. He questioned whether he had misheard. How many snails would one have to collect to sell for 1,000 yuan? Mei Yuechin chuckled, I believe Atsi could become prosperous simply by harvesting from the sea and fishing. Further, regarding the job you mentioned, it only pays about 3,000 or 4,000 a month. Even if Atsi only works intermittently, he would still earn more than working for someone else. Wu turned to greet Wu Yingwei, who nodded, contemplating a rebuttal to Mei Yuechin's statement. He thought about the unpredictability of harvesting from the sea, recognizing that while some may struggle, Wuan might indeed thrive and enjoy a good life. What could he say to that? He certainly would not undermine his own family. He hoped fervently that Wuan's good fortune would continue. Seeing that his father remained silent, Wuan felt a sense of relief. Working a traditional job was out of the question. However, if his father clung to outdated notions, insisting that fishing was unreliable, it would put him in a difficult position. Fortunately, his father was relatively open-minded. This was quite normal, as Wu Yingwei was well experienced in the village, adept at navigating various situations. After preparing the meal, the family gathered around the table. Wu Ping asked his father whether he had resolved the conflict between Lin Bin and Lin Hu. Wu Yingwei nodded, sort of. Those two have completely fallen out. It's for the best, this way there will be no further disputes. Mei Yuechin sighed, their relationship was so close. Cousins often feel closer than brothers. It's a pity they fell out over fishing. Wuan took a sip of soup and remarked, it may not seem like it now, but who can say what the future holds? He was reluctant to elaborate, but abruptly shifted the subject, saying, I plan to head to town tomorrow to look for a vehicle. I intend to purchase a tricycle for our use. Brother, will you be free tomorrow? Wu Ping was taken aback. While I do have some free time, you have just repaired the old house and now wish to buy a vehicle. Wu An replied, acquiring a vehicle is a necessity. Our family possesses only one bicycle, which you and father need to share for work. Today, while I was gathering seafood, I collected so many spicy snails that I almost couldn't transport them back. As for the money, there is no need for concern. Although I currently have only around 10,000 yuan and will need most of it for the repairs, there are still many days before the final payment is due. I won't boast, but I am confident that I can earn enough for the vehicle in no time. Wu Ping glanced at Wu Ingwe, who retorted with irritation. What do you want from me? I am not contributing any funds, so I have nothing to say. If you are free, then go along. Wu Ping quickly smiled and replied, yes, I am free. After dinner, when Wuan intended to help tidy up, Mei Yueqin insisted he rest, stating that he must be exhausted from the day's work. He had originally planned to enjoy a cup of tea with his father and elder brother, but was startled by a sudden clap of thunder. Realizing that rain was imminent, he did not dare to delay. He bid farewell and hurried back to the old house. Along the way, he encountered Shenfeng and a few others, all of whom were his peers, likely visiting out of boredom. Hearing someone call his name, Wu An did not pay attention, merely waved in acknowledgement before swiftly continuing on his way. Amidst the crowd, Shenfeng wore a sorrowful expression. She had been watching Wu An since his arrival, yet he had not glanced at her even once. Previously, she had been deeply affected by Gu Anren's provocations, and now she felt utterly crushed. In Wu An's eyes, she had been entirely forgotten. The freckled girl remarked, Shenfeng, perhaps it's best to let it go. Shenfeng, feeling indignant, retorted, why should I? Initially, he was the one who strayed. It was only right for me to end things with him. Now that he has changed, I should allow him to return. The freckled girl sighed, while your words are not without merit, circumstances have shifted. Wu An now has Gu Anren by his side. You are no match for her. Shenfeng was left speechless, unable to counter this assertion. After a moment of contemplation, she clenched her teeth and declared, no, the feelings I have invested over these years cannot simply be dismissed. Wu An was oblivious to Shenfeng's intentions to confront him. Even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. He ran all the way to the old house before remembering that he had matters to discuss with Shenfeng. However, he did not possess her contact information. In the past, he would have easily recalled her phone number as they had once dated, and memorizing such details was second nature. Yet, in this life, he had long since become a stranger to Shenfeng, and thus could not be expected to remember her number. There was no rush, they lived in the same village and would inevitably cross paths. He did not wish to seek her out, fearing it might lead her to overthink the situation. He was wary of Shenfeng and puzzled by her mindset, wondering how she could still harbor feelings for him. It was worth noting that in his previous life, he had been entangled with Shenfeng for quite some time, while she had resolutely ignored him despite his efforts to avoid encounters. It seems that human nature often leans towards the inexplicable. The unattainable is forever in turmoil, and one can only gaze from afar. The elusive is inherently desirable. Wu An shook his head. Thunder rumbled outside, and he dared not linger outdoors. After fetching water and hastily washing up, he lay on his bed, lost in a flurry of thoughts. Then before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Wu An was awakened by the foreman, Li, who informed him that the workers had arrived. Groggy, he glanced at his phone and realized it was still 5 minutes shy of 6 o'clock. Peering outside, it appeared the dawn had yet to break. Li urged him to rise quickly, explaining that the thunder had roared all night without a drop of rain. There was something amiss in the atmosphere. He had summoned everyone to arrive early to expedite the repairs on the rooftop. Wu An hastily got up. Outside, the dark clouds loomed ominously, suggesting an impending storm. The wind, however, was mild. He muttered to himself, why thunder without rain? What sort of nonsense is this? Could it be the prelude to a tempest? Is a typhoon approaching? Are the blue crabs making their way here? His heart tightened at the thought, and while washing up, he glanced at the lack value displayed on the water pressure gauge, 74. He felt perplexed. What could this mean? Had he previously overdrawn too much? Or did the system deem him insufficiently diligent? He pondered, is it time for a significant turn of events? With that thought, his anticipation for the blue crab's arrival intensified. Fortunately, he had also planned to head into town to purchase a vehicle, aiming to profit handsomely from the sea by 4 o'clock. Before long, Qing and his siblings arrived. Just as they finished breakfast, rain suddenly poured down. The raindrops fell heavily, striking the ground with a cacophony, creating small craters that were swiftly engulfed by water. The workers were well prepared, covering the rooftop with plastic sheeting. Their rain arrived quickly and departed just as fast. Within around 10 minutes, the downpour began to subside. After waiting a few moments, the misty rain ceased, yet the sky remained overcast, layers of clouds brewing yet another round of precipitation. With the rain paused, the workers immediately resumed their tasks. When it rains, they rest, competing against the whims of the heavens. Their work efficiency remained on par with usual days since the absence of sunlight made it comparatively cooler. The trio, Wuan, Ching, and his sister-in-law, did not idle, assisting enthusiastically as they promised they would complete the work by noon. Upon hearing this, Mei Wei-chin hurriedly began preparing lunch. Although the work was set to finish by midday, the early arrival of the workers meant their workload was similar to any other day, necessitating that the workers live with full stomachs. Graciously, the weather only interrupted with a brief downpour. By 11:30, the rooftop was entirely repaired. Li, puffing on a cigarette, declared, "Even if a typhoon strikes, your rooftop will remain secure." Wuan promptly transferred 2,000 yuan. Li lit another cigarette, the habitual smoker who never seemed to part with one, and remarked, "We'll come back tomorrow to install the doors and windows. That will take another 2 days." Wuan expressed his gratitude, feeling the urgency of securing the doors and windows as the day seemed ominous, likely heralding the approach of a typhoon. After they had eaten, as the time was still early and the rain had yet to fall, Wuan and Wu Ping hurried to borrow a motorcycle from Uncle Meng. Upon their arrival, Uncle Meng inquired, "What are you up to?" Wuan replied, "We are going to check on the vehicle. It's quite inconvenient to be without a means of transportation at home." Uncle Meng nodded in understanding, noting that with the repairs to the old house and the purchase of a car, it seemed Wuan had indeed been earning quite a bit. He felt a sense of joy for Wuan and cautioned them to be mindful of safety on the slippery roads in the rain. Wuan acknowledged his advice and set off with Wu Ping towards the town. The town was bustling with numerous shops selling tricycles, all prominently displayed. The duo began to peruse each establishment. Meanwhile, Shunfang, who had come to the town for leisure, was advised by Ma Wang to shake off her gloom. "What is so special about Wuan? He is merely a bit handsome, a touch taller, and now he is earning money. Beyond that, he is nothing," Ma Wang lamented. "Look at this table laden with food and drink. I have 100 yuan, and I could spend 99 on you. Can he do the same? Just see how well I treat you. He simply cannot compare. It's truly disheartening." Originally, Wuan's acceptance to university and his relationship with Shenfeng left him feeling hopeless, believing he could never measure up to a college student and thus could only give silently. However, fate had other plans. Wuan was expelled from university, and Shenfeng ended their relationship. He felt a spark of opportunity. Indeed, there were moments when he boldly professed his feelings, and Shenfeng would respond, indicating she would consider it. Yet, as she pondered, she unexpectedly began to pursue Wuan. His heart shattered at the irony, especially since Wuan seemed indifferent. Ma Wang, noticing Shenfeng's disregard for him, turned to the freckled girl, Li Shui, and implored, "You must say something for me. You are Shenfeng's best friend, and surely you don't want to see her so unhappy." Li Shui nodded and replied, "What more is there to say? You've said it all. I believe you are right. Wuan is handsome, tall, and financially successful. He fits the mold of a high achiever in our village. It's only natural for Shenfeng to feel discontented. The one who ties the knot must be the one to untie it, unless Wuan agrees to reconcile. Shenfeng will remain unhappy." Ma Wang, clutching his heart, murmured, "Then I." Li Shui, with a sympathetic expression, advised, "Just be yourself." After a moment of silence, Ma Wang queried, "Why is Wuan unwilling to reconcile?" Li Shui shook her head, unwilling to utter that name again in Shenfeng's presence. She had previously blurted it out, prompting Shenfeng to feign strength, only to cry all the way home. Why did she cry? It was because of her remark regarding the presence of Gu Andon by Wuan's side, declaring her to be a competitor unworthy of comparison. Lies do not harm. The truth is the real blade. In light of this, how could she bear to salt Shenfeng's wounds further? As she reflected on the unpredictability of life, Ma Wang suddenly slammed the table and declared, "I've spotted Wuan. Shenfeng, don't be upset. I'm going to ask Wuan why he won't reconcile with you." Li Shui quickly shouted, "Don't go," while she admired Ma Wang's earnestness. She knew that seeking out Wuan would only lead to humiliation for him. Yet, Ma Wang stood resolute, pushing through the door without hesitation. Li Shui. In a state of anxiety, exclaimed Shenfeng, why aren't you intervening? Shenfeng, unfazed, replied, what is there to intervene about? Li Shui fell silent. Acutely aware that Shenfeng would relish the prospect of a confrontation between Wan and Ma Wang. Her expression grew conflicted as she turned to gaze at Ma Wang, who was approaching with Wu Ping and Wuan. She hurriedly called out, Shenfeng, Wuan is coming. Upon hearing this, Shenfeng straightened in her seat and applied lipstick using a small mirror as they entered the milk tea shop. Ma Wang cheerfully announced, Shenfeng, Wuan said he wants to speak with you. Li Shui regarded him with incredulity. What is there to be so happy about? Even if Wuan and Shenfeng were to reconcile, what benefit would that bring you as a staunch advocate for pure love? Ma Wang, you are mistaken. It is only if these two do not reconcile that you stand a chance. Wuan pulled out a chair and sat down across from Shenfeng, stating, I believe it is necessary for us to have a discussion. Li Shui, perceptive to the situation, suggested, let us move to the side. She then took Ma Wang by the hand and led him to the farthest table, with Wu Ping following suit. Shenfeng tucked her hair behind her ear and inquired, what do you wish to discuss? Wuan replied, let us talk about Qianlong. Shenfeng quickly interjected, there is nothing between him and me. I trust you. Wuan continued, you mentioned previously that Qianlong was behaving inappropriately towards you. Shenfeng's expression brightened, if that is the case, can we reconcile? We have so many years of feelings between us. Wuan shook his head, we cannot go back. I made myself clear before. I believe we have reached a consensus on this matter, and there is nothing further to discuss. Shenfeng clenched her fists. Then what more do you wish to talk about? Wuan stated, but I need you to testify for me. As I told you before, I acted against Qianlong because he was harassing you, it was an act of chivalry. Shenfeng, realizing the implication, scoffed, Wuan. Do you honestly believe I would testify for you? Wuan nodded, I believe you would. With a loud bang on the table, Shenfeng retorted fiercely. I would rather die than testify for you. Even if you end up with Gu Anren, you will forever bear the reputation of having beaten Qianlong to the hospital for my sake. You find it bothersome, don't you? Good, it should be bothersome. Remember, you fought for me in this lifetime. Wuan, taken aback, thought to himself, what the hell? In my previous life, I lived like a dog and never had the chance to witness the combat prowess of this enchanting fairy. Now, I am experiencing it firsthand, it's overwhelmingly difficult to handle. No wonder Shenfeng had a decent life in her past life, with such strength, it would be hard not to. However, he was no longer the naive Wuan of yore. Dismissing further conversation, he pulled out his phone and retrieved a video sent to him by Boss Gao. Seeing him silent, Shenfeng assumed he was intimidated, and her tone grew more aggressive and audacious. I will inform Gu Anren that, in this regard, she cannot compare to me. She will never measure up to me. Ha ha ha. Wuan, placing his phone on the table, said, watch the video. Shenfeng looked down, watched it, and, perplexed, asked, I finished watching it, so what now? Wuan, feeling drained, had to clarify, you explicitly stated that Qianlong was harassing you. That is the evidence. Shenfeng exclaimed, you were the one who said it first. Alright, let us not dwell on this point. Wuan paused, his tone earnest and weighty as he continued, before you now lie two paths. One, you testify on my behalf, asserting that Qianlong has been lewd towards you, allowing me to act as a paragon of virtue. The other is you engage in frivolity with Qianlong, and I refuse to wear the green hat of infidelity, which would incite my wrath. Consider carefully, should you choose the latter, your reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Shenfeng's complexion paled. Wuan pressed on. If this video were to reach Qianlong, do you think there remains a possibility for you and him? Shenfeng, you are an intelligent girl. When I was accepted into university, you pursued me with the hope that I would someday remain in the city and take you along. Upon my return, you kicked me to the curb, and I bear you no ill will. Truly, it was my own folly. I intend to stay in the village as a fisherman, which hardly aligns with your standards in a partner. You deserve far better. Yet the prerequisite is that you must safeguard your reputation. Shenfeng fell silent, gazing at Wuan in astonishment, taken aback by his words. After a considerable pause, she hesitantly remarked, "Actually, what transpired back then is not of great importance." Wu An interrupted, deducing the situation at the dock. Surely Shenfeng had taken the initiative. He coaxed her gently, "The crux of the matter is now. As long as we both tell the same story, it will be deemed that Chenlong acted inappropriately. In this way, I am the defender of virtue. And you are the innocent victim." Shenfeng's eyes flickered as she replied, I will think it over." "Take your time," Wu An said, rising immediately. He believed Shenfeng would arrive at the right decision. With their collusion, since it was an act of valor rather than a romantic crusade, the connection between him and Shenfeng would inherently dissolve. Thus, any talk of reconciliation need not arise. It was a double victory for him. In his previous life, he had been foolishly manipulated by Shenfeng and Chenlong's family. In this life, it was his turn to turn the tide. A world where only Chenlong was harmed was certainly attainable. Upon exiting the tea shop, Wu Ping observed his brother Wu An and noted the profound change in him. He asked, "Are you all right, Lian? Is your relationship with Shenfeng completely over?" Wu An nodded. Wu Ping still wore a face of skepticism, which was not surprising considering that not long ago, his brother had been adamant about Shenfeng even engaging in a fierce confrontation with Chenlong over her. The tumultuous emotions had led him to the brink, and half the reason for his reckless behavior was due to Shenfeng's rejection. How could he so suddenly act as if she were a stranger? Wu Ping remarked, "I used to be so nervy, consumed by love. In retrospect, it seems quite absurd. Moreover, these experiences will eventually become part of my dark history, surfacing unexpectedly at times. I have long since come to terms with myself. And now I can face everything with equanimity. Brother, we have browsed enough. What do you think of this place?" They stopped before a shop selling motorcycle tricycles. "Shall we go with this one?" Wu Ping nodded, "Yes, this quote seems quite reasonable." The two entered the shop. After wandering for quite some time, the two brothers quickly made a decision to purchase a motorized tricycle, one that could run on fuel, while electric options were also appealing. The issue of battery life often necessitated frequent recharging, rendering them less convenient than their fuel-powered counterpart. The latter boasted ample power, capable of traversing sandy terrains with ease. The transaction was completed for 5,888 yuan, with Wu An making the payment via a QR code. The proprietor promptly refueled the vehicle, and they set off. As they passed through an intersection, a bustling crowd of vendors had gathered, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. Gu Anran was present as well. Upon spotting her, Wu Ping halted to greet her, commenting on her persistence in setting up shop despite the dreary weather. Gu Anran replied that even rainy days brought business, as her wares were nearly sold out. Wu Ping then stopped his bike, eyeing the red oil and sauce enticingly, and expressed his desire for 2 servings. Gu Anran glanced at Wu An, who shook his head, indicating he did not recognize her. Wu Ping jestingly reprimanded him before turning to Gu Anran with a warm demeanor, introducing himself as her brother. Across the street, Mao Wang and Shenfeng approached while sipping milk tea. They noticed the cheerful interaction among the trio, prompting Shenfeng to lower her head in discomfort. Mao Wang inquired if the woman at the stall was indeed Gu Anran, and Li Shui nodded in affirmation. Observing Shenfeng's despondent demeanor, Mao Wang felt a surge of anger. He was determined to uncover what kind of woman could provoke Wu An into such carelessness. A champion of pure love, he was once again ready to charge forth in pursuit of affection. Li Shui attempted to intervene but was unsuccessful. Shenfeng remained silent. In her eyes, Mao Wang was ultimately inconsequential, and his actions held no relevance to her. Her mind was consumed with Wu An's words. How should she proceed? In truth, she felt devoid of choices, yet being so easily led by Wu An left her feeling resentful. Mao Wang stormed over, and upon noticing Gu Anran, she instinctively greeted him with a smile. He paused mid-stride, momentarily entranced. What was this? A celestial being, clad in a seemingly ordinary loose-fitting white shirt. She appeared remarkably pristine and naturally beautiful, her fresh-faced simplicity radiating a unique charm. The delicate beads of sweat adorning her exquisite oval face rendered her breathtakingly captivating. Wu An honked the horn and inquired whether Mao Wang intended to make a purchase. Snapping back to reality, Mao Wang stammered, yes, please give me a box. He quickly adjusted the hem of his shirt, striving to appear more presentable. Gu Anran softly asked if he was a friend of Wuan. To which Wuan shook his head and leaned closer, whispering that they were from the same village and she could be easily persuaded. Gu Anran stifled a laugh, affirming his words. Observing the light-hearted banter between the two, Ma Wang suddenly realized that the ire within him had dissipated without his notice. Shenfeng's defeat was not unwarranted, he too had acted like a cad. The champion of pure love fell silent. Ma Wang scanned the QR code to pay 30 yuan and swiftly turned away, walking faster with each step, desperately maintaining a facade of composure. Even as Gu Anran did not spare him another glance. Wuan noted that while Gu Anran verbally agreed to the order, she had actually given him more than enough spicy snails. Gu Anran leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Why does that person from your village seem a bit off?" Wuan chuckled, "That's just how he is. It's obvious what Ma Wang is here for, he is merely defending Shenfeng's honor." But upon seeing Gu Anran, Ma Wang seemed to understand. Well, if that is the case, being a scoundrel isn't entirely out of the question, he mused. Men. All this talk of pure love and fidelity is nothing but nonsense, it's merely a reflection of their limited choices, forced to feast upon what they have. Gu Anran began to tidy up. The goods were nearly sold out, leaving just enough to take home for later. "I'll walk with you," she said. Wuan was pleased. "Yes, the roads are slippery in the rain, we can look out for each other." As they were about to leave the town, they spotted someone selling watermelons. The melons were enormous, not of the local variety. Wuan stopped to select the largest one, which weighed a hefty 10 pounds. He asked the vendor to cut it in half, packing one portion into Gu Anran's vehicle. The vendor kindly offered a small slice for him to taste. And Wuan nodded in approval, "It's very sweet. Chilling it with well water will enhance the flavor." Gu Anran smiled, "Then I want tea hold back." Wuan nodded in agreement. While the watermelon was indeed sweet, it was also filled with seeds. There were still no seedless varieties available, and even if there were, they were quite expensive. "Look, here lies an opportunity," he exclaimed. This area was well suited for cultivating various fruits, and according to his father's notes, their village alone boasted several significant fruit producers. He indeed contemplated investing in agriculture, yet large-scale fruit cultivation required extensive land, which necessitated a substantial initial investment. Moreover, short-term returns were uncertain, implying a significant investment with potential future rewards. As the saying goes, to amass wealth, one must let money breed money. He needed to expedite his initial accumulation. Spotting some popsicles for sale, he bought a few and handed one to Gu Anran, saying, "This is your favorite." Gu Anran was taken aback. "How did you know?" Wuan smiled and replied, "Just a guess." Li Shui noticed Ma Wang returning with a spicy snail dish and asked, "You came back just like that? Did you follow her?" Ma Wang was bewildered. "Follow her?" I was trying hard not to lose my composure. He immediately felt vulnerable. How embarrassing. Seeing him silent, Li Shui pressed on, "Did you not say anything?" When I saw the lady, I became so nervous that I forgot to speak," Ma Wang admitted, feeling awkward. "Way to go," Li Shui chuckled, unable to contain her laughter before quickly silencing herself. Ma Wang offered the spicy snails to Shenfeng, saying, "If Shenfeng, they are quite delicious, you should try some." Shenfeng frowned, "I don't want any." In that moment, she felt both resigned and relieved. If she couldn't have Wuan, she must protect her reputation to find someone better in the future. Ma Wang assumed Shenfeng still had feelings, offering consolation. Who knows where this goddess appeared from? So beautiful, Wuan might not be able to hold on to her. Li Shui honestly advised, "You'd better hope for the best. If Wuan fails to keep Gu Anran, it will not bode well for you." Ma Wang inquired, "Why?" "I hope for his success. I would rather see him rejected by the goddess." Li Shui rolled her eyes, too weary to engage in his banter. Moreover, her perspective differed from Ma Wang's, who, and being exceptionally talented, might attract numerous admirers. Today it was Gu Anran, but tomorrow there could very well be another Li Anran. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Gu Anran turned onto the path leading back to the village. The rain began to fall again. Wuan did not linger for long. He swiftly started his motorcycle and soon caught up with his elder brother. Upon arriving home, Wu Ping went to return the vehicle. Mei Yueqin emerged from the house, speaking on her mobile phone, nodding in greeting as she said, "It's a red motorcycle, with red ribbons on the handlebars." You did not miss see, Ryan is wearing a black shirt. Yes, it is the motorcycle he purchased. It seems he had good fortune while fishing at sea and earned some money. Whenever he has too much to carry, the vehicle is necessary for transportation. Last time, when I returned with your brother-in-law, I bought some things for you as well. By the way, remind mom and dad to take those nutritional supplements. Next time I return, I'll arrange a time for my elder brother. It has been quite a while since we last met. Alright, I'll hang up now. Although she said she was ending the call, she continued to chat for a while longer. Mei Yuechin cheerfully ended the call, noticing Wu An's curious expression, and said, Xiao Wu also went to the town today. He saw you from a distance riding a new motorcycle at the intersection. He thought he must have seen it wrong and didn't dare to acknowledge it. Wu An's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Indeed, he had to address Xiao Wu as Brother Wu. Their relationship had been fraught with grievances. When he was accepted into university, Xiao Wu had not succeeded, and the family often compared them, leading to Xiao Wu harboring resentment towards him. Later, when Wu An went astray, Xiao Wu admonished him several times, and Wu An, bearing a grudge, found an opportunity to swindle Xiao Wu out of some money. Since then, he had consistently avoided Xiao Wu, and it had been a long time since they last met. It was only natural for Xiao Wu to hesitate in recognizing him from afar on a new motorcycle. He might even suspect that Wu An had stolen it, hence contacting his sister-in-law. On the other end of the line, Xiao Wu hung up and remarked, "It is indeed Wu An's motorcycle. How much money has this kid made? I must check on him another day. I hope he isn't engaging in any dubious activities." Mei Donghai interjected. "You needn't worry unnecessarily." Xiao Wu retorted, "Wu An's mischief reflects poorly on my sister. How can I not be concerned?" Their neighbor, Chen Lin, came by for a visit, enjoying sunflower seeds, and upon hearing this, she began to probe for information. Not long after, she got up to leave, but instead of going home, she sought out Chenlong's mother to discuss the matter. Upon hearing this, Chenlong's mother immediately erupted in anger. Her son was still hospitalized while the culprit thrived. "This is unacceptable. Heaven cannot allow that scoundrel to prosper." Just as she was about to step out, the thunder roared overhead, startling her back into the house. The day felt ominous. She decided to wait for better weather. In her heart, she prayed, "Mazu, I spoke in haste. The heavens are overly sensitive." My words were aimed at another. The sky remained overcast, a storm brewing. Shortly thereafter, rain began to pour down. The sky roared with thunder and flashed with lightning, while raindrops pelted against the house, creating a cacophony of sounds. The wind began to pick up as well. Chen Lin hastily rose to her feet and said, "Aunt Weizhen, I must take my leave." Weizhen, gripped by fear, anxiously clutched Chen Lin, imploring her to stay. "The rain is pouring so heavily, why the rush? Sit a while longer, surely the heavens would not strike you down with thunder in the presence of others. The goddess Mazu is benevolent and beautiful. She would never harm you." As she murmured these thoughts, another flash of lightning illuminated the sky brighter than day, followed by the crackling thunder. Both Weizhen and Chen Lin turned pale at the spectacle. Chen Lin, too, was terrified, for she was not without her own misdeeds. She recalled her purpose for coming here, to instigate trouble. If lightning were to strike, there would be no escape for her. As someone passed by the entrance and spotted the two women huddled together, trembling, they chuckled and asked, "What misdeeds have you committed to be so frightened beneath the eaves?" Weizhen cursed under her breath. The passerby shook their head, declaring, "With a mouth like yours, who else would the heavens strike?" Half an hour later, the rain began to ease. Weizhen took out her phone to inquire about the situation, learning that many had profited handsomely from the sea, indulging in seafood beyond measure. They were repairing their old house and had even purchased a car. Good heavens, how much must they have earned? Weizhen lamented, slapping her thigh in frustration. What a loss, an immense loss. That should have been my fortune. She recalled how she had raided the Wu family's chickens, not just a nest, but the entire pot, having even taken the chicken soup that Mei Yuechin had just prepared. She had thought she had taken everything, only to discover she had overlooked the big catch. Chen Lin urged, "Aunt Weizhen, why not go now?" Eagerly, she anticipated witnessing Mei Yuechin's downfall, especially after she had the audacity to flaunt her fortune before Chen Lin. She wondered if the Mei family would still be so arrogant then. Weizhen glanced at the still overcast sky and shook her head. Let us wait a bit longer. She replied, fearing the wrath of lightning on the way. Chen-Lin inquired, do you not wish to seek vengeance for Along? Of course I do. Wei-Zhen coughed lightly. But this matter cannot be rushed. Chen-Lin pressed, Along has been in the hospital for quite some time, he must have been severely beaten. I believe that could land that brat in jail. Wei-Zhen chuckled, one should exercise mercy where possible, as long as they compensate, I shall overlook their transgressions. Though not highly educated, Wei-Zhen spoke her mind without concern for propriety. In truth, Chen Long was not in much trouble. Initially, he aimed to extort money, but later, he became infatuated with the nurse and stubbornly refused to be discharged, believing that being close to her would yield his desires. This turn of events presented an opportunity for Wei-Zhen to extort even more. Chen-Lin laughed, I trust you as far as I can throw you. As the rain subsided, twilight approached, and the tide began to rise. Qing called, then Wuan pondered. He had not anticipated that purchasing a car in town would take so long, making it impossible to gather seafood today. Though luck may not be on his side, he did not wish to squander the opportunity. Donning a raincoat, he prepared to head to their usual fishing spot. After speaking with Qing, he began to gather his fishing gear and set out. Wu Ping, feeling uneasy, insisted on accompanying him. After 2 days of rest, he found himself with little to do aside from preparing teaching materials and lesson plans. With ample time at home, he felt a desire to observe how Wuan fished. If the opportunity arose, he too wished to try his hand at fishing. Mei Yueqin advised, don't stay out too late, return early. Wu Ping acknowledged her words and quickly donned his raincoat, hurrying to catch up with Wuan as they stepped outside. Mei Yueqin watched the two disappear around the corner before turning back to the kitchen, where she busied herself with dinner preparations. The arrival of a significant item in the household was indeed a joyous occasion, warranting a sumptuous meal. As she recalled the eager expression on Wu Ping's face when he left, a smile escaped her lips. The atmosphere in the home now felt even more jubilant than when Wuan had been accepted into university. How delightful it was. They arrived at the large reef just as the tide began to rise, the water swelling high enough to submerge several iconic rocks. This was advantageous, as the incoming tide would also bring seafood from the ocean. Were it not for the wind and rain today, villagers would likely be out gathering from the sea. As it stood, apart from the three of them, there were no other souls in sight. Qing came running, his face drenched, though it was unclear if it was sweat or rainwater. Wiping his face, he inquired, brother, why aren't you going to find All Mai? He's been calling us to fish these past few days. Today he even asked what we are busy with. Wuan replied, it's too far away. It would be a hassle to make the round trip. I've spoken with All Mai. A typhoon is likely approaching, so we'll wait until after the storm passes. Qing asked, the typhoon? Is that true? How do you know? Wuan explained, I can tell. Qing scratched his head in confusion, how come I didn't notice? Wu Ping interjected, and are you overthinking it? The weather forecast didn't mention anything. Wuan found it difficult to explain fishing was fishing. They had only 2 fishing rods, and it would be he and Qing who fished, while Wu Ping observed nearby. Wuan planned to buy a few more rods on their next trip to the town, just in case they accidentally hooked something substantial and needed replacements. With only 2 rods between them, their efforts felt rather amateurish. They possessed a mere 4 points of luck, and he was too lazy to fuss over it. They each added 2 points, and once they finished fishing, that would be the end of it. Casting their lines and bait, they settled into a waiting game. Wu Ping observed the calm demeanor of the two as he gazed at the tumultuous sea, where nothing was visible and the fishing lines danced erratically in the wind. Could they truly catch any fish? He muttered to himself as waves crashed against the rocks, sending sprays of water into the air, the sound of the surf roaring. Suddenly, Wuan felt the fishing line tighten, the rod tip bending under the strain, and his expression brightened. This one's got some strength, it surely isn't a stonefish. Moments later, he pulled the fish up, revealing its yellowish hue, and deftly flung it onto the rocks. Wu Ping hurried over to grab it and exclaimed, "It's a Huanggu fish." Wuan nodded in affirmation. This fish is excellent, weighing just over a pound, enough for a dish. Although he couldn't specify its health benefits, he knew it was highly nutritious, with deliciously tender meat suitable for frying, steaming, or making soup. Moreover, it was a close relative of the large yellow croaker. which is also known as cucumber fish due to its distinctive croaking sound, while the hongu fish emits a cooing noise. Thus, it earned its name from its call. In reality, the taste is quite similar, yet the price disparity between the two types of fish is astronomical. The reason lies in their rarity. In earlier years, while yellow croaker faced severe overfishing, even after the advent of aquaculture, protective policies were established, but the population of wild yellow croaker has yet to recover. As Wu cast his second line, Laching also caught a fish, reeling in a female flatfish and joyfully exclaiming, "Brother! It seems we've stumbled upon a school of flatfish." Wu nodded in agreement, expressing his desire to catch a few more. Subsequently, they entered a phase of continuous catches, much to Wu Ping's envy. Indeed, there was a school of flatfish beneath the surface, and they managed to reel in 3 fish, at least one of which was a flatfish, though the sizes were modest, with the largest weighing just over a pound and the smaller ones around half a pound. Such is the nature of these fish. After all, they cannot compare to the yellow croaker, which can reach weights of several dozen pounds. Wu An's thoughts wandered, musing that even if they were extraordinarily lucky and caught a massive yellow croaker, he and Laching would not be able to haul it in with their rods. Unable to contain himself, Wu Ping remarked, "Hey, and let me fish for a while." Wu An, smiling, handed over the rod. Fishing, whether it be catching fish or shrimp, is an activity that captivates every man. It is commendable that his brother had managed to remain patient until now. Taking the rod, Wu Ping eagerly attached the bait and cast the line. "And is this okay? Did I throw it a bit close? Will it get snagged on the rocks?" Wu Ping inquired, his words tumbling out in a flurry. Wu An chuckled, "Brother, steady, steady. You'll get a bite soon." Just then, the tip of the rod bent sharply. Wu An shouted, "Brother, lift the rod." Wu Ping raised the rod, the reel creaking under pressure as the line unfurled. "Brother, I can't hold it. It's too strong." "That's good, it means the fish is sizable," Wu An encouraged. "Ian, why don't you take over?" "Brother, don't panic." The two brothers exchanged words as a red mullet soon broke the surface, thrashing about. Wu An had the net ready and successfully scooped it up. Wu Ping declared, "And let us cook this one for dinner." Wu An nodded with a smile, he had no objections. After over an hour of fishing, their luck seemed to wane, as the speed and quality of their catches dwindled, resulting in 2 stonefish being caught in succession. "Brother Laching, it's time to go. It's pitch dark now. And with only 2 headlamps, night fishing is not advisable." He called to them, quickly packing up as the 2 buckets filled with fish. Wu Ping carried the fishing gear while Wu An and Laching lifted the 2 buckets towards the dock. Thankfully, they were not too heavy, totaling just over 20 pounds. At the dock, Old Sea was closing up shop and, upon seeing the trio approach, quickly halted his work to greet them, "Out fishing this late? Wow, so many flatfish. You always manage to catch what others can't." The flatfish is priced at 45 per pound, while the sea bass and others remain at the previous rates. Wu An replied with a nod. There was little more to say. Old Sea's prices were reasonable and not exorbitant, but fair, considering his time and labor cost in setting up shop or heading to town. After all the effort, selling to Old Sea was the most cost-effective option. "Let us weigh them," he said. Upon calculating the accounts, the sum amounted to 1,980 yuan without any rounding. Wu An received the money and handed 200 yuan to Laching, but along with a royal fish weighing just over a pound. Laching, without hesitation, accepted the money and the fish, saying, "Brother, I shall return home now." Eager to prepare a meal while the fish was still fresh, Laching dashed out, exclaiming, "Pingu, climb off." Wu An urged him to slow down, but Laching waved his hand without looking back. Once outside Old Sea's shop, Wu Ping finally realized. "Ian, have you just made 2,000 yuan?" Wu An replied, "Perhaps it's your presence today that has brought me better fortune." Wu Ping lamented. "The money you earned in just 2 days of fishing surpasses my earnings from an entire month of work." Wu An paused momentarily and remarked, "Brother, what you do is far more significant than my endeavors. We need not elaborate on the nobility of educating and nurturing others. You have your 5 insurances and a pension plan for your old age, whereas I possess nothing and must procure my own insurance. If I were in your position, my monthly expenses would be substantial." Wu Ping sighed, acknowledging the truth of Wu An's words. though he did not voice it. He feared that his own job would not last much longer. Wu patted Wu Ping's shoulder reassuringly. "Brother, do not fret, I am here for you." Wu Ping smiled faintly, thinking Wu meant he would abandon teaching to join him in fishing, which appeared to be a viable path, though their father might not approve. As for the job situation, even their father had no influence, and Wu would be of little help. At least there was a fallback option. Wu harbored his own plans, albeit unspoken, and decided to take one step at a time. Regardless, he was certain he could sustain a good life for the family. They encountered an elderly vendor, not from Cersei village, selling marinated delicacies including white cat chicken and marinated beef, common fare in their region. They each purchased a modest selection. As they walked a bit further, Wu Ping remarked, "We bought too much, we have meals at home." Wu casually replied, "I sampled a bit earlier. And the flavor is quite authentic. Since it isn't too much, I thought I would buy out the lot. Today we have something substantial at home. So let us make dinner a bit more lavish to celebrate." Wu Ping then realized and turned back to see the old man packing up, exclaiming, "You are quite thoughtful." Wu chuckled. It was merely a convenient task. Upon returning home, the dining table was adorned with several dishes: braised pork, braised lamb, stir-fried water spinach, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a clear beef meatball soup. Upon seeing the royal fish they brought back, Mei Yueqin remarked, "Then let us add a steamed fish to the spread, along with the marinated delicacies, making it 8 dishes and a soup." When Wu Yingui returned and saw the bountiful array of food, he said nothing. He had heard about the brand new motorcycle tricycle arriving at home. So such a feast seemed reasonable. Indeed, the family's circumstances had visibly improved. "Father, would you like a drink tonight?" Wu Yingui nodded in agreement and asked, "How is the old house coming along?" Wu replied, "The contractor has sent word, he will come tomorrow to install the doors and windows. I've added a bit more money to ensure he brings extra hands, so it should all be completed in one day." Wu Yingui frowned. "That is quite a sum. Why the rush?" Wu explained, "I suspect a storm is approaching." Wu Yingui paused for a moment, turning to glance at the sky outside. The rain had lessened and was on the verge of stopping, yet the wind had intensified. Something felt amiss. After satisfying his hunger, he took out his phone and remarked, "You are indeed correct, a typhoon is approaching." Wu Ping also retrieved his phone, confirming that a typhoon warning had been issued. Before long, Wu Yingui's phone rang. The impending typhoon posed a significant challenge for the village, and for the village leaders, it was a stern test. However, there was no need for alarm. They had ample experience dealing with typhoons year after year. "Ensure all windows and doors are securely shut. Do not leave a door open for me," he instructed as he made his way outside. At the entrance, several villagers who had come to visit after their meal greeted him, their conversations naturally revolving around the typhoon. Wu Yingui reassured everyone that the typhoon's trajectory was still uncertain and it might not even head their way. Yet, if it did come, they would manage. "We'll handle whatever comes our way, just make sure the large items at home are secured to avoid damage, as they are irreplaceable." Chen Gui teased Vingui. "Look at you, so worried. You should also take care of yourself. Didn't your family just buy a brand new motorcycle tricycle today? Don't let it suffer in this storm." His tone was somewhat sarcastic, and the others, unaware of his intentions, became curious and inquired, "You bought a motorcycle tricycle? Is that true? Did On buy it? Goodness, he must be making quite a bit of money lately, with renovations and buying a vehicle." Hearing this, Chen Gui's smile faded as he realized he might have misspoken. The villagers were filled with enthusiasm and wanted to see the tricycle in the yard. The yard had a shed that had been idle for quite some time, cluttered with various items. It was only when Wu expressed his desire to purchase a vehicle that Wu Ping and Mei Yueqin hastily cleared it out. Standing in the yard, they could see the pristine motorcycle tricycle. In 2012, motorcycle tricycles were not particularly rare. Many newlyweds had opted for small cars in line with the trend. Comparisons are always relative. If the Wu family were well off, they would have owned a car long ago, making Wu's purchase of a motorcycle tricycle seem trivial. Perhaps even a subject of ridicule. However, it was important to note that prior to this, Wu had been a troublesome individual, even being cast out by Wu Yingui, and had been living in a dilapidated stone house. In this context, Wu had managed to earn money through hard work, fishing, and foraging. enabling him to purchase a motorcycle tricycle worth several thousand. It was astonishing, one would hardly believe it without witnessing it firsthand. Speculations arose about whether Wu Ingwe had contributed financially. But that was not the case. The villagers were well aware of Wu Ingwe's situation. He had already exhausted his resources in supporting Wuan. The tricycle was indeed purchased with Wu An's own earnings. This was truly remarkable, one could even call it a miracle. Old Wu, it seems your family is finally prospering. I always said your second son had potential. He is truly remarkable, earning money as if it were play. When do you plan to buy a car? Wuan distributed cigarettes to everyone. Having exchanged some pleasantries, the atmosphere was light-hearted. Anyone with a modicum of decorum would refrain from uttering inappropriate remarks at such a moment. Certainly, everyone chose their words with care, engaging in jovial banter, where pleasantries were exchanged, then all seemed well. However, Chen Gui deviated from the norm. One might say he was not entirely of this world. His ostentatiousness might well invite misfortune. Was it not merely a motorcycle tricycle? I had expected something akin to an Audi, a BMW, or a Mercedes. Observe how they appeared so naive. Some chuckled without engaging, while others did not indulge Chen Gui. With one retorting, Uncle Gui, while An's father bought him a motorcycle tricycle, what has your son procured for you? Chen Gui, visibly agitated, responded, he has bought plenty. I simply do not boast. In truth, those close to him were aware of his circumstances. His son had settled in another city and required financial assistance from time to time, far from purchasing anything substantial, as he had to remit money monthly. Wuan interjected. Let us not speak so lightly. Last time, Brother Young returned home in a car worth over 200,000. Chen Gui, puffed with pride, declared, indeed. An is well educated, it was worth 21,000 upon landing. Yet, in reality, it paled in comparison to luxury brands like Audi or BMW. Though he spoke otherwise. His pride was unmistakable. Wuan then inquired, did he purchase a house in the city? Chen Gui nodded vigorously, yes, over 80 square meters. It is not particularly large, but the prices in the city are exorbitant. He opted for the city center, which is even more outrageous. Wuan pondered aloud. That must entail considerable mortgage and car loans. Chen Gui instinctively nodded, indeed. Wuan squinted, that sounds burdensome, with so many loans, and the cost of living. I heard your daughter-in-law is a full-time caregiver. Chen Gui exhibited some agitation, indeed. A monthly budget of over 10,000 barely suffices. Wuan chuckled, Not enough? What will you do? Chen Gui replied, what can be done? I must. Wuan probed, what will you do? Realizing his oversight. Chen Gui wiped the sweat from his brow, what can I do? Thankfully, my son is capable and earns extra income, which is what keeps us afloat. Wuan acknowledged. That is quite impressive, managing 2 jobs is no small feat. Chen Gui forced a smile, weary of the conversation. Onlookers exchanged knowing glances. It was evident to all that the money his son earned was insufficient, with his daughter-in-law not employed, leaving Chen Gui to provide support. This was, in essence, a subtle form of dependence. Chen Gui often boasted of his son's successes in the city, yet Wuan, with a few pointed inquiries, revealed the reality. It was not that Chen Gui's son lacked diligence, the plight of many laborers is similar. For rural residents, establishing themselves in the city is no easy task. It requires hard work to gain a foothold, ensuring their descendants face less hardship. In contrast, Wuan, once a ne'er-do-well who had severed ties with his father, had since turned over a new leaf. Not only was he earning, but he also frequently brought seafood home and repaired the old house, even purchasing a car. Clearly having amassed a considerable fortune. Comparatively, Wuan's life appeared far more comfortable than that of Chen Gui, at the very least. He need not worry about his son being a burden. Moreover, with both sons by his side, there is a sense of security in old age. In contrast, Chen Gui's son resides in a bustling metropolis, returning home only a handful of times throughout the year. To put it bluntly, should anything untoward happen, by the time his son manages to return, the situation may be irrevocably altered. A well-meaning individual advised him earnestly, Gui, do not harbor jealousy towards Ingwe. His struggles were well known to all. Now that he is thriving, we, his brothers, should rejoice in his fortune. Spare us the sour remarks. Chen Gui. His face reddened with indignation, retorted, "Jealous of him? Absolutely not. How could that even be conceivable?" Laughter erupted among the group. Wuan joined in the merriment. Yet his gaze remained icy as it rested upon Chen Gui. Their animosity had deep roots. In a past life, Chen Gui had manipulated circumstances to undermine his father, seizing leadership and assigning the most arduous tasks to him, which ultimately led to his father's illness, a burden of guilt he must bear. Recently, when Chen Gui had found Old Tan, he had even guided Old Tan's subordinates. This debt was not forgotten, and he intended to settle both old and new grievances during the upcoming election, ensuring his father's success while decisively overshadowing Chen Gui. For now, this brief humiliation served merely as an appetizer. Wu Yingwei grinned and, once everyone had finished their cigarettes, said, "All right. It's best we all return home to check for any potential hazards. Agui, let us be on our way. The coming days will likely be busy." Wuan also returned to the old house. By this time, the rain had ceased, and the wind had calmed. It felt like the calm before a storm, leaving him uneasy. After refreshing himself, he sat on the bed and called Fomanli. Fomanli assured him that the typhoon was still far off and that he would arrange for workers to come early the next morning. After hanging up, he played with his phone for a while before the rain began to fall once more. The wind remained gentle. Unable to sleep, thoughts of the blue crabs crossing his mind, he donned a raincoat, he equipped himself with a headlamp, then ventured out along the seaside toward the tidal flats, breathing the elements. At the shore, the tumultuous waves crashed against the rocks, sending up magnificent sprays of water, the surging tides rising to impressive heights. He dared not approach too closely. A misstep could see him swept away by the waves, and unless divine intervention were to occur, his fate would be sealed. The journey was slow, each step a mixture of deep and shallow, taking him a good 10 minutes longer than usual to reach the tidal flats. By this time, the tide had risen. Due to the wind and rain, the flats had transformed into a vast expanse of water. With the headlamp illuminating little, the night by the sea was enveloped in darkness. This may seem a trivial observation, yet it holds truth, even on a night with a full moon, without a light every 10 meters along the shore. Visibility is nearly non-existent. Why is that? Wuan could never quite fathom. Perhaps the ocean absorbs light, in comparison to the moonlit nights. He preferred the splendor of a starry sky. On such nights, lying on the beach, gazing at the myriad of stars, he felt no fear, no thoughts. Simply absorbing the beauty, an utterly serene experience. In such tempestuous weather, Wuan found himself lost in a torrent of thoughts. It is only upon losing what was once easily attainable that one realizes its profound value. Having been reborn, Wuan may not excel in many areas, but he is certainly adept at self-criticism. "I reflect upon myself thrice daily, revisiting the past to gain new insights," he murmured, echoing Confucius, who certainly does not deceive me. He feared repeating the mistakes of his former life, dreading the prospect of ensnaring himself in an inescapable quagmire once more. Confronted by the tide-laden rocky shore, Wuan hesitated, deliberating whether to venture into the mire. He yearned to ascertain whether there were blue crabs along the tidal flats, seeking to confirm their migration as a shortcut to swift accumulation of resources. Yet, such shortcuts are rarely devoid of peril. To be the first to seize an opportunity, to be the pioneer in testing the crab, one must be willing to confront certain dangers, a notion that seemed entirely reasonable. Wuan questioned himself, one cannot merely wait idly for fortune to bestow its riches, can one? Go forth, he urged himself. If he could not even brave this minor risk, how could he ever hope to transform his destiny? An anonymous connoisseur of fish had once remarked, "The more tumultuous the waters, the more valuable the fish." In his previous life, he had lived in idle expectation, daydreaming of serendipitous windfalls, only to find his existence in utter disarray. At that moment, the rain intensified, and the wind grew fiercer. Wuan inhaled deeply and began his descent, albeit at a languid pace. Fortunately, the tide was not overwhelmingly fierce here, allowing him to navigate cautiously. He intended to return to the spot where he had previously discovered blue crabs. That area was likely to reveal signs of their passage. However, after just a few steps, he heard a commotion behind him, voices mingling with the wind. Turning, he glimpsed flickering lights. "Brother, is that you? Brother, is that you? What are you doing? Hurry up." It was Aching, who ran towards him, calling out, As Aching approached, Wu-an quickly explained that I intend to venture further down. Aching rushed into the water, pulling him back. Brother, are you out of your mind? It's a raging storm, and the tide is rising. Who knows if today marks the peak of the tide? Come back quickly. In his frantic tugging, Aching lost his footing, and a wave, barely reaching his thigh, toppled him into the water. Wu-an swiftly pulled him up, guiding him back to the shore. As they trudged along, it took a considerable time to escape the tide. Once they emerged, Aching, his face etched with concern, exclaimed, Brother, look how swiftly the tide is rising. Wu-an turned to observe. And in the chill of the damp night rain, the beads of sweat unexpectedly surfaced on his forehead. What had he been doing? Had he been bewitched? Perhaps he had, his mind consumed with thoughts of the blue crabs and his desire for change. He had momentarily forgotten the true nature of the ocean. In that moment, Wu-an's heart was a chaotic maelstrom filled with apprehension. He wiped his face, unsure whether it was sweat or rain, perhaps a combination of both. Aching continued to chatter incessantly, but he paid no heed, instead enveloping Aching in a heartfelt embrace. Aching's mouth fell agape, momentarily frozen in surprise. Good brother. I'm grateful to have you. Wu-an exclaimed, patting Aching's back with vigor. You saved my life, and I promise to ensure you live in luxury. Everything I possess, I will arrange for you. Aching broke into a foolish grin, believing every word his brother uttered. As they strolled towards the village, the scattered lights in the distance illuminated their path, lifting the heavy burden on their hearts as if a shackle had been released. In a previous life, he had drifted aimlessly, disappointing everyone around him. Yet now, by a stroke of remarkable fortune, he had been granted a second chance. Elation and trepidation coursed through him. Each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of repeating past mistakes. In truth, he was overcorrecting. He now possessed foresight far surpassing that of others. He recalled many events noted in his father's journal, and as long as he moved forward steadily, he could attain the life that had once seemed unattainable. Ha ha ha, cough, cough. Wu-an laughed heartily, only to be abruptly interrupted by a fit of coughing, having inhaled some rainwater. Aching regarded him with suspicion. What is wrong with you, brother? Upon reaching the old house, they noticed the lights were on inside. Wu-an hurriedly made his way in. To his surprise, it was his elder brother, Wu-ping. Seeing them enter, Wu-ping's expression shifted to one of urgency. Where have you two been? You didn't even bring your phones. And why is Aching covered in mud? Wu-an did not respond but instead inquired, Brother, what brings you here? Wu-ping gestured towards a pile of clothes at the foot of the bed. It has been raining intermittently these past few days. Your sister-in-law mentioned that your laundry was wet before it could dry, so she asked me to bring you some clothes from home. I wanted to check on how things are in your room as well. Wu-an urged Aching to change into his clothes and questioned, Aching, what about you? Why did you come here? Aching pointed to a porcelain bowl on the table. My mother made smoked fish. Wu-an initially thought he could dismiss the situation. But Wu-ping persisted, questioning why they were out in such weather. With no other option, Wu-an replied vaguely, Brother, there is no need to fret. The wind and rain aren't that severe. I was merely checking the tidal flats. The stronger the winds, the more valuable the fish. So I might stumble upon something unexpected. Wu-ping glared at him. This is reckless. No wonder Dad hasn't returned home yet. It's because of you. This is unacceptable. I fear you'll run off again. Come home with me. Wu-an felt overwhelmed. Just as he was about to refuse, a gust of wind rattled the windows, causing rain to pour in, prompting him to brace the openings. Look, it's impossible to stay here. What if the winds intensify tonight? Wu-ping added. Dad called to say he is on duty at the village committee, ready to respond to any news from town. Wu-an nodded, all right then. He had intended to return home in style, but faced with uncontrollable circumstances, he had to be adaptable. Aching changed into clean clothes and donned a raincoat before departing. He felt fortunate to have come along. Truthfully, he was also terrified. Upon arriving at the old house and finding it empty, he thought little of it and proceeded towards the tidal flats. Once back home, he recounted the incident to Li-wan, who was utterly alarmed. What on earth is going on with On? His industriousness seems excessive. Wealth is not easily attained, she exclaimed. Running to the tidal flats in the wind and rain. How do you even know he went there? Aching nodded and replied, I have no idea. I simply wanted to find him. I ended up at the tidal flats, saw a light, and called out, only to discover it was indeed him. Liwan was momentarily speechless. Perhaps the goddess Mazu is looking after him. Wuan returned home, and despite having cautioned his elder brother along the way, he still recounted the tale in its entirety, embellishing it for his sister-in-law. Mei Yuechin naturally gave him a thorough reprimand. Wuan quickly feigned fatigue and retreated to his room. He thought the bed, which had not been slept in for ages, might feel foreign, causing him to toss and turn. However, he was mistaken. Moments after lying down, a drowsiness enveloped him. He was roused from his slumber by the sound of his phone ringing. It was the foreman, Li. The workers had arrived at the old house, and upon finding him absent, inquired if they could commence work. Wuan readily consented, instructing them to proceed. After ending the call, he glanced at the time. It was only 6 in the morning. He yawned several times, feeling somewhat sleep-deprived. Although he had not been particularly fatigued lately, he had not slept much either. Assisting in the restoration of the old house had involved considerable labor, rendering him akin to a half-hearted worker. Peering out the window, he noted the dreary weather. Yet he did not hear the sound of wind or rain. Rising from bed and stepping outside, he found a light drizzle falling, though the wind was not strong. The kitchen was aglow with light, and as Wuan approached, he found his sister-in-law busily preparing breakfast. You are up so early. Mei Yuechin called out upon seeing him. Have you washed your face? Breakfast will be ready shortly. Not yet, Wuan replied, hastily fetching a scoop of water to wash his face. Lacking his toothbrush and cup, he made do with rinsing his mouth with water. When asked why he didn't have them, he could scarcely recall. But it seemed reasonable given that his father had severed their relationship in a fit of anger, tossing aside his toothbrush and cup. Before long, Wu Ping also rose. It was Monday, and he had classes to attend. With the recent wind and rain, he was uncertain about the condition of the school buildings and felt compelled to inspect them for any potential hazards. Wuan listened intently. His elder brother genuinely cared for the school. With few teachers available, Wu Ping bore multiple responsibilities, yet despite this, he ultimately found himself unable to teach effectively. There were no tutoring programs in their vicinity, and as a result, Wu Ping had faded into obscurity, struggling to earn a living after so many years of inactivity in productive work. Lost in thought, Wuan found his empty bowl refilled. He was served seafood noodles in fish soup, a common dish in their area. Mei Yuechin first filled bowls for him and his brother, and once they had finished, she replenished them, ensuring that most of the seafood was allocated to him. Wuan observed Mei Yuechin's habitual actions, portioning out some seafood from his bowl to his elder brother, then transferring the remainder into his sister-in-law's bowl, smiling as he said, I'm satisfied. A bit of soup will suffice. He added, elder brother, sister-in-law, please don't take offense. This is merely politeness. Wu Ping took a sip of his noodles, eating as he remarked, why speak of offense? What nonsense is that? His words were casual, yet a smile graced his face. Chuckling, Wuan found the fish soup to be at the perfect temperature. He lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go, wiping his mouth with his hand. Delicious, he exclaimed. After satisfying his hunger, Mei Yuechin instructed, once your brother heads to school, you should deliver lunch to Dad. Wuan nodded in agreement. In the past, he would have avoided the task of delivering meals to their father. But now he pondered the toll the long hours were taking on his father's health and how best to supplement his diet. With the lunchbox in hand and his raincoat donned, he made his way to the village committee. Upon arrival, he found only his father, so he opened the lunchbox, poured the noodles into the fish soup, then casually inquired, Dad, where is everyone? Wu Ingui rubbed his red eyes and replied, the single person suffices for duty. I can manage alone. Wuan shook his head, Dad, it's not that I'm worried about you. It's simply that I believe one person on duty is insufficient. What if you become so tired that you fall asleep and miss an important call? I think it would be better to have 2 people on duty. That way, you can rest when needed and maintain your energy for better performance. Convincing his father to abandon his duties was impossible, thus, he sought a compromise by suggesting his father recruit another person. The candidate needed to be of suitable rank and age, not too young or too old. Ultimately, Chen Gui emerged as the most suitable choice. As Wu Yingui ate his noodles, a contemplative expression crossed his face. He remained silent, but thoughts were already formulating in his mind. After finishing 2 bites, he instructed, "Don't wait. I'll take it home at noon. I sent you all who's supposed to install doors and windows today. Hurry and supervise that." Wu An nodded and stood to leave. Once he departed, Wu Yingui ceased eating, promptly dialing Chen Gui. After a lengthy wait, Chen Gui finally answered, his voice indicating he was still half asleep. Wu Yingui shouted for him to come quickly. Although Chen Gui was extremely reluctant, he found it impossible to refuse. Internally, he cursed Wu Yingui for suddenly being proactive when he usually endured the long hours alone. After hanging up, Wu Yingui resumed his meal, chuckling to himself. Wu An arrived at the old house where workers were laboring in the rain. Fortunately, they were installing doors and windows, and the light drizzle posed no significant hindrance. Upon arrival, Wu An hurriedly distributed cigarettes. The foreman, Li, accepted one and remarked, "You seem in quite a hurry. Did you anticipate a typhoon?" Wu An nodded. "I fear a typhoon is approaching." To his surprise, he had guessed correctly. "Is there much of a problem?" Li chuckled, replying, "Let us hold back a third of the payment until after the typhoon passes. We can use the typhoon to test the results. How about that?" Wu An smiled and nodded in agreement. "That is certainly acceptable. If it can withstand a typhoon, it should pose no issues in the future." After a brief respite, he joined in to lend a hand. Even though his contribution was minimal, merely passing tools and observing the workers was rather amusing. When asked why he seemed so idle, he explained that his luck was particularly low today, thus the blue crabs would not be passing through. Wu An speculated whether the system was subtly reminding him to remain patient. Li Gongtu's predictions proved accurate. By midday, the windows and doors were completed before lunch. Just as they tidied up, the wind and rain intensified abruptly. At the village committee, Chen Gui received a call from higher authorities, clearly informing them that a typhoon would be passing through, urging them to prepare protective measures. It was a red alert. The members of the village committee gathered, their expressions grim. This was no trivial matter. The typhoon posed an immeasurable threat to the safety and property of the villagers. The elderly village chief, puffing on his cigarette, inquired, "Shall we organize an evacuation?" Wu Yingui shook his head, stating, "That won't do. We tried evacuating last year when the typhoon struck. But many elderly villagers would rather perish in their homes than live." Chen Gui added, "Those old folks are oblivious to the danger." The village chief looked at him, leading Chen Gui to quickly fall silent, muttering in frustration, "I'm just anxious." The village chief did not dwell on this, stating, "The authorities have given us directives. Each village is responsible for its own affairs and must report any imminent dangers promptly. Higher authorities will arrange for rescue. Our Celsi village has a doc who will take responsibility for it." Silence fell over the room. The village chief turned to Wu Yingui, who nodded, "I shall take responsibility." There were no significant reactions. Wu Yingui was always at the forefront, naturally taking charge of the most troublesome and perilous tasks. The village chief continued to delegate responsibilities. Chen Gui lamented, wishing he could resign on the spot, yet he was reluctant to relinquish his position and power. Observing the village chief's authoritative demeanor, his eyes flickered with envy, wishing to take his place. Internally cursing the village chief for still being alive, he begrudgingly stood up to brave the wind and rain outside. Wu Yingui first returned home to drop off his lunchbox. He briefly recounted the situation and inspected his home to ensure that while he was occupied outside, his family would not face disaster. Such an embarrassment would be intolerable. Wu An was also at home. The old house had just been tidied up when Wu Ping arrived, urging him to come home. Due to the approaching typhoon, school was dismissed after only half a day. The school buildings were dilapidated, and should students be trapped beneath them, no one would be able to shoulder the responsibility. Wu Yingui inquired, "Is the old house ready?" Wu An nodded, "Li Gongtu is quite reliable, everything is finished. We'll hire him again for the new house." After asking a few more questions and learning that a portion of the final payment was still pending, Wu Yingui nodded and ventured back out into the storm. Wu An watched, feeling relatively untroubled. His father's notebook recorded the impending typhoon, and although it would cause some property damage, it would likely pass without major incident. Typhoons occurred annually, sometimes arriving in succession. In truth, it was nothing extraordinary. In that year, for 365 days, at least half the time was marked by howling winds and relentless rain, with only a scant few days of truly pleasant weather. After a meal, thus they found a rare moment of leisure, indulging in fruits and tea. The three sat watching television while the sounds of the storm outside lent a peculiar charm to their gathering. As afternoon approached, the tempest abruptly ceased. Aching rushed in, having been tormented by the morning's confinement. "Brother, shall we head to the seaside? I saw many people going there to gather shellfish." Uncle and a few others were also present. Wuan shook his head with only 3 o'clock's fortune. He did not wish to join the fray and add to his father's burdens. This was the calm before the storm. A call from Boss Gao broke the silence, bearing news of a fishing vessel. Wuan packed up and inquired about the details, but Boss Gao could only mention a small boat limited to niche fishing. Lacking further specifics, Wuan promptly decided to inspect it once the typhoon had passed. After hanging up, he felt a surge of excitement. But a glance at his dwindling funds tempered his enthusiasm. He had just over 2,000, barely sufficient for the final payment. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Money was not an issue, he could earn it. With the blue crabs passing through, a good catch was imminent. Although he had no clear idea of potential profits, he had heard tales of substantial earnings, and his father had recorded such accounts in his notebook. It was noted that this had led to some conflicts, with disputes even resulting in brawls. In this matter, his father gained nothing but had to expend effort to handle the fallout. If Wuan could secure a bountiful catch, it might inadvertently lighten his father's load. Of course, luck played a role in this. Should he fail to seize the opportunity, it would not matter. He had plenty of avenues to earn. Even if the system proved unhelpful, a day's hard work could still yield 1,000 or 800. It was sufficient to surpass the lower bar while falling short of the higher. Upon hearing about the fishing vessel, Aching also felt a thrill. "Brother, does that mean we can soon set sail?" Wuan smiled. "If all goes well, it should be soon." Aching, even more elated, exclaimed, "That's wonderful. I can be a deckhand." Wuan inquired, "What is so joyous about being a deckhand?" Aching replied, "I had applied before, but the captain would not take me, saying I was inadequate." Wuan realized Aching had dropped out of school early and, being both slender and short, appeared hardly capable of labor despite being of age. He resembled a boy of 14 or 15. Yet, he was hardworking and resilient, never complaining, and possessed a kind-hearted sincerity, making him an excellent companion. Aching continued, "We could also venture to the uninhabited islands to gather shellfish, where no one would follow us, allowing us to collect as we please. We could even set up a pump to drain water from the pits. Many boats from our village do this." Wuan chuckled in agreement. "We could lease the uninhabited island." Aching widened his eyes. "Brother, are you really that ambitious?" Wuan paused, realizing the joke about leasing a fish pond had yet to arise, and said, "I merely jest. After all, few venture to uninhabited islands, if it's just us. It's nearly as if we leased it." Whooping let out a sigh of relief. "And you truly startled me. I thought you were serious about acquiring a deserted island." Wuan chuckled softly. "Once I have sufficient wealth, it wouldn't be out of the question to develop a deserted island." Mei Yuechin interjected, "When venturing to a deserted island to gather seafood, one must exercise caution. The island is devoid of human activity, and the rocks can be exceedingly slippery. If a storm arises, the situation becomes even more perilous. You too should not be reckless. Do you think everyone is unaware of the rich resources on deserted islands? The reason few venture there is due to the inherent dangers." Wuan nodded in agreement. Aside from the considerable risks, gathering seafood requires one to be attuned to the tides, necessitating early mornings and late nights. Moreover, the remote nature of the deserted islands means that a trip entails significant time and fuel expenditure. Should fortune not favor them, then the island's resources prove scarce. It would be a fruitless endeavor. As long as there are good spots closer to home, villagers typically do not consider venturing to the offshore deserted islands. However, all of this is contingent upon first earning enough money to purchase a boat. Without a vessel, one is left with no choice but to fish along the shore. As they chatted, Wuan had a notification from his phone. Upon checking, he saw a message from Gu Andran inquiring whether he had gone to gather seafood. Wuan replied that he had not. Gu Andran mentioned that she had gone but had been sent back. The two exchanged messages back and forth, while Wu Ping and Aching merrily discussed a television drama unnoticed by Mei Yuechin. Rising to refill her glass, Mei Yuechin seized the opportunity to glance at their conversation. With her sharp eyesight, she could see clearly and couldn't help but smile. As their conversation continued, Wuan began to feel drowsy. Mei Yuechin gave him a gentle nudge. "What are you sleeping for? Continue your conversation." Wuan jolted awake. "Sister-in-law, how could you?" he exclaimed. "We weren't discussing anything significant." With the air of someone experienced, Mei Yuechin remarked, "Then why isn't she reaching out to him?" Wuan replied, "How do you know she isn't? Perhaps she's conversing with 10 people at once." Mei Yuechin playfully hit him again. "What nonsense. Gu Andran is not that kind of person." Wuan retorted, "Do you know her so well?" Mei Yuechin confidently replied, "Some people reveal themselves at a glance. It's you I have reservations about." Wuan felt unjustly accused. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his emotions were straightforward. Much like his tumultuous life, the ease with which he conversed with Gu Andran likely stemmed from his calm demeanor. He stood up. "I will prepare dinner. Brother and sister-in-law, please relax and enjoy my culinary skills." Mei Yuechin beamed. "All right, the dinner is in your capable hands. When my father returned last time, he mentioned your cooking was quite good. And I have been eager to try it." "When did you learn to cook?" Wuan replied, "During university. The food there didn't suit my palate. And craving your cooking, I had to learn to make it myself. Over time, I improved." He headed to the kitchen to cook, while Aching stood up to return home. There was no need to stay. Li Wan was surely preparing dinner at home, and if Aching remained, it would be rather lonely for Li Wan. Half an hour later, Wuan had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, naturally featuring seafood. Mei Yuechin and Wu Ping were perspiring profusely, their mouths flashed from the spiciness. "This is nothing like the meals I prepare, it's far too spicy." Wuan scratched his head. "It's not that bad." In truth, he had only added a modest amount of chili, but their local cuisine rarely featured spice. Thus they found themselves overwhelmed by the sudden heat. After their meal, the wind and rain outside persisted, alternating between downpours and brief pauses, yet the wind remained relentless. Wuan had intended to venture to the tidal flats, but his brother and sister-in-law adamantly forbade it. Feeling resigned, he retreated to his room to sleep. Setting an alarm for midnight, eager to check his luck for the next day before taking any action, by then his siblings would surely be asleep. Tossing and turning in bed for quite some time, he finally began to feel drowsy. Perhaps the weight of his thoughts was keeping him restless before the alarm even rang. He jolted awake, glancing at the time, 11:35 p.m. Lying back down proved futile, so he decided to sit up and scroll through his phone. Once midnight struck, he promptly checked the system. Luck value 71.55. Oh, joy. Wuan was nearly leaping out of bed in excitement. After 3 consecutive days of low luck values, the system was indeed gearing up for something significant. However, the lead-up felt excessively prolonged, severely hindering his earning potential. Previously, with luck values in the teens or 20s, he could earn at least several thousand. With a daily luck value of 55, how much could he possibly earn? 100,000? 200,000? He dared not contemplate it truly. A broad grin spread across his face, stretching his lips nearly to his ears. With a nimble leap, he gracefully slipped out of bed. He refrained from turning on the lights, navigating the darkness to open the door. The sounds of wind and rain outside were not overly urgent, it was manageable. The typhoon had yet to make its official arrival, and the prospect of earning money while risking a bit felt worthwhile. Unable to restrain himself in the face of such temptation, he donned a raincoat and quietly stepped outside, taking care not to make too much noise and disturb his brother and sister-in-law. Once outside, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, securely wrapped in a plastic bag for waterproofing. Earlier that afternoon, he had instructed Aching to ensure the phone's ringer was activated. It rang a few times before Aching answered. Brother, make sure to bring the necessary gear for the tidal flats, gloves, la frame, especially the snakeskin bags. And don't forget the rubber bands and the headlamp we bought before. Bring them all. Okay, brother. We'll gather at the old house. Be careful. Achin did not inquire further. Wuan felt fortunate for his foresight in preparing well in advance, having purchased numerous rubber bands and several headlamps, all fully charged. Everything was ready, except for the weather. The wind was quite strong. Let us go. Against the wind. Wuan felt as valiant as a warrior, resolutely stepping toward a promising future. Meanwhile, Achin was rising, preparing their gear. Hearing the commotion, Li Wan stepped outside to inquire, Achin, what are you up to? Without lifting her head, Achin replied, brother called for me to bring supplies to the tidal flats. The tide is just right now. He might take me to gather seafood. Li Wan paused, taken aback, and after a moment said, but it's windy and raining, the typhoon is likely to arrive. How can you go to the tidal flats in this weather? Everything will be fine, said the elder brother confidently. Li Wan shook her head in disapproval. No. It's not safe. Achin, carrying a bucket, insisted, Mom, the tide is receding, we are on the mud flats, then there are no waves over there. It's perfectly fine. Reluctantly, Li Wan followed him outside. Achin nudged her gently, Mom, just stay home and wait. With no choice but to comply. Li Wan knew Achin was stubborn and listened to Wu An's advice, leaving her to anxiously peer through the windows. Muttering to herself about Wu An's sudden whim to go out at dawn instead of during daylight. What if a typhoon struck? The seaside could be perilous. May the goddess Mazu bless them. Unable to sleep, Li Wan sat in the living room, murmuring prayers. Shortly after Wu An arrived at the old house, Achin joined him. Brother, I've brought 6 bags, that should be sufficient, right? Wu An proceeded to prepare 4 packets of instant noodles for the 2 of them, adding 2 sausages since they had no eggs. After they had eaten to their fill, the clock had already passed 1 in the morning. Uncertain of how long they would be occupied, Wu An endeavored to complete all necessary tasks he could think of. Shall we head out? The tide should be receding by now, Wu An suggested. Achin, holding the bucket, inquired, brother, why are we going to the mud flats? Wu An casually replied. Just a random choice. Previously, we caught the most seafood over there. Since we are taking such risks this time, we must ensure a substantial reward. Don't worry. If the typhoon approaches, we will return immediately. Achin did not press for further details and followed along. Under the rainy night, 2 headlamps flickered like fireflies as they made their way along the shore toward the mud flats. The tumultuous waves crashed against the rocks, sending sprays of water soaring several stories high. It was indeed a thrilling experience. The 2 of them proceeded at a slow pace and eventually arrived at the mud flats without incident. Brother, the tide is out, Achin exclaimed. Wu An nodded. Glancing at the time, it was 1:30, and the tide would start coming in around 6 o'clock, giving them ample time, provided the weather remained favorable. Wu An opened a weather app on his phone and selected the typhoon option, revealing information about the current storm, still quite distant. Are we digging for clams here? Achin asked. Wu An shook his head. No, clams don't sell for much. Let's head down. Achin's eyes brightened. Brother, are you aiming for blue crabs? Wu An replied, just checking. If we don't find any, we can always dig for clams later. He deliberately kept his words vague, fearing that being too assertive might alarm Achin. They cautiously descended, one foot sinking deeper than the other. Suddenly, Wu An's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from his elder brother. His expression darkened, and after a moment of hesitation, he answered, brother. Do you believe I stepped out for a bathroom break? Wu Ping fell silent for a second before shouting, hey, and what are you thinking? Nonsense. Before he could finish, Mei Yuechin interrupted him. Wu Ping paused before continuing, I don't care where you are, you need to come back immediately. Wu An replied, Achin and I are at the mud flats, we can't return right now. What kind of weather is this, and why are you and Achin going to the beach? Wu Ping's voice grew louder. In the past, Wu An's idleness would often frustrate him, and now his brother's unexpected industriousness was quite alarming. Wu Ping realized that his younger brother was anything but ordinary, he was inherently troublesome. Just as Wu An was about to respond, Ching, who had taken a few steps to the side, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, I've caught a blue crab." "I'm too busy to chat," Wu An replied hurriedly. Moving closer to take a look, Wu Ping, visibly irritated, retorted, "All right, just wait." Wu An quickly added, "Brother, if you come, bring the motorcycle rickshaw." "What's the point of riding?" Wu Ping's tone was less than amiable. "Do you think I'm coming to fetch you?" Wu An felt a sharp object beneath his feet and instinctively bent down to grasp it. Upon catching it, his expression brightened, and he swiftly withdrew his hand from the paddle. To his delight, he found a large, muddy blue crab clawing at him. "Brother, I wanted you to ride for the seafood," he exclaimed, becoming increasingly nonsensical. Wu Ping assumed he was joking and asked crossly, "Let me ask you again. Are you sure you won't come back?" Wu An replied, "I'm busy catching crabs, there's no way I could return." Fine, sneaking out at night to gather seafood." "You rascal. Brother, please don't scold me. I'm doing this to earn some money. If you come, you must ride." Wu Ping, infuriated, abruptly ended the call. Mei Yueqin, wanting to say something, felt anxious when he hung up. "Are you really not going to come back?" Wu Ping stood up, declaring, "I'm going to find him." "Don't get up," Mei Yueqin insisted. Yet she still rose, watching him head to the shed to ride. "Where are you taking the motorcycle to look for him?" Wu An insisted. "I ride," he explained. "I heard Ching shouting about the crab." Although Wu An is indeed causing a ruckus, his luck has been quite good lately. Mei Yueqin nodded in agreement. "That is fine. Earning money is important, but safety is paramount. Driving there is fine, you can return sooner." She rushed to open the door as Wu Ping rode off, the engine roaring loudly, eliciting barking from nearby dogs. Sister Duan, hearing the commotion, muttered, "What is all that noise next door? Riding a motorcycle in the dead of night. Isn't that enough of a show-off during the day?" Wu Ping drove along the coastal road heading west. The streets were deserted, even though the tide was receding. No daring fisherman had ventured out. Some villagers, groggy from sleep, pondered, "Who is driving out at this hour? Surely no one is going to the beach. Why would anyone go? The wind is rattling the windows. It's the middle of the night, and if they sleep, they could be lost. True, better to sleep." Many agreed, returning to their slumber. This provided a much-needed respite for the village committee members, who were all resting at the committee office, even the old village head, serving as logistical support. After a long day of work, everyone was exhausted, anticipating the arrival of a typhoon the following day. Fortunately, at this hour, no one is at the seaside to gather crabs. It goes without saying, who would value money over life? Listening to the chatter around him, Wu Ingwe took a sip of hot water. Little did he know, there were indeed individuals braving the harsh weather to gather crabs. And it was none other than his eldest son. Wu Ping abandoned his vehicle by the roadside and continued towards the tidal flats. Upon reaching the uppermost sandy beach, he spotted two glimmering dots down below in the tidal area. A wave of anxiety washed over him. How could they be so far down? He called out a few times. Hearing the commotion, Wu An quickly waved back. However, with the distance between them, their voices were lost in the air. And after several attempts, Wu Ping remembered to call his son. Once connected, Wu An shouted fast, "Brother, come down quickly." Wu Ping, slightly irritated, inquired, "Can you guess why I came over here?" Wu An replied, "Brother, I don't have time for idle chatter. There are too many blue crabs here. And Ching and I simply cannot catch them all. Hurry up." Wu Ping was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Wu An hastily ended the call, leaving Wu Ping to ponder that every moment wasted could mean losing out on a crab which could fetch him a good sum. Time is indeed money. With a mix of uncertainty and urgency, Wu Ping made his way down, accepting the tongs and gloves thrown by Wu An. Just as he was about to question the presence of blue crabs, he witnessed Ching reaching into a paddle and, without much effort, pulling out a large blue crab, easily weighing 2 to 3 pounds. Momentarily stunned, he then saw Wu An catch one as well, deftly binding its claws with a rubber band before tossing it into a nearly full bucket. "Good heavens, there are so many blue crabs!" Wu Ping exclaimed. His face a canvas of astonishment, then he couldn't help but grin. No wonder you were so reluctant to leave. Wu An, without looking up, urged, brother. Stop wasting time and start catching. All right, Wu Ping replied, quickly crouching down. He noticed a hole and bubbles in a nearby muddy pit, so he extended the tongs. Only to discover blue crabs lurking within. With a careful hand, he managed to secure one, joyfully exclaiming, I've caught one too. This is the true essence of the blue crab migration. Casually probing a small puddle, he found it filled with hard crab shells, and each time he reached in, he emerged victorious. In just one small puddle, he could easily catch 3 or 4 blue crabs. The tidal flats were dotted with these little pools resembling stars in the sky, countless and seemingly infinite. Wu Ping felt as though he were dreaming. How could there be so many blue crabs? Wu An casually remarked, perhaps it's due to an approaching storm. Wu Ping scratched his head, pondering. Typically, seafood abundance follows a storm, yet this tempest hasn't even arrived, and the blue crabs are already here. Ching chimed in. Pingu, stop overthinking it. Who knows? Perhaps it is a blessing from Mazu, the sea goddess. Wu An added. It's best not to dwell too much on the mysteries of the sea. Wu Ping nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in their words. To make a living by the sea is often a matter of fortune. Taking a few steps forward, he discovered another small puddle and promptly plunged the tongs inside, catching with precision. The only challenge lay in the binding process after catching them, which required a bit of effort. He was not as adept as Wu An and Ching, thus he worked slightly slower. The more one catches, the faster one becomes proficient. Practice indeed serves as the greatest teacher. It is no exaggeration to say that in just half an hour, he has tied more blue crabs than most villagers do in 6 months. Ching and Wu An poured the crabs from the bucket into a snakeskin bag, then securely tied the bag's opening and set it aside. Ching, somewhat anxious, remarked, brother, I only brought 6 snakeskin bags, I'm unsure if that will suffice. Wu An chuckled and replied, it should be enough. He casually tossed the caught flower crabs aside, ensuring they landed a bit further away to avoid hindering their blue crab catching. Wu Ping felt fortunate for having heeded Wu An's advice to bring the motorcycle tricycle, otherwise he would have had to trouble Mei Yuechin to send a vehicle over. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the trap descended, hitting a rock. He called out, there is a rock here, and beneath it are blue crabs. Without turning back, Wu An shouted, brother, don't waste your time. Come over here. There are plenty of blue crabs. I felt the wind picking up, urging us to hasten our efforts. Wu Ping hesitated for a moment, then followed the advice to abandon the paddle and moved toward Wu An and Ching. After just a few steps, he bent down to catch blue crabs. Indeed, there were an abundance. It felt as though one were picking up money, and yet it was overwhelming. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mei Yuechin waited anxiously. Glancing at the time, half an hour had already passed. Even walking over should mean they were nearly back. Watching the raging storm outside, her heart raced. After waiting another 10 minutes, she called Wu Ping. After a lengthy wait, he finally answered, and she asked urgently, why are you not back yet? Wu Ping replied with a wry smile, we can't return yet, there are countless blue crabs here, and I'm helping to catch them. Don't worry, it's quite safe. Mei Yuechin retorted, this typhoon came out of nowhere, you should hurry home. Wu Ping responded, I know. Sensing her frustration, she continued, if you don't come back soon, I'll come find you. Wu Ping pondered for a moment and said, all right, come on over. Bring some snakeskin bags. We only have 6 here, and I'm not sure if that is enough. I remember we have some twine for tying crabs at home, bring that too. Better safe than sorry. Mei Yuechin was at a loss for words, feeling as if her journey was akin to the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, fearing she might not return. What was I thinking? She quickly dismissed such ominous thoughts, knowing they were ill-fated. Just as she was about to hang up, she heard Wu An's voice on the line, sister-in-law, don't come over. Just stay home and boil some hot water. When we return, we'll need to wash up properly. Also, prepare some food and drinks after an hour of intensive crab catching. I feel as though the instant noodles I had before are long digested, and I'm quite hungry. He didn't want Mei Yuechin to come. As the muddy terrain was challenging, they struggled with every step, let alone her. His luck totals 55 points, distributed among 3 individuals, with one person receiving less than 20 points. Even with the enhancement of the clamps and gloves, the operational time barely stretches to 3 hours. This is primarily due to the exorbitant price of blue crabs, which significantly depletes the luck points. If they were catching clams instead, one might not even exhaust their points after an entire day's toil. Hence, when his sister-in-law arrived, there were no surplus luck points to allocate to her. Although blue crabs are plentiful and one could catch them even with closed eyes, the risks would escalate. By utilizing the luck-enhanced clamps and gloves, the likelihood of being pinched by a blue crab is nearly non-existent. It would be wiser to have his sister-in-law manage logistics at home. After all, they were laboring under adverse weather, sweating profusely. If they returned home without a proper meal to warm them, illness could ensue. Whooping chimed in, what and says makes sense. You need not worry, just stay busy at home. Wu An called out, sister-in-law. We'll be home in at most an hour and a half. Mei Yuechin pondered for a moment and replied, all right then, but do take care of your safety. After hanging up, she hurried to the kitchen to busy herself. On this rainy night, the village lay in darkness. Save for 2 spots illuminated by faint lights, one was the village committee, where some smoked while others snored, the room filled with a smoky haze. The other was the Olu residence. The wind and rain intensified. Wu An stood, stretching his sore back, feeling a peculiar satisfaction despite the aches that resonated through his bones. He pulled out his phone to check the time. It was already 3:30 a.m. After nearly 2 hours of continuous labor, he glanced at Qing and Wu Ping, whose movements had noticeably slowed, clearly exhausted. Big brother, Qing. Let us take a break for a few minutes, he called out. Wu Ping and Qing halted, both utterly fatigued, not caring about their muddy state. The 3 of them sat directly on the ground, and just as they settled, Qing let out a strange shout, pulling 2 blue crabs from the mud he had just sat in. With a disgruntled expression, he exclaimed, damn it. There are so many blue crabs that I just sat on too. Wu Ping and Wu An burst into laughter. Don't throw them away. Let us save them for porridge at home. Yes, freshly dead is perfect. While they conversed, they were not idle, they seized the moment to hydrate. Qing, unable to resist his smoking habit, took out a cigarette but struggled to light it due to trembling hands. Forget it, I want tea smoke, he said, seeing Wu An resume his work. Tossing aside the cigarette, he joined in the labor. The wind and rain grew fiercer, and time was of the essence. As Wu An worked, he kept a vigilant eye on the blue crabs they caught, hoping to find a yellow crab among them. Yellow crabs are easily identifiable, primarily by their color. However, despite the number of blue crabs caught, not a single yellow crab had been found. Qing and Wu Ping were certainly aware of yellow crabs too, and their silence confirmed that they had not discovered any either. Strangely, I recall my father writing in his notebook that the villagers discovered a butter crab, and during the ensuing scramble, a physical altercation broke out. Fortunately, my father was present at the time and intervened promptly. What is this butter crab? He mused, aware that a single butter crab could fetch at least 1,000 yuan, equivalent to 10 ordinary crabs. Yet, there was nothing to be done. With such an abundance of blue crabs, they were already experiencing an unexpected windfall. As the clock approached 4 in the morning, fatigue set in, and even the joy of collecting crabs could not counteract the body's natural response to exhaustion. Wu An yawned while gathering crabs. The blue crabs were becoming increasingly elusive. Upon checking the system, he realized his luck was dwindling. He decided to forgo the crab tongs, merely bestowing 1 point of luck onto his gloves. He excused himself to assess the catch of Qing and Wu Ping, endowing each of them with an additional point of luck. Let us work for another half hour before we return. The tide will rise soon, and we cannot compete with the tide's swiftness. We must act in advance, Wu Ping said. All right, I see a few snakeskin bags are nearly full, he added. Qing expressed a hint of regret. Had I known, I would have brought more. Perhaps I should ask my mother to bring some more bags. Wu An shook his head. No need to complicate matters. The wind and rain are intensifying. We must leave. He had checked the typhoon's trajectory and realized it was headed their way. They needed to get home. If the typhoon struck before they returned, they could find themselves in grave danger. Humans are inherently greedy. Even this extra half hour made him uneasy. He feared that an insatiable greed might lead to uncontrollable consequences. Ching and Wu Ping nodded in agreement. The two fell silent and hastily returned to their quest for blue crabs. Once their luck was exhausted, Wu An continued working for a while. The blue crabs were indeed hard to come by, requiring significant effort to locate. In one paddle, he found several blue crabs and nearly got pinched while attempting to catch them. Had it not been for the gloves, he might have drawn blood. Wu Ping called out, "An, Ching, these blue crabs seem to have become more cunning. Be careful not to touch them directly, use the tongs. I almost got pinched just now." The two acknowledged his warning. After a few minutes of effort, they managed to find one blue crab. Wu An shook his head and declared, "All right, let us return." Wu Ping remarked, "The blue crabs are indeed scarce now." Ching, exhausted, slumped onto the mud, gasping for breath. The three trudged back, initially making good progress. However, as they neared the shore, each had to hold two heavy snakeskin bags, and simply walking through the mud became arduous. Wu An observed, "This won't do. Brothers, let us transport the bags in shifts. You two pull ahead, and I will push from behind. Otherwise, we will crawl like turtles. And we may not reach the shore before dawn, especially with the wind and waves growing fiercer. I fear the typhoon is imminent." Ching agreed. "I will follow your lead." Wu Ping decisively concurred, "Let's do as you suggest." This indeed proved to be an effective strategy. After half an hour of effort, they finally managed to load all the snakeskin bags onto the motorcycle. Wu Ping joyfully exclaimed, "Thank goodness we bought the motorcycle, otherwise we would not have been able to transport all this." Wu An smiled, having prepared diligently for this moment. His eyes gleamed with delight as he surveyed the several bulging bags. The bounty they had gathered was immense. The trio organized their belongings and set off towards the village. As they reached the rocky beach, a fierce wind and tumultuous waves assaulted them, so intense that they could feel the spray even from a distance. Wu Ping's expression shifted dramatically, and a typhoon must be approaching. Ching's face also turned pale. Wu An reassured, "Brother, do not panic. Maintain our speed. The old house is closer, let us head there fast." As he spoke, he took out his phone to call his sister-in-law, informing her not to worry. As they were heading to the old house to ride out the storm, after hanging up, Ching nervously exclaimed, "Brother, I feel the car swaying." Wu An comforted her. "With the three of us and a truckload of blue crabs, we must weigh 500 to 600 pounds, we will be stable." In truth, he was also quite anxious. It was indeed a perilous endeavor for profit. Wu Ping was sweating profusely, he could feel the tension coursing through him in such dire circumstances. Upon arriving at the old house, Ching called out, "Brother, why are the lights on? I distinctly remember turning them off when we left." Wu An remained silent. At that moment, the door to the old house swung open, revealing his sister-in-law, Mei Yuechin, who beckoned, come in, quickly." The wind was howling fiercely, threatening to sweep them away. Wu An shouted with all his might, "Sister-in-law, open the door wide, we need to park the car inside." Ching leapt from the vehicle to assist, moving tables and chairs to clear a space for the car. With a loud bang, Wu An drove the car inside, misjudging the throttle and crashing the front into the wall. Wu Ping and Ching quickly closed the door and secured the lock. The cacophony of wind and rain outside diminished significantly. The storm raged, battering the doors and windows like a relentless curtain of rain, producing squeaking sounds as the already taped windows appeared steady. Once outside the car, Wu An asked the sister-in-law, "What brings you to the old house? You ventured out in this typhoon, risking your life." Mei Yuechin did not respond but pointed to the bed behind the curtain, saying, "I brought clean clothes. And I've prepared a kettle and basin for you. Wipe yourselves down and change quickly, don't catch a cold." There was little more to discuss. The elder brother remained silent, and the younger brother recognized that venturing out in such weather for fishing was indeed reckless. The old house was sparsely furnished, and had she not come, the three would have had to endure the storm on their own, which would be unbearable regardless of their health. Seeing Wu An about to speak again, Wu Ping, at a glance from Mei Yuechin, quickly pulled him aside. Besides clothes, she had also prepared towels. The three of them used the warm water to cleanse themselves, feeling revitalized. After donning fresh clothes that still carried the scent of sunshine, They experienced a profound sense of comfort, especially when glancing at the bulging bags in the truck, reminiscent of the exhilaration following a hard-won victory. Wu-an instructed Ah-ching to call home to assure their safety. Ah-ching replied, "I've already called. Mother wanted to come over, but I stopped her." Wu-an was uneasy, recalling the cautionary tale of his sister-in-law. He feared that Aunt Li-wan might also come, so he took out his phone and called her, repeatedly assuring her that everything was in order and that Ah-ching could return home once the typhoon had passed. After hanging up, he noticed Wu Ping and Ah-ching preparing to clean the blue crabs and quickly interjected, "Let us have our meal first, we can attend to that afterward." The three of them sat down to dine. Mei Yuechin, unable to remain still, retrieved a snakeskin bag from the car, opened it, and exclaimed with excitement, "It's filled with blue crabs." Ah-ching, with his mouth full of pancakes, struggled to swallow while muttering, "Her sister-in-law, it must be all blue crabs." They also spotted quite a few swimming crabs, but those were of little value, so they did not bother with them. Wu Ping chimed in, "Indeed. There are plenty of swimming crabs, too many to be of any use. While we are at it, we can hardly gather the blue crabs. And for every swimming crab we pick up, we miss out on a blue crab." Mei Yuechin was at a loss for words. Swimming crabs were currently abundant in the market, not excessively priced, yet they could still fetch 10 to 20 yuan per pound. One would be elated to collect a bucket of swimming crabs by the seaside, yet here they were, dismissing them so nonchalantly. She inquired, "How could there be so many blue crabs?" Ah-ching replied, "Previously, my brother and I caught quite a few blue crabs on the tidal flats. And we thought we had exhausted them. Afterward, not many others were able to catch more. I suspect they might be seeking refuge. With the typhoon approaching, they hurried back to their nesting grounds, only to encounter us. What a tale this is, escaping from the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair, ah." Seeing Ah-ching chuckling foolishly, despite the inaccuracy of his words, one could ponder that it indeed held some truth. Ah-ching continued, "It's thanks to my brother. Had he not decided to go to the beach, I would still be asleep at home." Wu-an casually remarked, "We indeed had good fortune. It's been a couple of days without going to the beach or fishing for profit, and I've been restless. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, couldn't fall back asleep, so I decided to sneak out to the beach. I never expected to strike such luck." Wu Ping feigned anger, "You really have some guts." Wu-an chuckled, "I've had guts for quite some time now." Before Wu Ping could respond, Mei Yuechin gave him a gentle nudge and said, "Had I known it would turn out like this, I should have gone along too. You two finish eating and rest for a bit, I will take care of the rest." Wu-an advised, "Sister-in-law, separate the males from the females, and for the sizes, just divide them into two categories. Primarily, we need to set aside the ones that are missing limbs and not sell those." Mei Yuechin nodded in understanding. The door was not accessible. The basin they had used for washing was temporarily repurposed. They separated the crabs by gender and then sorted them into two size categories, discarding the ones that were missing limbs directly onto the ground. After a while of sorting, Mei Yuechin asked in astonishment, "Have you already sorted this? There aren't any particularly small ones?" Wu Ping smiled, "No, we didn't take the smaller ones." Mei Yuechin was both amused and exasperated. If others knew, they would likely scold them for not appreciating their fortune. After all, that was money. After finishing their meal, the three of them took a short break. They were sore all over, and to make matters worse, their fingers were uncooperative. Even holding chopsticks felt awkward during dinner. After a brief pause of about 10 minutes, as Mei Yuechin carefully selected a bag of green crabs, the three of them moved over to assist her. Together, their efficiency was remarkable. As dawn broke, all the green crabs had been sorted into 6 bags, slightly loosened to prevent them from suffocating. Ideally, a box would have been preferable, but given their circumstances, they had to make do. Ah-ching, with a hint of worry, inquired, "Brother, how are we going to sell them?" Wu-an pondered for a moment before replying, "We must wait for the typhoon to pass. It moves swiftly and typically lasts less than a day." Ah-ching, still anxious, asked, "Will the crabs survive being left like this?" Wu-an shook his head, assuring her they should be fine. Under normal conditions, they can be preserved for around 7 days. We will sprinkle some salt water on them occasionally to ensure they remain alive. Ah-ching sighed in relief. With her brother's reassurances, her worries were alleviated. Wu An refrained from elaborating further, while 7 days was the ideal scenario, considering the current conditions. It would be a miracle if the crabs lasted even 1 or 2 days. As the typhoon raged outside, they were unable to even step out of their home, let alone sell the crabs. Mei Yueqin pointed at a pile of crabs, many of which were missing limbs, and asked, "What should we do with this? Surely they can be sold at a lower price." Wu An replied, "Yes, if they can be sold, but I think it's unnecessary. We should eat them ourselves. Qin can take some home. They should be consumed fresh, and you can bring some to your family when you visit." Mei Yueqin exchanged a glance with Wu An, smiling as she nodded in agreement. Hearing her brother's words filled her heart with joy. Life at home had improved, allowing her to visit her family more often. Over the years, her parents had been a great support, and while there were plenty of whispers from outsiders, her family remained silent. Chenlin had previously confronted her with snide remarks, but her family had not spoken ill of her. Xiao Wu believed she was suffering in the Wu household and frequently came to check on her. Her elder brother had always cared for her, and her sister-in-law was always warm and cheerful, though deep down, she sensed her sister-in-law's grievances about their parents' favoritism. She felt the need to make amends to avoid straining the relationships between her brother, sister-in-law, and parents. Wu An contemplated and suggested, "Brother, give Dad a call and let him know we are at the old house. We don't want him to worry if he returns home and finds no one here." Wu Ping nodded in agreement. Wu An quickly added, "But don't mention what we are doing, I fear he might become anxious." Wu Ping chuckled. "You're worried about getting an earful from Dad, aren't you? We could easily make 40 to 50,000 from this trip. If he finds out, he might scold me. But I also fear he would be so pleased that he would want to embrace me." Wu An smirked, "Let us give him a surprise." Wu Ping was elated at the thought of earning so much in such a short time and promptly made the call. Wu Ingui did not ask many questions, merely advising them to stay safe. Wu Ping assured him, "Dad, you needn't worry. An is quite astute. The materials used for the doors and windows of the old house are of excellent quality, far sturdier than our current home. Please take care at the village committee." Noticing Qin yawning repeatedly, Wu An suggested she take a brief rest. Upon glancing at the clock, it was already 7 in the morning. After toiling from midnight until now, it was far more exhausting than working in a factory. Qin managed to keep up with their relentless efforts, relying solely on sheer willpower. Qin nodded and flopped onto the bed, quickly succumbing to slumber, snoring softly. Wu An, however, remained awake. Despite the hour, the outside world was still cloaked in darkness, with howling winds and torrential rain battering against the doors and windows, as if a mob were furiously assaulting the house. Fortunately, with the presence of his elder brother, sister-in-law, and Qin, Wu An felt that if he were alone in the old house, even knowing it was sturdy, he would still be filled with trepidation. He pointed out, "The doors and windows are leaking." Wu Ping hurried over to inspect, remarking, "That's normal, it's not sealed. With such fierce wind and rain, the little leakage is no big deal. And once the typhoon passes, shall we head to the dock? Perhaps you could contact the vendors first." Wu An nodded, "All right, I will reach out." He hesitated for merely half a second before dialing Old Xie. "Old Xie," he said, and then promptly connected with Gao Qiangqi. Gao Qiangqi was engaged in this line of business, and he might be able to purchase a large quantity of blue crabs directly. If that didn't work, he could also ask Gao Qiangqi for assistance. After all, he had no intention of selling at the dock. Before long, Gao Qiangqi answered the call, cheerfully greeting, "And good morning." "Good morning, Boss Gao," Wu An replied. "I have come to the shore today." Gao Qiangqi's tone elevated, "It's a typhoon today. You're still heading out. Do you value money over your life?" Wu An chuckled, "Well, I'm here speaking with you, so I've already returned. Thankfully, I managed to catch some blue crabs." Gao Qiangqi, cautious not to overstep, replied, "I will take the crabs. Based on their size, they can be classified into 3 categories: under 1 pound, between 1 and 2 pounds, and over 2 pounds. How many do you have?" After hearing the offer, Wu An found it quite reasonable, at least significantly higher than Old Xie's quotation. "Approximately 3 to 400 pounds, he said. "Oh, 3 to 400. How much did you say?" Gao Qiangqi's voice rose once again, 3 to 400 pounds. Yes, I don't have a scale here, but it should be fairly accurate. Noticing Gao Chengqi's strong reaction, Wu An felt a twinge of anxiety and tentatively asked, Boss Gao, you should be able to handle that much, right? Gao Chengqi burst into laughter. Of course, I can. How on earth did you catch so many blue crabs? Did you stumble upon a crab nest? Wu An replied. Pretty much, I've practically monopolized the coastline. Perhaps it's because we are the only ones daring to venture out in such a typhoon. No one to compete with. No one to snatch them away. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. Gao Chengqi laughed heartily. But suddenly his laughter ceased. With this typhoon, I can't accept the delivery. Wu An reassured him, the crabs are quite plump, they won't perish immediately. This typhoon should blow over in a day. It's not a matter of time, Gao Chengqi replied, you're speaking so lightly. On Gao Chengqi's end, he slapped his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, had you not informed me, I would have been better off. Now that I am aware, yet cannot procure the goods in a timely manner, it feels akin to a beautiful woman before me, teasing and undressing. Only to tell me I can merely gaze upon her. He lamented, who can withstand such torment? Wu An, caught between laughter and tears, replied. I should have considered this more thoroughly. It is not your fault. The fact that you reached out to me so early signifies your trust, which pleases me immensely. Gao Chengqi responded after a brief pause. Let us agree on this. Once the winds subside and we can dispatch the vehicle, I will promptly arrange for its collection. Wu An's eyes flickered as he suggested, how about this? You come to collect the goods, and I will deliver them, so we can meet midway. I have them stored in a bag, and prolonged exposure may cause issues. It is better to hand them over to you sooner. Gao Chengqi, without further thought, cheerfully acquiesced. After hanging up the phone, Gao Chengqi became restless, pacing within the confines of his home while observing the raging storm outside, feeling helpless. His subordinate, Jin, inquired, brother, what troubles you? Gao Chengqi briefly recounted the situation, to which Jin responded with skepticism, how can this be possible? 300 to 400 pounds of blue crabs. Surely he cannot be pilfering from a fishery. Gao Chengqi cast a sharp glance over his shoulder, retorting, silence. Do you presume everyone else is a fool? We can discern between farmed and wild catch at a glance. Jin quickly offered a sheepish grin, right. Brother An does not seem like that kind of person. As Wu An set down his phone, Wu Ping asked, not selling at the dock? Wu An nodded, the prices offered by the dock vendors are rather low. It is preferable to head to the town instead. In truth, the expanding channels within the county would be ideal, however, upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. Rather than exhausting himself to develop new avenues and risking exploitation, it seemed wiser to wait for Gao Chengqi to flourish. Once Gao Chengqi's business expands significantly, he need only cling to this prosperous ally to rise alongside him. Moreover, Wu An's reluctance to sell to Old Xie stemmed from deeper considerations. Primarily, his father oversaw the dock operations and had dissuaded the villagers from fishing earlier that afternoon. Yet, they had secretly ventured out and captured a substantial haul of blue crabs. Reaping significant profits, inevitably, whispers about his father's integrity would circulate, suggesting he was acting in self-interest. Of course, these were merely his own musings, perhaps he was overthinking. Moreover, should the villagers discover this, envy and resentment would surely follow. It was best to accumulate wealth quietly. He planned to deliver the goods by bicycle and meet Gao Chengqi midway for this very reason. If Gao Chengqi drove the truck into the village, curious onlookers would undoubtedly follow, thus jeopardizing the secrecy of their clandestine fishing activities. Wu Ping nodded in understanding, choosing not to press further. Although he had intended to inquire about the pricing, he opted to refrain, sensing that it might come across as overly eager. Mei Yueqin was equally curious about the price. Yet she remained silent, respecting Wu An's discretion. Wu An stifled yawns, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue as he stared blankly at the door and windows. With little else to do, he resigned himself to waiting. Suddenly, the power went out. It was hardly surprising, a storm of this magnitude often resulted in outages. It was likely that even after the typhoon passed, the electricity would not be restored promptly. With a sigh, Wu An closed the game he had just opened. He hesitated to use his phone, wanting to conserve its battery, then tossed it onto the table. Feeling aimless, he found himself longing for a cigarette, not from craving. but simply out of boredom. He picked up a cigarette, placed it between his lips, yet did not light it. Mei Yuechin nudged him gently, saying, "If you're tired, go to sleep. Your head keeps bobbing around, and I fear for your neck. I'll keep an eye on things here. Aping, you should take a nap as well." Wu unrubbed his neck. Had he dozed off? Fortunately, the old-fashioned bed was spacious enough for three to lie side by side. "Erzi, wake up. Your phone is ringing." Hearing his sister-in-law Mei Yuechin's voice, Wu groggily opened his eyes, rubbed them, and asked, "Sister-in-law, what time is it?" Mei Yuechin replied, "It's 2 p.m. Having slept for 6 hours, Wu took a deep breath, attempting to sit up, but found it difficult. He felt even more so than when he had first lain down that morning. His back felt as if it might break. Upon checking his phone, he saw a call from Gao Qiangqi. Just as he was about to return the call, Gao Qiangqi called again, and he quickly answered, "And the typhoon has passed. I'm driving over now. Please send me your location." Wu acknowledged and estimated the distance, noting that there was a Mazu temple midway, where they agreed to meet. "Wake up Qing and cover the back of the car with a plastic sheet." Wu Ping opened the door. Outside, the wind and rain had lessened considerably, making it possible to move about, and riding a motorcycle was certainly manageable. "Brother, the sister-in-law, you should head home. I'll sell the goods and come back straight afterward. We can settle the accounts then." Wu Ping and Mei Yuechin nodded. Once the motorcycle had disappeared into the distance, they tidied up the old house, thoroughly washing the floor to eliminate the foul odor, knowing that within a day, flies would surely invade. After their task was complete, they closed the door and headed home. Mei Yuechin murmured, "I wonder how much we can sell them for." Wu Ping chuckled, "Perhaps after working through the night, we might earn more than my monthly salary." Mei Yuechin pondered for a moment and cautioned, "If Erzi offers too much, you must refuse it. I heard from Qing that he only takes a 10% cut. Just go by that when it comes to the money." Wu Ping nodded, "That makes sense. It's only right to keep things clear among brothers." He admitted, "I wanted to discuss this with you, but I was afraid you'd be upset if I asked for too little." Mei Yuechin rolled her eyes, remarking, "What a character you are." Wu Ping beamed with delight. Marrying wisely, he felt truly fortunate to have such a wife. He and Wu Yingping could dedicate most of their energy to work because Mei Yuechin managed the household with unwavering commitment. If the home were in disarray, they would hardly have the time to focus on their jobs. Previously, Wu had been a source of concern, but now he had become the family's pillar. And Wu Ping felt that life had never been better. Even if Wu does not distribute money to them, they would not voice any objections. Wu Yingui is uninvolved in matters, and it is undoubtedly Mei Yuechin who will manage Wu's future significant affairs. Building a new house, purchasing a car, and getting married, each of these endeavors demands not only effort and time but also substantial financial resources. Should Wu possess ample funds, they would naturally receive less in return. Ultimately, as Wu is not yet married, they remain a family unit. Once Wu establishes his own household, it will be more appropriate to settle accounts clearly among brothers. Upon returning home, Mei Yuechin yawned and prepared for sleep. Having stayed awake through the night and kept vigil since morning, she had gone over 10 hours without rest. Although not overwhelmingly fatigued, weariness weighed heavily upon her. Wu Ping surveyed their home. The typhoon had passed without causing significant damage. This storm was neither exceptionally severe nor trivial, and for them, it was simply another occurrence they had grown accustomed to. He lay down beside Mei Yuechin, embracing her and inquiring, "Don't you think it's time we considered having a child?" Mei Yuechin replied, "Is it as simple as wanting one?" Wu Ping responded, "In our youth, we took it for granted. Now that we are older, the prospect of not having children looms, and the villagers will certainly have their opinions." They had long postponed any medical consultations, but Wu Ping resolutely stated, "I will make time to visit the county for a checkup." Mei Yuechin turned to him in surprise and asked, "Really?" Wu Ping nodded. This was a challenging decision for a man. Mei Yuechin sat up, suggesting, "Why don't we try again?" Wu Ping smiled broadly. Wu rode his motorcycle tricycle out from their old house, needing to traverse half the village to reach the main road. He attempted to avoid the busier paths, but it was unavoidable to encounter several villagers heading to the sea. The winds were still whipping and rain was falling, the waves at the shore were certainly formidable. Yet, the villagers were driven by their desire to earn. It is well known that following a typhoon, seafood along the coast surges, serving as nature's compensation for the tempest's ravages. Aaron, where are you off to on that bike? What are you hiding under that plastic sheet? They inquired, curious. Are you two heading to the town? Not going to the sea? They had heard that oysters could be scooped up with nets, and if they waited too long, there would be none left. The villagers chattered excitedly. Wuan smiled and replied, I'm heading to the town to sell some grain. Don't bother with the sea. If the grain gets wet in this wind and rain, who will compensate for that? The waves are quite dangerous, so take care. I want to join the fray. He did not linger, pressing the throttle to its limit as he swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. The villagers thought little of it. Selling grain? Has he lost his way? Just listen to his nonsense. At this hour, there must be something amiss. Let us go, it's best they don't head to the sea. They've been lucky enough to pick up all the good stuff. They could not fathom that Wuan's tricycle was loaded with blue crabs. Aching, seated in the vehicle, turned to Wuan and said, Brother, once we sell our goods, let us go to the sea as well. Wuan squinted against the wind, replying, Not so fast, we'll go to the sea after selling the goods. Luck value 88-66, the system encourages boldness. He had a premonition that today's harvest would surely surpass yesterday's. Yesterday, it was a truckload of blue crabs, what might today bring? With the storm passing, he was curious about the outcome. Yet, he felt no urgency, the winds were fierce, and the villagers dared not approach the sea, remaining only near the shore where little of worth could be found. They needed to venture to the reefs and tidal flats. However, the reefs posed significant danger, and the tidal flats were likely treacherous to navigate. Most villagers would not dare to go, and for the few who did, it mattered little. In such a vast expanse, with no one else around, the yield would be quite limited. It was better to sell the goods before returning. He reassured Aching not to rush, a reminder he offered to himself as well. Upon arriving at the Mazu temple, Wuan spotted a delivery truck parked by the roadside. Aching called out, and he nodded, hastening towards the motorcycle tricycle. Before he could come to a halt, the passenger door of the truck swung open, and Aching, holding an umbrella, approached. A cigarette in hand, the two exchanged greetings. Aching gestured towards the temple, saying, Amangu, my boss is inside paying respects. Should I go find him? Wuan nodded, no rush, let us wait. We must not disturb the worship. After 10 minutes, Gao Qiongqi finally emerged from the temple, seemingly having shared a lengthy conversation with Mazu. Spotting Wuan, he jogged over, apologizing, sorry to keep you waiting. Wuan smiled, I just arrived as well. Let us take a look at the goods. Gao Qiongqi pulled back the plastic covering, retrieving a snakeskin bag, and cheerfully exclaimed, what plump blue crabs. He continued, An, you've truly been a great help. I've just secured a few channels and I'm in dire need of supply. Aching, still in a daze, was instructed to open the truck door. He hurried to comply. Upon opening, two regular laborers were seated inside, nodding in acknowledgement. The truck, with its enclosed compartment, provided shelter from the wind and rain, allowing the group to smoke while watching the laborers transfer the blue crabs into boxes. Observing the scene, Gao Qiongqi remarked, Bro, they've already been sorted. Wuan nodded, since we had some idle time, we did a quick sorting into males and females, as well as by size. You should arrange for a more detailed sorting. Gao Qiongqi waved his hand dismissively, no need for further fuss, brother, but I trust you. It seems there aren't any small ones. The pricing was set at 150 per pound for crabs weighing between 1 and 2 pounds. And 180 per pound for those exceeding 2 pounds. Male crabs were priced 20 yuan less per pound than the females. No butter crabs. Wuan shook his head. Gao Qiongqi did not dwell on it further and quickly transferred the blue crabs from the snakeskin bag into the boxes. The laborers, the experienced hands, soon discovered that a few blue crabs had perished, not many, but around 10 or so. At the price Gao Qiongqi offered, that would amount to a significant loss. One laborer quietly informed Gao Qiongqi, who did not respond, instead instructing that they be weighed together with the rest for accounting. The conversation between Gao Chengqi and the laborers was hushed as they moved to a corner of the truck compartment. The confines of the carriage were limited. And upon noticing this, Wu An approached the box brought forth by the laborer and crouched down to examine the blue crabs. Qing drew closer, inquiring, brother, what is the matter? Wu An replied, could you check if these blue crabs are all deceased? Qing picked up one of the crabs, fiddled with it momentarily, and nodded, indeed, they are dead, but not long dead, they still appear quite fresh. The crabs had just expired and looked nearly indistinguishable from the living. As many blue crabs tend to feign death, Qing possessed a discerning method for identification, allowing him to easily differentiate between the two states. Wu An nodded in agreement, pondering that they must indeed be fresh, having likely perished no more than 12 hours ago. Yet, dead is dead. The price for dead crabs could never match that of live ones, but it seemed that Gao Chengqi intended to purchase them at the standard rate regardless. Qing lowered his voice, saying, it seems Boss Gao hasn't noticed. Wu An refrained from responding, if he truly had not noticed. How could he single out an entire box? As the boxes of crabs were weighed, when it came to the box of dead crabs, Wu An spoke up. Wait a moment. Gao Chengqi turned around, An, what is wrong? Wu An replied, Boss Gao, I'm sorry, but I want to be selling this box of crabs. Gao Chengqi paused slightly, then chuckled, rest assured, I won't suffer any loss. This can be sold at a decent price from my stall. Wu An shook his head. That would only cause you trouble. Other buyers would likely refuse them, and even if they did accept, the price would be drastically low. I prefer to keep this for myself. Living by the sea, I haven't had the opportunity to enjoy such fine blue crabs very often. This is a perfect chance to indulge. Gao Chengqi laughed heartily, all right, I'll defer to your wishes. Friends should understand and support one another, striving to avoid adding burdens. Wu An smiled in agreement. Everything was understood without words. Jin raised his thumb and remarked, brother, and you are truly admirable. If not for your friendship with my boss, I would only be a subordinate. With your vision, I have much to learn. The other laborers nodded in agreement, recognizing the young man's commendable character and his exceptional interpersonal skills. Wu An stated, it's best to maintain clarity among friends. Logically speaking, since he and Gao Chengqi had business dealings, forming a friendship was rather unconventional. However, if they were to interact as friends, it was imperative to be clear about accounts. Even between brothers, financial matters should be settled clearly. If friends do not clarify such things, complications are bound to arise in the future. Gao Chengqi wished to bear this loss in their friendship, but Wu An could not allow him to do so. It was a form of reciprocation. This elder brother had indeed made a commitment. In the end, the total was calculated to be 55,750. Gao Chengqi instructed Jin to bring over the wallet. He pulled out 6 bundles of cash, first handing over 5 and then counting out an additional 6,000. Wu An accepted the money without hesitation, not bothering to count it. Gao Chengqi patted him on the shoulder, saying nothing further. Sometimes, forming friendships feels akin to romance, that there is an instant connection, a sense of familiarity. The money felt abundant, almost difficult to hold in his hands. Wu An felt somewhat awkward, to be honest, he was quite elated, as he had never amassed such a fortune in a single stroke throughout his entire life. Gao Chengqi observed Wu An dropping a bundle of cash and took out several stacks from his wallet, handing them to Jin before passing the wallet over, saying, just keep it. Wu An hesitated, responding, this wallet must not be inexpensive. Gao Chengqi replied nonchalantly, it's not worth much, I have plenty, and this one is still new. Upon hearing this, Wu An decided to forgo further politeness. Qing took the wallet, tucking it under her arm, and remarked, brother, don't they say that holding it like this is quite comfortable? Yet, I find it rather uncomfortable. Wu An chuckled, it's because there's so much money inside. Laughter erupted among them. As everyone exited the vehicle, Gao Chengqi said, and your fortune is truly unparalleled. I've never seen anyone sell such an abundance of wild crabs in one go. With the recent typhoon and the high tide, I wish you continued success in your endeavors. Feel free to contact me anytime. Wu An inquired, are you still in need of supplies? Of course, Gao Chengqi replied, taking out a cigarette, puffing as he spoke. I'm currently seizing market opportunities. The more quality goods, the better. As long as you have them, I will procure them. To be honest, I've also been in discussions with the aquaculture farms. While they can provide a steady supply, to truly stand out, I must rely on wild seafood. Wuan nodded in understanding. It sounded straightforward, yet he knew the path was fraught with challenges. Even with his rebirth, he realized he might not grasp such opportunities. He was a mere mortal, not a deity. Experience alone did not grant one the liberty to venture into unknown industries. Some fields were quite treacherous, and reckless entry could lead to dire consequences. Aching interjected, "Boss Gao, you could source from the village. The villagers must have found good goods today." Upon hearing this, Wuan frowned slightly. Aching's suggestion was rather inappropriate. If Gao Qiangqi were to procure goods from the village, it would be considered crossing boundaries, akin to usurping someone else's livelihood, an act as grievous as taking a life. Gao Qiangqi shook his head, saying, "No, that's not feasible. Every industry has its unspoken rules. We cannot collect goods in a competitor's territory. If An calls me, then I can collect without issue, especially since I'm doing so midway, leaving no room for objections." Wuan smiled, realizing that this unintentional opportunity was quite advantageous. Ajin chuckled, "Once my boss consolidates these small vendors, the entire town will be his domain. And we won't have to deal with such troubles anymore." Aching exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, is that true? That's impressive." Gao Qiangqi smiled, "All right, let's get going. With the wind and rain, we should hurry back. Next time we come to town, I'll treat you all to a nice meal." Wuan nodded, climbing onto the motorcycle tricycle with Aching jumping into the cabin. Gao Qiangqi returned to his vehicle, waving goodbye. The truck roared to life, and Wuan started his engine, turning back towards the village. As they entered the village, they noticed that even the elderly were heading towards the sea. Aching greeted, "Great-grandma, why are you going to the seaside with a cane?" The elderly woman, though trembling, spoke with surprising fluency, declaring that the seaside was abundant with seafood. So much so that one could hardly collect it all. Upon hearing this, she felt restless. Aching turned to Wuan and asked, "Brother, what should we do?" Wuan replied, "First, let us return home. After we settle the accounts, you should go home and reassure Antoine. Then we shall reconvene at the old house." Aching naturally had no objections. Upon reaching the doorstep, they encountered Wu Ingwe hurrying back from outside. The old man frowned upon seeing the two return on their bicycles. "In this weather, you still went out cycling. Have you been foolish again? Where are your brother and sister-in-law? Why are their phones off?" Wuan shook his head. "I was not being foolish. Brother and sister-in-law should be at home." Aching jumped off the bike and hurried to open the door. Wuan noticed the displeasure etched on his father's face. It was evident that work had not been going smoothly for him. He refrained from asking further questions to avoid inciting his father's ire. Aching opened the door, and upon hearing the commotion, Wu Ping emerged from within. Smiling as he greeted them, "Dad, was the seaside crowded?" Wu Ingwe's expression darkened immediately. Wu Ping, oblivious to his father's mood, continued, "With the tide receding, I imagine there were plenty of people at the beach. After every typhoon, there are throngs of visitors, regardless of whether the tide is coming in or going out. The storm washes so much seafood ashore, who wouldn't want to gather it?" Wu Ingwe often found himself at the beach during such times, attempting to dissuade people, and had faced no shortage of disdain for his efforts. With a grumble, Wu Ingwe muttered, "I came back to fetch the loudspeaker." He then handed the large loudspeaker to Wu Ping, instructing, "Take this and charge it." Wu Ping accepted it but hesitated, looking expectantly at Wuan. "Did you sell everything?" Wuan nodded, curious as to how long his elder brother could contain his excitement. Wu Ingwe frowned. "If everything is sold, why are you just standing there? Hurry and charge the loudspeaker, it requires a long time to recharge." Mei Yuechin emerged from the house, saying, "Dad, please don't be anxious. Let us talk inside." She turned to Atsi. "Everything went smoothly, right?" As they entered the main room and settled onto the benches, Wu Ingwe appeared puzzled, wondering what had happened that they were ignoring his words. What had become of his authority in the household? Wuan cleared his throat. "Dad, please don't get upset." Wu Ingwe's expression shifted, and he stood up abruptly. "What have you done now?" His reaction was not unwarranted. Wuan had a history. Wu Ping and Mei Weqin quickly restrained him, urging him to sit down and remain calm, allowing Wu An to explain. Wu An looked at Qing, who took out her wallet, opened it, and began to extract bundles of cash, 5 in total, along with 60 100 yuan notes. The 60 scattered bills, caught by the breeze, spread across the table, some even falling to the floor. Upon witnessing this, both Wu An and Mei Weqin's faces lit up with joy, their mouths agape in astonishment. Wu Ingwe was equally taken aback, thoroughly surprised. Qing chuckled, finding amusement in the trio's reactions, feeling a sense of pride as she noted their lack of experience. Had she truly sold such a substantial amount? Heavens, this bundle must be 10,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, over 50,000. Goodness. In less than a day, they've earned this much money. Brother, is it really this much? Wu An grinned widely. Not only was he thrilled by his siblings' reaction, but he too was overjoyed at the sight of such wealth. Earning so much in just one day was something he would never have dared to dream of in his past life. And now, this substantial sum was merely a day's effort. Surely, he would earn even more in the future. Wu Ingwe grew increasingly perplexed. Is this truly earnings? How did you earn it? What exactly have you all been doing? Father, I know you are anxious, but please, let me explain first. Wu An intentionally built suspense, saying, brother, sister-in-law, Qing, let us address the main issue first, dividing the earnings. He picked up a stack of money, counted out 56 bills, and handed them to Wu Ping, saying, brother, this is 5,600, you take it. Wu Ping rubbed his hands together, hesitating before accepting it, appearing rather conflicted. Wu An remarked, brother, do you think it's too little? I calculated this based on the share between Qing and you. We are brothers, after all, and must keep our accounts clear. If you think it's insufficient, Wu Ping, upon hearing this, quickly took the money, interrupting him, what are you saying? I'm thrilled. Honestly, it was just a bit of effort, and we've earned so much. I feel a bit guilty. The money earned in one night exceeds my monthly salary by a considerable margin. Wu Ingwe, anxious to the point of nearly pulling his hair out, struggled to maintain his composure for the sake of his father's image. I'm not anxious. Not at all. Wu An counted out another 5,600 and handed it to Qing, watching as he placed the money in his pocket. He also took out a dozen or so blue crabs for him to take. Qing accepted them and promptly left. Wu An cautioned, just don't wander off. Head straight home. Qing acknowledged him. Wu An gathered the money and said, sister-in-law, I want to be reporting this money. I initially planned to buy a fishing boat, and my friends in town mentioned some news. Wu Ingwe could no longer contain himself. Shouldn't you explain this to me? Mei Weqin smiled, father. Yesterday they went to the beach and caught quite a few blue crabs, and after the typhoon passed, they went to sell them in town. Wu Ingwe was taken aback. You went to the beach during a typhoon? Mei Weqin replied, yes, it was indeed risky. Yet, we earned such a substantial amount. Wu Ingwe intended to scold them, but, upon seeing the pile of money on the table, found himself at a loss for words. This was not merely a few hundred or thousand, but over 50,000. His annual salary was about that much, contingent on bonuses, which sometimes were not even distributed, leaving him with less than that amount throughout the year. Seizing the opportunity, Mei Weqin added, father, no one knows about this. As he was aware it might create a negative impression on you, so he was very cautious. I believe he acted wisely, given our family's situation. If he were to work diligently and earn money step by step, how long would it take to buy a fishing boat? Let alone build a new house or get married. Wu Ping interjected, father, why are you silent? If you are upset, then scold us a bit. Don't let them sway you simply because they see money. Who could possibly refuse such a substantial sum of money? Furthermore, the wealth is already in hand. If one were to claim that Wu An is the principal offender, then they too must be considered accomplices, and it is only natural for them to justify their actions. Would anyone truly criticize themselves after having profited? That would be exceedingly hypocritical. I have little to add. You have articulated all that needs to be said, and you comprehend the rationale behind it. Wu Ingwe rose, took the loudspeaker from Wu Ping's hands, and went inside to recharge it. He then grabbed the family's larger loudspeaker and stepped outside. Engaging in coastal activities is not illegal. He was merely going to the seaside to offer counsel. Should others insist on going, he could not stop them. After taking just a few steps, he spotted the two brothers emerging together. Humph, Wu Ingwe snorted softly, thinking it was considerate of them to see him off. However, as they approached, he noticed they were carrying buckets filled with tools for gathering seafood and snakeskin bags. And he inquired, "Are you two going to the beach?" "Yes," Wu An replied sheepishly. "Dad, you carry on with your work, and we will tend to our own matters." "It's not an inconvenience," Wu Ping added. "Dad, we are heading to the tidal flats. It's best if you don't come." Wu An quickly interjected. "My brother means no harm, he just fears it might be difficult for you." Wu Ingwe retorted with feigned annoyance, "So you are aware I might have a hard time?" Ignoring his comment, Wu Ping continued, "Dad, return home early for dinner. We have an abundance of blue crabs at home. Yuechin brought some back to cook, and we'll have a feast of crabs tonight." Upon reaching a fork in the road, Wu An waved goodbye. "See you tonight, Dad." Observing the jovial exchange between the two, Wu Ingwe puffed out his cheeks in mock irritation, but after a moment, he laughed, though it was unclear whether his amusement stemmed from frustration or genuine delight. Once the brothers returned to the old house, they had barely exchanged a few words when Aching hurried in, clutching a cloth bag, and exclaimed, "My mother insisted I bring these boiled eggs." Wu An took two, peeling them as he said, "Let us eat this quickly before we head out." They were not particularly hungry, having had noodles for breakfast, which digest swiftly. Given that they would soon be busy at the seaside, a few eggs would suffice to stave off hunger. After finishing the eggs, the three of them stepped outside. Wu Ping closed the door behind them and remarked, "Ian, now that we've made some money, you should consider enclosing the yard." Wu An shook his head. "Forget it. I have no intention of spending more on the old house. As long as it is usable now, that should suffice. Once I acquire a fishing boat, I can go out to sea every day. With sufficient earnings, I will build a new house within a year." Wu Ping grinned widely. "That's good. It's reassuring that you have a plan." Upon arriving at the beach, they found it bustling with people. Spotting Wu An and his companions, the crowd appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Ian is here. It's nearly high tide, why are you still coming? There is hardly anything left here. Beneath the sediment. There might still be clams to dig up, though it would require considerable effort." The typhoon had passed, and coupled with the high tide, the seashore was teeming with seafood. Yet it was overshadowed by the sheer number of people who descended like locusts, leaving naught but barren ground in their wake. Wu An surveyed the beach, which resembled a plowed field, shook his head, and suggested, "Let us head to the rocky shore." Upon reaching the rocky area, they found it equally crowded. With the tide receding, the waves had combed, and many were scurrying among the rocks. Aching exclaimed, "Why are there so many people? There is hardly anywhere to step." "Brother, surely there can't be so many people on the tidal flats," Wu An remarked. Without a word, he led the way towards the tidal area. There was no other choice, the rocks were teeming with individuals. They couldn't shamelessly join them, a misstep could easily lead to conflict, which was unnecessary. Coming to the seaside to gather seafood was already a deviation from supporting their father's work. To further complicate matters with disputes over seafood would truly bring trouble to their father. As the three of them approached, Wu Ingwe and his companions also arrived with a loudspeaker. Leading the group, Wu Ingwe played a previously recorded message meant to dissuade people. Everyone pretended not to hear, hardly lifting their heads. What surprised Chen Gui was that Wu Ingwe, this time, seemed entirely unresponsive. He held the loudspeaker and quietly moved forward. Chen Gui caught up and inquired, "Old Wu, why aren't you intervening?" Wu Ingwe retorted, "And why aren't you?" Chen Gui replied, "I can't." Wu Ingwe shot back, "Then can I?" Chen Gui was left speechless, bewildered by Wu Ingwe's transformation. Not only was he indifferent, but his assertiveness had also escalated. As others continued onward, Chen Gui halted upon reaching the rocky shore and declared, "Let us stop here, we can return to the tidal flats when the tide rises." The others readily agreed. With the tide receding, the area ahead was indeed the safest spot. The villagers, noticing Wu Ingwe and his group merely made a circuit with the loudspeaker and departed, collectively exhaled in relief. If there was anyone they feared, it was Wu Ingwe. Today he had not interfered, allowing them to remain unhidden. Those who initially intended to venture further now continued to gather seafood in place. Why is he not intervening? Both of his sons are here, how can he still assert authority over us? They murmured. Indeed, let us refrain from speaking too much. Uncle Wu is diligent and committed to his work, regardless, I respect him. Without old Wu, would our village have enjoyed such peace over the years? Another added. I cannot abide such remarks about Uncle Wu. Let us prioritize safety. After exchanging a few casual words, they dispersed to continue their tasks. Upon reaching the tidal flats, Wuan and his companions sighed in relief. The crowd here was relatively sparse. Wu Ping noted, the footing is treacherous here, and the seafood hides within the mud. It's not as fruitful as the sandy beaches and rocky areas where they gather. Naturally, a fewer come here. Just as Wuan was about to enter the water, his phone rang. It was a message from Gu Anran, inquiring whether he had come to the seaside to gather seafood. She was at the harbor east of Celsi village, collecting seafood. Wuan jested, worried about being bullied by my villagers. I'm also gathering seafood, but on the western tidal flats. If you come, I'll look out for you. He meant it as a joke, but Gu Anran replied, great, I'm on my way. This unexpectedly left Wuan momentarily stunned. Wu Ping and Aching noticed he was lingering and called out to him. Wuan replied, I'm waiting for someone. You go ahead. After roughly 10 minutes, Gu Anran arrived, riding a bicycle. Securing the car, Gu Anran approached, carrying a bucket. Dressed simply in a t-shirt and long pants, with rain boots adorning her feet and a towel draped around her neck, she initially appeared like any ordinary woman. Yet, upon closer inspection, Wuan could not help but admire Gu Anran's striking beauty. With such allure, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety about the prospect of having a daughter in the future. Amused by his own sudden thoughts, he chuckled to himself. Dismissing his concerns as trivial, after all, it was all just speculation at this point. As Gu Anran drew nearer, she inquired, what are you laughing about? Wuan replied, I was simply captivated by a beautiful sight that brings joy to my heart. As she passed by him, Gu Anran remarked, you are quite the smooth talker. Is there an abundance of seafood here? Wuan responded, it's decent, mainly, there are fewer people here compared to other places. Come with me, Gu Anran said, stepping onto the mud flat. Suddenly, her foot slipped, prompting a startled gasp. Quick as a flash, Wuan grasped her arm, steadying her. Perhaps you should take it slow. Allow me to guide you, he suggested. A faint blush crept across Gu Anran's cheeks as she thanked him. Wuan chuckled. See? Our hands are now intertwined. Please, do not misconstrue my intentions. He tightened his grip slightly. Despite her daily toil at the shore and setting up stores, her hands remained surprisingly soft. Hand in hand, they walked steadily, quickly catching up to Wu Ping and Aching. Upon seeing them, the pair exchanged knowing smiles. Wuan asked, so, have you made any discoveries? They both shook their heads. Add some luck for me, he said, taking advantage